On a certain peak at the periphery of the Tai Su mountain range in Yuezhou, Datong, a 15 or 16-year-old looking youth was leaning against the trunk of a towering tree. The youth had delicate features, slightly dark skin, and a thin frame that made him appear somewhat frail. He sat there, holding a tattered book in his hands, reading it with great interest, occasionally shaking his head as he read. Blood moon fruit, elliptical in shape, resembling a full moon, turns reddish-brown when ripe cold moon flower, pure white, grows in cold environments. Golden cloud ginseng, golden all over, exudes an extraordinary fragrance. As the youth read, he sighed deeply. False spirit root, basically no hope of reaching foundation establishment. The sect doesn't value you much either. Sure, your only option is to be a low-level disciple gathering herbs, barely scraping by each month with a few spirit stones. Foundation establishment? A hopeless dream in this lifetime. The youth chuckled bitterly, closed the book, and gazed into the distant horizon, lost in thought. This book contained records of some low-level medicinal herbs and was a relic left behind by his parents. He had read it countless times, almost to the point of memorization. The world sure you lived in was called the Star Sand Continent, where everyone dreamed of becoming a cultivator. Cultivators sought truth through cultivation, refining their essence to achieve enlightenment. The first step in cultivation was qi refinement. Simply put, qi refinement involved absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, guiding it into one's body, and transforming it into magical power. Only those who could convert spiritual energy into magical power were considered true cultivators. However, not everyone could become a cultivator. Only those born with a spirit root could sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making them eligible to cultivate. What exactly a spirit root was remained a mystery. It was innate. Without a spirit root, one couldn't even sense spiritual energy, let alone cultivate magical power. Those born with a spirit root were exceedingly rare among ordinary people, perhaps 1 in 10,000. Spirit roots were categorized by attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Most people possessed multiple mixed attributes, often 4 or 5. While these individuals could sense spiritual energy, their cultivation progress was abysmal, usually stalling at qi refinement levels 4 or 5. They were unlikely to ever reach foundation establishment. Thus, those with 4 or 5 attributes were labeled as having false spirit roots, distinct from those with 2 or 3 attributes, who were considered to have true spirit roots and progressed more quickly. Sure, you was a false spirit root holder with all 5 attributes, label synonymous with being worthless in the cultivation world. No major sect would accept such cultivators as disciples. If not for his parents, who were once core formation cultivators of the Tai Su sect, he wouldn't even have qualified to join the sect. Besides true and false spirit roots, there were also variant spirit roots. These were combinations of 2 or 3 attributes that had undergone mutation and elevation. Cultivators with variant spirit roots advanced faster than those with true spirit roots. If they found suitable cultivation techniques matching their attributes, they could become formidable experts, often matching the strength of 3 or 4 ordinary cultivators. Finally, there were those with single attribute spirit roots, known as heavenly spirit roots, considered blessed by the heavens. Regardless of their attribute, these cultivators advanced 2 to 3 times faster than ordinary ones. Moreover, they faced no bottleneck when reaching the peak of foundation establishment, easily advancing to core formation. If the rapid advancement of heavenly spirit root holders made others envious, their ability to bypass bottlenecks and form cores outright made them the objects of jealousy. Consider this. Out of 10 qi refinement cultivators, perhaps only 1 could advance to foundation establishment with the help of pills. Yet out of 100 foundation establishment cultivators, maybe only 1 could successfully form a core and advance to core formation. Such odds naturally made other cultivators covet the heavenly spirit root. Whenever a heavenly spirit root holder appeared, sects scrambled to recruit them. After all, securing such a cultivator meant guaranteeing a future core formation expert for the sect, significantly boosting its strength. In thousands of years, the Tai Su sect had never recruited a heavenly spirit root holder, though it did have a few variant spirit root disciples. These disciples were treated like treasures, lavished with resources and rarely seen by others. Place, method, companions, and wealth, these were the 4 indispensable elements for cultivation. Place referred to the cultivation environment. Yu's Tai-Su sect was one of the 5 great cultivation sects in Datong, and its headquarters was built atop a rich spiritual vein. Though Yu was only a Qi refinement disciple, his residence was still located on a spiritual vein. While the spiritual energy wasn't particularly dense, it sufficed for meditation and cultivation. His living conditions alone were envied by wandering cultivators. Method referred to cultivation techniques. As one of the 5 great sects, the Tai-Su sect boasted numerous cultivation techniques far beyond what small cultivation families or wanderers could access. Yu cultivated the Tai-Su technique, one of the sect's foundational methods. Though its progression speed wasn't exceptional, it was stable. Over half of the sect's Qi refinement disciples practiced this technique, and many had reached foundation establishment using it. Clearly, it was a reliable method. Companions referred to like-minded cultivators with whom one could exchange insights, including dual cultivation partners. When Yu's parents were alive, many young senior brothers and sisters flocked around him. But after his parents died in an expedition, people quickly distanced themselves. Some even mocked him openly. Worse still, shortly after his parents' deaths, an elder seized their residence under false pretenses and relocated Yu to a mountain peak with sparse spiritual energy. Yu suspected his parents might have offended this elder during their lifetimes. Though bitter and frustrated, Yu could do nothing about it. Through this experience, he came to understand the fickleness of human nature. Finally, wealth referred to spirit stones and magical artifacts. Arguably, wealth was the most critical factor. Cultivators used spirit stones as currency. Yu's parents had died when he was young, taking their belongings with them and leaving him destitute. When he was evicted from his parents' residence, he was essentially penniless. Without his parents' support, Yu's life became extremely difficult. According to the Tai-Su sect's rules, disciples below Qi Refinement Layer 10 had to complete monthly tasks to receive spirit stones. Those who failed to complete a task for an entire year would be expelled. Of course, having connections could exempt one from this requirement. With no choice, Yu accepted tasks from the duty hall. However, the duty hall's Wang elder was notoriously greedy. Without spirit stones to bribe him, Yu was assigned the hardest and most exhausting tasks. It took him nearly half the month to complete these tasks, leaving little time for cultivation. At 16, he had only reached Qi Refinement Layer 2, serving as a cautionary tale for his peers. Given his 5 attribute spirit root, the sect invested no resources in him. For disciples like him, the sect merely provided shelter. Expecting more was out of the question. In a few days, it'll be the end of the month. If I don't gather 5 purple sandalwood flowers with 10 years of growth, I'll get no spirit stones again. Maybe I should venture deeper into the mountains? Yu muttered to himself, his expression conflicted. Gathering 5 10-year purple sandalwood flowers was the task assigned by Wang Elder. Completing it on time would earn him 10 spirit stones, but delays would result in a deduction of 2 or 3 stones. After much deliberation, Yu decided to enter the deeper parts of the mountain range. Over the years, the outer regions of the Tai-Su mountains had been stripped of medicinal herbs. Even 5-year herbs were scarce. The Tai-Su mountain range, spanning thousands of miles, was located northwest of the Tai-Su sect. Its depths housed high-grade medicinal herbs, often guarded by demonic beasts ranging from low-tier to mid-tier level 2. Some ventured deep into the mountains, gathered high-grade herbs, and exchanged them for large sums of spirit stones to aid their cultivation. Others encountered demonic beasts while gathering herbs and lost their lives. Survival depended on personal strength and luck. At 16, Yu's meager earnings barely covered the cost of a bottle of Qi refinement pills. He didn't want to remain a low-level disciple forever, scorned by others. For his future, he decided to take a risk. Taking a deep breath, Yu stood up. He tapped his storage pouch, and a green leaf about a zhong wide floated out, hovering a Qi above the ground. This was a basic flying artifact issued to every Tai-Su sect disciple, though its speed was mediocre. Yu leapt onto it and cast a spell. The green leaf glowed brightly and carried him away. Half an hour later, Yu landed in an open area. A dense jungle lay ahead, eerily silent, without even a bird's chirp. He tapped his storage pouch again, and a red short sword flew out, landing in his hand. The red short sword, named Red Moon Sword, was a high-grade artifact. Holding the Red Moon Sword, Yu cautiously approached the dense forest. Not long after, he paused, sensing something. Swallowing hard, he stared gravely at a massive green tiger before him. The tiger was half a zhang tall, 2 zhangs long, covered in green scales, and its glowing green eyes locked onto Shiryu. The mid-tier Qifeng tiger? Shiryu's expression turned somewhat grim. The aura emanating from the Qifeng tiger before him was akin to that of a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement, far beyond what he, a mere 2nd-level Qi refinement practitioner, could contend with. At that moment, regret washed over Shiryu for venturing deep into the mountains. He stood frozen in place. Holding a yellow talisman tightly, his gaze fixed on the Qifeng tiger across from him. A ferocious glint flashed in the tiger's eyes, and with a powerful leap, it opened its massive maw and lunged toward Shiryu. His face paled as he hastily threw the yellow talisman. With a resounding pop, the talisman detonated as it neared the Qifeng tiger, unleashing a torrent of yellow runes that coalesced into a large yellow barrier, encasing the beast within. This was a soil prison talisman, sealed with the earth prison technique, costing 20 spirit stones each. With a violent crash, the gigantic form of the Qifeng tiger slammed against the yellow barrier, causing it to tremble violently. The tiger unleashed a barrage of azure wind blades from its mouth, striking the barrier and making it sway, dimming its radiance. Shiryu understood that the soil prison talisman would not hold the Qifeng tiger for long. His lips moved slightly as a shimmer of azure light enveloped his feet. With a gentle tap on the ground, he flickered and appeared several meters away. Before long, Shiryu vanished into the dense forest. With a thunderous roar, the Qifeng tiger released a half-meter-long azure wind blade that shattered the trembling yellow barrier. Regaining its freedom, the tiger's limbs moved swiftly in pursuit of Shiryu's fleeing figure. At that moment, Shiryu had not escaped far when an enraged roar echoed behind him. His heart raced. At this pace, it was only a matter of time before the Qifeng tiger caught up. Was he destined to meet his end at the jaws of the tiger? Shiryu thought anxiously, his demeanor fraught with tension. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he spotted a thicket of weeds 2 to 3 meters high ahead, a perfect hiding spot. Resolving to act, Shiryu accelerated towards the thicket, employing a breath-concealing technique to suppress his spiritual energy fluctuations. Soon, the Qifeng tiger caught up, sniffing the air before turning its gaze towards Shiryu's hiding spot. Upon witnessing this, Shiryu's heart raced, and he dared not even breathe. At that moment, a series of explosive sounds erupted ahead, mingled with the roars of large demonic beasts. The Qifeng tiger promptly altered its course, sprinting towards the source of the commotion. Seeing this, Shiryu let out a sigh of relief. He glanced back and noticed a dark, ominous cave behind him. After a brief hesitation, he raised a moonstone and ventured inside. As he proceeded cautiously, he extended his consciousness forward. After traversing several dozen meters, Shiryu entered a stone chamber of considerable size. In the upper right corner of the chamber stood a red fruit tree, approximately a meter tall, adorned with 5 or 6 fist-sized reddish-brown fruits. Is this the blood moon fruit? Shiryu murmured to himself, his expression tinged with excitement. There were a total of 6 blood moon fruits, according to market value. Each ripe blood moon fruit was worth 10 spirit stones, which meant that selling all 6 would yield 60 spirit stones. After deducting the cost of the earth prison talisman, Shiryu would still profit 40 spirit stones. Although the blood moon fruits were right before him, he did not rush to pick them. Instead, he expanded his consciousness and meticulously scanned the entire stone chamber, finding no trace of any beasts. Frowning, he employed his consciousness once more, yet still detected nothing. Only then did he feel completely at ease. He swiftly approached and harvested all 6 blood moon fruits, storing them in his pouch. As he gazed at the blood moon fruit tree, he ultimately shook his head, abandoning the thought of uprooting it. It was not that he did not wish to remove the tree. Rather, the act of digging it up might very well destroy it. Instead of risking its destruction, it would be wiser to allow it to grow freely, returning later to harvest the fruits. He turned to retrace his steps, but after only a short distance, he halted, his expression grave. A few meters ahead, a gigantic python, measuring 5 or 6 zhang in length, appeared. Its body was entirely crimson, covered in red scales, and its abdomen was swollen, as if it had just fed. A first-level initial stage red scale python? Shiryu swallowed hard. This python likely possessed the strength of a 3rd-layer Qi refinement cultivator. Defeating it would come at a considerable cost. Upon noticing Shiryu, the red python's eyes glinted with malice, and it opened its mouth to expel 2 fireballs the size of basins, hurtling towards him. The cave was narrow, leaving Shiryu with no room to evade. He quickly retrieved a wind wall talisman from his pouch and flung it forward. In a flash of azure light, a transparent wind wall materialized, standing firm before him. With two resounding thuds, the fireball struck the wind wall, causing a brief flicker before dissipating into nothingness. However, at that moment, the red python lunged forward, its massive body crashing against the wind wall, causing it to sway violently and dim. Seeing this, Hues' expression changed. After a moment's contemplation, he hastily retreated back into the stone chamber, murmuring incantations. With a loud bang, the red python's hefty body collided once more with the wind wall, which promptly shattered. Without the barrier, the red python flicked its tongue and swiftly slithered into the stone chamber. Upon entering, it beheld the bare blood moon fruit tree, and its eyes instantly turned a deep crimson. Just then, a cold voice rang out, "Stone technique." As the words fell, a massive yellow stone, weighing hundreds of pounds, plummeted from above, crashing down on the red python's neck. With a thunderous sound, the ground trembled slightly. Simultaneously, a slicing sound echoed as a red short sword flashed and struck the python's head with force. Clang! The red sword left a faint white mark upon the python's skull. At that moment, the red python reacted, letting out a strange cry before opening its mouth to unleash two basin-sized fireballs, launching them towards Hues. Beneath the feet of Hues, a flash of azure light flickered, and he swiftly shifted several meters to the left. With two resounding thuds, two crimson fireballs struck the ground where he had previously stood, leaving behind two smoldering craters, exuding intense heat. A red short sword relentlessly hacked at the head of the red giant python, yet it inflicted little harm. The creature's neck was firmly pinned by a massive yellow rock, rendering it immobile but not lifeless, as it continued to unleash fiery projectiles toward Hues. He could only employ the wind manipulation technique to evade the onslaught. Although he dodged the attacks of the crimson-scaled serpent, his magical energy was rapidly depleting. Should his power be exhausted, peril would surely follow. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Hues retrieved a silver talisman from his sleeve, a hint of reluctance flickering in his eyes before he hurled it forward. The silver talisman transformed into a lengthy silver lightning spear, which plunged forcefully into the python's head. A thunderous explosion ensued as the spear struck, erupting into a cascade of silver arcs that engulfed the creature's visage. Moments later, as the silver light receded, the form of the red giant python was revealed. Compared to its initial state, the serpent now appeared significantly weakened. Its head a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. With a decisive gesture, Hues lightly tapped the python's head, prompting the red short sword to spiral and deliver a fierce blow to the creature's cranium. With a sickening sound, the python's head was severed, torrents of blood gushing forth and staining the ground. Hues exhaled a sigh of relief, then directed his hand toward the yellow rock, summoning the red short sword to deliver a powerful strike that shattered it into fragments. Calling the red short sword back to him, it spiraled gracefully into his grasp. The carcass of the beast was a treasure trove. The python's hide could be fashioned into low-grade armor, while its gallbladder was valuable for alchemy. This particular red-scaled python was worth at least as much as 6 blood moon fruits. Hues approached the fallen beast, exerting effort to turn its body over. And with the red moon sword, he made a long incision in its abdomen, intending to peel away the serpent's hide. With a sudden sound, a blue orb, the size of a longan, rolled from the python's belly. A flicker of confusion crossed Hues' eyes as he picked up the blue sphere. Was it not said that only beasts of second rank or higher possessed inner cores? Moreover, as a fire attribute creature, the core should be red. He meticulously cleaned the blue orb, observing it closely as he murmured to himself. The blue orb appeared ordinary, resembling a mere stone, yet upon closer inspection, he noticed 5 faint cloud patterns adorning its surface. He squeezed the orb firmly, finding it rigid, unlike the inner cores of magical beasts. Surely, it could not be just an ordinary stone within a beast's body. Curious, Hues attempted to channel some of his magical energy into the blue orb, but soon regretted his decision as he felt his energy spiraling out of control, pouring uncontrollably into the orb. The substantial depletion of his internal magical energy rendered Hues' complexion pallid. He vigorously shook his hand, attempting to dislodge the blue orb, only to be horrified to discover that it clung tenaciously to him, incessantly siphoning his magical power. Before long, the blue orb had drained him of all his internal energy, and amidst excruciating pain, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, Hues was astonished to find himself in an unfamiliar realm. He stood before a modest stone dwelling, with 3 acres of open spiritual field stretching before him. Where am I? The scene before him left him in a state of bewilderment, his face a portrait of shock. He vividly recalled being in a cave. How had he ended up here? Was it merely a dream? He pinched his thigh hard, the sharp pain confirming the reality of his situation. He extended his spiritual awareness to scan his surroundings but found no other presence, indicating that this space was devoid of life apart from him. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped towards the spiritual fields. As he reached the edge, a wave of terror washed over him. He realized he stood 1,000 feet above the ground, with an endless expanse of azure ocean sprawling below. He was on a floating island. Could that blue orb be a spatial artifact? The thought flashed through Shi Yuan's mind, sending his heart racing and his breath quickening. Spatial artifacts, as described in the tomes of the Taisu sect, were special treasures that contained the laws of space, creating their own realms capable of encompassing all things. Excited by this revelation, Shi Yuan soon found his elation tempered by the reality of his predicament, though he had entered this place in a daze. He had no idea how to leave. As a chi refining stage cultivator, he could not yet fast and required sustenance daily. He possessed 3 fasting pills, sufficient to last about 10 days, and while his storage bag contained a small amount of spiritual rice, it would only suffice for 2 or 3 days. Thus, he could last a maximum of 13 days. After that, without food, he would face starvation. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Yuan stepped into the stone house, only to find it utterly bare. Must I truly perish here? He mused, stepping outside to gaze at the cerulean sky. Over the next 3 days, he scoured every inch of land beneath him, yet still found no means of escape. He attempted to fly off the island using his artifact, but due to his limited magical power, he could not venture far. With no way out, Shi Yuan resolved to calm his mind and meditate within the stone dwelling. The spiritual energy in this place was far more abundant than in the outside world. Since he could not leave, he might as well remain here to cultivate, perhaps even reaching the foundation establishment stage before succumbing to hunger. Of course, he was aware this was merely a fanciful notion, a form of self-comfort. The space illuminated as if it were midday, devoid of darkness, nor did the sun rise or set. Shi was able to discern the passage of time accurately due to a sandglass he possessed, wherein the grains of sand flowed particularly slowly, taking an entire day to descend from the upper chamber to the lower. 10 days later, as Shi sat cross-legged in meditation, a sudden buzzing filled his ears, and his head felt heavy. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself unexpectedly within a cave, the corpse of the red-scaled python lying beside him. Seeing this scene, Shi's expression brightened. He realized that he could not escape. Before long, hunger would claim him. He wrapped a blue orb in a tattered cloth, securing it close to his person. Subsequently, he skinned the red-scaled python and removed its gallbladder, placing both the python's skin and the gallbladder into wooden boxes before hastily exiting. Upon leaving the cave, Shi clapped his palm against the storage pouch at his waist, and azure leaves swiftly shot forth, hovering before him. He leapt onto the azure leaves and cast a spell upon them, causing them to radiate a brilliant azure light as they lifted him into the sky. After a meal's worth of time, Shi arrived above a verdant mountain range, characterized by its towering peaks. Lush trees flourished everywhere, yet no buildings were in sight. He retrieved a square azure token from his possession, its face engraved with a pattern of azure flames. Upon channeling his spiritual energy into it, the azure flames began to flicker as if alive. A beam of azure light shot forth from the token, plunging downwards towards the mountains. Before long, a ripple of azure waves spread across the mountains below, revealing a transparent, arched azure barrier. As far as the eye could see, the mountains extending hundreds of miles lay enveloped beneath the azure veil. Beneath this azure barrier, palatial structures and pavilions rose majestically amid the mountains. Some perched atop steep cliffs, others situated on plains, while some nestled on the mountainsides, forming an exquisite cluster of courtyards. In addition, numerous cultivators clad in the attire of the Taisu sect soared through the skies, either standing upon shimmering magical artifacts, meditating amidst clouds, or riding pure white cranes, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Shi formed a hand gesture, prompting the azure leaves beneath him to swiftly descend. He easily passed through the azure veil, and the leaves carried him southeast, eventually landing at the foot of a verdant peak that towered 200 to 300 feet high. At the base of the mountain stood a modest courtyard, its walls constructed from stacked bluestone, adorned with verdant moss. This courtyard was Shi's dwelling, the smallest and least spiritually enriched residence upon the entire Qing Yuan Peak. Most residents of Qing Yuan Peak were outer disciples of the Taisu sect, with higher caves offering more abundant spiritual energy. Shi aspired to reside in a courtyard rich in spiritual essence and spaciousness, yet regrettably, due to his inability to afford the rent, he could only inhabit this dilapidated abode. The regulations of the Tai Su sect stipulate that outer disciples residing in a courtyard occupying less than 1 mu must pay an annual rent of 5 spirit stones, which may also be exchanged for equivalent items. For courtyards exceeding 1 mu, the annual rent is 10 spirit stones, with an additional 5 spirit stones required for each extra mu. Any area less than 1 mu is considered as 1 mu. Disciples in the foundation establishment stage, as well as inner disciples, are exempt from rent regardless of the size of their residence. The sect instituted this policy to encourage chi refinement disciples to diligently cultivate their skills, focusing their efforts on becoming inner disciples or achieving foundation establishment at the earliest opportunity. Overall, this regulation significantly aids the development of the Tai Su sect, yet for the vast majority of chi refinement disciples, it serves as an oppressive burden, weighing heavily upon their chests and stifling their breath. Most chi refinement disciples lack a background. They have entered the Tai Su sect through sheer effort, laboring tirelessly to earn spirit stones for cultivation. They engage in arduous and menial tasks, with some risking their lives to hunt demonic beasts in the deep mountains, often resulting in their disappearance without a trace. In this context, the size of the spiritual field is of utmost importance to a chi refinement disciple, particularly for those outer disciples without a noble lineage. A larger spiritual field allows for the cultivation of more spiritual grains and herbs to sell, while a smaller field forces them to seek alternative employment, such as patrolling the mountain gate or watering the spiritual fields of foundation establishment elders. Ordinary chi refinement disciples toil for an entire month, only to earn barely enough spirit stones to sustain their cultivation, with very few managing to advance to the foundation establishment stage. Shi Yuan took out a square token and waved it toward the courtyard, a flash of azure light darting forth and settling within. Each courtyard is equipped with a minor formation, non-lethal in nature, but if triggered, it produces a significant commotion, established to deter theft. After deactivating the restrictions, Shi Yuan pushed open the courtyard door and stepped inside. To the left of the courtyard door stood a modest stone house, measuring 5 meters in length and width, serving as Shi Yuan's meditation space. The entire courtyard spanned 1 mu, with the stone house occupying a small portion, while the remainder was entirely devoted to the spiritual field. The spiritual field was planted with a type of rice, its main stalks as thick as a bowl, each plant bearing several fist-sized grains. The leaves of these plants were broad, flat, and of a striking purplish-red hue, exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance. This spiritual rice is relatively easy to cultivate, requiring minimal environmental conditions, typically yielding once a year, with a market price of 1 spirit stone per pound. In just a couple of days, this batch of spiritual rice would be ready for harvest. Shi Yuan closed the courtyard door and began to chant incantations, a multitude of blue lights swirling around him. After a while, as his incantations ceased, he pointed towards the spiritual field. The surrounding blue lights, seemingly guided by an unseen force, surged towards the sky above the spiritual field, coalescing into a massive white cloud that enveloped the entire area. With a firm voice, Shi Yuan commanded, and a spell struck the white cloud. The cloud rolled and swirled, releasing a fine drizzle of rain, tinged with a hint of coolness, pouring down in abundance and drenching the spiritual field beneath. A mere quarter of an hour later, Shi Yu formed a hand seal, causing the white clouds to disperse, and the raindrops vanished along with them. Satisfied, he nodded and stepped into the stone house. The interior was quite austere, featuring a grayish-white stone bed approximately 10 feet long, covered with a thin cotton blanket. Beside the bed stood a stone table over a meter high, upon which rested a small clay jar. Suddenly, Shi Yu's stomach rumbled audibly. Frowning, he approached the stone table, lifted the lid of the jar, and moved his lips silently. Soon, a plethora of azure light materialized around him, swiftly coalescing into a blue water sphere the size of a watermelon. With a flick of his hand, the azure sphere descended into the jar. Subsequently, Shi Yu retrieved a yellow grain of rice from his storage pouch, gently rubbing it between his hands until the shell crumbled like paper, revealing the translucent grains within, which exuded a faint, pleasant aroma. He cut the rice, the size of an infant's fist, into smaller pieces and cast them into the jar, sealing it with the lid. Supporting the jar with his left hand, he employed a hand seal with his right while reciting incantations. With a whoosh, a burst of crimson flames erupted from his palm, engulfing the small jar in a vigorous blaze. Before long, a rich fragrance wafted from the jar, stirring his appetite. Shi Yu's expression shifted as the flames diminished slightly, and moments later, with a soft pop, they vanished entirely. He swiftly placed the now sizzling jar onto the stone table and removed the lid. A layer of snow-white rice appeared before him. Using a wooden spoon, he scooped some rice from the jar and brought it to his lips for a taste. This spiritual rice was quite common. It smelled delightful but had an ordinary flavor, primarily serving to stave off hunger, with a meager essence. This jar of rice would suffice for Shiryu for an entire day. Disciples in the Qi refinement stage could receive a free bottle of fasting pills from the Deacon Hall each month, provided they completed routine tasks or attained a cultivation level of 10 layers in Qi refinement. Having spent 10 days in the mysterious space, Shiryu had exceeded the allotted time and, having failed to complete the task assigned by Deacon Wang, was naturally ineligible for the complimentary fasting pills. After satiating his hunger, Shiryu sat cross-legged on the stone bed, taking out the blue orb from his bosom and gazing at it intently. Having learned from a previous experience, he refrained from infusing the orb with his spiritual energy, fearing he might become trapped once more. The spiritual energy within the orb's space was far more abundant than that of the outside world. He mused to himself that it would be splendid if he could enter and exit freely. Suddenly, a thought struck him. His parents had once mentioned that magical artifacts required a blood oath for attunement. If he were to drop blood onto the blue orb, would it enable him to traverse the mysterious space at will? Contemplating this, Shiryu's expression softened. After a moment's deliberation, he produced the red moon sword and lightly grazed his fingertip, causing a small incision to appear, from which a droplet of blood, no larger than a bean, fell and landed on the blue orb. The droplet quickly vanished into the orb, seemingly absorbed by it. However, it was peculiar that after absorbing the blood orb, the blue orb exhibited no abnormalities whatsoever. Was it possible that the quantity of essence blood was insufficient? Shiryu murmured to himself, hesitating slightly before pinching the wound to extract a few drops of blood, which he let fall onto the surface of the blue orb. These droplets were swiftly absorbed by the orb, yet it remained unchanged. Frowning, Shiryu pondered for a moment before squeezing out a few more drops, only to find the blue orb still showing no signs of alteration. Could it be that I remembered incorrectly? His brow furrowed deeper, his eyes filled with confusion. After much contemplation, Shiryu carefully stowed the blue orb away, intending to unravel its mysteries at a later time. Several days had passed, and he needed to hasten to the Deacon Hall to accept the task. Otherwise, he would be left with no spirit stones next month. With this thought, Shiryu exited the courtyard and soared into the sky on his flying apparatus. 15 minutes later, Shiryu descended near a towering green palace. Above the grand entrance, a plaque displayed the words Deacon Hall in flowing golden characters, its surface shimmering with spiritual light, revealing it to be a magical artifact. The Deacon Hall comprised 3 levels. The first handled various internal affairs and assigned tasks to the Qi refinement disciples. The second was for accepting and publishing bounty tasks to earn contribution points and spirit stones, and the third allowed the exchange of contribution points for cultivation resources, including magical artifacts, elixirs, talismans, and more. As long as one possessed sufficient contribution points, anything could be exchanged, including foundation building pills. The hall spanned half an acre, with a long stone counter at the back where a gaunt middle-aged man stood. In front of him, 2 Qi refinement disciples stood respectfully, listening intently to the man's words. Well, you have barely completed this task, but the quality of the spirit herbs you submitted is mediocre, so I will deduct 5 spirit stones. You have no objections, do you? The middle-aged man said nonchalantly. No objections, no objections, the 2 disciples replied, though inwardly they seethed, managing to force smiles onto their faces. Here are 30 spirit stones, the middle-aged man nodded, placing the stones on the counter. The 2 disciples collected the stones and departed swiftly. Seeing this, Shiryu approached quickly, a smile on his face as he addressed the man, Deacon Wang. Don't try to be chummy with me. Just hand over what you have. The middle-aged man huffed coldly. What do you mean? Deacon Wang, you haven't assigned me this month's task yet. Shiryu replied, momentarily taken aback. Who said I haven't assigned you a task? I instructed you to collect 5 10-year-old paddock flowers. Did you manage to gather them? The man responded, visibly displeased. Collect 5 10-year-old paddock flowers? Isn't that last month's task? Shiryu murmured under his breath. Though his voice was soft, the middle-aged man caught the remark, raising an eyebrow and glaring at Shiryu. Have you been sleeping through your duties? He retorted coldly. Last month, I instructed you to harvest 10 stalks of 10-year-old Wangwei grass, with the end of the month just 2 days away. If you have not yet gathered 5 stalks of 10-year-old Zetan flowers, you shall not receive a single spirit stone. Upon hearing these words, Shiryu furrowed his brow. He had spent 10 days within the mysterious space, yet it seemed only a day had passed in the outside world. Was it possible that time flowed tenfold within that enigmatic realm? Contemplating this, Yu's breath quickened. If he could freely enter and exit the mysterious space to cultivate, would his cultivation not ascend rapidly? After a brief consideration, he turned and exited the steward's hall, summoning his flying vessel to return to his residence. Seated upon a stone bed, Yu clutched a blue orb, gazing at it intently. Since only a day had elapsed outside for every 10 days spent within the orb's internal space, he no longer feared being trapped inside. After stowing away a clay pot in his storage pouch, he began to infuse the blue orb with his spiritual energy. In an instant, a blinding blue light erupted, forcing Yu to close his eyes. When he finally opened them, he found himself standing before a modest stone dwelling with 3 acres of open spiritual fields before him. He had once again entered the mysterious space. Joy lit up Yu's face at this sight. With this treasure in hand, he might very well reach the foundational stage in his lifetime. With this thought, he intended to sit down and cultivate. However, as his gaze swept across the vast spiritual fields, a bold idea struck him. If time within this space flowed tenfold, did the spiritual crops grow at the same accelerated rate? After careful consideration, he decided to test this hypothesis. With a flick of his wrist, a silver hoe, as tall as a person, materialized in his hand, its surface shimmering with spiritual light, revealing it to be a magical tool. The soil of the spiritual field was no ordinary earth. It was exceedingly hard, impervious to common hoes, only manipulable by magical implements. Yu stepped into the spiritual field, raising the hoe above his head and bringing it down forcefully. A muffled thud reverberated as the silver hoe struck the ground, turning over a layer of purplish-red soil. Taking a deep breath, he lifted the hoe once more and struck down again. 2 hours later, he sat before the stone dwelling, gasping for breath, his face drenched in sweat. He surveyed the turned acre of spiritual field, a smile creeping onto his fatigued visage. After resting for a while, feeling his strength nearly restored, Yu retrieved a blue leather pouch from his storage. Opening it, he extracted a handful of small yellow grains, evenly scattering them across the field. Once the acre was covered with the seeds of spiritual rice, the pouch was rendered empty. Chanting incantations, Yu summoned a torrent of azure light that surged around him. After a moment, as his chanting ceased, he pointed a finger toward the sky above the spiritual field. The surrounding blue light seemed to respond to an unseen command, converging into a massive white cloud that enveloped the acre where the seeds had been sown. With a firm shout, Yu unleashed a magical decree upon the white cloud. After a tumultuous rolling of white clouds, droplets of rain poured down from the heavens, enveloping the entire acre of spiritual field. An astonishing scene unfolded as, with the continuous rainfall, verdant shoots of spiritual rice sprouted from the ground below, growing to over a foot in height before halting their ascent. Witnessing this spectacle, Yu nodded in approval. With a flick of his wrist, the rain ceased, and the white clouds dissipated into nothingness. Unlike the spiritual fields in the sect, which required rent and protection against theft, this place was different. No rent was required, and no need for guarding against thieves. Gazing at the lush green seedlings of spiritual rice, a swell of pride surged within Yu. The spiritual field was a reliable source. One reaps what one sows, provided the rain was timely. An acre of spiritual rice could yield over 100 pounds of spiritual grain. The mere thought of mountains of harvested grains brought a smile to Yu's face. If only he could venture outside to purchase other seeds for cultivation at the Deacon Hall. As he contemplated the 2 vacant acres of spiritual field, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, and suddenly, he found himself in the stone chamber. Joy illuminated his face as he beheld the familiar surroundings. Could it be that he could freely enter the internal space of the blue orb? After calming his racing heart, Yu muttered to himself. After a moment's hesitation, he infused the blue orb with his spiritual energy. With a flash of azure light, Yu was transported into the enigmatic space. A flicker of realization crossed his mind, and he once again returned to the stone chamber. Elated, Yu reveled in the knowledge that his previous actions had been correct. After recognizing the orb with his blood, he could now freely traverse its internal realm. Noticing the sky had darkened, he realized that the Deacon Hall had already closed for the day, and he would have to wait until tomorrow. Sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, he silently recited the second layer of the Taishu technique, absorbing spiritual energy. As he was merely at the second layer of chi refinement, he had no reason to slacken his efforts. Natural talent may be lacking, but diligence can make up for it, was Yu's guiding principle. The next morning, Yu awoke with a start, his eyes snapping open with renewed vigor. Suddenly, The melodious chimes of bells resonated from afar. The clear and pleasant sound echoed throughout the Taishu sect. Upon hearing the bell toll, Shiryu's face brightened, and he hurriedly exited the courtyard, soaring into the sky on his spiritual vessel. Simultaneously, numerous figures emerged from various courtyards on Qingyuan Peak, swiftly ascending into the air, seemingly heading in the same direction as Shiryu. After a brief moment, having traversed over a dozen peaks of varying heights and a vast lake, a magnificent palace, towering above the clouds, came into view. Though described as being atop the clouds, the palace was actually constructed upon a lofty mountain peak, with much of the mountain concealed by mist. The palace, soaring over 10 zhang high, was built entirely of azure stones, and a plaque at the entrance bore the 3 golden characters, Luandao Hall. Shiryu descended before the palace and entered with purposeful strides, as others followed suit, landing before the majestic structure and making their way inside. The grand hall was exceedingly spacious, spanning several acres. Hundreds of azure cushions were strewn across the floor, upon which over 100 Qi refinement practitioners sat cross-legged, their ardent gazes fixed upon a man clad in white. This white-clad figure appeared to be around 30 years of age, with a fair complexion and an aura of scholarly refinement, dressed in a flowing white robe. Master Yengu, tasked with imparting knowledge to the Qi refinement disciples, shared insights on cultivation and various aspects of immortal practices once a month. Shiryuan selected a seat towards the front and settled in. One by one, individuals entered the hall until every cushion was occupied, leaving no room unfilled. Some latecomers had no choice but to stand. The entire lecture hall was graced by 500 to 600 Qi refinement disciples. Yengu produced a blue circular disc, intricately engraved with numerous spiritual patterns. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the disc into the air, causing it to expand several times its original size, resembling a wheel. A flick of his finger sent a beam of azure light into the disc, illuminating the intricate patterns, which then began to rotate slowly. Yengu addressed the assembly. Esteemed disciples, please maintain silence. We shall commence the lesson now. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly through the amplification disc, ensuring every ear could discern his words. You have all been on your journey for some time now, and I am aware of the hardships you have encountered. I urge you to practice diligently and not to grow lax. Today, I shall discuss the wealth aspect of the 4 essentials of cultivation. Pay close attention. Upon hearing this, the audience held their breath, their eyes glued to Master Yengu, fearful of missing a single word. It is widely recognized that the 4 essentials, earth, law, companionship, and wealth are indispensable for an immortal's pursuit of truth. A cultivator's ability to ascend to greater realms relies not only on innate talent, but also significantly on their wealth. This, I trust, is well understood by all of you. There are myriad avenues to acquire spirit stones, yet the 4 most esteemed professions, talisman smiths, alchemists, artificers, and array masters, are particularly lucrative. Alchemists and talisman smiths incur substantial expenses, while artificers and array masters require a degree of innate aptitude. I would not recommend any of you pursue these crafts as a livelihood. I have witnessed many squander their fortunes on talismanship and alchemy, with most ultimately facing ruin. However, should you believe yourselves to be among the fortunate few, feel free to explore. Our sect is renowned throughout the Great Tang for its alchemical practices, with countless elixirs sold at various markets each year, necessitating a vast supply of spiritual herbs. I advise you all to cultivate these herbs. With diligent care, there will be rewards. Initially, you might consider planting commonly sought-after herbs that are easier to nurture. As you gain experience, you may then attempt to cultivate rare varieties. The growth conditions and effects of each herb are meticulously documented in our sect's library, which you are encouraged to consult. Furthermore, the lesson continued for 2 hours, with every disciple listening intently, none daring to leave. That will be all for today. You may disperse now. With that, Yengu performed a hand gesture, causing the blue disc to cease its rotation and vanish into his sleeve. He exited the lecture hall, departing on his flying apparatus. Observing the scene, others swiftly departed on their flying devices, while Shiryu remained motionless, a contemplative expression gracing his face. After listening to the teachings of his esteemed master, he felt as though a vast gateway was opening before him. The mysterious realm contained 3 acres of spiritual farmland, where time flowed at 10 times the speed of the outside world. It seemed a lamentable waste to utilize such an extraordinary ability solely for the cultivation of spiritual rice. What other possibilities lay beyond the cultivation of spiritual grains? As a brief moment passed, a spark of inspiration ignited in Shiryu's eyes, prompting him to rise and exit the hall of debate. his flying device gliding toward the Hall of Stewards. Before long, he arrived at his destination. This time, he ascended directly to the third floor without pausing on the first. The spacious hall on the third floor was bright and airy, with the ceiling soaring 4 to 5 zhang high, capable of accommodating hundreds without feeling cramped. Surrounding the hall were counters crafted from precious red parasol wood, behind which stood towering shelves of the same material. Some shelves displayed an array of magical artifacts, while others held delicate porcelain vials, and still others contained ores or talismans. At this moment, over 20 disciples of the Tai Su sect occupied the hall, their cultivation levels ranging from foundational to the 5th or 6th layer of qi refinement. Most were engaged in conversations with the steward disciples behind the counters, occasionally retrieving magical artifacts or porcelain vials from the shelves. Shiryu's gaze swiftly scanned the hall before he approached one of the counters. On the shelves behind this counter sat numerous porcelain jars of varying sizes, each adorned with a small paper tag. 2 disciples in the qi refinement stage were conversing with the steward disciple, who had placed 2 porcelain jars on the counter. The 2 qi refinement disciples produced their identity tokens, brushing them against the silver disc held by the steward, before departing with the jars in hand. "Junior brother, what do you seek? Would you like me to assist you?" The steward disciple inquired with a warm smile as Shiryu approached. "I wish to acquire some spiritual herb seeds, preferably those with a short growth cycle and a comparatively high purchase price," Shiryu pondered before responding. "Indeed. There are 3 types of spiritual herbs that meet your criteria: the luminous sungrass, the frosty shadow flower, and the misty smoke herb. The luminous sungrass matures in 10 years and requires abundant sunlight for growth. The frosty shadow flower takes 7 years to mature and thrives in areas rich in spiritual energy, but must not see a single ray of sunlight, lest it wither. The misty smoke herb matures in 5 years and is not demanding regarding its growing conditions, needing only regular watering. Which of these would you prefer?" The steward disciple inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shiryu contemplated for a moment before asking, "How much do the seeds of the luminous sun grass and misty smoke herb cost?" The mysterious realm, devoid of sunset, basked in ample sunlight, making it ideal for cultivating both the luminous sun grass and the misty smoke herb. The seeds of the luminous sun grass are 10 contribution points per pound, while the misty smoke herb seeds are 5 contribution points per pound. "How many would you like?" "Well, I shall take 1 pound of the luminous sun grass seeds and 2 pounds of the misty smoke herb seeds," Shiryu decided after some thought. The steward disciple nodded in acknowledgement and turned toward the shelves behind him, opening 2 porcelain jars and filling them with seeds using 2 leather bags. The red seeds belong to the blazing sun grass, while the blue ones are from the misty smoke grass. In total, there are 20 contribution points. The disciple placed 2 leather bags before Shiryu, and after a series of gestures on the silver disc in his hand, he presented it to Shiryu. Shiryu retrieved his identity token and placed it on the silver disc. A flash of silver light occurred, and he reclaimed his identity token, accepting the 2 leather bags before turning to leave. Upon returning to his dwelling, Shiryu eagerly extracted the blue orb. After infusing it with spiritual energy, he entered the mysterious space. Compared to the previous day, the seedlings of the spiritual rice in the spiritual field had grown considerably taller, their leaves becoming broad and robust. As Shiryu had anticipated, the passage of time in this realm was 10 times faster than in the outside world. With uncontainable excitement, he circled around the acre of spiritual rice, ensuring that the seedlings were in perfect condition, before approaching the 2 acres of vacant spiritual fields. Low-tier spiritual rice does not demand much spiritual energy. It matures after a certain period of growth. However, spiritual herbs differ significantly. They require ample spiritual energy to thrive. Without it, they will not even sprout. 100-year spiritual herb refers to one that has matured over a century in an optimal environment. For instance, if a spiritual herb absorbs 1,000 units of spiritual energy within 100 years, it can achieve the same in a much shorter time in an environment abundant in spiritual energy. The celestial energy here is far more plentiful than in the outside world, allowing for a significant reduction in the maturation time of spiritual herbs. Shiryu took out a silver hoe, lifting it high before bringing it down with force. This hoe is a mid-grade magical tool, its sole purpose being to till the spiritual fields, dispersing the concentrated spiritual energy within the soil and ensuring an even distribution for the absorption by spiritual grasses and herbs. For most cultivators, a hoe of this kind may seem superfluous, but for a spiritual planter, a quality hoe is of paramount importance and utterly indispensable. The adage among spiritual planters is, "To reap a good harvest, one must wield a fine hoe." With both hands firmly gripping the silver hoe, Shiryu shattered large clumps of soil, turning up the earth beneath. After half a day, he had tilled the 2 acres of spiritual field, rendering the soil loose and significantly beneficial for the growth of spiritual herbs. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he stored away the silver hoe and retrieved the 2 leather bags. From one, he carefully extracted a red seed, gently burying it in the ground. The blazing sun grass requires abundant sunlight, necessitating greater spacing between its seeds to ensure each plant receives sufficient light. In contrast, the misty smoke grass does not require as much sun. Regular watering suffices, allowing for closer spacing between its seeds. Shiryu planted a seed of blazing sun grass approximately every foot, ensuring a distance of over a foot between each. After planting the final seed of blazing sun grass, he began to chant incantations, and a myriad of blue lights materialized around him. Moments later, as his incantation ceased, Shiryu pointed towards the sky above the spiritual field. The surrounding azure light surged fervently towards the ethereal field, converging into a vast white cloud that enveloped the plot where the blazing sun grass was cultivated. With a low command from Shiryu, raindrops the size of beans cascaded from the cloud, drenching the sacred land. Golden blades of grass emerged from the soil, steadily growing until they reached about a foot in height before halting. The blazing sun grass required minimal rainfall. After a quarter of an hour, with a sweep of his hand, Shiryu dissipated the cloud, which vanished into thin air. Subsequently, he buried several seeds of the condensing smoke grass into the remaining acre of the ethereal field, ensuring that the spacing between each seed was less than half a foot. And the rainfall was considerably more abundant than that for the blazing sun grass. Having completed these tasks, Shiryu exited the mystical realm. After laboring for the better part of the day, he felt immensely fatigued, yet he did not rest. Instead, he sat cross-legged upon the stone bed, silently reciting the second layer of the Taishuju cultivation mantra, absorbing spiritual energy. For cultivators, meditative practice serves as a form of rest. Though it is not as comfortable as lying in bed, nonetheless, Shiryu did not seek comfort and persevered in his cultivation despite his weariness. He had conducted experiments and discovered that time within the mystical space flowed tenfold faster than in the outside world. Thus, if he cultivated for 10 days inside, it would equate to a mere day outside, resulting in a 10-day reduction of his lifespan. Hence, cultivating within that space was not advantageous unless one possessed ample resources or was at a critical juncture for a breakthrough in their realm. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the courtyard, Shiryu emerged from his dwelling, a faint smile adorning his face. Today marked the harvest of the ethereal rice, a day of utmost joy for Shiryu throughout the year. From nearly an acre of the ethereal field, he anticipated a yield of approximately 80 to 90 pounds of spiritual rice. Approaching a stalk of ethereal rice, he retrieved a pair of golden scissors and carefully snipped off a grain the size of an infant's fist, gently placing it on the ground before proceeding to the next. After a little more than an hour, all the ethereal rice had been harvested, the grains forming a compact, golden hillock. Shiryu gazed at the towering mound of rice, a faint smile gracing his weary face. From his robe, he produced a storage pouch and tossed it into the air, channeling a spell that opened its mouth wide. A radiant light burst forth, enveloping all the rice, which shrank rapidly at a visible pace, eventually vanishing into the pouch once reduced to a manageable size. Summoning the floating storage pouch back to his hand with a gesture, he whispered incantations, causing a small red glow to manifest before him, swiftly coalescing into a crimson fireball. Directing it towards the ethereal rice, he sent the fireball soaring. With a resounding pop, the fireball ignited upon contact with the rice, flames erupting with increasing ferocity. Their intense heat prompting Shiryu to retreat into the stone house for safety. Before long, the flames subsided, leaving behind a heap of ashes in the field. Emerging from the stone dwelling, he invoked a rain spell, and raindrops of bean size began to fall continuously upon the sacred land. 15 minutes later, Shiryu withdrew his rain summoning spell. Upon exiting the courtyard, he released his magical apparatus and soared towards the Valley of the Void. The Void Market, established by the Void sect, is situated in a valley 300 miles northeast of the sect, underscoring its importance. With a foundation of a core formation cultivator stationed there long-term, the Void Market enjoys considerable renown, flourishing far beyond those of other sections. The location of the Void sect, Yuezhou, is adjacent to the Northern Yin Kingdom, fostering a cordial relationship between the cultivation realms of the Great Tang and Northern Yin. Occasionally, cultivators from Northern Yin visit the Void Market to trade, bringing unique items not found in the Great Tang, which captivates many and draws even more cultivators to the bustling market. After a brief interlude, Shi Yuan descended into his small grove outside the void market. He donned a simple outfit, appearing as an ordinary cultivator, before making his way towards the market. According to the customs of the cultivation world, flying is prohibited within 5 miles of the market. As he walked, he observed numerous hurried cultivators, some adorned in peculiar attire, likely from northern Yin. In a quarter of an hour, Shi Yuan arrived at the entrance of the valley, where the sounds of bustling activity echoed from within. At the mouth of the valley stood a white stone tablet inscribed with the bold crimson characters, Void Market, with a glint of determination in his eyes. He stepped into the valley. The market consisted of a single street running north to south, flanked by neatly arranged buildings of varying heights. From towering lofts several stories high to modest stone houses, the street teemed with life as cultivators flowed in and out of the shops, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Familiar with the market from previous visits, Shi Yuan navigated through the throngs until he arrived at a 2-story pavilion bearing the sign of the Spirit Grain Pavilion. As the name suggests, this establishment specialized in the trade of spiritual grains. Behind a long counter, multiple leather bags filled with grains lined the shelves, filling the air with a delicate fragrance. Behind the counter, 3 attendants clad in matching blue robes were engaged in discussions with several patrons about the benefits of the spiritual grains. "Esteemed friend, how may I assist you?" One of the blue-clad attendants greeted with a warm smile as Shi Yuan approached the counter. "Do you purchase spiritual grains?" Shi Yuan inquired straightforwardly. "Indeed, please follow me." The attendant nodded, leading Shi Yuan into a private room. "Now that we are without outsiders, you may present the spiritual grains you wish to sell, and I will appraise them based on their quality," the attendant explained. Nodding in agreement, Shi Yuan retrieved a grain of rice from his storage pouch and handed it to the attendant. The attendant skillfully rubbed the grain, causing the shell to shatter like paper, revealing the pristine white kernel, which exuded a subtle fragrance. He then produced a golden dagger, slicing a small piece of the spiritual rice to taste. "Low-grade spiritual grain. 1 spirit stone per pound. What do you think, esteemed friend?" the attendant inquired, his eyes narrowing with a smile. "No problem. Please weigh these spiritual rice and tell me their total weight and value in spirit stones." Shi nodded and tossed the storage bag containing the spiritual rice to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper flipped his hand to produce a palm-sized silver disc, inscribed with various numbers. After infusing it with spiritual power, the silver disc expanded to a size of 5 or 6 zhong. The shopkeeper tossed the storage bag into the air, casting a spell on it, and the bag opened, releasing a radiant light that fell upon the silver disc. Once the light subsided, a substantial amount of fist-sized rice grains appeared on the silver disc. In total, it weighed 87 jin, equivalent to 87 spirit stones. The shopkeeper announced after examining the lower right corner of the silver disc. Shi stepped forward and saw the 3 bold black characters 87 displayed in the corner of the silver disc. The transaction was finalized, and Shi nodded, pleased that the weight met his expectations. After confirming the quantity was correct, he took the storage bag from the shopkeeper and exited the establishment. Upon leaving Linguzhai, a faint smile graced Shi's face. The fruits of his labor had been realized, and the moment he received the spirit stones, the toil of a year seemed to vanish. With an unexpected addition of 87 spirit stones, Shi felt as though every passerby on the street bore the countenance of a thief. With spirit stones in hand, he naturally intended to purchase medicinal pills for cultivation. Shi walked along the street, and soon arrived at an elegantly adorned pavilion, where a large golden plaque hung above the entrance, inscribed with the flowing characters by Dan Gu. Inside the hall, 2 or 3 dozen cultivators mingled, gathered around several counters, engaged in conversation with shopkeepers dressed in red attire. Shi scanned the area and approached the counter with the fewest customers. "A vial of qi refining powder costs 20 spirit stones. That is rather steep. Could you perhaps lower the price a bit if I buy 2 vials?" A middle-aged man bargained at the counter. "You get what you pay for. This qi refining powder is crafted by our Tai Su sex alchemists, and its quality far surpasses that of the wares sold by small stalls. Fellow cultivator, given that you are at the peak of the 7th layer of qi refinement, consuming this powder may very well aid you in ascending to the 8th layer." The shopkeeper replied in a tempting tone. "Very well. I shall take 2 vials," the middle-aged man conceded after some thought. After settling the payment in spirit stones, he pocketed the 2 vials of qi refining powder and departed, allowing Shi to seize the opportunity to approach the counter. "Esteemed cultivator, what can I assist you with?" the shopkeeper inquired with a beaming smile. "Please hand me 2 vials of qi refining powder," Shi stated directly. The shopkeeper nodded and retrieved 2 porcelain vials from the shelf behind him, presenting them to Shi. Shi Yuan corked one vial and inhaled its scent, nodding in satisfaction before paying in spirit stones and turning to leave with the 2 vials. After traveling 5 li from the market, Shi Yu flew towards his sect on his spiritual vessel. Upon returning to his dwelling, he sat cross-legged on the stone bed, took out a white porcelain vial, and poured a blue medicinal pill into his mouth. As the pill dissolved upon entry, it transformed into a pure stream of spiritual energy that coursed through Shi Yu's meridians. He hurriedly activated the Taishu Ju, refining the pure spiritual energy, and slowly closed his eyes. The following morning, upon awakening, Shi Yuan immediately sensed a transformation within himself. His spiritual awareness had become significantly sharper, particularly in his sensitivity to the spiritual energies of the world, which was most apparent. Shi Yuan's face brightened with joy, for he understood that this signified his ascension to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. It is worth noting that he had lingered at the 2nd layer for over 2 years, long overdue for a breakthrough to the 3rd layer, but had been unable to procure the necessary spirit stones for refining elixirs until now. How wonderful it is to possess spirit stones! Calming his excitement, Shi Yuan entered the mysterious space. Compared to yesterday, the plants in the 3 acres of spiritual farmland had grown considerably taller. Shi Yuan circled around the farmland, meticulously inspecting each plant. And after confirming there were no anomalies, he nodded in satisfaction. With both hands forming a seal, a series of azure lights materialized above his head, coalescing into a massive white cloud several dozen feet in size. Go, he commanded, pointing forward, and the white cloud swiftly soared above the spiritual rice. Instantly, raindrops the size of beans began to pour down onto the spiritual rice field. A little more than a quarter of an hour later, as the rain ceased, the white cloud drifted to the left, hovering above the blazing sun grass. With a single hand gesture, Shi Yuan summoned a gentle drizzle from the cloud, which gracefully fell upon the blazing sun grass. After another quarter of an hour, the rain halted, and the white cloud ascended to hover over this, where it released another cascade of bean-sized raindrops. After a quarter of an hour, Shi Yuan retracted his hand gesture, causing the white cloud to dissipate. Having progressed to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, Shi Yuan found it much easier to summon rain for his 3 acres of spiritual farmland. However, the varying water requirements of the spiritual rice, blazing sun grass, and necessitated that he rain upon each one individually. Nevertheless, the prospect of earning spirit stones alleviated any sense of inconvenience. Once the spiritual rice was harvested, the farmland lay fallow, and Shi Yuan needed to procure a new batch of spiritual rice seeds to plant promptly. Additionally, he was due to visit the Deacon Hall to collect his routine tasks. Otherwise, he would earn not a single spirit stone this month. Contemplating this, Shi Yuan exited and flew towards the Deacon Hall on his flying device. Before long, he arrived at the Deacon Hall. As he approached, he was met with a cacophony akin to a bustling marketplace. The hall was packed with people, numbering around 300 to 400, all disciples in the qi refinement stage. The beginning of each month, when routine tasks were assigned, marked the busiest day at the Deacon Hall, a prime opportunity for Deacon disciples to profit. If one possessed ample spirit stones to bribe the Deacon disciples, they would naturally assign more lucrative tasks to you. Conversely, if you lacked spirit stones to offer, you would be left with the most arduous and menial tasks. Truth be told, Shi Yuan had contemplated bribing Deacon Wang. However, Deacon Wang's exorbitant demands, starting at dozens of spirit stones, were unacceptable to him. To facilitate management, each Deacon disciple oversees a specific number of lower-tier disciples, responsible for assigning them routine tasks. Unfortunately, Shi Yuan finds himself under the supervision of Deacon Wang. Unless he cultivates to the 10th level of qi refinement, he must report to Deacon Wang each month to receive his assigned tasks. Although Shi Yuan has progressed to the 3rd level of qi refinement, his cultivation remains the lowest among the disciples within the Deacon Hall. He patiently stands to the side, waiting for the senior brothers ahead of him to finish their business with Deacon Wang before he steps forward briskly, forcing a smile as he says, "Deacon Wang, I have come to collect my routine task. Harvest 5 10-year-old blood ginseng and 10 spirit stones." Deacon Wang replies coldly, casting a fleeting glance at Shi Yuan. "Deacon Wang, I have been collecting spiritual herbs for over a year now. Is it possible to exchange for a different task?" Shi Yuan responds with a wry smile. Over the years, the spiritual herbs on the outskirts of the Taisu mountain range have been completely harvested. Not only are 10-year-old herbs rare, but even 5-year-old ones are seldom found. While many high-age herbs grow deep within the mountains, Shi Yuan is reluctant to venture there again after his previous encounter. No matter how many spirit stones one possesses, life is paramount. "Of course you can," that will test your ability to navigate social relationships. Deacon Wang replies with a smile, a glint of cunning in his eyes. How much? Xu Wan inquires, pondering for a moment before gritting his teeth and responding. 100 spirit stones for cleaning and organizing the classics in the scripture pavilion. You will earn 10 spirit stones each month. This is a long-term task. As long as you do not make mistakes, you can remain there for a lifetime. What do you think? Deacon Wang states with a grin. 100 spirit stones? Forget it, Xu Wan replies, his lips twitching as he shakes his head in refusal. Not only does he lack 100 spirit stones, but even if he had them, he would be reluctant to spend them on a job. What if he pays the spirit stones and then the elder in the scripture pavilion finds an excuse to dismiss him? He would have nowhere to lament his misfortune. Humph. Since you are unwilling, why are you still lingering here? Hurry up and find the blood ginseng. Deacon Wang's smile vanishes, replaced by a cold tone. Seeing this, Xu Wan dares not express his anger and turns to leave the hall. At that moment, the silver jade plate in Deacon Wang's hand emits a buzzing sound, radiating a brilliant white light. After the glow fades, a line of small characters appears on it. Another new task, Deacon Wang exclaims with delight. However, his expression shifts drastically when he reads the small text, and he hurriedly calls out to Xu Wan, come back. The previous task has been cancelled. I will assign you a new one. Xu Wan frowns at the news, hesitating briefly before returning to Deacon Wang's side. Speak. What spiritual herb am I to harvest? Xu Wan responds coolly, anticipating that Deacon Wang will assign him a task of greater difficulty with less reward. This time, it is not about harvesting spiritual herbs, but rather a planting task. You will care for 3 acres of 50-year-old moonlit flowers, watering them every 2 days. For a monthly reward of 2 spirit stones, over a duration of 6 months, Deacon Wang states earnestly. What? Only 2 spirit stones a month? Xu Wan exclaims in disbelief, his face reflecting utter incredulity. In the realm of the 3 acres of spiritual herbs, one is to be watered every 2 days, receiving but 2 pieces of spiritual stones in a month. The individual who decreed this task is nothing short of a miser. And sure, you found himself questioning if he had misheard. Why are you shouting so loudly? A mere 2 spiritual stones for an entire month? This is a task issued by Master Zhou Hong, scolded Steward Wang, casting a stern glance at Shiryu. Ah, Master Zhou Hong? Upon hearing this, Shiryu's lips involuntarily twitched. The Taisu sect comprises 6 inner peaks and 18 outer peaks, with the inner peaks serving as the residence for Foundation establishment disciples, while the outer peaks are home to those in the Qi refinement stage. Senior cultivators of the sect reside elsewhere, in areas rich in spiritual energy. Among the Foundation establishment disciples of the inner 6 peaks, 2 are particularly renowned, Master Yingo, who instructs the Qi refinement disciples, and Master Zhou Hong. The latter is infamous for his obsession with cultivation, having planted a plethora of spiritual herbs across several acres. However, his notoriety stems not from his cultivation prowess, but from his stinginess. The tasks issued by Master Zhou Hong offer meager rewards, and failure may result in harsh reprimands, leading many Qi refinement disciples to shun his assignments. Consequently, he is colloquially referred to as Zhou 3 Stones. Enough of this nonsense. Go immediately to Suayan Peak and report to Master Zhou Hong. The largest courtyard there belongs to him. Steward Wang shot Shiryu a disapproving glare, issuing the command in an unassailable tone. Afterward, he produced a palm-sized jade token of a verdant hue and tossed it to Shiryu. To be frank, Shiryu was reluctant to accept this task, yet he lacked the 100 spiritual stones necessary to bribe Steward Wang. Thus, he had no choice but to comply. Exiting the steward's hall, he took to the skies on his flying instrument towards Ziyun Peak. Before long, he arrived at the foot of a towering mountain. Suayan Peak ascended to heights of 300 or 400 zhang, and from the mountainside, one could observe layers of white mist spiraling upward, revealing a landscape lush with greenery. The mountain was adorned with pavilions of various sizes and caves of diverse designs. Among them, one cave stood out prominently, occupying over 10 acres and enveloped in a veil of white light, obscuring the interior from view. Shiryu descended before the cave entrance, retrieved the jade token bestowed by Steward Wang, and infused it with his spiritual energy. Instantly, a beam of green light shot forth from the token, merging into the white luminescence. Come in. A raspy voice soon resonated from within. As the words echoed, the white light dissipated, and the courtyard door swung open. Not daring to delay, Shiryu hastened inside. Upon entering the courtyard, Shiryu gasped in astonishment. The entire area was teeming with an array of spiritual herbs, a riot of colors flourishing around him. and the air was thick with the fragrant aroma of medicinal plants, invigorating his senses. The courtyard lacked any buildings, with several cobblestone paths intersecting in a grid pattern, dividing the 10 acres of spiritual fields into 9 verdant sections, each brimming with numerous spiritual herbs that you had never encountered before. A gaunt middle-aged man stood before the stone platform, meticulously administering rain to a cluster of white flowers, each measuring roughly a foot in height. The disciple, Shuriwe, had encountered Master Zhou before. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Shuriwe hastily approached, paying his respects. "Are you the disciple sent by the steward's hall? Your cultivation seems rather lacking." The middle-aged man scrutinized Shuriwe, his brow furrowing in displeasure. Upon hearing this, Shuriwe could only manage a wry smile within his heart, with a remuneration of merely 2 spirit stones a month. It was no wonder that more capable disciples were disinclined to take on such a task. Of course, he dared only to entertain such thoughts internally, refraining from voicing them aloud. "Never mind, I have matters to attend to outside. It is merely a matter of administering rain." The middle-aged man seemed to recollect something, shaking his head and muttering to himself. "You are Shi's nephew, correct? You should understand what is required of you. It is quite simple. Every 2 days, you are to rain upon these shueyue flowers for no less than a quarter of an hour. You need not concern yourself with any other herbs," he said, gesturing toward the vast expanse of white blossoms. "I understand, and I assure you I will come every 2 days to administer the rain," Shuriwe replied with a nod. "Every 2 days? That will not do. What if you encounter unforeseen circumstances or forget? You should reside here. The spiritual energy here far surpasses that of your current abode." The middle-aged man insisted, shaking his head with an authoritative tone. "Reside here? But where would my quarters be? Am I to rest upon the ground?" Shuriwe replied, momentarily taken aback and feeling somewhat troubled. "Look to your left," the middle-aged man stated nonchalantly. At his words, Shuriwe turned to the left and beheld a sizable entrance, with a stone staircase leading downwards into a well-lit underground chamber. This, Shuriwe's lips twitched slightly at the sight. Master Zhou Hong was indeed a fervent cultivator. To save space, he had constructed his dwelling underground. "Follow me," Zhou Hong uttered before descending the stone staircase. Without hesitation, Shuriwe hurriedly followed. They entered a stone chamber approximately 50 to 60 feet in size, adorned with several moonstone gems that illuminated the entire space. The layout was quite simple. A few emerald green cushions were scattered on the floor, and to the left stood a tall wooden frame bearing various jade slips and books. What left Shuriwe speechless was the sight of dozens of foot-tall black grasses growing on the right side of the chamber, all encased within a transparent barrier. "This will be your resting place. Remain here and administer rain to the shueyue flowers every 2 days. Remember, the duration must exceed a quarter of an hour. You are not to touch any other herbs. Should I discover even a single herb withered or missing, I will not show you leniency. Do you understand?" Zhou Hong spoke coldly. "What if it withers on its own?" Shuriwe murmured softly to himself. Though his voice was barely above a whisper, Zhou Hong heard him clearly. "You need not worry. Aside from the shueyue flowers, I have placed restrictions on all other herbs. When I return, if the restrictions are intact and any herbs have withered, I shall not hold you accountable. However, should the opposite occur, I shall impose severe penalties." Zhou Hong nodded and explained. "Yes, the disciple understands," Shuriwe responded. And then he recalled something, pointing to the wooden rack. "Master Zhou, may I take a look at those ancient texts? Feel free, but be cautious while handling them. Do not damage the paper. Well then, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. I just watered the moonflower. You should wait a couple of days before doing so again. Remember, the watering must last for at least 15 minutes. After Zhou Hong reiterated his instructions, he turned and departed. Once Zhou had been seen off, Shuriwe closed the courtyard gate and began to stroll along the bluestone path. Shi Yuan meticulously counted the spiritual herbs in the entire courtyard, noting that the variety alone exceeded 100 types, with the total number reaching several thousand. Most of these herbs were around 70 to 80 years old, with only a little over 100 exceeding a century in age. According to Shi Yuan's estimation, if all the spiritual herbs in this Tenmu field were to be sold, they would be worth at least tens of thousands of spiritual stones. How wonderful it would be if all these herbs were mine. Shi Yuan gazed at the vast expanse of spiritual herbs before him, murmuring to himself, his face reflecting envy. He shook his head and made his way to the basement. Upon returning to the basement, Shi Yuan approached the wooden shelves, which were laden with numerous texts, including jade slips, paper books, and bamboo scrolls. Titles such as Cultivation Methods of Purple Cloudgrass, Manual of Spiritual Plants, Essential Knowledge for Spiritual Plant Cultivators, and guidelines for increasing spiritual plant yields lined the shelves. The guidelines for cultivating red cloud flowers described the flower's resemblance to a cloud, its deep red hue, and its harvest cycle of 20 years. The finest material for crafting talisman paper comes from red cloud flowers over 10 years old, which must be planted in an environment rich in fire spiritual energy. The spacing between two red cloud flowers must exceed 1 foot, with watering once a month, and more frequently as they near maturity. Excessive water can lead to wilting. The cultivation methods of condensed smoke grass detailed this entirely white herb, which matures every 5 years and has modest environmental requirements, serving as an auxiliary material for various elixirs. The spacing must be greater than 1 inch, with watering every 3 months at an appropriate volume. The guidelines for spiritual plant growth stipulated that seeds must be buried at the right depth, not too deep, nor too shallow, with strict adherence to spacing requirements based on the type of spiritual herb. Timely rain application and appropriate fertilization and pest control were crucial, as was careful pollination during the flowering and fruiting of the spiritual fruit trees. Caution was advised when harvesting herbs and fruits to avoid damage. Shi Yuan meticulously perused the texts on the shelves, which provided exceptionally detailed introductions to various spiritual plants, outlining their growth environments, effects, and cultivation techniques. Since attending Master Yang's lecture, Shi Yuan had developed a general plan for his future, leveraging the extraordinary abilities of the mysterious space to cultivate spiritual herbs and sell spiritual stones. After examining the text on the shelves, Shi Yuan's thoughts became more vibrant. The value of a spiritual herb is generally fixed, however, once processed into other products, its price could double or even multiply several times. For instance, 10-year-old red cloud flowers are priced at 20 spiritual stones per pound, but when made into blank talisman paper, a dozen sheets can sell for 1 spiritual stone. 20-year-old Qingxi fruits are valued at 30 spiritual stones per pound, while Qingxi wine, brewed from them, can fetch 50 spiritual stones per pound. 30-year-old Hualua wood is sold at 10 spiritual stones per pound, but when refined into spiritual charcoal, it can be sold for 30 spiritual stones per pound. In this mysterious space, time flows 10 times faster than in the outside world, meaning that spiritual rice, which matures annually, would be ready in just over a month when planted in this enigmatic realm. Selling a large quantity of spiritual rice and medicinal herbs all at once may easily arouse suspicion and, moreover, expose the secret of the blue orb. After much contemplation, Shi Yuan resolved to learn the art of alchemy. Should he become an alchemist, he could refine the spiritual herbs and rice he cultivated into pills for sale, thus not only reaping substantial profits but also concealing the secret of the blue orb. However, at present, the spiritual rice and herbs in the mysterious realm had yet to mature, so there was no urgency to study alchemy. He could first focus on cultivation to prepare for future endeavors. During the day, Shi Yuan diligently examined books on cultivation in the basement, while at night he engaged in meditation and practice. Every 2 days, he would nourish the moonlight flower with rain for no less than 15 minutes each time. Additionally, he would daily enter the mysterious realm to inspect the condition of the spiritual rice and herbs, ever vigilant against their potential ailments. Under Shi Yuan's meticulous care, the spiritual rice and herbs thrived rapidly within the mysterious realm, changing visibly day by day. He patiently awaited their maturation. In the meantime, he made a trip to the Deacon Hall to purchase some spiritual rice seeds, which he planted in his own yard, regularly providing them with rain. Time flowed like water in the realm of cultivation, and before he knew it, a month had passed. Compared to a month prior, Shi Yuan's magical energy had significantly thickened. But what brought him the most joy was the maturation of the spiritual rice in the mysterious realm. Perhaps due to the superior environment of the mysterious realm, the spiritual rice grown there was plump and vibrantly colored. Shi Yuan took out his scissors and carefully harvested each ear of rice, storing them in his storage bag. Over an hour later, after cutting the last ear of rice, a smile graced his face. He checked the growth of the flame sungrass and the condensed smoke grass, provided them with rain, and then exited the realm. Leaving his yard, Shi Yuan soared on his flying device towards the scripture pavilion. A quarter of an hour later, he landed before a towering structure that reached 30 zhang in height. Cultivators frequently entered and exited the grand tower, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon entering, Shi Yuan was greeted by a spacious hall, roughly an acre in size. At the entrance stood a stone counter, behind which sat a gaunt old man in gray robes, tasked with duplicating the jade slips of texts. Behind the old man, a stone staircase led to the second floor, accessible only to Foundation establishment cultivators. In the center of the hall were 7 tall shelves, each marked with a sign identifying its contents: talismans, magical tools, elixirs, formations, cultivation, miscellaneous studies, and techniques, corresponding to the texts on the respective shelves. As soon as Shi Yuan entered, he made a beeline for the shelf marked with elixirs. The shelf held a plethora of texts, predominantly various recipes for elixirs, alongside insights from experienced alchemists. After a brief search of about half a quarter of an hour, Shi Yuan's eyes brightened as he discovered his target for this visit, the recipe for the fasting pill. Cultivators in the qi refinement stage were not yet able to fast. A single fasting pill would allow one to abstain from food for 3 days. With over 1,000 disciples in the qi refinement stage at the Taisu sect, there was a pressing need for a significant quantity of fasting pills. The fasting pill is a low-tier elixir, often the first concoction attempted by novice alchemists, and it was precisely the target Shi Yuan had set his sights upon. According to the Jade Slip, the pill of abstinence is concocted from 3 distinct ingredients: spirit rice, blood qi fruit, and purple apricot, each yielding a harvest once a year. Shi Yuan possesses over 100 pounds of spirit rice but lacks blood qi fruit and purple apricot. Master Qian, I wish to replicate this Jade Slip, Shi Yuan declared, placing the slip detailing the recipe for the pill of abstinence on the counter before the gray-clad elder behind it. As per our customary practice, it costs 10 spirit stones to copy a book, the gray-clad elder replied nonchalantly. Shi Yuan nodded, retrieving 10 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and placing them upon the counter. The elder accepted the spirit stones and handed Shi Yuan the replicated Jade Slip. Taking the slip, Shi Yuan stepped outside, soaring towards the Hall of Disciples. Upon reaching the 3rd level, Shi Yuan hurried to a counter and inquired, "How much for a year's supply of blood qi fruit and purple apricot?" Blood qi fruit is 3 spirit stones per pound, and purple apricot is 5 spirit stones per pound. How much do you seek, junior disciple? The attendant behind the counter asked with a smile. I would like 5 pounds of blood qi fruit and 3 pounds of purple apricot, Shi Yuan contemplated before responding. The attendant nodded, weighing out the desired amounts. After paying with spirit stones, Shi Yuan swiftly departed the Hall of Disciples, his vessel taking flight. After a brief interval, he arrived at the vicinity of a stark red mountain peak. The mountain, towering around 500 to 600 feet, is an active volcano, its crater belching thick smoke, molten lava, and flames, saturating the air with a pungent sulfuric scent, rich in fire attributes spirit energy. This mountain, known as Danxia Mountain, is the sole volcano within the Taisu sect, serving as a venue for disciples to refine pills and cultivate energy. As Shi Yuan had yet to establish his foundational cultivation, he relied on the volcanic fire for his alchemical endeavors. The interior of Danxia Mountain has been hollowed out and transformed into various alchemical and crafting chambers, where disciples in the qi refinement stage rent private rooms for their pursuits. Halfway up the mountain stands a grand black hall, towering over a dozen feet, frequented by visitors. Upon entering, one is greeted by an expansive hall, where several disciples in red robes guard a lengthy black counter, assisting those who seek to rent private chambers. I wish to rent an alchemical chamber. Shi Yuan approached the counter, addressing the attendant behind it. It costs 1 spirit stone per day. How long would you like to rent it? The attendant asked, glancing at Shi Yuan. 2 days, Shi Yuan replied after a moment's thought, producing 2 spirit stones and placing them on the counter. Zhao Feng, escort into alchemical room 45 for a duration of 2 days. The attendant instructed a fair-faced disciple in red, who then received a red square token. Follow me, the red-robed disciple stated, leading Shi Yuan down a corridor to the left of the hall. Shi Yuan hurried to keep pace, navigating through twists and turns until they arrived at a row of tightly sealed stone chambers, a faint herbal fragrance wafting through the air. He noticed several red-robed disciples standing guard outside the chambers, seemingly awaiting something. The man clad in red approached a stone chamber, inscribed with the grand characters 45, and placed a square token into a recess above the stone door. Upon infusing it with his mystical energy, the token radiated brilliance. In the next instant, with a resounding boom, the stone door swung open. The alchemy chamber, modest in size, measured approximately 5 to 6 shang. At its center stood an ancient, fragrant yellow alchemical furnace. The 3 walls of the chamber were each adorned with 2 vividly crafted golden-red dragon heads, their mouths slightly raised as if poised to exhale towards the furnace, creating a strikingly lifelike appearance. Before the yellow furnace lay a verdant cushion. The young disciple was informed that the geothermal fire required for alchemy would emanate from the 6 dragon heads. and the intensity and height of the flames could be adjusted as needed. The specific methods for manipulation were inscribed within the token. The man in red pointed to the 6 dragon heads and explained to Shiryu before handing over the square token. He then recalled something and added, "You have only provided 2 spirit stones, thus you may remain here for a duration of 2 days. Once the time elapses, I shall summon you out. Should you exceed this allotted time, additional fees will be required. Furthermore, once this stone door is closed, it will sever all contact with the outside world. Unless a core formation cultivator intervenes, no one can enter from outside. Therefore, rest assured, dear disciple, you may focus on your alchemy without fear of disturbance." Grateful for the guidance, Shiryu clasped his hands in thanks. The man in red nodded and, after offering a few more words of advice, withdrew. Shiryu infused the square token with his spiritual energy, releasing a beam of red light that penetrated the stone door. With a resounding thud, the stone door closed automatically. He settled onto the meditation cushion, placing the square token against his forehead, allowing his consciousness to delve into its contents. Before long, he withdrew his consciousness, forming a series of intricate hand seals. 6 consecutive seals struck the dragon's head, causing it to radiate a brilliant light. The dragon's mouth opened, unleashing 6 streams of crimson flames, each as thick as a finger, which converged at the base of the yellow alchemical furnace. Observing this, Shiryu altered the hand seal in his grasp, causing the flames emitted by the dragon's head to swell significantly, cascading torrents of fiery energy that enveloped the yellow furnace. Satisfied with the spectacle, he nodded and retracted the hand seal, causing the tumultuous flames to dissipate. Then, he retrieved the jade slip detailing the method for refining the pill of abstinence and placed it against his forehead. After the span of a tea break, Shiryu had memorized the steps for concocting the pill with remarkable proficiency and stored the jade slip away. The essence of alchemy lies in the decomposition and reassembly of various medicinal materials, a process that utilizes high temperatures to coalesce into a pill. While this process is widely known, few possess the true skill to successfully refine elixirs. The art of alchemy tests the alchemist's abilities in material composition, temperature regulation, and timing, among other aspects. Even the slightest deviation in any stage can result in failure of the entire process. Consequently, the pursuit of alchemy demands considerable expenditure of spiritual stones, making it an endeavor only affordable to affluent cultivators. In the mysterious realm, time flows at a rate tenfold that of the external world. With mere seeds, one can cultivate an abundance of spiritual herbs, which serves as the foundation for Shiryu's pursuit of alchemy. The initial step in concocting the pill of abstinence involves cleansing the spiritual rice, removing its husk, and grinding it into a fine powder. Following this, the blood-chi fruit and the purple-robed apricot must be washed and their flesh extracted. The second step entails combining the rice powder with the flesh of the blood-chi fruit and the purple-robed apricot, then placing them into the alchemical furnace to refine into a pill. This process consists of 2 steps. The first is straightforward, merely preparing the alchemical materials. The ability to successfully create the pill of abstinence hinges entirely upon the second step. Shiryu retrieved several spiritual grains, peeled away their husks, and, after cleansing them, diced them into small pieces before grinding them into powder. Next, he took a blood-chi fruit and a purple-robed apricot, washed them thoroughly, and extracted their flesh, adding it to the spiritual rice powder. He cast 6 incantations upon the dragon heads, which then expelled flames the width of a finger, gathering at the base of the yellow furnace and gradually heating up. After a brief period, the yellow furnace radiated incredible heat. Observing this, Shiryu executed a spell upon the furnace lid, causing it to rise and settle securely onto the ground. He then poured the rice powder and the flesh of the blood-chi fruit and purple-robed apricot into the furnace sequentially. With a single hand gesture, he directed a spell at the furnace, prompting the lid to soar back into place with precision. Within the furnace, the fruit flesh transformed into several pools of juice under the intense heat, mingling with the rice powder to form a pale yellow viscous substance. As time progressed, the moisture within the juice gradually evaporated, leaving behind the essence. A delicate fragrance wafted from the furnace. Noticing this, Shiryu altered his spell, causing the flames from the dragon heads to surge dramatically, engulfing the furnace in a torrent of fiery brilliance. 15 minutes elapsed, and the aroma intensified. At this moment, more than half of his magical energy had been consumed, yet he dared not relax, hoping to endure until the pill was completed. After another quarter hour, a resounding pop echoed as the yellow furnace, cloaked in a rolling inferno, emitted a plume of black smoke, accompanied by a faint, burnt odor. Recognizing this development, Shiryu furrowed his brow, retracting his spell, causing the flames surrounding the furnace to dissipate into thin air. He then cast a spell upon the lid, which ascended autonomously before landing steadily on the ground. Rising to his feet, he approached the furnace and peered inside, discovering a dark brown substance at the bottom, exuding a charred scent. With a sigh, Shiryu shook his head. This was his first failure in alchemy. He meticulously recalled the steps, which he had adhered to strictly according to the ancient texts. If there were any faults, it likely lay in the control of the flame's duration. Having realized this, he discarded the charred remnants from the furnace's base. He then retrieved another grain, roughly the size of an infant's fist, peeled away its shell, washed it clean, and ground it into powder. Again, he procured a blood-chi fruit and a purple-robed apricot, cleansing them thoroughly before cutting away the flesh. Once the lid was sealed, Shiryu clasped his hands and performed a series of 6 intricate hand seals, directing the 6 dragon heads to unleash jets of crimson flames, each as thick as a finger, converging at the base of the alchemical furnace. Time slipped by gradually. After a quarter of an hour, success seemed imminent. However, at the critical moment, a resounding bang erupted, accompanied by a pungent burnt odor wafting from the furnace. The second attempt at alchemy had ended in failure. After taking a brief respite to restore his spiritual energy, Shiryu commenced his third attempt. He retrieved a new set of materials, meticulously prepared them, and poured them into the furnace, once again commanding the dragon heads to expel flames. Yet, this endeavor too met with failure. A resolute expression etched itself upon Shiryu's face. He refused to believe that he could not even refine a single pill of abstinence. He extracted another batch of materials and began the process anew. The fourth attempt similarly culminated in disappointment. The fifth and sixth attempts yielded no better results. A day later, an ominous thud resonated within the alchemical chamber as the furnace, engulfed in roaring flames, belched forth a cloud of black smoke, accompanied by the scent of charred remnants. Shiryu's countenance darkened. He sighed softly and withdrew his hand seals, causing the flames surrounding the furnace to dissipate. He had lost count of his failures. The blood-chi fruit and purple lychee had been exhausted, and he had yet to produce even a single pill of abstinence. While the texts had long indicated that it was commonplace for novice alchemists to fail hundreds of times, Shiryu found himself profoundly disheartened when confronted with such realities. His initial enthusiasm had transformed into acute frustration. With his materials depleted, the prospect of continuing his alchemical pursuits was now beyond reach. After a moment of despondency, Shiryu gradually regained his composure. The failures he encountered were manifold. Aside from the unexpected challenges of flame control, the handling of materials also played a significant role. He resolved to seek out a few alchemical texts in the scripture repository or consult an experienced alchemist before contemplating another attempt. It is essential to remember that the process of alchemy consumed a considerable amount of precious spirit stones. The thought of having squandered dozens of spirit stones weighed heavily upon him. Rising to his feet, he brandished a square token, releasing a beam of red light that vanished into the grand entrance. With a resounding bang, the door swung open, and Shiryu stepped outside. "Ah, junior brother, you emerged so soon?" remarked a red-clad man stationed outside, visibly astonished. "The materials have been depleted. Here is your token back," Shiryu explained, returning the square insignia before retracing his steps. Upon exiting the ebony grand hall, Shiryu summoned his flying artifact, soaring towards the scripture repository. This time, he lingered for an hour, copying several jade slips containing insights on alchemy, as well as a selection of pills suitable for chi refinement stage cultivators. After departing the repository, he returned briefly to his residence to tend to the spiritual rice in his field before taking his leave. Upon reaching Suayan Peak, Shiryu was taken aback to find a young woman, seemingly in her 20s, pacing anxiously in front of Elder Zhou's courtyard. The young woman, adorned in a blue palace gown, possessed skin as white as snow and a figure of exquisite grace. When she turned, her stunning visage came into Stone Yu's view, momentarily rendering him spellbound. She was the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered at the Taisu sect. To Stone Yu's astonishment, this enchanting maiden was a Foundation establishment cultivator. "Are you here to see Elder Brother Zhou?" Stone Yu hesitated briefly, stepping forward to inquire cautiously. "You are." The young woman scrutinized Stone Yu intently before responding with some uncertainty. "I am disciple Stone Yu. Elder Brother Zhou is away on business, and I am temporarily overseeing the cave dwelling on his behalf," he replied respectfully. "Do you know when Elder Brother Zhou will return?" The young woman nodded and asked. "I do not know. Elder Brother Zhou did not mention when he would be back." Stone Yu shook his head. Upon hearing this, the young woman's delicate brows knitted together in contemplation. After a moment, she instructed, if elder brother Zhou returns, please inform him that Murong Xiao from Tianquan Peak has urgent matters to discuss with him. He may come to find me or send someone to relay the message. Understood? I understand. Stone Yu replied earnestly. The young woman acknowledged him with a nod. With a flick of her sleeve, a lifelike white lotus flower soared forth, swelling in size as it hovered a foot above the ground. She leapt onto the white lotus, performed a hand gesture, and the flower radiated brilliant light, transforming into a beam of white light that soared toward the horizon, vanishing in an instant. After watching Murong Xiao depart, Stone Yu used a token to unlock the barrier and stepped into the courtyard. He first inspected the growth of the shuiwei flowers, ensuring there were no anomalies before returning to the cellar with ease. He entered the mysterious space to check on the progress of the liang grass and ningyan grass. Both had grown taller, the liang grass displaying red leaves, while the ningyan grass exhibited white foliage. Stone Yu formed a hand gesture, conjuring a white cloud the size of a fist above his head, which rapidly expanded to several dozen zhang before halting. Go, he commanded, pointing toward the spirit field above. The white cloud swiftly ascended to the sky above the spirit field. Once there, gentle raindrops began to fall, creating a continuous cascade. Following the rain's cleansing, the liang grass appeared even more vibrant. After watering the liang grass, Stone Yu proceeded to nourish the ningyan grass. Ah, what is this? Stone Yu was taken aback to discover yellow spots on the leaves of several ningyan grass plants. Could they be ill? Alarmed, he felt a wave of tension. As a water-type spirit herb, the whiter the leaves, the higher the quality. The appearance of yellow spots typically indicated illness. Kneeling down, he carefully examined the affected leaves of the ningyan grass and was astonished to find small, unknown transparent insects feasting on them, causing the yellow spots. These minuscule creatures were nearly imperceptible unless scrutinized closely. To Shiwan's astonishment, a single cluster of condensed smoke grass was infested with at least a dozen transparent insects, some clusters harboring as many as several dozen. The leaves had decayed, and Shiwan's indignation grew when he discovered that the leaves of the fiery sun grass were similarly afflicted. However, due to the red hue of the fiery sun grass, the transparent insects were not easily discernible. As Shiwan circled the 2 acres of spiritual fields, his shock deepened. Within those 2 acres, thousands of spiritual herbs bore the telltale signs of these transparent pests. These insects burrowed into the herbs, reproducing and gradually consuming them from within. Burning them away? That was impractical. Such an act would likely ruin the herbs as well. Soaking them in water? That too seemed unwise, as excessive moisture could hinder the herbs' growth and potentially lead to their demise. After much contemplation, Shiwan could not conceive of a viable solution. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. On the wooden shelves within the stone chamber lay numerous texts on cultivation. Perhaps one of these tomes contained a remedy. With this thought, Shiwan exited the mystical space and hastened to the shelves, quickly perusing the volumes. An hour later, Shiwan's eyes brightened as he fixated on a page of a silver scroll in his hand, which depicted precisely the type of transparent insect infesting the condensed smoke grass. Beneath the image was a passage that read, "Scale insects feed on the leaves, branches, and fruits of spiritual herbs and trees. Once hatched, the larvae reside on the foliage or fruit for life, causing yellowing leaves, withered branches, and weakened vitality. The gung metal formula can exterminate these pests." The gung metal formula? Shiwan furrowed his brow upon reading this. He had been preoccupied with harvesting spiritual herbs and cultivating the Tai Su formula, leaving him little time to study other techniques. Aside from the spring rain formula and the fire flame formula, he was unfamiliar with any other methods. The prospect of learning a new formula felt burdensome. Nonetheless, given the life and death stakes of his 2 acres of spiritual herbs, he could not afford to be negligent. He located the jade slip detailing the summoning of the 5 elements technique and pressed it to his forehead, searching for the section on the gung metal formula, meticulously reading each word, ensuring he overlooked nothing. After a brief interval, Shiwan committed the contents of the gung metal formula to memory, setting the jade slip aside to attempt its application. The gung metal formula, a technique of the metal element, was renowned for its lethality, being the most formidable among the 5 element techniques. The initial step in cultivating the gung metal formula involved condensing gung metal qi. Shiwan clasped his hands, his fingers rapidly shifting through the necessary gestures, yet no response manifested. Anxiety gnawed at him. He yearned to condense the gung metal qi swiftly, but the more he rushed, the more mistakes he made, and the gung metal qi remained elusive, as if it did not exist. Observing this predicament, Shiwan took several deep breaths. forcing himself to calm down before resuming his intricate hand movements. Despite the lack of visible change, he persevered, gritting his teeth and continuing his efforts. As a day and night passed, Shi Yuan remained steadfast in his practice, determined to conjure the gunmetal qi. Prolonged practice has rendered his visage somewhat haggard, with bloodshot eyes that convey the appearance of having endured a grave illness. Should he fail to eradicate the scale insects within the spiritual field, the 2 acres of precious herbs could yield no harvest, a prospect that Stone Yu finds intolerable, as it pertains directly to his aspirations of cultivation. He must approach this matter with utmost seriousness. After failing over 1,000 times, a golden glimmer emerged from his fingertips, resembling a resplendent golden ring encasing them. A faint golden aura flickering at his fingertips, dancing among his 10 digits. This pale golden aura embodies the essence of the Gung Jinju. Witnessing this phenomenon, a flicker of joy crossed Stone Yu's weary face. He had tirelessly practiced the Gung Jinju, and after countless failures, he had grown numb to disappointment. The sudden manifestation of the Gung Jin aura reignited his hope. Without hesitation, Stone Yu entered the mysterious space, approaching a plant of ning smoke grass. He directed his consciousness onto the Gung Jin aura, and with a flick of his finger, a wisp of the aura shot forth, penetrating the depths of the ning smoke grass. Through the consciousness attached to the Gung Jin aura, Stone Yu could perceive the internal conditions of the plant with clarity. Within the verdant confines, a multitude of corpulent, transparent insects voraciously devoured the surrounding green flesh. Witnessing this scene, Stone Yu was engulfed in fury. He commanded the Gung Jin aura to transform into a golden flying sword, cleaving towards one of the transparent insects. With a faint sound, the insect was severed in 2, its bloated body collapsing to the ground, oozing a pool of green liquid. At that moment, the other scale insects, alerted to the presence of the Gung Jin aura, opened their mouths and expelled slender white threads towards it. Caught off guard, the Gung Jin aura, now bound by the threads, could not escape despite his frantic efforts. Soon, the threads ensnared the Gung Jin aura tightly, pulling it toward the largest of the scale insects. Alarmed by this development, Stone Yu quickly retracted his consciousness. With a soft snort, he flicked his finger, unleashing 2 wisps of pale golden Gung Jin aura that darted into the depths of the ning smoke grass. This time, he exercised greater caution, maneuvering the 2 Gung Jin auras to attack the scale insects from opposing flanks. The insects incessantly spewed white threads, attempting to ensnare the 2 auras. Having learned from his previous misstep, Stone Yu deftly redirected the Gung Jin auras to evade capture. Through his diligent efforts, he swiftly eradicated all the scale insects within the ning smoke grass. Curiously, while the Gung Jin aura proved lethal to the insects, it remained gentle and harmless to the precious herbs. In quick succession, the scale insects within the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th ning smoke grass plants were similarly vanquished. Upon the demise of the scale insects in the 10th ning smoke grass, Stone Yu withdrew his consciousness, drenched in sweat. As though he had just engaged in a strenuous bout of exercise, his back soaked through. Although his magical energy had not been significantly depleted, his consciousness was nearly exhausted. A buzzing filled his head, leaving him in a state of disorientation. No wonder there are so few spiritual cultivators. It appears that pest control consumes an immense amount of consciousness, Stone Yu murmured to himself. After a brief respite, Shi Yuan proceeded to employ the Gung Jinju, once again conjuring 2 streams of Gung Jin energy that penetrated the interior of the Ning Yin grass, annihilating the scale insects. He unleashed the entirety of his vital energy, which had taken an entire day and night to coalesce, upon these pests, showing no mercy as he dispatched each one he encountered. He lingered in the mysterious space for 3 days, dedicating this time to eradicate all the scale insects within the spiritual herbs. Having engaged in this relentless extermination, Shi Yuan found his spiritual awareness severely depleted, his head spinning with fatigue. The moment he ceased his efforts, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness enveloped him. He forcibly resisted the urge to succumb and entered the stone dwelling, collapsing onto the stone bed and drifting into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned a bountiful harvest of spiritual herbs within the mysterious space, bringing forth a substantial fortune in spiritual stones. After an indeterminate span of time, Shi Yuan gradually opened his eyes. Upon awakening, he immediately sensed a significant change within himself. His spiritual awareness had become considerably sharper than before. Initially taken aback, he soon wore a look of delight, realizing that the extermination of insects had indeed refined his spiritual perception. It is well known that a cultivator's spiritual awareness is typically fixed, increasing only with the elevation of their realm. The stronger a cultivator's awareness, the more acute their senses, and the greater the number of magical artifacts they can wield. Although the enhancement in his awareness from this insect eradication was minimal, he surmised that prolonged efforts in this regard would yield notable improvements. Rising promptly, Shi Yuan exited the stone dwelling. Circling the spiritual field, he observed that the yellow spots on the Ningyin grass and Lai Yang grass had vanished, yet two pressing questions loomed before him. How had the scale insects infiltrated? And why could he no longer find a single one across the 3 acres of spiritual fields? In researching the scale insects, Shi Yuan learned that they are oviparous creatures, with their minuscule eggs typically laid by female scale insects among the seeds and branches of plants to enhance the survival rate of their offspring. He speculated that the seeds of the Ningyin grass and Lai Yang grass contain these eggs. Given that time in the mysterious space flowed at 10 times the rate of the outside world, by the time Shi Yuan discovered the insects, they may have already propagated through several generations, resulting in a considerable population. Had he delayed any longer, the spiritual herbs in the field would likely have been entirely consumed. As for whether any scale insects remained in the spiritual field, Shi Yuan was certain that at least a few had evaded capture, with 3 acres of land. It was inevitable that some would escape detection, albeit in small numbers. Eliminating all the scale insects within the spiritual herbs was merely a temporary fix. To achieve a lasting solution, he needed to exterminate every last insect. If even a single one survived, there was a chance they could return. After pondering these matters, Shi Yuan exited the mysterious space. He rummaged through the wooden shelves in Uncle Zhou's basement and discovered a tome titled Essential Methods for Pest Control. As the title suggested, this text detailed various methods for eradicating pests. Shi Yuan meticulously examined each word, wary of overlooking any crucial information. This compendium enumerated over 100 types of pests and outlined numerous extermination techniques, tailored to the distinctive characteristics of each pest. Larger pests can be eradicated using various spells such as Fireball, Windblade, and Water Arrow. However, for minuscule creatures like scale insects, one must employ the power of the metal energy to eliminate them. Yet, there exists a method of pest control that proves effective against numerous insects, utilizing one insect to vanquish another. By harnessing the strength of spiritual insects to eradicate the pests in the spiritual fields, this approach not only saves time but also enhances efficiency. One need only command the spiritual insects to exterminate the pests, and they will dutifully comply. The Pest Control Compendium enumerates a variety of spiritual insects capable of exterminating pests, including spiritual bees, butterflies, and ants, with spiritual bees being the preferred choice. In addition to eliminating pests, spiritual bees can gather pollen and nectar, which can sometimes be processed into honey. Furthermore, as they forage for pollen among the flowers, they inadvertently transfer some pollen to other blooms, facilitating cross-pollination and consequently increasing the yield of spiritual grains and fruits. Upon reading this, Shi felt a flicker of admiration. Spiritual bees are indeed the quintessential choice for pest control, capable of not only exterminating pests but also producing honey. He returned the Pest Control Compendium to its shelf and swiftly made his way out of the basement, soaring towards the Hall of Disciples. Upon reaching the Hall of Disciples, Shi headed directly to the 3rd floor. "Excuse me, senior brother, do you have any larvae of spiritual bees?" he inquired at a counter, addressing the disciple behind it. "We have several varieties: spirit-devouring bees, silver spider bees, 5-colored bees, and luo bees. Which one does junior brother seek?" The disciple replied with a smile. "I wish to procure one to capture pests in the spiritual fields. May I inquire which spiritual bee would be most suitable?" Shi responded, raising an eyebrow. "All these spiritual bees can capture pests, yet each possesses unique strengths. The spirit-devouring bee feeds on pollen and nectar, but also preys on other spiritual insects. The silver spider bee weaves webs to ensnare pests. The 5-colored bee is relatively larger and has a greater appetite, while the luo bee is mild-mannered and reproduces slowly. The larvae of these 4 types of spiritual bees are priced at 10 contribution points for the silver spider bee and 5 contribution points each for the other 3. Which one does junior brother prefer?" The disciple elaborated. After contemplating the disciple's explanation, a thoughtful expression crossed Shi's face. In addition to exchanging contribution points for items, one may also purchase them with spiritual stones, albeit at a slightly higher price. Having accumulated over 100 contribution points over the years, Shi dismissed the silver spider bee due to its higher cost, thus narrowing his choices to the spirit-devouring bee, 5-colored bee, and luo bee. "Very well. I shall take 6 larvae of the spirit-devouring bee," Shi decided after a moment's reflection. The disciple nodded and retrieved a green wooden box from a shelf behind him, handing it to Shiryu. Upon opening the box, Shiryu discovered 6 white larvae, each about the size of a mung bean, emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy. Satisfied, he nodded, deducted 30 contribution points, tucked the wooden box into his robe, and departed. Exiting the Hall of Disciples, Shiryu made a trip to the Scripture Pavilion to copy a jade slip detailing the rearing of spiritual insects. Returning to Master Zhou's cave, he immediately took out a jade slip and pressed it to his forehead. Before long, he removed the jade slip and retrieved a blue wooden box from his bosom. With a mere thought, Shiryu found himself in the enigmatic space. According to the jade slip, the hatching of the insect eggs required a location abundant in spiritual energy. The more abundant the energy, the swifter the hatching process. The spiritual energy in the mysterious space was comparable to that of Master Zhou's residence, yet time flowed at a rate tenfold faster than the outside world. Placing the insect eggs in this realm would undoubtedly shorten their incubation period. He stepped into the stone chamber, extracted over a dozen spiritual stones, and placed them upon the stone bed, intending to incubate the eggs there. An astonishing spectacle unfolded as Shiryu laid the spiritual stones upon the bed. They transformed from a milky white to a grayish hue at a visibly rapid pace, clearly indicating that the spiritual energy within the stones was being depleted. Could the stone bed absorb the spiritual energy from the stones? Witnessing this scene, Shiryu was taken aback, his expression filled with disbelief. If that were indeed the case, could the stone bed also siphon the magical energy from within him? Contemplating this, Shiryuan's countenance fluctuated between light and shadow. After a moment's reflection, he took out another spiritual stone and placed it on the bed. In the blink of an eye, this stone too swiftly turned grayish-white. Alarmed by this, Shiryu retreated a few steps, fearing that his own magical energy might be drained by the stone bed. Upon further consideration, he recalled that he had previously slept in the stone chamber without any diminishment of his magical energy, indicating that the bed did not absorb his internal power, but solely the spiritual energy from the stones. After a brief contemplation, he hastily exited the stone chamber, only to be astonished to discover that the spiritual energy in the air seemed to have increased slightly. Albeit the augmentation was minimal, it was nonetheless perceptible to him. Could the absorption of spiritual energy from the stones by the bed enhance the spiritual richness of the mysterious space? Shiryu murmured softly, his face alight with excitement. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved 10 spiritual stones, stood outside the stone chamber, and tossed them onto the stone bed. The 10 milky white stones rapidly transformed into a grayish hue. Shiryu could sense the air's spiritual energy had indeed become somewhat more abundant. Although the increase was not substantial, it was sufficient to validate his hypothesis. If the spiritual energy in this mysterious space grew richer, would not the growth period of the spiritual grains and herbs cultivated within it also be shortened? The mere thought filled Shiryu with exhilaration. Subsequently, he conducted several experiments, discovering that placing spiritual stones inside the stone chamber led to their energy being absorbed, thereby enhancing the richness of the mysterious space's spiritual energy. However, if the stones were thrown onto the ground outside, there was no reaction whatsoever. Thus, to elevate the spiritual density of this enigmatic realm, it sufficed to cast the stones within the stone chamber. This revelation thrilled Shiryu immensely. After the initial excitement subsided, he regained his composure. Since the stone chamber absorbed the spiritual energy from the stones, he could not, of course, place the insect eggs within it for incubation. He procured a porcelain bowl, drew a knife across his arm, and crimson droplets of blood fell into the bowl. Immediately, Shiryu began to chant incantations softly. Before long, the murmurs ceased, and a series of mystical gestures struck the blood within the porcelain bowl. The blood within the bowl began to swirl, levitating gracefully in midair, and after a tumultuous motion, it transformed into 18 blood-red runes, each the size of a fingernail. Shiryu then retrieved a cerulean wooden box from his robes, opened it, and pointed towards the 6 insect eggs inside, uttering the word, "Go." No sooner had he spoken than the 18 blood-red runes swiftly flew towards the insect eggs, with 3 runes embedding themselves into each egg. Observing this, Shiryu nodded approvingly, took out an empty jar, placed 10 spirit stones within it, and then placed the cerulean wooden box inside the jar. After completing this task, he covered the jar's opening with a thin veil of gauze and set it outside the stone chamber. Due to the lingering presence of scale insects, Shiryu refrained from planting spirit grains in the vacant acre of spirit field. He circled around the 2 acres of spirit field, meticulously inspecting each medicinal herb. As anticipated, he discovered that the scale insects had not been entirely eradicated, with numerous stragglers remaining. Not one to show mercy, Shi Yuan unleashed the Gung Jinju, releasing a surge of Gung Jin energy to annihilate every scale insect he encountered. Shi Yuan spent a decade within the mysterious realm, dedicating most of his time to surveying the spirit fields and dispatching scale insects with his Gung Jin energy. The prolonged exertion significantly honed his spiritual awareness, allowing it to expand slightly. One day, Shi Yuan lifted the gauze covering the jar, and 6 tiny yellow bees instantly flew out, landing delicately in the palm of his hand. He sensed a profound connection with the 6 spirit-eating bees, and with a mere thought, they took flight from his grasp. Each of the 6 spirit-eating bees radiated a faint aura of spiritual energy, undeniably classifying them as spirit insects capable of autonomously absorbing and exhaling spiritual energy for cultivation. Given that the scale insects possessed negligible offensive capabilities, Shi Yuan harbored no concerns regarding their ability to harm the bees. Go forth. Eliminate those scale insects, he commanded gently. Gesturing towards the spirit field, the bees flapped their wings vigorously and soared towards their target. While it was an impossible task for the 6 bees to eradicate all scale insects within the 3 acres of spirit field, the mysterious realm's temporal flow was tenfold that of the outside world, and the bees' reproductive rate mirrored this acceleration. Shi Yuan approached a plant of condensed smoke grass and observed as one spirit-eating bee alighted at its roots, extracting a translucent scale insect with ease and consuming it in a matter of moments before darting towards another condensed smoke grass plant. Pleased with this sight, Shi Yuan nodded in satisfaction and exited the mysterious realm. Upon emerging from the underground chamber, he tended to the shuai flowers and then returned to his dwelling, where he also attended to the spirit rice in the fields before departing once more. Shi Yuan's days were filled with purpose. Whenever he found free time, he would enter the mysterious realm to seek out and eliminate the scale insects. Through Shi Yuan's diligent efforts, the population of scale insects diminished significantly, while the growth of the condensed smoke grass and the fierce sun grass flourished remarkably. Additionally, a vacant acre of spiritual land was cultivated with spiritual rice, and he planted 5 blood chi fruit trees along with 5 purple apricot trees. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. While the outside world experienced a fortnight, the mysterious realm had witnessed the passage of 6 months, during which the blood chi fruit trees and purple apricot trees had grown over 2 zhang tall, their branches lush and verdant. Within this enigmatic space, 6 spirit-devouring bees faced known natural predators, and with an abundance of scale insects to feast upon, they soon grew considerably larger. They constructed a hive upon one of the blood chi fruit trees, which steadily expanded in size. Most delightfully for Shi Yuan, the spirit-devouring bees commenced laying eggs, multiplying from 6 to several hundred, a remarkable increase of nearly 100-fold. There was no need for Shi Yuan to claim dominion over these newly hatched bees. By merely exerting control over the queen bee, he could command the others. Though spirit-devouring bees are classified as spiritual insects, their extended lifespan is their only distinguishing feature from ordinary honeybees. They too are categorized into 3 castes: the queen, worker bees, and drones. The queen, aside from her sustenance, primarily engages in egg-laying to ensure the hive's progeny. Drones mate with the queen only once in their lifetime, after which they perish swiftly. Worker bees, sterile females, are tasked with gathering food, nurturing larvae, secreting wax, constructing hives, and defending their colony. The vitality of a hive is often determined by the number of worker bees it possesses. In the spiritual fields, hundreds of spirit-devouring bees flitted about, either collecting nectar or hunting scale insects, tirelessly engaged in their duties. As their numbers swelled, scale insects dwindled to near extinction, bringing immense joy to Shi Yuan. One day, upon returning from watering his spiritual fields, Shi Yuan encountered the young woman who had previously sought Master Zhou Hong, standing anxiously outside his courtyard. Shi Yuan, having met Aunt Morong before, respectfully bowed. In the Taishu sect, it is customary for Qi refinement disciples to pay their respects to cultivators of foundation establishment or higher. Has Brother Zhou not returned yet? Morong Shashao inquired, her brow furrowed as she nodded. Not yet, Shi Yuan replied, shaking his head. Her expression dimmed with disappointment, but then a thought struck her. She scrutinized Shi Yuan closely and asked, aside from overseeing Brother Zhou's cave, do you have other responsibilities? Watering the spiritual fields, Shi Yuan replied candidly. Watering? So, you possess knowledge of cultivation? Morong Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with hope at his words. Just a little, Shi Yuan said, bracing himself for an uneasy feeling. Excellent. I have encountered some issues with the spiritual herbs I am cultivating. If you could assist me in resolving this matter, I would ensure you are well rewarded, she exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Upon hearing these words, Shi Yuan's lips twitched slightly, and a look of distress crossed his face. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. After all, he was utterly ignorant of cultivating spiritual herbs. The issues with his cultivation of Ningyan grass and Liang grass had only been resolved by consulting the texts of his master, Zhou Hong. What? Do you not wish to go? Or perhaps you were merely deceiving me, claiming ignorance of cultivation? Murong Xiaoxiao's expression darkened instantly, her voice icy as she spoke. Shi Yuan, caught between laughter and tears, realized that if he expressed his reluctance to go, he would undoubtedly offend Murong Xiaoxiao. Conversely, admitting his lack of knowledge would be tantamount to deceiving an elder, a far graver sin. Of course not. It's merely that my experience with cultivating spiritual herbs is rather limited. I fear I may not be able to tend to your spiritual herbs properly. Shi Yuan cautiously explained after a moment of contemplation. Whether you can succeed or not will only be revealed through your efforts. Since Brother Zhou entrusted the cave to your care, it clearly indicates you possess some capabilities. Do not decline. Come with me. With that, Murong Xiaoxiao summoned a lotus artifact and leaped onto it. Capabilities? It's merely that Zhou Shishu offered too little as remuneration. Leaving no choice but to pass it to me, Shi Yuan mused inwardly, a twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his thoughts. Despite his reluctance, he released his leaf artifact and followed suit. Before long, he accompanied Murong Xiaoxiao into a vast valley. A towering stone tablet stood at the entrance, inscribed with the 3 silver characters for Peach Blossom Valley. Within the valley, a thick white mist shrouded the surroundings, obscuring the view. Yet the air was perfumed with a delicate floral fragrance, hinting at the presence of numerous blossoms within. Stay close to me. If you activate any restrictions, we will be in trouble, Murong Xiaoxiao cautioned him. I understand. Shi Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Murong Xiaoxiao produced a square white token from her sleeve and waved it gently towards the valley. A beam of white light shot forth from the token, vanishing into the mist. The fog churned and dissipated, revealing a vast expanse of peach blossoms before Shi Yuan's eyes. The peach blossom grove was so dense that it seemed endless. As Murong Xiaoxiao walked, the blossoms parted to form a pathway, automatically returning to their original positions once Shi Yuan passed, as if guided by an unseen hand. After a quarter of an hour, the two emerged from the grove, and a splendid courtyard came into view. The estate was vast, adorned with pavilions, corridors, and lush gardens. Shi Yuan stood in awe, inhaling deeply, astonished to find that the spiritual energy in this place was even more potent than that of Zhou Shishu's residence. This Murong Shishu, having successfully established her foundation at such a young age, not only boasted a luxurious abode but also a significant expanse, indicating a person of notable background. Contemplating this, a serious expression crossed Shi Yuan's face. He realized that he could not afford to offend someone of such noble lineage. Under Murong Xiaoxiao's guidance, Shi Yuan traversed the winding corridors, passed through 3 small courtyards, and crossed 5 circular marble bridges, finally arriving at their destination, a vast expanse of spiritual fields. According to Shi Yuan's estimation, the current expanse of spiritual field spans at least 10 acres. Divided by the types of spiritual herbs, the field is partitioned into 3 sections. To the left lies a vast expanse of azure grass, approximately a foot high, shrouded beneath a colossal transparent barrier. In the center, a multitude of blue blossoms, several inches long, is enveloped by an enormous blue shield. To the right, there exists a patch of golden flowers, the majority of which appear to be withered. Evidently, the issue lies with the golden flowers. Shiji, since a month ago, the Jin Luo flower has inexplicably begun to wither. Please investigate the matter, and, should you remedy it, a reward shall undoubtedly be bestowed upon you. Murong Xiaoxiao gently indicated towards the golden flowers. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shi Yuan approached the wilting Jin Luo flower. As he crouched before a desiccated specimen, he discerned bite marks on its surface, indicative of insect infestation. A handful of black beetles, each the size of a fingernail, recklessly fluttered past him, landing on a Jin Luo flower and voraciously gnawing at its petals. In mere moments, one petal was devoured by the ravenous beetles. After surveying the spiritual field, Shi Yuan noted that many of the Jin Luo flowers bore similar signs of insect damage. Returning to Murong Xiaoxiao, he contemplated and inquired, Murong Shishu, is there no protective array for these Jin Luo flowers? Not at all, aside from the rain invocation. Protective arrays are typically in place, Murong Xiaoxiao responded with a shake of her head. I have thoroughly examined the flowers, and they all exhibit signs of insect damage. It appears that when you dismantle the array to summon rain, these insects seize the opportunity to infiltrate, Shi Yuan deduced. I am aware that those black beetles are responsible. Yet do you possess a solution? They are exceedingly small, some even burrowing into the soil, making it nearly impossible to eradicate them entirely. Shi, do you have any means to address this? Morong Xiao acknowledged, her brow furrowed in concern. I possess a type of spiritual insect that might be capable of dealing with these black beetles, Shi Yuan replied, hesitating slightly before speaking. Truth be told, he was uncertain whether the spirit-devouring bee would be effective against these black beetles. Oh, splendid. Quickly release your spiritual insect, and let us see, Morong Xiao urged, her eyes brightening with anticipation. Shi Yuan nodded and reached into his robe, but suddenly recalled a pressing detail. He did not carry a spirit beast pouch. The spirit-devouring bees were typically kept in a mysterious space. In the presence of Morong Xiao, he certainly could not access that space. Nor could he retrieve the blue orb, as doing so would reveal its secret, an outcome Shi Yuan wished to avoid. What is the matter? Pray tell me you did not forget your spirit beast pouch. Morong Xiao remarked, her brows knitting together in displeasure. Indeed. It was left in the cave of Master Zhou, Shi Yuan admitted, a hint of guilt evident in his voice. Hurry back to retrieve it. And do not keep me waiting too long, Morong Xiao urged, her demeanor reflecting her growing impatience. The disciple obeyed, and respectfully requested Master Morong to escort him out, lest he inadvertently trigger the restrictions of this place. Shi Yu nodded and replied courteously, is it truly necessary to make such a fuss over my departure? I shall simply lift the spatial restrictions. You may leave directly on your flying device, and upon your return, you can descend without issue, Morong Xiao said with indifference. Having spoken, she produced a palm-sized circular array disc and began to gesture over it. All done, the spatial restrictions have been lifted. Go swiftly and return promptly. Do not keep me waiting, she urged. Shi Yu nodded, summoned his azure leaf artifact, and ascended into the sky. He did not return to the cave of Master Zhou, but instead made his way to the Elder's Hall. Shi Yu expended 30 contribution points to purchase the most basic spirit beast pouch from the Elder's Hall. Upon returning to his residence, he immediately entered the mysterious space. He approached the beehive, and with a thought, a yellow bee the size of an egg emerged from the hive. It was the queen bee. The queen was plump, followed by hundreds of tiny yellow bees. Shi Yu took out the spirit beast pouch, untied its opening, and with a thought, the queen bee flew into the pouch, followed closely by the hundreds of yellow bees. He secured the pouch tightly at his waist and exited the mysterious space. After a brief interval, Shi Yu appeared above Morong Xiao's courtyard, maneuvering the azure leaf to descend gently before her. Quickly release your spirit insects. Let us see if they can eradicate these black beetles, Morong Xiao urged. Shi Yu nodded, clapped his palm against the spirit beast pouch, and a buzzing ensued as hundreds of spirit-eating bees emerged, swirling before him. Go forth and eliminate those black beetles, Shi Yu commanded, pointing at the Jinluwa. No sooner had he spoken than the spirit-eating bees rushed eagerly toward the Jinluwa. Shi Yu stepped forward, crouching before a wilted Jinluwa, where several black beetles were gnawing at its petals. A handful of spirit-eating bees landed on the flower and began to engage in combat with the black beetles. The black beetles fought valiantly, yet their efforts were in vain. It was not long before they succumbed. Witnessing this scene, Shi Yu nodded in satisfaction, convinced that his choice of spirit-eating bees had been astute. As time passed, one by one, the black beetles fell, their carcasses littering the spirit field. Of course, the spirit-eating bees suffered losses as well. Several larger black beetles surrounded a few spirit-eating bees, leveraging their numerical advantage to slay them. Shi Yu examined the fallen spirit-eating bees and noted their small size, indicating they had recently hatched and lacked combat strength, which led to their demise at the hands of the black beetles. Morong Xiao approached and, upon seeing the multitude of black beetle corpses scattered across the spirit field, a smile graced her elegant features. Although Shi Yu controlled the other spirit-eating bees through the queen, the consumption of his mental energy was still considerable. Half an hour later, Shi Yu felt a significant depletion of his spiritual awareness, leaving him dizzy. He had no choice but to recall all the spirit-eating bees into his spirit beast pouch. What happened, Shi? Have all the black beetles been exterminated? Morong Xiao inquired curiously upon witnessing the situation. Not yet. My spiritual awareness has been excessively drained. I must meditate and rest for a while. We can discuss it further once I have restored my awareness, Shi Yu replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Morong Xiao nodded in understanding. Her gaze shifted, as if a thought had struck her. Shirji. It seems your trained spirit insects are the nemesis of the black beetles. Do you think they can eradicate all the black beetles? Eradicate them all? I fear it would require multiple efforts. A single or even 2 attempts may not suffice. As you have observed, these black beetles are small, and some prefer to burrow into the soil. They may even lay eggs underground. It is unlikely that we can achieve total extermination in just 1 or 2 attempts. Shiryu pondered briefly before articulating his thoughts. He then hesitated momentarily before continuing. If Mu Rongshu was interested in the spirit-eating bees, I would be willing to gift you some. There's no need. I have no interest in raising a swarm of bees. They may only be effective against these little insects, but they are of little assistance in combat, Mu Rongshu responded, shaking her head in refusal. Shiryu's expression dimmed slightly at her words. To be honest, he was not keen on making frequent trips to assist this Mu Rongshu with pest control. How about this? You could come to my place every few days to eliminate the insects. Once all the black beetles are gone, I will reward you with 20 spirit stones. What do you think? Mu Rongshu proposed with a glimmer in her eyes. Absolutely, leave it to me, Shiryu responded with a sparkle in his eyes. Fully agreeing to her offer. 20 spirit stones were 10 times what Master Zhou had offered him, and at that moment, Shiryu found this Mu Rongshu much more endearing. This is the control disc for the protective array of the spirit field. The jade slip contains instructions on how to operate the disc. Please take these 2 items for now. In the future, you can directly command the device here to manage the watering and pest control for the golden luo flowers. The flowers require watering every 5 days. I have already watered them today, so you should do it again in 5 days. Mu Rongshu explained as she produced a palm-sized silver array disc and a silver jade slip, handing them to Shiryu. Shiryu nodded and accepted the array disc and jade slip. Once his spiritual awareness was restored, Shiryu released the spirit-eating bees again to continue their extermination of the black beetles. An hour later, he recalled all the spirit-eating bees into the spirit beast pouch and cast a spell on the silver array disc. A flash of silver light erupted, and a colossal silver barrier materialized, enveloping the spirit field where the golden luo flowers resided. Having completed these tasks, Shiryu departed under the watchful gaze of Mu Rongshu. Upon returning to Master Zhou's cave, Shiryu immediately entered the mysterious space, releasing all the spirit-eating bees to either gather nectar or build their nests. Reflecting on the day's events, he felt a sense of relief. Had Mu Rongshu returned with him, the secret of the blue orb might have been exposed. This incident served as a reminder for Shiryu to exercise greater caution in the future, particularly to keep a distance from foundational cultivators to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities. In the ensuing fortnight, Shiryuan found himself exceedingly occupied. By day, he immersed himself in the agricultural tomes resting upon the wooden shelves, while by night, he dedicated his time to cultivation. Every 2 days, he was obliged to water the 3 acres of water moonflowers, then hastened back to his dwelling to tend to the spirit rice, followed promptly by a visit to Mu Rongshu's cave to unleash the spirit-devouring bees upon the black beetles. Additionally, every 5 days, he was to water the golden silk flowers. Concurrently, he was also responsible for overseeing the mystical herbs and spirit rice residing within the enigmatic space. The days passed with great fulfillment, and Shiryuan relished this lifestyle. On one particular day, while watering the 3 acres of water moon flowers, he was taken aback to observe that several of the petals had begun to yellow after the rain's cleansing. Alarmed, Shiryuan circled the 3 acres and discovered that over an acre of the water moon flowers exhibited similar signs of wilting, while the remainder, though somewhat better, had also suffered adverse effects. If this trend persisted, the withering of these 3 acres was merely a matter of time. This revelation sent a chill of dread coursing through Shiryuan. Master Zhou had warned him that should anything befall the water moon flowers, he would not be spared. With so many flowers in distress, even if he wished to compensate, it would be beyond his means. Shiryuan's initial instinct was that the water moon flowers were afflicted by illness. He meticulously inspected them several times but found no trace of pests. It seemed the issue did not stem from the flowers themselves but rather the spirit field. He hastened back to the basement, poring over the text with great care. Before long, he stumbled upon a passage in a tome detailing water attribute spirit plants. Water moon flowers, a water attribute spirit herb, have an immense requirement for water. Caution is advised, they must not be planted in areas with abundant sunlight, or the petals will turn yellow. If yellowing occurs, timely intervention is essential. Otherwise, the water moon flowers will continue to wither. The remedy involves employing the herb essence technique to infuse the plant with herbal essence. Upon reading this, Shi Yuan recalled that the sun had indeed been particularly intense in recent days. He had been preoccupied with other matters, attending solely to watering the flowers, and had overlooked this crucial detail. Regardless, this was a lapse in his responsibilities, and since the herb essence technique could remedy the ailment, he resolved to master this method. Soon, he found the cultivation method for the herb essence technique inscribed within the jade slip of fundamental 5-element techniques. The herb essence technique was remarkably formidable, its essence being the extraction of herbal essence from other plants to nourish one's own spirit flora. Thus, in order to heal the water moon flowers, Shi Yuan needed to locate a suitable plant to execute the herb essence technique and draw forth its essence. The sect of Taisu housed numerous trees, yet all were owned by others. To harvest herbal essence, Shi Yuan would have to devise his own means. After a moment's hesitation, his thoughts turned to the 5 blood chi fruit trees and 5 purple apricot trees within the mysterious space. The blood chi fruits and purple apricots were ripe. Extracting a portion of their herbal essence should not hinder their growth. With this contemplation, Shi Yuan's expression shifted as he entered the enigmatic space. The 5 blood chi fruit trees and 5 purple apricot trees were laden with fist-sized fruits, exuding a subtle fragrance. Shi Yuan retrieved his shears and carefully snipped the fruits, collecting them into his storage pouch. Subsequently, he settled down in front of a blood chi fruit tree, his fingers slowly weaving intricate gestures, seemingly practicing the still immature technique of the herb and tree art. Mastering a new method is no simple endeavor. Shi Yu faced failure time and again, yet never succumbed to despair, resolutely starting anew after each setback. The 3 acres of 50-year-old water moonflowers would be irreplaceable even if sold, and he must rectify the yellowing petals before the return of Uncle Zhou, for he could ill afford the wrath of his elder. As he practiced repeatedly, Shi Yu's movements became increasingly adept. His fingers danced with swiftness, each gesture releasing waves of ethereal energy. Before long, a faint azure light emerged from the blood chi fruit tree, gathering between his fingertips. With the passage of time, more and more azure luminescence coalesced in his grasp. After a brief interval, as he concluded his technique, the azure light transformed into a verdant orb the size of a longan, a gem formed from the essence of flora. Approaching the blood chi fruit tree for inspection, Shi Yu noted the dimmed radiance of its leaves, some even tinged with yellow. With a soft sigh, he exited the mystical space. Arriving before the 3 acres of water moon flowers, he flicked his wrist, and the verdant orb shimmered into existence, hovering above the blossoms. A gentle tap of his fingers sent a technique surging forth onto the orb. In an instant, a flash of azure erupted, shattering the verdant orb and unleashing a torrent of pure plant essence that cascaded into the flowers below. The water moon flowers that absorbed the essence regained their pristine white petals, while those that did not remained yellowed. Each of the 10 fruit trees could only yield their essence once. Attempting to extract more before they had rejuvenated would harm their roots, potentially leading to withering. With over 1,000 water moon flowers, even draining the essence from 10 trees would prove insufficient for their healing. Should he resort to extracting the essence from the condensation smoke grass and the fierce sun grass? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Shi Yu's visage. The condensation smoke grass and the fierce sun grass were diminutive in stature. Extracting their essence could very well lead to their demise. After considerable contemplation, Shi Yu entered the mystical realm once more. He approached a condensation smoke grass plant, carefully unearthing it from the soil. He ventured away from the spiritual fields and placed the plant upon the ground, his fingers rapidly weaving gestures once again. In a brief moment, a faint azure light burst forth from the condensation smoke grass, converging at his fingertips. Soon, the plant visibly withered at an alarming pace, while Shi Yu found a pea-sized verdant orb materializing in his hand. As he had anticipated, the condensation smoke grass was small, yielding little essence. This orb likely contained enough to heal only a few water moonflowers. If he were to extract the essences from both the condensation smoke grass and the fierce sun grass to remedy the 3 acres of water moonflowers, little would remain of either plant, an outcome he wished to avoid. Subsequently, Shi Yuan employed the technique of herb and went on the spirit rice, drawing forth a meager essence from a single stalk. If he failed to cure the ailment afflicting the water moonflower, Master Zhou would undoubtedly hold him accountable upon his return. Contemplating his predicament, Shi Yuan resolved to leave the sect in search of a dense forest, where he could utilize the technique to extract the herbal essence. If he acted swiftly, he might yet salvage the 3 acres of water moonflower. Having reached this conclusion, Shi Yuan exited the mysterious space. However, as he stepped out of the courtyard, A white lotus flower soared toward him from a distance, landing gracefully at his feet. Perched atop the lotus was a young woman of striking beauty, with delicate features. Murong Xiao Xiao. Disciple pays respects to Master Murong. Have you come in search of Master Zhou? He has yet to return, Shi Yuan greeted her with a bow. I am not here for Zhou Shixiang. Rather, I have come specifically to seek your assistance. Murong Xiao Xiao replied, shaking her head. Assistance? Shi Yuan was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether pest had once again invaded the spirit field. Follow me. If you handle this matter well, there will surely be benefits for you, Murong Xiao Xiao said in an enticing tone. Please wait a moment, master. I shall fetch some items. Shi Yuan responded, his mind racing. Make haste, Murong Xiao Xiao urged, nodding in affirmation. Shi Yuan nodded and swiftly returned to the courtyard. He descended into the basement, his expression shifting as he entered the mysterious space, where he collected several hundred spirit-eating bees into his spirit beast pouch before exiting the enigmatic realm and hastily making his way back. He summoned his leaf-shaped artifact, and together with Murong Xiao Xiao, they soared toward the horizon. A quarter of an hour later, they descended into a weedy courtyard of a spirit field. Before them stood a young girl in a yellow dress, around 15 or 16 years of age, her eyes reddened and streaked with tears. Beside her lay a towering azure bowl. The girl had a round face and large, dark eyes, her cherubic features rendering her remarkably charming. Murong Jie, you've come. Upon seeing Murong Xiao Xiao, the girl rushed forward, wiping her tears as she spoke. Enough of the tears, Xinger. I have brought you a spirit herbalist, Murong Xiao Xiao comforted, patting the girl's shoulder. A spirit herbalist? Is this disciple of the third layer of qi refinement? The girl's eyes darted toward Shi Yuan, skepticism evident in her gaze. Could this person, with a cultivation lower than hers, truly be a spirit herbalist? Indeed, he has healed my ailing herbs. He can certainly help you clear these weeds as well, so fret not, Murong Xiao Xiao affirmed. Shi Yuan, hearing this, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had yet to speak, yet Master Murong had already vouched for him, adding pressure to his shoulders. Really? How wonderful. Master, please help me remove these weeds. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Do not rush. Please recount the events that transpired, so I may diagnose the issue appropriately, Shi Yuan said, raising an eyebrow. About half a month ago, a peculiar type of weed suddenly appeared in my spiritual field. No matter what methods I employed, I was unable to eradicate these weeds. They proliferated, absorbing the spiritual essence of the land, ultimately causing the spiritual herbs I had planted to wither away, the young girl in the yellow dress explained. Word by word. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan was inwardly astonished. It seemed that the growth capability of this weed was formidable. He stepped toward the spiritual field. Circling at once, he observed that several weeds had been severed at their midsection, the cuts remarkably smooth, yet the roots remained embedded in the soil. Realizing the situation, Shi Yuan understood that this senior sister had merely cut off the visible portions of the weeds without uprooting them entirely. Given that these weeds possessed exceptional growth abilities, as long as the roots remained, they would continue to thrive, thus overtaking the entire spiritual field. With the field now overrun by weeds, it was inevitable that seeds remained in the soil. If the seeds were not thoroughly eradicated, even if the visible weeds were uprooted, they would inevitably return in the future. At this moment, Shi Yuan recalled the herb extraction technique, which could draw out the essence of plants, stripping them of their vitality. The extracted essence would be ideal for healing the 3 acres of water moonflower. Shishitsi, do you have any methods to resolve these weeds? Murong Xiao Xiao inquired, noticing Shi Yuan's delay in action and frowning. I have thought of a method, but whether it can completely eliminate these weeds remains to be seen. Shi Yuan replied with uncertainty. Then give it a try, urged Murong Xiao Xiao. Shi Yuan nodded, his fingers moving like wheels, and soon, wisps of pale green light soared from the spiritual field, gathering at his fingertips. Murong Xiao Xiao and the girl in the yellow dress were astonished to witness the weeds transform from vibrant green to a withered yellow, gradually collapsing. After a quarter of an hour, more than half of the weeds had turned yellow and fallen to the ground. Shi Yuan was drenched in sweat, his complexion somewhat pale. His cultivation at the 3rd level of qi refinement could not sustain the technique for too long. As time passed, Shi Yuan's magical energy dwindled. And as he retracted the technique, the pale green light that had gathered at his fingertips transformed into a fist-sized green orb. At this point, a small portion of weeds still remained in the spiritual field. Oh, why did you stop? Shishiti, continue. The girl in the yellow dress urged, blinking in anxiety. Enough. Xinger, Shishitsi has exhausted his energy. Let him sit and recover before continuing, Morong Xiaoxiao explained, glancing at Shi Yuan's pale face. Oh, very well. The girl in the yellow dress nodded. Shi Yuan sat cross-legged, gradually recovering his energy. After a while, he stood and resumed the herb extraction technique, drawing out the essence from the remaining weeds. A quarter of an hour later, as the pale green light ceased to emerge from the spiritual field, Shi Yuan retracted the technique, revealing a baby fist-sized green orb in his hand. Gazing across the spiritual field, he noted it was filled with withered yellow weeds. Shi Yuan's lips moved slightly, a hint of red light flickering at his fingertips. With a soft pop, a wisp of crimson flame erupted from his fingertips. With a flick of his finger, Shi Yuan unleashed a vibrant red flame that leapt forth, igniting the withered yellow grass beneath it in an immediate blaze. The fire grew increasingly fierce, engulfing the entire spiritual field, but soon enough, it extinguished. The weeds had been thoroughly cleared. However, do not hastily plant the spiritual herbs just yet. Observe for 2 days, and if no weeds reappear, it will not be too late to sow the herbs, Shi Yuan advised, wiping the sweat from his brow. Understood. Thank you, junior brother Shi Yuan, the girl in the yellow garb replied with a nod. A smile gracing her face and revealing 2 faint dimples on her round cheeks, making her exceedingly adorable. Upon hearing her response, Shi Yuan's expression remained notably indifferent. Xing'eroth. After all this effort from junior brother Shi Yuan, is a mere thank you all you have to say? Morong Xiaoxiao interjected from the side. Oh, I almost forgot. Junior brother Shi Yuan, I do not have many spiritual stones on me, but please accept these 5 as payment for your weeding efforts, the girl in yellow suddenly realized, pulling out 5 spiritual stones and offering them to Shi Yuan. Senior sister, you are too courteous. As fellow disciples, we ought to assist one another, Shi Yuan replied, though he graciously accepted the 5 spiritual stones with a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Morong Xiaoxiao observed the change in Shi Yuan's demeanor with a look of disdain, pondering why he was so elated over merely 5 spiritual stones. By the way, senior sister, is there anything else you require my assistance with? Shi Yuan inquired enthusiastically, narrowing his eyes. Not at the moment, the girl in yellow responded, slightly taken aback, shaking her head. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. We should always lend a hand to fellow disciples. Shi Yuan smiled warmly. Morong Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at this, suspecting his enthusiasm was solely motivated by the spiritual stones. All right, there is nothing more for now. Junior brother Shi Yuan, you may return to your tasks. We will call upon you if needed, Morong Xiaoxiao commanded in an authoritative tone. Shi Yuan nodded and departed on his flying device. Sister Morong, he appears quite righteous, yet it seems he is rather avaricious, the girl named Xing'er remarked after Shi Yuan left. Indeed. I did not foresee that. Nonetheless, he did help you clear those weeds, and you cannot say you lost out with those 5 spiritual stones, Morong Xiaoxiao replied. However, I am quite impoverished, Sister Morong. Perhaps you could lend me more spiritual stones to spend. Enough. Go ask your father for help. I must take my leave now. Upon returning to Uncle Zhou's cave, Shi Yuan promptly approached the 3 acres of water moon flowers. With a swift motion of his sleeve, 2 emerald beads, one large and one small, shimmered into existence, hovering above the flowers. Shi Yuan formed a series of hand seals, directing 2 spells at the emerald beads. With a flash of azure light, the beads shattered, releasing a torrent of pure plant essence that surged into the water moon flowers below. After absorbing the essence, the petals of the water moon flowers regained their pristine whiteness, and the entire patch flourished even more robustly than before. Shi Yuan circled around the 3 acres of water moon flowers, and upon witnessing their petals transformed into immaculate white, he nodded in satisfaction. This time, the issue of the yellowing petals of the water moon flower was resolved, largely thanks to a senior sister whose spiritual field was overgrown with weeds. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for where to extract the essence of the plants. Today's experience served as a wake-up call for Shi Yuan. Relying on a last-minute effort to address the ailments of spiritual flora was not a viable approach. It became evident that he needed to master the foundational 5 elemental techniques. Currently, within the realm of these basic techniques, he was familiar with the spring rain technique, the metal technique, the plant technique, and the fire technique, leaving only the earth spirit technique to master. With this thought in mind, Shi Yuan retrieved the jade slip documenting the foundational 5 elemental techniques and located the cultivation method for the earth spirit technique. This technique would enable a more even distribution of spiritual energy within the soil, facilitating the absorption by the spiritual plants. After silently reciting the cultivation mantra of the earth spirit technique, he entered a mystical space, and released the spirit-devouring bee from his spiritual beast pouch. At that moment, the spiritual rice had reached maturity. Shi Yuan carefully used scissors to harvest each grain of rice, storing them in his storage pouch. 2 hours later, having completed the harvest of an acre of spiritual rice, Shi Yuan was drenched in sweat. Without pausing for a break, he wiped his brow and sat cross-legged, internally reciting the cultivation mantra of the earth spirit technique, his fingers dancing swiftly to form the necessary seals. The cultivation of the earth spirit technique proved no simpler than that of the plant technique, and Shi Yuan faced repeated failures. However, he did not relent. Each setback only ignited his fighting spirit. After another 2 hours, with his fingers moving rapidly to form the seals, a radiant yellow light began to emanate from his hands. Witnessing this, Shi Yuan's face brightened as he pressed his hands into the earth. The yellow light flickered brightly from his palms, drawing attention. A quarter of an hour later, as a significant amount of his mana dissipated, Shi Yuan's complexion grew pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his hands remained firmly planted on the ground. After another 15 minutes, Shi Yuan withdrew his hand seals, the yellow light vanishing from his palms as he lifted them from the earth. He swiftly approached, grasping a fist-sized clump of soil, squeezing it tightly until it crumbled, releasing a rush of spiritual energy. Although the amount of energy was modest, its distribution was remarkably even. Nodding in approval, Shi Yuan recognized that, as the spiritual herbs had yet to mature, he could not use the fireball technique to incinerate the rice stalks. Thus, he would allow them to decompose naturally. Exiting the mystical space, he directed his vessel toward Danxia Mountain. With over 100 pounds of spiritual rice and several hundred pounds of blood chi fruit and purple apricot, he was well equipped to concoct the valley elixir. Upon reaching Danxia Mountain, Shi Yuan spent 2 spirit stones to rent a low-tier alchemy chamber. Throughout the month, he also dedicated time to study various alchemical insights, gaining substantial knowledge. This time, he felt confident in his ability to successfully refine the valley elixir. Seated before a yellow alchemical furnace, Shi Yuan sat in silence for a quarter of an hour before opening his eyes, exhaling a breath of stagnant air, and began the alchemical process. He formed seals with his hands, casting several spells upon the dragon head atop the furnace, as streams of crimson flames erupted forth, converging at the base of the furnace. After a brief period of preheating, feeling that the temperature was sufficient, he tossed the pre-prepared materials into the furnace and sealed the lid. Within a quarter of an hour, a rich aroma of medicinal essence wafted from the furnace. As Shi Yuan inhaled the rich fragrance, he became increasingly cautious, his expression grave. Moments later, a loud bang echoed, and a burnt odor wafted from the alchemical furnace. Once again, his attempt to concoct the fasting elixir had failed. Furrowing his brow, Shi Yuan meticulously recalled the entire refining process, suspecting that the excessive flames had led to this failure. He cleared the remnants from the furnace and commenced the preparation of a second batch of fasting elixirs. 2 days later, Shi Yuan sat cross-legged before the furnace. Engulfed by roaring flames, the room filled with an intense aroma. At this moment, he appeared haggard, his eyes bloodshot. He had lost count of his failures. His mind was solely fixated on the singular thought of creating the fasting elixir. He could not fathom why, if others were capable, he, Shi Yuan, could not succeed. He was determined to prove his abilities to himself. After a short while, Shi Yuan withdrew his hand from the incantation, causing the flames enveloping the furnace to dissipate instantly. With a flick of his sleeve, the lid of the furnace soared into the air and landed steadily on the ground. Rising swiftly, he approached the furnace, only to find 10 yellow pills, each the size of a longan, resting quietly within. A surge of accomplishment illuminated his fatigued visage after numerous failures. He had finally succeeded in refining the fasting elixir. Shi Yuan picked up one of the yellow pills, sniffed it lightly, and placed it in his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, it transformed into a nourishing essence that flowed into his abdomen. In an instant, a warm sensation spread throughout his body, accompanied by a gentle fullness in his stomach. Nodding in satisfaction, Shi Yuan acknowledged that although he had failed over 100 times before achieving this one success, he was confident that with diligent practice, his success rate would only improve. He retrieved an empty white porcelain bottle and filled it with the fasting elixir. A wave of fatigue washed over him, his eyelids growing heavy. After 2 days and nights of relentless alchemical work, he had reached his limit, both mentally and physically. With a slight change in expression, Shi Yuan entered the mysterious space, making his way into the stone chamber, where he lay upon the stone bed and slowly closed his eyes. After an indeterminate period, Shi Yuan opened his eyes, feeling refreshed and invigorated. At that moment, He noticed that the rice stalks in his spiritual field had all collapsed, some showing signs of decay. He took out a black porcelain jar, retrieving a handful of spiritual rice seeds which he evenly scattered across the field. After a gentle rain, green seedlings emerged from the soil. Following this, he inspected the growth of the condensation smoke grass and the fierce sun grass, confirming their health before stepping back. Upon exiting the Danxia Hall, Shi Yuan mounted his flying device and returned to Uncle Zhou's cave dwelling. As soon as he entered, he hurried to the 3 acres of moonlight water flowers, watering them diligently. Having completed these tasks, he stepped outside and soared towards the Taisu Valley. The 5 blood-chi fruit trees and the 5 purple apricot trees bore an abundance of fruit, each yielding hundreds of pounds. Shi Yuan had utilized only a fraction of the blood-chi fruit and purple apricot for his elixirs. He intended to reserve a portion for further refinement while selling the rest to exchange for spiritual stones to procure resources for his cultivation. Upon arriving at the market, Shi Yu circled around before entering a shop that specialized in the acquisition of spiritual herbs. This establishment, known as Bai Chao Zhai, was situated 2 streets away from the Qingdan Pavilion operated by the Taishu sect. Logically, as a disciple of the Taishu sect, Shi Yu should have sold his spiritual fruits to Qingdan Pavilion. However, he chose otherwise. There were numerous fellow disciples frequenting Qingdan Pavilion, and should he be recognized, it could lead to complications. Thus, selling the spiritual fruits to strangers appeared to be a more prudent choice. Inside the spacious hall, a throng of cultivators, numbering around 50 to 60, crowded around several counters, engaged in conversation with a few attendants clad in yellow garments. With a discreet sweep of his spiritual sense, Shi Yu discerned that these individuals were all at the qi refining stage. After a brief contemplation, he approached one of the counters. Noticing that no one was paying him any heed, he felt at ease and directly inquired, "Do you accept spiritual fruits?" "Indeed, esteemed friend. Please proceed to the side room on the left. Someone will attend to you there," replied an attendant while gesturing towards a stone chamber on the left side of the hall. Shi Yu nodded and made his way towards the stone chamber. A yellow curtain obscured the view inside, and a robust man with a dark complexion stood guard at the entrance. As Shi Yu approached, the man promptly intercepted him. "There is a transaction occurring inside. Please wait a moment," the burly man stated matter-of-factly. Acknowledging the man's words, Shi Yu stood patiently. After a quarter of an hour, a short and stocky middle-aged man exited the stone chamber. His brow was furrowed, and he appeared to be in a foul mood. He cast a cursory glance at Shi Yu before hastily leaving Bai Chao Zhai. Observing this, Shi Yu quickly entered the chamber. The stone chamber was quite spacious, measuring around 50 to 60 feet, adorned with antiquated yet fragrant furniture. In one corner, a purple incense burner emitted a gentle stream of aromatic smoke, filling the air with a subtle sandalwood fragrance. A shrewd-looking elder in a blue robe sat in a grand chair, radiating spiritual energy indicative of the 7th layer of qi refinement. "Old man Lu Yuan, may I inquire your name, esteemed friend?" the elder inquired, rising with a smile upon seeing Shi Yu. "Zhao Yu." Shi Yu provided a fictitious name. "Ah, so it is Zhao Dao Yu. Pray tell, what spiritual herbs do you wish to sell?" "We assure you a fair price here," the elder responded with a beaming countenance. "May I ask if you accept blood-chi fruits and purple luo apricots, and what the prices are?" Shi Yu cut straight to the point. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression dimmed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Certainly, we do accept them. However, these 2 types of spiritual fruits are of the lowest tier. Their prices are not high. Blood-chi fruits are priced at 2 spirit stones per pound, while purple luo apricots are 4 spirit stones per pound. When Shi Yuan made his purchase, the blood-chi fruits were priced at 3 spirit stones per pound, while the zi luo apricots were 5 spirit stones per pound. Upon selling, the price per pound had decreased by 1 spirit stone, which did not surprise him. If the selling price were the same as the buying price, who would engage in such a trade? "Well then, I kindly request you to weigh and calculate the value of these blood-chi fruits and zi luo apricots," he said, retrieving 2 bulging storage bags from his bosom and presenting them to the elder in the blue robe. The elder accepted the bags, producing a palm-sized silver disc inscribed with various numbers. After infusing it with his magical energy, the silver disc expanded to an impressive size of 5 or 6 zhang. He tossed one of the storage bags into the air, casting a spell upon it. The bag opened, and a radiant light burst forth, cascading onto the silver disc. As the light faded, a multitude of fist-sized crimson fruits appeared atop the disc. Observing this scene, a flicker of astonishment swiftly crossed the elder's murky eyes. The fruits were plump and vibrantly colored, presenting an appealing sight. After noting the weight of the blood chi fruits, the elder utilized a new storage bag to collect them, then cast a spell on the other storage bag. With another flash of light, a heap of fist-sized purple fruits emerged. After recording the weight of the purple fruits, the elder stored the Luo apricots in a pristine storage bag. 161 pounds of blood chi fruits and 102 pounds of Luo apricots. According to our agreed price, totals 730 spirit stones. Zhao Dao friend, please verify if the calculation is accurate, the elder said, narrowing his eyes with a smile. That sounds correct. Let us proceed with this price, Shi Yuan replied calmly, nodding. The elder, noticing Shi Yuan's unchanging demeanor, experienced a moment of surprise. In his view, a chi refining stage 3 cultivator selling spirit fruits for over 700 spirit stones should display some sign of elation. Yet, Shi Yuan remained composed, as if 700 spirit stones were but a trifling sum to him. Could it be that he hailed from a family of cultivators? Contemplating this, the elder scrutinized Shi Yuan more closely. Although Shi Yuan's attire was modest and his demeanor did not reflect that of a cultivator from a prominent family, the elder couldn't shake off his curiosity. Is there an issue? Shi Yuan inquired, his brow furrowing, displaying a hint of displeasure. Logically, after the transaction, the elder should have handed him the spirit stones without such scrutiny. The elder shook his head. No, this is 730 spirit stones. Please verify the quantity. He produced a storage bag, from which he poured out a substantial number of spirit stones, returning the 2 empty storage bags to Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan swept his consciousness over the stones, counting them several times to confirm their accuracy. This was his first experience possessing such a vast amount of spirit stones. A considerable fortune for him indeed. It was only prudent to verify multiple times before feeling at ease. Once the transaction was completed, Shi Yuan stored the spirit stones in his bag and turned to depart. Exiting the 100 Herb Pavilion, he made his way directly to the Qingdan Pavilion. The Qingdan Pavilion was as bustling as ever. Upon entering, Shi Yuan headed straight for a counter. On this occasion, he extravagantly purchased 5 bottles of chi refinement elixir. What Shi Yuan failed to notice was that a short, stout middle-aged man observed his entire transaction. As Shi Yuan exited the Qingdan Pavilion, the middle-aged man followed closely behind. Shi Yuan then ventured into a shop that sold spirit herb seeds, spending 100 spirit stones to acquire seeds for various herbs used in concocting the chi refinement elixir. However, upon leaving the shop, he encountered the gaze of the middle-aged man, who, upon seeing Shi Yuan, immediately averted his eyes, his demeanor betraying a hint of panic. Contemplating this, Shi Yuan meandered down the street, visiting several shops. Each time he emerged, he noticed the middle-aged man lurking nearby. This convinced Shi Yuan that he was being watched. He had heard tales of murder and treasure theft, yet never anticipated such misfortune would befall him. The middle-aged man possessed a cultivation level of the 5th layer of chi refinement, 2 tiers above Shi Yuan. The situation grew more precarious as Shi Yuan remained uncertain about whether the man had accomplices. If it were only the one, he might have a chance to escape. But if there were more, he would find himself in dire straits. Realizing he was being tracked, Shi Yuan's first instinct was to don the attire of a disciple of the Tai Su sect and swagger away. However, he could not guarantee that the man would cease his pursuit. The thought of returning to the sect with fellow disciples had never crossed Shi Yuan's mind. Since the death of his parents, he had lost his support system. No one cared for his life or sought his companionship. In this moment, he could only rely on himself to deal with the nefarious individual tailing him. After much contemplation, Shi Yuan entered a shop adorned with the plaque of Qianfu Hall, a place clearly dedicated to the sale of talismans. Given his 2 lower realms of cultivation compared to the middle-aged man and recognizing the depth of the latter's magical prowess, he determined that simple talismans with minimal mana consumption would be his best choice. The proprietor, a middle-aged man exuding an air of scholarly wisdom, approached Shi Yuan with a welcoming smile, inquiring which talismans he wished to purchase and offering to provide recommendations. Do you have any powerful beginner talismans? Shi Yuan asked straightforwardly. Indeed, we have the Great Fireball Talisman, the Great Wind Blade Talisman, the Ice Spear Talisman, and the Thunder Javelin Talisman. Which one would you prefer? The man replied, his face beaming with enthusiasm. What are the prices for these talismans? And how much for the Wind Wall Talisman and the Earth Escape Talisman? Shi Yuan pondered briefly before asking. The Great Fireball Talisman is 10 spirit stones each. The Great Wind Blade Talisman is 13 spirit stones each. The Ice Spear Talisman is 30 spirit stones each, and the thunder javelin talisman is 40 spirit stones each. The wind wall talisman is 30 spirit stones. And the earth escape talisman is 100 spirit stones each. Which ones would you like? The shopkeeper cheerfully inquired. I will take 2 of the great fireball talismans. 2 of the great wind blade talismans, 1 wind wall talisman, and 1 earth escape talisman, Shi Yuan decided after careful consideration. Your total comes to 175 spirit stones. Shi Yuan produced the required sum of 175 spirit stones and accepted the 6 talismans from the shopkeeper's hands. Stepping out of the shop, Shi Yuan cast a glance to his left and right, spotting the silhouette of a middle-aged man in a nearby bookstore. At this sight, a flicker of cold light flashed in Shi Yuan's eyes as he abruptly quickened his pace, hastening towards the exit of the marketplace. By this time, dusk had fallen, and few chose to leave the market at such an hour. After traversing 5 miles beyond the marketplace, Shi Yuan swiftly summoned his leaf artifact, soaring towards the Tai Su sect. Before long, a middle-aged man with a pair of azure wings, each about a foot in span, soared into the sky behind him. With a gentle flap of his wings, he pursued Shi Yuan, his speed surpassing that of Shi Yuan's leaf artifact. Shi Yuan poured his magical energy fervently into the leaf artifact beneath him, propelling it to fly faster. While directing the artifact towards the sect, he glanced back. And upon seeing the azure light closing in, his expression shifted dramatically. At this rate, he would not reach the sect before being caught, and with his dwindling magical energy, he would surely be no match for his pursuer. Resolute, Shi Yuan's eyes gleamed with determination. With a single hand gesture, the azure leaves abruptly changed direction, plunging towards a dense thicket below. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man was initially taken aback, but soon his face broke into a wild grin. Truthfully, observing Shi Yuan's flight path had led him to surmise that Shi Yuan was a disciple of the Tai Su sect. Had Shi Yuan continued forward just a moment longer, he might have abandoned the chase, but the sudden change of heart ignited the man's murderous intent. With a flicker of his expression, the middle-aged man furiously flapped his azure wings, descending rapidly towards the ground. Soon, he landed mere 100 feet away from Shi Yuan, his face ablaze with eagerness. I am a disciple of the Tai Su sect. What is your intention in following me? Shi Yuan inquired solemnly, a hint of tension in his demeanor. Humph, I care not who you are. If you are wise, hand over your storage bag, and I may spare your life. The middle-aged man scoffed coldly. If I give you my storage bag, will you truly spare my life? Shi Yuan asked timidly. Of course, I, son, am a man of my word. The middle-aged man replied, momentarily taken aback, then his face lit up with fervor, speaking earnestly. He had no intention of letting Shi Yuan go. His words were merely a ruse to coax Shi Yuan into relinquishing his storage bag. Having witnessed Shi Yuan purchase talismans at the Qianfu Hall, he harbored some reservations. If Shi Yuan were willing to part with his storage bag, it would be most advantageous. Very well, I shall give you my storage bag. But you must not take my life, Shi Yuan said, his voice quivering. With that, he removed the storage bag from his waist and tossed it towards the man. As the storage bag soared through the air, 2 glowing red talismans emerged in a flash. With twin explosive sounds, the red talismans detonated, transforming into 2 massive fireballs the size of water barrels, hurtling towards the middle-aged man. Even before the fireballs drew near, an unbearable wave of heat surged forth. Upon witnessing this, the middle-aged man let out a snort, slapping his waist storage bag with his right hand. A red light burst forth, revealing a towering black shield that stood about 10 feet high. A middle-aged man clasped his hands in a series of intricate gestures, causing a black shield to whirl rapidly around him, forming a formidable wall of darkness. At that moment, 2 colossal fireballs hurtled toward him, crashing violently against the black shield. With 2 thunderous booms, the fireballs erupted, engulfing the middle-aged man's figure in a torrent of flames. Moments later, as the flames dissipated, he emerged unscathed. Though the radiance of the black shield had dimmed considerably, suddenly, a buzzing sound filled the air, and hundreds of yellow bees descended upon him, alighting on his body. The sharp stingers of the spirit-devouring bees pierced his skin with brutal force, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him, eliciting anguished cries. He drew a black long sword and swung it fiercely, slaying numerous spirit-devouring bees. Yet many still clung to him, their stingers relentlessly stabbing into his flesh. While the middle-aged man was preoccupied with fending off the bees, Shi Yuan deftly flipped his right palm, summoning a crimson short sword into his grasp. With a swift motion, he struck the hilt with his left hand, launching the red blade toward the middle-aged man with deadly precision. Blinded by the swarm of spirit-devouring bees and bleeding profusely from his wounds, the middle-aged man failed to notice the approach of the crimson sword. Suddenly, he felt a chill at his neck, and his head rolled away, followed by the lifeless body toppling over with a resounding thud. In that instant, a geyser of blood erupted from the severed neck, with the middle-aged man dead. The spirit-devouring bees that had been clinging to him returned to the spirit beast pouch at Shiryu's waist. Breathing a sigh of relief, Shiryu hurried to the headless corpse, suppressing his nausea as he retrieved the black shield and longsword, also snatching the storage pouch from the man's waist. Not daring to linger, he summoned a leaf-shaped artifact and soared into the sky, heading towards the Taishu sect. Before long, Shiryu returned to the sect as darkness enveloped the sky. Reflecting on the day's harrowing events, he felt a lingering fear. Without the assistance of hundreds of spirit-devouring bees, he doubted he could have breached the middle-aged man's defenses. In a war of attrition, he would have been no match for his opponent. This experience served as a stark reminder for Shiryu, urging him to exercise greater caution in his future endeavors. Additionally, he recognized the need to elevate his cultivation and acquire a powerful offensive technique. Otherwise, he would remain a tempting target for malicious individuals who would seize any opportunity to prey upon him. When it comes to the strongest cultivators in the realm of immortality, no definitive answer exists. However, when discussing those capable of overpowering peers of the same rank, the immediate thought is invariably of sword cultivators, those who specialize in the sword path. In the same realm, sword cultivators are undoubtedly the most formidable adversaries. No one wishes to provoke a powerful sword practitioner, while their cultivation may progress at a slower pace. Once they reach fruition, they can effortlessly dominate their peers, a fact universally acknowledged within the world of cultivation. The cultivation of swordsmanship is an arduous endeavor. Generally, practitioners of the sword have little time to refine their techniques. This, however, does not concern Shiryu. At worst, he can practice swordsmanship within the confines of the mysterious space. The pressing issue is that Shiryu currently lacks any method for sword cultivation. It seems he must visit the Scriptures Pavilion tomorrow in hopes of discovering a suitable technique. The Taishu sect is renowned throughout the Tang dynasty for its alchemical prowess. Yet Shiryu is uncertain whether the Scriptures Pavilion houses any texts on sword cultivation. With a flicker of determination, Shiryu retrieved a black storage bag, an item he had found on the corpse of a middle-aged man. He unfastened the bag and emptied its contents onto the ground, where a multitude of items scattered before him. To his disappointment, the treasures within the storage bag were meager. Aside from a black shield and a black longsword, both of middling quality, there were only 2 inferior artifacts and a handful of low-grade spirit stones. After a moment of contemplation, Shiryu found no surprise in this. Had the middle-aged man been wealthy, he would not have resorted to murder for the sake of treasure. Nonetheless, Shiryu acknowledged that his own cultivation level was somewhat lacking, as he had only reached the 3rd layer of chi refinement. After much reflection, he decided to enter the mysterious space to cultivate for a period, aiming to break through to the 4th layer. He retrieved a white porcelain vial, poured out a green medicinal pill, and placed it in his mouth. The moment the elixir touched his tongue, it dissolved, releasing a stream of pure spiritual energy that coursed through his meridians. He hurriedly activated the Taishu technique, refining this pure energy, and gradually closed his eyes. Shiryu remained in the space for 20 days, consuming all the chi refinement pills, hoping to harness their potency to advance to the 4th layer. After 20 days, he suddenly opened his eyes. Upon awakening, he seemed to sense something. Upon inspecting his inner consciousness, he was astonished to find that the small vortex in his dantian had grown significantly. Moreover, his spiritual awareness had sharpened considerably, clearly indicating an advancement to the 4th layer of chi refinement. Seeing this, Shiryu's face broke into an ecstatic smile. With his ascension to the 4th layer, his magical power had increased significantly, allowing him to extend the duration of both rain summoning and the application of the herb technique. Simultaneously, he was amazed to discover that the spiritual energy within the mysterious space had become even denser, at least doubling in concentration. Furthermore, the original 3 acres of spiritual fields had now expanded to 6 acres. Shiryu was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face radiated joy. His eyes filled with astonishment as a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. The mysterious space can advance. He calmed his excited heart and examined the growth of the spiritual herbs and grains. Indeed, with the spiritual energy having increased by a factor of 2, the maturation period for both the spiritual herbs and grains had been significantly shortened. The spiritual rice, which typically ripened once a year, was now expected to mature in just half a month. Gazing at the additional 3 acres of spiritual fields, Shiryu's eyes burned with fervor. This newfound land could be utilized to cultivate other spiritual herbs. The chi refinement pills were crafted from 5 types of 10-year-old spiritual herbs. And Shiryu had purchased seeds for these 5 herbs at the market, perfectly suited for planting in the newly acquired 3 acres. The additional 3 acres of spiritual land had yet to be cultivated. The soil contained varying amounts of spiritual energy, necessitating the use of a hoe as a tool for cultivation. With this thought in mind, Shiryu retrieved the hoe and set off towards the 3 vacant acres of spiritual land. He spent half the day turning over the soil. Dividing the newly acquired 3 acres into 5 sections, he planted the seeds of 5 different spiritual herbs used for refining chi elixirs. After administering rain, the seedlings broke through the earth one by one. Observing the lush green sprouts, Shiryu wiped the sweat from his brow, his face reflecting satisfaction. With the spiritual land at his residence, Shiryu's total area of spiritual land approached 7 acres. A rarity among the disciples in the chi refining stage of the Taisu sect. Reflecting on the events of the day, he recalled waking up that morning to discover he had advanced to the 4th layer of chi refinement. The blue orb had transformed into a pale azure hue, and the spiritual land and density of spiritual energy within the mysterious space had doubled. Could this be attributed to his rise in cultivation? Shiryu pondered privately. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. When he ascended to the 3rd layer of chi refinement previously, there had been no increase in the spiritual land or energy density of the mysterious space. Was it related to that stone house? His gaze shifted to the stone abode nearby. Not long ago, the stone house had absorbed the energy from dozens of spirit stones, resulting in a noticeable increase in the density of spiritual energy within the mysterious space. Had this connection caused the growth in both the spiritual land and energy density? Shiryu hesitated for a moment, but then, with a resolute expression, he entered the stone house and retrieved a dozen spirit stones, placing them on the stone bed. Soon, the once milky white stones turned a dull gray. Exiting the stone house, he noticed that the spiritual energy in the air had indeed intensified. After some contemplation, he returned inside, gritted his teeth, and left 20 spirit stones behind, placing the remainder, amounting to 700 or 800, on the stone bed. The stone house's ability to absorb the energy from the spirit stones would enhance the density of spiritual energy in the mysterious space, thereby indirectly shortening the maturation period of the spiritual herbs and spiritual grains. The shorter the maturation time, the more spirit stones Shiryu could earn, making this a highly rewarding investment. Stepping out of the stone house, he found the density of spiritual energy had significantly increased. Nodding in satisfaction, he was about to exit the mysterious space when an aged voice suddenly rang out. Delicious. Little one, do you have any spirit stones left? Please, give me a bit more. Taken aback, Shiryu's expression shifted to one of alarm. He scanned the surroundings but saw no one. Was it merely an illusion? He whispered to himself, confusion evident in his gaze. Expanding his spiritual awareness, he searched the area again, yet found no trace of any presence. Relaxing slightly, he sighed in relief. It seemed the voice had indeed been an illusion. But just then, the old voice echoed once more. Little one, don't go. Stay and chat with me. It has been tens of thousands of years since I last saw a living person. Who is playing tricks? A pang of anxiety gripped Shiryu's heart as he inquired in a low voice, simultaneously revealing a crimson short sword in his palm. Playing tricks? You, an insignificant insect at the 4th level of chi refinement, are worthy of my attention? A somewhat mocking voice echoed in Shiryu's ear. Humph. If you do not intend to play tricks, why not step forth for a meeting? Shiryu retorted calmly, a hint of disdain in his tone. Upon closer inspection, one could see his right hand firmly clutching the crimson short sword while his left hand held 2 azure talismans, his expression betraying a palpable tension. It was hardly surprising. Since acquiring the blue orb, he had yet to encounter another soul within this enigmatic space. The sudden emergence of someone else left him on edge. Shiryu had steeled himself for the possibility of eliminating this stranger. The secret of the orb was his alone, and he would never divulge such a monumental secret to anyone. I have always been here. You simply failed to notice. Turn around, and you shall see me. A languid male voice resonated. Shiryu frowned, swiftly pivoting, only to find the stone house behind him devoid of any presence. Oomph, I thought you were formidable. Yet it seems you lack the courage to reveal yourself. Shiryu scoffed coldly. I stand before you. How can you not see me? Humph, an insect remains an insect. A derisive male voice replied. Before me lies a stone house. Are you suggesting that it is the house that speaks? Do you take me for a mere child? Shiryu furrowed his brows. Humph, before me, You are indeed like a 3-year-old child. Furthermore, why cannot a stone house speak? Do you truly believe that the stone house before you is merely a stone house? Upon hearing this, Shiryu's brows knitted tighter. After a moment's contemplation, he struck the hilt of the crimson short sword with his left hand, sending it soaring towards the stone house. With a resounding thud, the crimson short sword struck the stone house, leaving not a single mark. Witnessing this, Shiryu's face was painted with shock. The Scarlet Moon Sword was a superior magical artifact, yet it failed to leave any trace upon the stone edifice. Little one, spare yourself the effort. Do not presume that your attack with a magical artifact, or even that of a core formation practitioner, could harm this stone house in the slightest. A faint male voice intoned. Upon hearing this, Shiryu's expression darkened as he commanded the Scarlet Moon Sword to relentlessly cleave at the stone house, yet it remained impervious. Showing no signs of damage. Taking a deep breath, Shiryu summoned the Scarlet Moon Sword back into his grasp. Who exactly are you? And what is your purpose in hiding here? Shiryu asked in a grave tone. Hiding? Absurd. I have always been right here. The notion of hiding is nonsensical. The man's voice dripped with disdain. Always been here. So, does that mean you are aware of everything I have done? Shiryu's brows furrowed deeply, his eyes glinting with cold light. Indeed, I know. Rest assured, I mean you no harm. Had I wished to, I would have acted long ago. Little one, do you desire to become powerful? The man spoke in a tone laced with temptation. Of course I do. How so? Can you assist me? Shiryu narrowed his eyes. Speaking in a hushed tone, he chuckled softly, exuding an air of confidence as he spoke. I assure you, achieving the nascent soul before your centenary is entirely feasible. Upon hearing this, Shiryu felt his breath quicken. The Taishu sect standing in the Tang dynasty was not solely due to its exquisite alchemical skills, but also significantly attributed to the presence of a nascent soul elder within the sect. It is no exaggeration to say that a nascent soul cultivator can traverse the Tang dynasty with impunity, with no one daring to offend them. Should Shiryu ascend to the nascent soul realm, not only would Elder Wang refrain from bullying him, but even the sect leader would treat him with utmost respect. However, Shiryu was never one to believe in the notion of free lunches. The sudden appearance of an individual claiming to assist him in achieving the nascent soul before the age of 100 struck him as implausible. Such proclamations often concealed ulterior motives. Suddenly, a chilling thought crossed his mind, soul-seizing. His parents had recounted numerous legends from the cultivation world, frequently mentioning soul-seizing, whereby high-level cultivators, either due to cultivation mishaps or severe injuries, would abandon their own bodies to seize the bodies of cultivators of lesser prowess. If the soul-seizing was successful, the original occupant of the body would be no more. The mere thought of this tightened Shiryu's chest, prompting him to retreat hastily. His expression taut with anxiety as he regarded the stone chamber. Why are you distancing yourself? I harbor no ill intent. I possess the methods of top-tier cultivation techniques and understand artifact refinement and alchemy. With my guidance, achieving the nascent soul before your centenary is well within reach. The man declared confidently. I do not believe in free gifts from the heavens. Your assistance in elevating my realm must surely have an ulterior motive. Shiryu's eyes brimmed with skepticism. Indeed, I have my motives. In exchange for aiding your ascension, you shall provide me with spirit stones. How many, you ask? After a brief moment of contemplation, Shiryu inquired. That depends on your desires. Should you seek merely a commonplace technique, a few dozen spirit stones would suffice. However, for a complete top-tier technique, you would require several thousand spirit stones. Are you an artifact spirit? Shiryu pondered aloud after a moment of silence. He recalled his parents mentioning that to enhance the potency of a magic treasure, a powerful spirit would often be sealed within during its refinement. Artifact spirit? Close enough. It is my first time hearing that an artifact spirit requires spirit stones. You wouldn't happen to be sealed here. Yearning to absorb the spiritual energy from the stones to break free from your confinement, would you? Shiryu said, uncertainty clouding his features. Humph. What could a mere chi refinement cultivator know of the wonders of the heaven-palming pearl? Believe it or not, if you wish to obtain advanced cultivation techniques or other texts, feel free to seek me out. But let it be known, payment in spirit stones must precede any transaction. Upon hearing this, Shiryu's expression shifted from uncertainty to contemplation before he exited the mysterious space, troubled by the unexpected appearance of this enigmatic figure. Judging solely by the voice, Shiryu estimated the mysterious individual to be in his 50s or 60s, and he was certain that this person was not an artifact spirit, but rather someone who had been sealed within the stone chamber of the mysterious space for reasons unknown. Unable to escape for the time being, a mysterious individual seeks to acquire spiritual stones from Shiwan, presumably to absorb sufficient spiritual energy to break free from their seal. When that moment arrives, Shiwan will be the first to suffer. The mere thought of a shadowy figure lurking within an enigmatic space, poised to seize his essence at any moment, casts a dark pall over Shiwan's countenance, dispelling any exhilaration he felt from acquiring 3 additional acres of spiritual land. This reaction is entirely understandable. Who could find joy in the knowledge that their essence might be usurped at any moment? After considerable contemplation, Shiwan resolved against entering the mysterious space until he could devise a countermeasure, for to fall victim to the other's scheme would be fraught with peril. Naturally, all of this remained speculative. His knowledge regarding essence usurpation was woefully inadequate for formulating a precise judgment, leaving the actual circumstances shrouded in uncertainty. Seeking assistance from his elders within the sect had never crossed his mind. Doing so would effectively unveil the secret of the mysterious space, leading to his untimely demise without forewarning. After a moment of reflection, he decided to visit the library to consult texts pertaining to essence usurpation, hoping to unearth some strategies for defense. With this thought in mind, Shiwan departed his abode and soared toward the library on his flying artifact. Having spent an entire day within the library, he eventually located a tome detailing essence usurpation and expended 10 spiritual stones to transcribe its contents. Upon returning to his quarters, Shiwan promptly retrieved the transcribed jade slip and pressed it to his forehead. A quarter of an hour later, he set the jade slip aside, his expression contemplative. The text elucidated 3 fundamental tenets regarding essence usurpation. First, practitioners of the way of immortality must not attempt to usurp the essence of mortals, as the body being usurped would inevitably collapse under the strain of the process. Second, only those with superior magical prowess may successfully usurp the essence of those with lesser abilities. The greater the disparity in their magical powers, the safer the endeavor. Third, a practitioner may only perform essence usurpation once in their lifetime, regardless of their magical capacity. Attempting a second usurpation would lead to the inexplicable annihilation of their primordial spirit. The jade slip also highlighted several methods to counteract essence usurpation. The first method involved talismans, some of which could prevent one from being usurped. However, these talismans are not only costly, but also consumable. Additionally, certain specialized magical artifacts, if carried at all times, could provide similar protective effects, albeit at an even steeper price. Furthermore, one could inscribe unique spiritual patterns directly onto their physical form, which would offer a degree of resistance against usurpation. Though this method carries its own set of side effects. Among these 3 methods, the third is undoubtedly the most feasible. The Huichan Hall of the Taishu sect is capable of inscribing spiritual patterns, yet it demands a significant number of contribution points. Presently, Shiwan possesses a mere 50 contribution points, far from sufficient for such an undertaking. As for the first method involving talismans, not only are they rare and expensive, but Shiwan is also uncertain whether the Taishu sect possesses any. Regarding the magical artifacts designed to counteract usurpation, their creation is exceedingly complex, requiring rare materials, which results in few artisans being willing to forge such items. Consequently, those that do circulate are exceedingly scarce, often only appearing at grand auctions. At present, Shi Yuan's cultivation level is merely at the 4th layer of qi refinement, and he possesses only 10 spirit stones. He cannot even afford to participate in grand auctions to bid on artifacts that could prevent possession, let alone purchase the talismans that restrain such an occurrence. Holding a pale blue orb in his hand, his expression fluctuated as he pondered these matters. After deep contemplation, he resolved to head to the Hall of Elders to accept the task to accumulate contribution points and spirit stones. Once he has gathered enough contribution points, he plans to inscribe the talisman to counteract possession at the Rejuvenation Hall. Otherwise, he dares not enter the mysterious space again. Shi Yuan does not wish to be possessed just as he glimpses the prospect of a better life. After nurturing the 3 acres of shuiwei flowers, he soared towards the Hall of Elders on his flying artifact. Upon his arrival, a figure obstructed his path. Looking up, he saw a tall, handsome young man in a blue robe blocking his way, accompanied by a poised young woman in a green dress. "Oh, is this not junior brother Shi?" The blue-robed youth remarked with a smile, though his eyes brimmed with disdain. "What brings you here, brother Chen Sister Lu?" Shi Yuan inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger as he replied. The blue-robed youth was named Ming, and the young woman was Lu Zhen. During the time when Shi Yuan's parents were still alive, Ming and Lu Zhen often flitted around him, finding ways to amuse him. At that time, he was Navi, considering them his closest friends. However, shortly after the tragic demise of his parents, their true colors were revealed. They exploited Shi Yuan's trust to swindle him out of hundreds of spirit stones, leaving him in dire straits. Otherwise, he would not have remained at the second layer of qi refinement for so many years. Not only did they rob him of his spirit stones, but they also spread malicious rumors, claiming that his parents had bequeathed him a treasure. During that period, numerous Foundation establishment cultivators visited Shi Yuan, ostensibly to console him, yet their true intent was to coerce him into relinquishing the supposed treasure. In truth, Shi Yuan possessed no such treasure, yet the Foundation establishment cultivators refused to believe him. They employed various tactics to compel him to surrender what they believed to be his inheritance. In a moment of desperation, Shi Yuan, in front of the gathered crowd, emptied his storage bag, offering all its contents except for the Red Moon sword for their selection. The Foundation establishment cultivators were not courteous and swiftly divided the items among themselves. For a long time afterward, they sent spies to monitor Shi Yuan, hoping to uncover any remnants of his parents' treasure. Shi Yuan lingered at the second layer of qi refinement for years without any remarkable accomplishments, leading these cultivators to eventually abandon their pursuit. Elder Wang, too, had been influenced by the rumors, which drove him to target Shi Yuan in an attempt to force him to yield the so-called treasure. Had it not been for Qin Ming and Lu Jin spreading their malicious gossip, Shi Yuan's life would not have been so wretched. Thus, his animosity toward them was profound. However, he dared not reveal a hint of his hatred, for both Qin Ming and Lu Jin were cultivators at the 9th layer of qi refinement. Mere steps away from the 10th layer, a confrontation he was ill-equipped to provoke. There is nothing much. It has been a long time since I last saw junior brother Shi. Merely greeting you. Qin Ming shook his head and said with a smile. After speaking, he stepped aside, gesturing for Shi Yu to pass. Observing this scene, Shi Yu wore a puzzled expression and cautiously walked forward. Brother, even if he has advanced to the 4th level of qi refinement, there is no need for you to be so courteous, Lu Jin quietly inquired, his eyes filled with confusion as he watched Shi Yu's departing figure. 2 months ago when I encountered him, he was only at the 2nd level of qi refinement. Given his aptitude, do you not find it suspicious that he has ascended 2 minor realms in such a short time? Qin Ming remarked with a slight snort, his words laden with meaning. Brother, are you suggesting that he could not resist using the precious treasures left by ancestor Shi? Lu Jin's eyes brightened, speaking with a hint of excitement. It may not necessarily be a precious treasure. It could also be mid-grade spirit stones. Ancestor Shi was a core formation cultivator, and as his only descendant, it is hard to believe that ancestor Shi did not leave behind a substantial number of mid-grade spirit stones for him, Qin Ming said, shaking his head with a serious tone. That is true. Should we? Lu Jin licked his lips, his gaze somewhat fervent. Shu, lower your voice. We must keep a close watch on his movements. If he truly possesses a significant amount of mid-grade spirit stones, we can devise a plan to acquire them. Shi Yu is merely a waste with 5 spirit roots. Having mid-grade spirit stones in his possession is a waste. If we obtain those stones, perhaps we could advance to the Foundation establishment stage, Qin Ming concluded, his expression tinged with excitement. The Foundation establishment stage is a watershed moment, separating it from the qi refinement stage. The core formation cultivators of Tai Su sect frequently enter secluded meditation, while the nascent soul cultivators are even more elusive. The affairs of the sect are managed by the inner disciples at the Foundation establishment stage. Should he become a Foundation establishment cultivator, he could join the inner disciples of Tai Su sect, participating in the management of the sect, thereby elevating his status and position considerably. Lu Jin nodded, equally exhilarated. Unbeknownst to Shi Yu, he had unwittingly attracted attention. At this moment, Shi Yu was boldly approaching Steward Wang to request a task. Steward Wang, are there any planting-related tasks available? Shi Yu inquired with a beaming smile. There are certainly tasks, but it depends on whether you possess the ability to undertake them. Steward Wang replied enigmatically. The remuneration for planting work is inherently low, 1/3. What do you think? Shi Yu mused. Half, or not at all, Steward Wang stated coldly. Very well. Upon hearing this, Shi Yu raised an eyebrow, contemplating for a moment before gritting his teeth and agreeing. For the sake of accumulating sufficient contribution points as soon as possible, half would suffice. Upon hearing this, a satisfied glimmer appeared in Steward Wang's eyes as he spoke. The Flying Dragon Peak is overrun with a certain type of weed. Eliminate all of them within 7 days for 10 spirit stones. Understood. I shall take on this task, Shi Yu readily affirmed. Steward Wang nodded in satisfaction, tossing Shi Yu a purple square jade tablet, inscribed with the characters Flying Dragon. Shi Yu accepted the jade tablet and turned to depart from the steward's hall. soaring towards Flying Dragon Peak. Before long, Shi Yuan arrived at Filong Peak, the highest among the outer 18 peaks, aptly named for its striking resemblance to a soaring dragon. Shi Yu had previously visited Filong Peak, a time when it was adorned with an array of exotic flowers and rare herbs. Yet now, as he gazed upon the mountain, he found it largely overrun by weeds towering above a person's height, the once vibrant flora having entirely vanished. Faced with this imposing growth, Shi Yu furrowed his brow, a contemplative expression crossing his face. The sight of these weeds stirred a sense of familiarity within him. He felt he had encountered them before. After a moment of reflection, he recalled that just a few days prior, Morong Xiao had requested his assistance in tending to a senior sister's spirit field, which was infested with these very weeds, albeit in lesser quantity than those on Filong Peak. Logically, one might think that setting fire to such a vast expanse of weeds would suffice to eradicate them. However, Shi Yu was acutely aware that the surrounding mountains were lush with trees and flowers. A fire could spiral out of control with dire consequences. It seemed the only viable solution was to employ the technique known as the herb and wood formula, extracting the essence of these weeds, thereby ensuring their demise. With this thought, Shi Yu began to chant incantations, his fingers deftly forming intricate gestures. He had dedicated a portion of his daily routine to mastering the foundational 5-element techniques, and he was now quite adept at the hand signs. Before long, the incantations ceased, and he pointed towards the cluster of weeds. Wisps of pale blue light emerged from the thicket, coalescing in his fingertips. The ethereal glow intensified, transforming into a viscous green liquid that exuded a pure wood elemental spiritual energy. After a brief interval, Shi Yu concluded the incantation, revealing a jade-green orb, considerably larger than an adult's fist, resting in his palm. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he sat in meditation to restore his spiritual energy. Once replenished, he resumed the herb and wood formula, extracting the essence from the weeds. One by one, the weeds began to wilt and topple over. As time passed, the number of fallen weeds increased, and Shi Yu's complexion grew increasingly pale. For the next 6 days, aside from returning to summon rain, he devoted himself entirely to weeding Filong Peak. Through his relentless efforts, the weeds gradually turned a desolate yellow and collapsed, while the green orbs of concentrated essence multiplied to the point that Shi Yu could only store them in his storage pouch. On the 6th day, when the last weed finally succumbed, Shi Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, a weary smile gracing his face. Paying no heed to rest, he circled the peak several times to ensure no remnants remained before he departed on his flying apparatus. Upon arriving at the steward hall, he returned the jade token to Steward Wang. Have all the weeds been cleared? Wang inquired, a peculiar expression settling upon his face. I have checked. All the weeds have been eradicated, Shi Yu affirmed with a nod. I will send someone to verify. If all is in order, your reward will be forthcoming. Wang replied nonchalantly, summoning a cultivator to investigate the situation at Filong Peak. Before long, the cultivator returned, nodding towards Wang. Well done. Here is your reward, Wang said, satisfaction evident in his tone as he produced 5 spirit stones and handed them to Shi Yu. Steward Wang, are there any further tasks related to planting? Shi Yuan accepted the spirit stone, his face alight with joy as he inquired with a smile, is there anything available at the moment? Not at the moment. But there are numerous tasks related to the harvesting of spirit herbs. Would you like to take them on? Steward Wang replied with narrowed eyes, a cheerful expression gracing his features. What about other duties? For instance, patrolling the mountain gate or guarding the scripture repository? Shi Yuan asked, furrowing his brow in contemplation. With your cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refinement, do you truly believe I would assign you to patrol the mountain gate or guard the scripture repository? Steward Wang retorted with a derisive glance. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan's expression darkened, a wave of frustration surging within him, yet he dared not retort, fearing that Steward Wang might withhold all tasks from him. I shall return tomorrow, Shi Yuan finally declared after a moment of reflection, turning to leave. Upon returning to Uncle Shou's cave, Shi Yuan inspected the growth of the water moonflower, confirming all was well before descending into the basement. He retrieved a pale blue orb. His face contorted in indecision. Had he still possessed the freedom to enter the mysterious space, he would not have had to endure Steward Wang's disdain today. Yet, the thought of a mysterious primordial spirit lurking within that space, capable of seizing his physical form at any moment, quelled his resolve. With a soft sigh, he stored the orb away. Shi Yuan resolved to inscribe a restraining spiritual pattern upon himself before daring to re-enter that enigmatic realm. As for the talismans and artifacts that could counteract possession, their exorbitant cost rendered them unattainable for now. At this moment, He felt a twinge of regret for having squandered over 700 spirit stones in the stone house. However, he soon mused that without having expended those spirit stones, he would not have been able to sense that mysterious presence. With this thought, Shiwan found some solace. Early the next day, he set out. And just as he summoned his leaf artifact, a beam of yellow light shot towards him from a distance, halting before him. The yellow light receded to reveal a round-faced girl clad in yellow, standing atop a glowing yellow disc. "Shitty, I finally found you today. I thought you were absent," the girl exclaimed, her face beaming with delight before Shiwan could utter a word. "Has the weed returned, senior sister?" Shiwan inquired, his brow furrowing. His first instinct upon seeing her was that the weeds in the spirit field had resurfaced since he had previously helped her eradicate them. "No, thanks to your assistance. The weeds have not reappeared in the spirit field. I have come to seek your help with a planning issue," the girl replied, shaking her head with a smile. "However, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I fear." Shiwan's expression turned apologetic. 10 spirit stones. "Only you can resolve this issue, Shitty." "I shall provide them immediately," she said, her smile unwavering. "There's no need for such formality, senior sister. We should assist one another as fellow disciples. Please lead the way." Shiwan responded, his eyes brightening with enthusiasm. Upon observing the change in expression on Shi Yuan's face, the girl in the yellow robe felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Upon hearing that there would be spirit stones as a reward, this junior brother seemed like a different person, truly blinded by the allure of wealth. "Junior brother, follow me," she said, nodding her head. With a deft gesture, she summoned a radiant yellow disc beneath her feet, which transformed into a beam of yellow light soaring towards the horizon. Seeing this, Shi Yuan leapt onto his leaf-shaped artifact and pursued her. "By the way, I have yet to learn how to address you, senior sister." "I am Shi Yuan," he inquired, his expression shifting. "Chen Xingyo. You may call me senior sister Chen from now on," the girl in yellow replied with a smile. "Senior sister Chen, might you enlighten me on the specific cultivation issue we are to address?" he asked. "It is as follows. A dear friend of mine sowed spirit herb seeds in her spiritual field, yet the majority of them perished. And the seedlings that did sprout are of uneven quality. We are at a loss for the cause. She has consulted several knowledgeable peers, yet none could resolve the matter. I hope junior brother Shi can assist us," Chen Xinger articulated with clarity. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan nodded, a grave expression crossing his face. If several knowledgeable peers had been unable to remedy the situation, it appeared the circumstances were more dire than he had anticipated. Before long, Shi Yuan and Chen Xinger arrived at a quaint and serene courtyard. The yard was modest, with a patch of spiritual field on the left and several bamboo cottages on the right, behind which lay a grove of verdant bamboo. Scattered throughout the spiritual field were dozens of green seedlings, some of which had already turned yellow and wilted. In front of the spiritual field stood 2 men and a woman. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, clad in a blue gown. With a cultivation level of the 7th layer of chi refinement, her beautiful face etched with worry. One of the men appeared to be in his 30s, tall and possessing an 8th layer of chi refinement, while the other, a young man in his 20s with slightly darkened skin and a lean build, was at the 6th layer of chi refinement. "Chen, is this the spiritual planter you found? He is merely at the 4th layer of chi refinement and has no hope of remedying this situation if evenly, at the 6th layer, could not." The middle-aged man sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Shi Yuan. "What? Does Shi brother not seem capable? Humph. If you could resolve the issue with Sister Zhou's seedlings, I would not need to summon Shi brother. Moreover, what does cultivation level have to do with being a spiritual planter?" Chen Xinger retorted, her tone tinged with discontent. "Enough of your quarrel. Shi brother, is it? Quickly examine what ails the spirit herbs. I followed the cultivation methods precisely, yet inexplicably, these herbs withered soon after." The woman in the blue gown interjected, waving her hand to silence the others, her expression urgent as she turned to Shi Yuan. Without further ado, Shi Yuan stepped into the spiritual field. By observing the shape and color of the seedlings, he identified them as a spirit herb known as moon blossom. This herb requires ample sunlight and must be spaced at least a foot apart. Both conditions had been met by the woman in blue. Shi Yuan wandered around the spirit field, noticing bite marks on several young seedlings. Could it be that the withering of the spiritual herbs was caused by pests? Picking up a withered seedling, he examined it closely, finding no evidence of insect damage. After inspecting several more withered seedlings, he concluded that most bore no signs of pest infestations, indicating that insects were not the culprits behind the herb's decline. Indeed, most had withered prior to any insect presence. He pondered for a moment, Hesitating slightly before addressing the emaciated young man, "Could you kindly share your findings, senior brother?" "Humph. Are you not a spirit planter as well? Can't you discern the cause of the affliction?" The lean young man scoffed, his tone laced with derision. Shi Yuan's expression darkened at the remark, yet he remained silent, contemplating the uneven state of the spirit field before him. A spirit planter incapable of identifying the ailment. What a laugh that would elicit. The middle-aged man chuckled mockingly. At this, Qinshinga frowned but chose not to respond. The woman in the blue dress hesitated, casting a doubtful glance at Shi Yuan, ignoring the disdainful remarks. Shi Yuan furrowed his brow, recalling the texts he had studied. Suddenly, he crouched down, crumbling a handful of soil and inhaling its scent. The blue-dressed woman frowned deeply at this behavior. "Junior sister Zhou, this fellow knows nothing of planting. I suggest you heed junior brother Li's advice. Uproot the relatively healthy moon blossom until the spirit field before replanting the seeds," the middle-aged man advised. The blue-dressed woman appeared somewhat swayed by his counsel. "I have conceived a solution." At that moment, Shi Yuan's exclamation of joy caught their attention. "What remedy have you devised? Is it possible to salvage this patch of herbs?" The middle-aged man asked with a light laugh, skepticism evident in his eyes. "Who says it cannot be saved?" Shi Yuan replied calmly. "Humph. The uneven quality of the seedlings is due to the varying levels of spiritual energy in the soil. As for the bite marks, they are likely the result of some insect. If we till the spirit field and eliminate all pests, it should suffice," the lean young man interjected with a scoff. "I am aware of those 2 points, yet the primary issue lies elsewhere. If I am not mistaken, junior sister Zhou, the seeds you planted are not new but rather have been stored for an extended period," Shi Yuan remarked with significant implication. "How do you know they are not new seeds, Shi junior brother?" queried the blue-dressed woman, her complexion shifting in surprise. "New seeds are vibrant and lustrous. I unearthed several unbudded moon blossom seeds from the spirit field, only to find them dull in color, with some parts even decayed. Clearly, these are not new seeds. If I am correct, the moon blossom seeds in this field have likely been stored for 2 to 3 years. Shi Yu smiled faintly and spoke each word deliberately. "Humph. Anyone can boast. If you possess the skill, make those decayed seeds sprout and grow." The lean youth grunted, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction. "These seeds are not entirely dead yet. There remains a chance for them to germinate." However, a troubled expression flickered across Shi Yu's face. "But what?" the woman in the blue dress urged anxiously. "How about this, Sister Zhou? If Shidi revives these seeds, will you reward him with 10 spirit stones?" Shen Xingou interjected, her round face adorned with 2 charming dimples, making her exceedingly endearing. "Agreed. That condition is acceptable," the woman in blue replied after a moment's contemplation. "Leave it to me," Shi Yu declared, his face lighting up as he patted his chest in assurance. He then crouched down, muttering incantations under his breath. Before long, a golden light emanated from his hands, which he pressed against the ground. As time passed, Shi Yu's mana began to deplete significantly, his complexion growing pale as beads of sweat formed on his brow. A quarter of an hour later, the golden light from his hands subsided, and he withdrew them. Ignoring the sweat on his face, he reached into his storage bag and retrieved 2 fist-sized emerald green orbs. He tossed the orbs into the air above the spiritual field, where they hovered gracefully. With a series of intricate hand gestures, he cast spells upon the orbs. A flash of green light erupted, unleashing a torrent of pure essence from the plants, which surged downward into the spiritual field. The seedlings that absorbed this essence grew taller by the inch, their colors becoming increasingly vibrant. Some of the withered seedlings regained their lush green hue, radiating vitality. As Shi Yu continued his incantations, a massive white cloud materialized above the spiritual field. "Descend," he commanded in a low voice, directing a spell into the white cloud. The cloud roiled and churned before releasing a downpour of raindrops as large as beans, drenching the spiritual field. An astonishing sight unfolded as seedling after seedling burst forth from the soil, transforming the once barren field into a bustling spectacle. The woman in blue beamed with delight at the sight of the thriving seedlings. "Impossible, this." The middle-aged man gazed in disbelief. Chen Xinger, equally astonished, could hardly comprehend the spectacle before her. She had expected Shi Yu to revive only a few medicinal plants, yet he had rejuvenated an entire acre of spiritual field. "Shidi, how did you accomplish this?" The lean youth, witnessing the lush greenery, inquired incredulously, his tone markedly more respectful. "A person of skill commands respect wherever they go. I have already mentioned that the seeds planted by senior sister Zhou are old seeds, lacking in vitality, They merely require the essence of some herbs. In fact, if the seeds had been treated with the fire incantation prior to planting, their vitality would have been significantly enhanced. After a brief hesitation, Shiryu began to explain. I have learned a great deal, said the slender young man, clasping his fists together, his face etched with seriousness. Humph, we are simply outmatched. There is nothing more to discuss. Junior brotherly, let us depart. The middle-aged man uttered, his tone laced with reluctance as he led the slender young man away. Junior brother, sure, thank you for your assistance. Had I been compelled to replant the seeds, the outcome would have likely been the same. By the way, here are 12 spirit stones. Consider the extra 2 as a reward. The young woman in the blue dress expressed her gratitude, presenting 12 spirit stones to Shiryu. Senior sister Zhou, there is no need for such formalities. As fellow disciples, it is only natural that we assist one another, Shiryu responded earnestly. Yet deftly accepted the 12 spirit stones, his eyes gleaming with delight. Witnessing this scene, Chen Xing couldn't help but roll her eyes, referring to him as a money grubber. Nonetheless, she recognized that while Shiryu might be greedy, he approached his tasks with utmost seriousness. By the way, I have matters to attend to. Unless you have anything pressing, I shall take my leave. If needed, please find me at Xian Peak. Shiryu suddenly recalled something, uttering a hasty farewell before departing. Junior sister Chun, do you have any idea why junior brother Shir was in such a rush to leave? The young woman in the blue dress inquired, gazing at Shiryu's retreating figure. How could I possibly know? I am not particularly close to him, Chen Xing'er retorted dismissively, pursing her lips. Is that so? I find it hard to believe that your relationship with junior brother Shir is merely ordinary. Otherwise, why would he come here with you? With your beauty, junior sister Chen. A mere beckoning would surely have this junior brother yielding to your charm. The young woman teased lightly, a smile gracing her lips. That lad. He is simply a little miser, fixated solely on spirit stones. Had I not promised him 10 spirit stones as compensation, he would hardly have agreed to come. Chen Xing'er pouted, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. The young woman in the blue dress chuckled softly at this remark, but chose not to pursue the conversation further. Deacon Wang, is there any planting work today? Shiryu inquired with a smile directed at Deacon Wang. None today, perhaps tomorrow, Deacon Wang replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Shiryu's expression dimmed with disappointment. Lacking any tasks to occupy him, he returned to the residence of senior Uncle Zhou at Suiyan Peak, seated cross-legged on a mat. Shiryu intended to meditate when suddenly a familiar and ominous voice echoed, Little brat, have you made your decision after all these days? Startled, Shiryu's face paled as he hastily retrieved the pale blue orb referred to as the heaven's orb by the mysterious soul. He gazed at the orb in his hand, his brow furrowed in concern. Little brat, do you really think that by not entering, you can escape my voice? The voice returned, dripping with mockery. What precisely do you intend to do? Shiryu asked, raising an eyebrow and speaking in a low tone. What do you want? I have no desire to engage in anything. I simply wish to assist you in your cultivation. Had I known you were so timid, I would have refrained from showing myself. The man's voice dripped with disdain. Humph, do you take me for a mere child of 3? Gullible enough to believe in falling pies from the sky? Shiryu replied with a scoff, his expression laced with mockery. Whether you believe or not is of little consequence. I am right here beside you. Unless you choose to bury the pearl deep underground, but would you truly dare to do so? Upon hearing this, Shiryu fell into silence. He certainly could not bear to bury the pearl deep in the earth. After all, it was the rooster that laid the golden eggs. He had no intention of parting with it. I have stated before, if I wished to harm you, I would have acted long ago. Moreover, should I desire your downfall, there is no necessity for me to reveal myself and incite your caution. To be frank, my terms are not unreasonable. I shall aid you in enhancing your cultivation, and in return, you will provide me with spirit stones. The man's voice echoed once more. Upon hearing this, a flicker of contemplation crossed Shiryu's face. He pondered deeply and recognized the validity in the man's words. If the intention were to harm him, there would be no need for such an appearance. He could simply wait until Shiryu retreated to the stone chamber for rest to strike. Of course, Shiryu would not wholeheartedly trust the man's words. Yet after further reflection, he surmised that the man likely required a substantial amount of spiritual energy to break the seal, which could only be drawn from spirit stones, as he could not absorb the energy from the mysterious space. Otherwise, he would not be so insistent on collaborating with him. Even if you do not intend to harm me, how can I be certain that you can indeed assist me in elevating my cultivation? Shiryu asked after a prolonged silence. Do you aspire to become an alchemist? With my guidance, you shall undoubtedly avoid many detours. Once you become an alchemist, you can cultivate spiritual herbs within the Zhangtian pearl, using these herbs to concoct elixirs for consumption. With the power of these elixirs, even if your aptitude is lacking, ascending to the nascent soul stage within a century will not pose a great challenge. The man's voice brimmed with confidence. Upon hearing these words, Shi Yuan's expression softened slightly. The alchemist is the most sought-after profession among the 4 major careers, yet it is also the most financially demanding. Should he become an alchemist, he could indeed cultivate spiritual herbs and concoct elixirs within the mystical realm. However, Shi Yuan was reluctant to provide the other party with spiritual stones. For if they absorbed sufficient spiritual energy to break the seal, it would undoubtedly be he who suffered the consequences. Shi Yuan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of inspiration as he proposed, I previously provided you with 700 or 800 spiritual stones. If you wish for me to continue, you must first repay your debt. After assisting me 100 or 80 times, I shall grant you more stones. What say you? What? Assist you 100 or 80 times for free? Do you think I'm so inexpensive? The man retorted, puffing himself up. Once is far too few. Let us settle for 10 times, Shi Yuan countered. Impossible. The maximum is 2 times. 5 times. If you refuse, so be it. After all, it is you who seeks my assistance, not the other way around. Even if I remain at the chi refinement stage for my entire life, I shall ensure you are buried deep beneath the earth before my demise, Shi Yuan threatened with a light snort. In response, there was a profound silence. After a moment, the man's voice resonated once more. Very well, 5 times it shall be. I shall assist you 5 times for free, and after that, should you lack spiritual stones, you may forget about my help. Agreed, Shi Yuan replied, his countenance brightening at the words. Although they had reached an agreement, Shi Yuan hesitated to enter the mystical realm, fearing it might be a trap set by the other party, aimed at lowering his guard so they could seize his body upon his entry. Until he possessed a certain level of confidence, he would not venture into the mystical space lightly. One must always guard against treachery while harboring no ill will. By the way, after such a lengthy conversation, I still do not know how to address you, Shi Yuan inquired, his expression shifting. Call me Xian Yaozi, the elder replied. Senior Xian Yaozi, could you enlighten me about the origins of this pearl? Shi Yuan asked, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Certainly, but in doing so, I would be assisting you once, Xian Yaozi remarked in a rather nonchalant manner. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan hesitated briefly before acquiescing. This pearl is known as the Zhangtian pearl. As for its function, I believe you are already aware. Time flows within it at a rate over a dozen times faster than the outside world. And the concentration of spiritual energy is also significantly higher. The internal space of the Zhangtian pearl will expand as its holder's cultivation increases, eventually evolving into a realm of its own. Of course, should I devour a certain quantity of spiritual stones, the internal space of the pearl will also grow. So, if I advance to the 5th layer of chi refinement, the internal space will increase, and the spiritual energy will become even more abundant? Shi Yuan mused aloud. To answer that question, I shall assist you 3 additional times. 3 times it is, Shi Yuan conceded, no longer persisting. That is incorrect, unless you ascend a major realm. The internal space will not increase in the slightest, nor will the spiritual energy change. Naturally, if I consume a certain quantity of spiritual stones, the internal space of the Zhangtian pearl will expand, and the spiritual energy will grow more abundant. Xian Yaozi maintained his calm demeanor. Then why did the internal space of the Zhangtian pearl increase after I reached the 4th level of chi refinement? The spiritual energy was also more concentrated than before? Shi Yuan questioned. Shi Yuan, somewhat perplexed, inquired, there are still 3 chances left. Are you certain you wish to assist me once more? After a brief contemplation, he shook his head in refusal. The cunning Xian Yaozi was indeed shrewd, interpreting each of his inquiries as an opportunity for assistance. I wish to learn the art of concocting the pill of abstinence. Could you guide me? After a moment's thought, Shi Yuan posed the question. His storage bag contained ample materials for crafting the pill of abstinence, and with no agricultural tasks at hand, delving into alchemy seemed a commendable choice. Certainly, however, this will grant me the opportunity to aid you twice more without charge, Xian Yaozi replied. No problem. 2 more times it is, Shi Yuan readily acquiesced, reassured that he would not venture into the enigmatic realm. It was indeed advantageous for Xian Yaozi to guide him in the creation of the pill of abstinence. Although he had previously succeeded in crafting it, the success rate had been dismally low. With the mentorship of an experienced individual, the outcome would surely differ. With this thought, Shi Yuan exited the courtyard and soared towards Danxia Peak on his flying instrument. Upon arrival at Danxia Peak, he expended 2 spirit stones to rent a refining chamber. After closing the door, he extracted the 3 materials needed for the pill of abstinence. Senior Xian Yaozi, I have failed numerous times in crafting the pill of abstinence. Do you possess any strategies to diminish the frequency of my failures? Shi Yuan asked directly, his tone imbued with sincerity. In the path of alchemy, there are no shortcuts. To enhance your success rate, the only avenue is through persistent practice. Do not concern yourself with my presence. Proceed as you deem fit. I shall offer guidance when necessary. Xian Yaozi articulated, each word deliberate. Heeding this advice, Shi Yuan refrained from further discourse. He husked the rice, cleaned it thoroughly, and with a dagger, diced the spirit rice into small pieces, grinding it into a fine powder. Next, he retrieved a blood-chi fruit and a purple apricot, washing them meticulously before slicing the flesh into the spirit rice powder. Subsequently, he cast 6 incantations upon the dragon heads, each unleashing a finger-thick stream of crimson flame, gathering at the base of the yellow alchemical furnace, gradually warming it. After a brief interval, the yellow furnace radiated intense heat. Sensing the temperature was adequate, he prepared to add the materials. Just then, Xian Yaozi's voice rang out, "Wait. Has no one informed you that the preheating time for crafting the pill of abstinence should be a quarter of an hour? If you add the materials too soon, the temperature will be insufficient, and the essence within the materials will not be extracted, adversely affecting the outcome." Taken aback by this revelation, Shi Yuan took note and continued to preheat the furnace. After a significant portion of time had elapsed, he finally introduced the materials. As moments passed, a delicate aroma wafted from the furnace. Upon inhaling this fragrance, Shi Yuan's expression brightened, yet he remained vigilant, aware that he had often faltered at this stage. A quarter of an hour later, the fragrance intensified, and Shi Yuan's complexion grew pale, beads of sweat dotting his brow. At that moment, Xian Yaozi's voice resonated again, "Enough. You may extinguish the flames now. If you continue, the elixir may burn." Upon hearing these words, Shi Yuan felt a degree of confusion, yet he obediently stowed away his magical decisions. With a flick of his sleeve, the lid of the alchemical cauldron sprang open. Upon inspection, he discovered 13 yellow pills, each the size of a longan, nestled within. What could this mean? The alchemical texts had clearly indicated that further refinement was required. Shi Yuan gazed at the pills within the cauldron with a visage brimming with joy, and then he recalled something, prompting him to inquire. A certain elixir is crafted differently by various alchemists. At present, you are merely at the 4th layer of qi cultivation with limited magical prowess. By preheating the cauldron for a longer duration prior to concoction, you may yield the elixir earlier. Should you neglect adequate preheating, it could result in an inability to manage the flame's intensity, thereby risking failure in the refining process. If I am not mistaken, your previous failures occurred at the moment of extraction. The voice of Xian Yaozi was measured and unhurried. This was indeed the case. Shi Yuan pondered deeply and recognized the accuracy of Xian Yaozi's observation. He recalled that each time he attempted to extract the elixir, the concoction had invariably burned. He understood that the cause was excessive flame, yet he had struggled to find a solution. It was remarkable that Xian Yaozi, during his initial guidance, could pinpoint this critical flaw, indicating his profound familiarity with the art of alchemy. "Are you an alchemist, senior?" Shi Yuan inquired with curiosity. "One cannot truly claim to be an alchemist. I have merely observed the process extensively. Now, take a moment to rest before embarking on the second batch. It is crucial to ensure your magical energy is ample during alchemical endeavors," Xian Yaozi advised. Shi Yuan nodded, meditating to replenish his energy, and once restored, he commenced the second batch of refinement. Thus, 5 days elapsed. Aside from providing rain for the spiritual fields, Shi Yuan devoted his time to the alchemical chamber, crafting the elixir of abstinence. Under Xian Yaozi's guidance, Shi Yuan made significant progress. Now, out of 3 batches, he succeeded in 2, and among 10 batches, he achieved a full elixir at least once. A full elixir refers to the maximum yield from a single batch of a particular potion. The quantity varies with different elixirs. For instance, the most rudimentary elixir, the abstinence pill, yields a maximum of 24 pills. As one ascends to more sophisticated concoctions, the number of full elixirs diminishes. Attaining a full yield demands rigorous precision in alchemical technique. The more intricate the method and the better the control over the flames, the greater the yield. With Xian Yaozi's extensive experience in this domain, Shi Yuan soon mastered the art of producing full elixirs. However, Shi Yuan was acutely aware that the abstinence pill was the simplest of all elixirs. Should he attempt to refine others, achieving a full yield would be considerably more challenging. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that with diligence, attaining a full elixir would not be insurmountable. Throughout their interactions, Xian Yaozi continually tempted Shi Yuan to enter a mysterious realm, promising top-tier techniques, powerful body-refining methods, and profound insights into alchemy. The more Xian Yaozi pressed, the more Shi Yuan grew suspicious of his true intentions, regardless of the persuasions. Shi Yuan steadfastly refused to enter the enigmatic space. Over the course of these 5 days, he had exhausted the materials for the abstinence pills stored in his bag, leaving him with no choice but to venture to the Deacon Hall to receive new tasks. On this particular day, as was his custom, Shi Yuan soared back to Qingyuan Peak, guiding Rain to the spiritual rice in his courtyard. As usual, before departing, he conducted a thorough inspection, ensuring that no issues had arisen. Only after confirming this did he exit the courtyard with a sense of relief, ready to summon his leaf artifact. However, just as he was about to mount it, a cacophony of noise erupted from a neighboring courtyard. How unfortunate for Han Qi. The spiritual grain had inexplicably succumbed to such a peculiar affliction, likely resulting in a complete loss this year. It was feared that next year, he might not even be able to plant the spiritual grain at all. Alas, one could only attribute it to his misfortune. It is to be hoped that this bizarre illness does not spread. If our spiritual grain were to fall victim to such a condition, it would spell disaster. Indeed, the rapidity with which this strange ailment spreads is alarming. Once a single stalk of spiritual grain is infected, even if the afflicted grain is removed, the others will inevitably succumb, continuing until every stalk withers away. A strange illness? Upon hearing this, Shi Yu's expression shifted slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he retracted his leaf artifact. When it comes to cultivating spiritual grain, the greatest fear is such an unusual malady. Once the grain becomes afflicted, it is nearly impossible to save. The usual course of action is to remove the sickly grain, perhaps allowing for a chance of recovery. However, when faced with a rapidly spreading disease, such measures prove futile. The cultivator can only watch helplessly as their spiritual grain falls one after another. A torment Shi Yu knows all too well. He had witnessed several senior brothers' spiritual grain succumb to disease, leaving them unable to pay rent for their fields or fulfill their monthly duties, ultimately leading to their expulsion from the sect. He recalled vividly that a brother named Han lived next door, who devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivating spiritual grain. He spent nearly all his time tending to his crops, producing grains of superior quality compared to others. How could he suddenly fall prey to such an illness? After a brief moment of reflection, Shi Yu resolved to pay a visit. He dared not enter the mysterious space at present. The spiritual grain in his courtyard represented all his hopes. If this strange disease were to spread to his crops, he would have no refuge for his despair. Brother Han's courtyard was considerably larger than his own, boasting 3 acres of fertile land, a bamboo cottage, and a pond. A young man in a plain blue robe, with unremarkable features and slightly dark skin, slumped despondently in the field. His once vibrant, dark face was now pallid, devoid of any color, his eyes filled with despair. Shi Yu observed that the spiritual grain, which should have been lush and green, had nearly all withered. The leaves and stalks had turned black. Anyone witnessing this scene would undoubtedly believe the grain to be doomed. At the edge of the field, a group of 10 or so fellow disciples had gathered, clustering in small groups, either whispering amongst themselves or voicing their concerns aloud. Brother El has arrived. Brother El has come. Someone shouted, their tone brimming with joy. Shi Yu turned to see a young man in a blue robe, possessing a strikingly handsome visage and an air of righteousness, striding in with purpose. A closer inspection revealed that his sleeves were embroidered with golden threads, exuding an elegance and grandeur. In the strict hierarchy of the Tai Su sect, while outer disciples could wear garments of various colors, the sleeves were not permitted to bear golden embroidery. Such embellishments were reserved for inner disciples. El Tianzheng was the most beloved inner disciple among the outer disciples. Generally speaking, only those who have established their foundation are considered inner disciples, while those in the Qi refining stage are regarded as outer disciples. However, exceptions do exist, and El Tianzheng is one such anomaly. His innate talent is exceptionally high. He began cultivating at the tender age of 7 and reached the 13th level of Qi refining by 15, standing out as the foremost among his peers. Yet, at 19, he has yet to establish his foundation, with rumors suggesting that he is delaying this milestone to master a certain secret technique. though the veracity of such claims remains unknown. Tianzheng is known for his amiable nature and considerable knowledge in cultivation, particularly in the realm of spirit crops. Whenever issues arise in the spirit fields, fellow disciples seek his assistance, and he willingly extends his help, earning the respect of his brothers. Upon observing the spirit crops in the field turning black, he raised an eyebrow but soon regained his composure. His subtle change in expression did not escape the keen eye of Shi Yu, indicating that this peculiar affliction was far from ordinary. Seeing Tianzheng, Han Li's pale face flushed with color as he rushed towards him, crying out in desperation, "Brother L, please help me. I will do my utmost." Tianzheng replied solemnly. "Tell me the entire story." Han Li nodded, his voice steadying as he recounted. "A couple of days ago, while watering, I noticed that one of the spirit crops had slightly darkened leaves. I thought little of it and removed the plant. To my dismay, 2 days later, entire patches of my spirit crops began to wilt. Their leaves and stems turned black. I cannot fathom what this strange illness could be." Tianzheng furrowed his brow at this revelation and hastened to a wilting spirit crop, crouching down. All eyes gathered upon him, the onlookers silent, fearing to disrupt his train of thought. Under their watchful gaze, he picked up a withered spirit crop and brought it to his nose for a careful examination. He scrutinized the entire field meticulously, spending nearly half an hour surveying the area, occasionally kneeling to gather handfuls of soil, inhaling deeply, and even unearthing a still-living spirit crop to inspect its roots. "This peculiar ailment is unfamiliar to me. It must be a new disease," Tianzheng remarked with grave seriousness. "Is there a way to cure it?" Han Li's heart tightened at this inquiry, prompting him to urgently seek answers. "I'm afraid, this time, I am powerless to assist." Tianzheng responded with a shake of his head, a hint of regret in his voice, as he placed a reassuring hand on Han Li's shoulder before turning to leave. Han Li stood there, dazed, before breaking down into tears. "This has been my entire year's effort." Observing this scene, the surrounding disciples cast sympathetic glances at Han Li, shaking their heads in sorrow before gradually dispersing, each face marked with concern. Shi Yu frowned and quickly stepped into the spirit field, crouching before a wilting spirit crop. He picked it up and brought it close to his nose, a foul odor assailing his senses, causing him to frown in distaste. He had been cultivating spiritual grain for 7 or 8 years, yet he had never encountered such an odor. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped a handful of soil, crumbling it between his fingers, revealing a lamentable scarcity of spiritual energy. This peculiar affliction could even devastate the spiritual fields? Shi Yu's expression darkened, a wave of alarm surging within him. His residence was not far from here. If the spiritual grain he had planted fell victim to this strange disease, it would spell disaster. With this thought, Shi Yu rose swiftly, casting a sympathetic glance at Han Si before turning to depart. Upon returning to his humble courtyard, Shi Yu meticulously examined his own crops of spiritual grain. After circling the spiritual field, his countenance fell abruptly. The leaves of one plant appeared somewhat dull, with a faint trace of blackness emerging. If his memory served him correctly, the leaves had been a vibrant green when he left just moments ago. Now, after such a brief absence, their color had already begun to fade. If this continued, the entire plant would surely wither. He recalled Han Si's earlier words. Once one spiritual grain fell ill, the entire field would follow suit, ultimately wilting one by one. This was a prospect Shi Yu could not bear to witness. After much deliberation, he resolved to remove the ailing plant from the field. As he walked around the spiritual field several times, he found no further abnormalities. However, his anxiety remained unresolved. Han Si had warned that even if the sick plant were removed immediately, others might still succumb en masse. Shi Yu's eyes darted thoughtfully as he exited the courtyard and summoned his spirit vessel to return to Uncle Zhou's cave. He spent an hour circling the 3 acres of moonlit flowers, scrutinizing the growth of each individual plant. To his astonishment, he discovered that 4 or 5 of the flowers exhibited a dullness in their petals, tinged with darkness. Could it be that the moonlit flowers had also contracted this strange disease? Shi Yu's heart raced, his brow furrowing deeply. These 3 acres of moonlit flowers were 50 years old. Losing even a single plant would be a financial burden beyond his means. It was common knowledge that any spiritual herb, once it reached such an age, could not be replaced with mere handfuls of spirit stones. Shi Yu estimated that a 50-year-old moonlit flower would require at least 25 spirit stones. How many spirit stones would 3 acres amount to? The thought alone made his head ache. Hastily, he ventured into the basement and retrieved a tome from the wooden rack, hoping to uncover a remedy. After 2 hours had elapsed, Shi Yu's eyes brightened as he discovered a passage in an ancient text, blackening disease, an extraordinarily severe ailment, characterized by darkening leaves or petals, which then progressed from top to bottom, turning completely black and emitting a foul odor. There was no remedy. The only recourse was to harvest the spiritual herbs prematurely to mitigate losses. Shiryu closed the tome, his brow furrowed in deep thought. No remedy? An early harvest? A bitter smile crossed his lips, his face clouded with worry. If he refrained from harvesting, the moonlit flowers might perish entirely. Yet, if he harvested prematurely, he would be unable to bear Uncle Zhou's wrath upon his return. As Shi Yuan pondered his course of action, a familiar voice resonated from outside. Shirji. Are you there? Come out quickly, I have urgent matters to discuss. Murong Shirshu? At this hour, what could Murong Shirshu need? Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan furrowed his brow. Nevertheless, he swiftly exited the basement and opened the courtyard door. Shirji, you are free today, aren't you? Come with me. Something has gone awry with my spiritual field. As soon as Murong Xiaoxiao spotted Shi Yuan, she urgently exclaimed, her expression betraying a sense of panic. Something has gone wrong? What happened? A foreboding sensation gripped Shi Yuan's heart at her words. We can talk on the way. Just follow me, if we delay any longer. I fear all the spiritual herbs in my field will perish. Murong Xiaoxiao declared, her face etched with anxiety. Shi Yuan nodded, summoned his leaf artifact, and accompanied Murong Xiaoxiao as they soared towards her dwelling. Here is the situation. A few days ago, the leaves and petals of the spiritual herbs in my field turned black. I immediately relocated the affected herbs, but alas, a significant portion of the remaining herbs has also turned black, emitting a foul odor. I've inspected them, and it doesn't seem to be an infestation of pests. I am not well versed in cultivation. I hope you can discern the issue, Shirji, Murong Xiaoxiao articulated, walking alongside him, each word deliberate. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan's expression darkened. Indeed, Murong Shirshu's spiritual field had fallen victim to this peculiar affliction, and from her tone, the situation appeared dire. Before long, Shi Yuan and Murong Xiaoxiao arrived at her abode. The majority of the spiritual herbs lay wilted, and the air was thick with a rancid stench. Furrowing his brow, Shi Yuan hurriedly approached, scooping a handful of soil to inhale its scent. A familiar yet acrid odor assaulted his senses, causing his heart to plummet. Before arriving, he had clung to a glimmer of hope, but now, witnessing the scene before him and inhaling that familiar, pungent aroma, he understood everything. Murong Shirshu's spiritual herbs had indeed succumbed to blackening disease, and the severity far surpassed that faced by Han Li. Shirji, how is it? Is there any hope? Murong Xiaoxiao inquired, her heart tightening at the sight. As Shi Yuan prepared to respond truthfully, the voice of Zaiyaozi suddenly echoed, Youngster, I possess a method to treat these spiritual herbs. Would you like my assistance? Yes, of course, Shi Yuan instinctively replied. What do you need? Murong Xiaoxiao asked. Her curiosity piqued. Shi Yuan shook his head, responding, It's nothing. I just recalled that this affliction seems to be documented in a certain tome. But I didn't bring it with me. Murong Xiaoxiao, what do you think? Please be swift. Do not keep me waiting too long. Murong Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows. Urging him, hurry back. Disciple shall obey, Shi Yuan affirmed with a nod and departed on his artifact. Senior Zaiyaozi, do you truly have a means to cure the blackening disease afflicting the spiritual herbs? Upon returning to Shushu's cave, Shi Yuan eagerly posed the question. Certainly. I have weathered countless storms, and the affliction of darkening does not faze me. However, having assisted you this time, I shall offer my aid no more. You must contemplate this carefully. The tone of Zaiyaozi was remarkably calm. Very well, speak. How can one cure the affliction of darkening? After careful contemplation, Shi Yuan agreed to respond. However, before addressing your inquiry, I must pose a question to you. Are you still a virgin? With a hint of playful sarcasm, Zaiyaozi remarked. Upon hearing this, Shiryu's face flushed a deep crimson. After a brief moment of hesitation, he finally spoke. Yes, what is it? Is there a connection between curing the affliction of darkness and the young male? Indeed. As long as the elixir of the darkened disease is nourished with the urine of young boys and girls, the ailment can be cured. What? Nourishing the elixir with urine? Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes filled with skepticism. It must be the urine of young boys and girls. Nothing else would suffice. If you doubt me, just use your own urine to water the water moon flower that has succumbed to corruption, and you will see for yourself. The voice of Xian Yaozi was remarkably calm. Is that true? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Shi Yuan still found it somewhat hard to believe. It was the first time he had heard of using urine as a remedy for ailments. Why would I deceive you? Believe it or not, I must inform you that the spread of the dark affliction is alarmingly swift. If you do not take action soon, your spirit valley and those water moonflowers will wither away, and by then, it will be too late for regret. With a disdainful snort, the carefree one expressed his discontent. Upon hearing this, Shiryu's expression revealed a hint of hesitation. After much contemplation, he resolved to give it a try, treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Upon contemplation, he hastily approached a water moonflower whose petals had darkened, removed his trousers, and, grasping his member, directed it towards the ailing blossom. With a sharp whistle, a stream of warm urine shot forth, nourishing the distressed flower. In an astonishing display, a wisp of dark vapor swiftly escaped from the flower's petals, and the once-dulled petals regained their pristine whiteness. Indeed, urine possesses the remarkable ability to cure the affliction of darkening. Upon witnessing this, Shiryuan's expression brightened momentarily. However, his joy was short-lived, for the 3 acres of water moon flowers before him were beyond the capacity of his own resources. Esteemed elder, he lamented, my abilities are limited. And to water 3 acres of water moonflowers, it seems I would not possess sufficient liquid. After a brief hesitation, Shiryuan inquired, would you not consider diluting it with a bit of water? The optimal ratio of urine to water should not exceed 3:1. Otherwise, it becomes ineffective. The voice of Zayayozi reverberated in Shiryu's mind. So that is the case, I understand now. Shiryuan nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Understanding alone is not enough. Hurry and act. Your esteemed Master Morong is still waiting for you. The voice of the carefree one was imbued with mockery. Even if diluted, I surely cannot produce such an abundance at this moment. Upon hearing this, Shiryuan furrowed his brows, a hint of difficulty evident on his countenance. Did I not just mention it? The urine of virgins possesses the remarkable ability to cure the affliction of darkening disease. However, should she have lost her virginity, the responsibility falls solely upon you. Perhaps an increase in water intake would be advisable. Upon hearing these words, Shiryuan found himself in a predicament. After all, Master Morong was a woman, and he simply could not bring himself to utter such words. As Shiryu contemplated how to respond to Master Morong, an anxious voice called from outside, Shizai, have you not yet found that ancient text? Upon hearing this, Shiryu's heart tightened, and he hastily replied, I found it. I shall come out at once. With that, he fastened his pants and hurried outside. There stood Murong Xiaoxiao, her expression rife with urgency. Have you found a solution? She inquired impatiently. I have, but... Shiryu hesitated, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Murong Xiaoxiao. As long as you found it. That's all that matters. I knew you would have a way. Come with me quickly. With that, she summoned her lotus artifact and soared towards her residence. Seeing this, Shiryu couldn't help but smile ruefully and followed suit. Before long, they landed before Murong Xiaoxiao's spiritual field. Shizai, you must take action immediately. If this drags on, I fear the other spiritual herbs will perish, she urged. Master Murong, I do have a method, but... Shiryu displayed a troubled expression, speaking haltingly. But what? Rest assured, if you cure the herbs, I will give you 20. No, 30 spirit stones. How does that sound? Murong Xiaoxiao, misinterpreting Shiryu's demeanor, believed he was after a reward. This is not merely about compensation, rather, it concerns. Shiryu struggled to articulate his thoughts. What is it? Speak up. Murong Xiaoxiao pressed, frowning. The affliction is known as blackening disease, and it requires the urine of young boys and girls for healing. I have already tried this method, and it is indeed effective. Shiryu lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze. Upon hearing this, a blush crept onto Murong Xiaoxiao's delicate cheeks. If it is effective, I shall return to my room to rest. You may proceed as you see fit, she said, her face flushed. However, I do not possess enough quantity. I fear I will need Master Murong's assistance, Shiryu insisted, his resolve hardening. If you lack sufficient quantity, seek others. Regardless, I've entrusted this matter to you. Handle it as you deem appropriate. With that, Murong Xiaoxiao, blushing, departed swiftly. Witnessing this, Shiryu furrowed his brow. Master Murong's spiritual field spanned 10 acres. How many young boys would it take to amass such a volume? Young man, I told you to drink more water, echoed the teasing voice of Zayayozi in Shiryu's mind. Is there truly no alternative? Shiryu pondered, his brow knitted. Certainly there is. Inside the Zhangtian Pearl, time flows tenfold compared to the outside world. If you spend a few days inside and drink plenty of water, you should be able to collect enough urine. Alternatively, you could seek assistance from others, though I suspect you would be reluctant to share spirit stones, Zayayozi suggested in a tempting tone. After contemplating this, Shiryu fell into deep thought. Forget it, I would rather drink more water than enter, he finally replied after a moment of reflection. Young man, the choice is yours. If you do not come in, do not say that you cannot save this girl's spiritual field. Even the 3 acres of water moonflower will soon wither. Do not blame me for not warning you. The spread of the darkening disease is alarmingly rapid. If you cannot produce that much urine within 2 days, losing a third of the water moonflower would be a minor loss. Can you afford that? The voice of Zayayozi echoed once more in Shiwan's mind. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Shiwan's face. He was well aware of what Zayayozi spoke of, yet he feared falling into the other's trap. Just think about it. If I could possess you, why would I not do so the moment I awakened? Would I bother to engage you in such meaningless chatter to frighten you? Zayayozi said with a hint of mockery. Shiwan found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Consider this carefully. Currently, only you are aware of the remedy for the darkening disease. I must inform you that the Palm Heaven space has undergone an upgrade. Time flows there at a rate 20 times faster than in the outside world. In other words, if you stay there for 20 days, only a day will have passed outside. If you stay for that duration, you will undoubtedly accumulate enough urine. If you truly fear my possession, simply keep your distance from me. Palm Heaven space? Upon hearing this, Shiwan furrowed his brow, his expression fluctuating between contemplation and uncertainty. After exchanging a brief farewell with Murong Xiao Xiao, he departed using his flying artifact. Upon returning to Uncle Zhou's cave, Shiwan buried the green orb in the spiritual field and then proceeded to the Deacon Hall. With over 50 contribution points, he exchanged them for 2 Thunder Spear talismans and 2 inferior-grade gourd artifacts. Thunder-based spells are widely recognized for their immense destructive power, particularly effective against ghostly entities and souls. With these 2 Thunder Spear talismans, Shiwan felt a renewed sense of confidence. The 2 gourd artifacts were intended for holding clean water and storing urine. This was a situation he could not avoid if he did not enter the Palm Heaven space and the water moonflowers withered extensively. He would have no explanation for Uncle Zhou. Moreover, with many disciples of the sect afflicted by the darkening disease, possessing the knowledge of its remedy would undoubtedly allow him to profit handsomely. Unable to bear the consequences of not entering Palm Heaven space, yet tempted by the prospect of great gains, Shiwan ultimately chose to enter the Palm Heaven space. Upon entering the mysterious realm, Shiwan was taken aback. Following his gaze, he noticed that the spiritual valley in the field had grown to waist height, each stalk adorned with 7 or 8 grains the size of eggs, indicating that maturity was imminent. 10 fruit trees bore fruit, some no larger than a fingernail, while others were the size of eggs. Shiwan distinctly recalled that he had not entered the Palm Heaven space for over 10 days. According to the previous time dilation ratio, such growth would have been impossible. It appeared that Zayayozi had not deceived him. After the upgrade, time in Palm Heaven space flowed at a rate 20 times that of the outside world. How about it? Young man, did I not tell you the truth? The spiritual valley sown now will mature in less than 20 days, and that translates to a wealth of spiritual stones. Zayayozi said in a tone laden with temptation. Hearing this, Shiwan's expression softened, yet he refrained from responding to Zayayozi and instead took strides toward the spiritual field. Circling the field, he observed that some spiritual herbs and grains had withered. In the realm of Zhantian, time flows at a rate 20 times faster than the outside world. Consequently, within the span of a mere few days, over 200 days have elapsed in this space. The prolonged absence of rain has rendered the soil of the spiritual fields exceedingly parched. The fierce sungrass exhibits a modest demand for moisture, resulting in the wilting of several dozen plants. However, the condensation smoke grass, which has a significant need for water, has seen 1/3 of its population wither away. Additionally, dozens of lingu plants have succumbed to dehydration, though the fruit trees remain unaffected, thanks to their extensive root systems that reach deep underground in search of hydration. Shiwan diligently excavated the withered lingu herbs and proceeded to water them, ensuring not to neglect the fruit trees either. By the time he concluded these tasks, half an hour had passed. Without pausing for respite, he retrieved a gourd-shaped artifact filled with pristine water, uncorked it, and drank deeply from its contents. Once he could no longer consume any more, he began to meander slowly around the spiritual fields. The spread of the blackening disease is alarmingly swift. He must procure a sufficient quantity of urine in the shortest possible time. The resonant clang of bells echoed through the heavens, each toll growing louder than the last. Ringing 5 times in succession, their melodious tones reverberating throughout the Tai Su sect. Shortly thereafter, several distant peaks released beams of escaped light. swiftly converging upon the mountain that houses the ancestor hall of the sect. A quarter of an hour later, a blue streak pierced the sky from afar, landing upon the stone platform of the ancestor hall. As the escape light dissipated, it revealed a middle-aged man with a fair complexion and no beard, clad in a blue robe. Upon his arrival, a voice called out from behind, "Brother Lon, wait for me." Turning to glance back, the middle-aged man spotted another figure, a portly Taoist dressed in a blue robe, approaching him with measured steps from a distance of over 100 meters. The rotund Taoist, his eyes squinted into mere slits, bore layers of flesh cascading from his chin. Despite his seemingly sluggish pace, he traversed several yards with each stride and reached the middle-aged man in mere breaths. "It seems your spirit fox steps have improved over the years, Brother Zhou," the middle-aged man remarked with a subtle smile, offering his praise. "Haha. How could I dare to show off in front of Brother Lon?" the younger man humbly retorted, before steering the conversation elsewhere. "By the way, do you know why the sect leader summoned us to the ancestor hall? He even struck the alarm bell 5 times. I am uncertain. I arrived here only upon hearing the 5 tolls of the alarm bell. However, the fact that the sect leader rang it 5 times undoubtedly signifies an extraordinary matter." The middle-aged man replied, his expression grave. "Indeed, I expect the sect leader will provide some clarity shortly," the younger Taoist concurred. As they conversed, the two ascended a lengthy stone staircase and entered a towering black palace. At the entrance hung a silver plaque, upon which 3 golden characters spelling Ancestor Hall were inscribed, glimmering brilliantly under the sunlight and capturing the eye. Inside the hall stood an elderly man adorned in a yellow robe, his waist cinched with a jade belt, his face etched with worry. The venerable figure in the yellow robe was none other than Zhou Tongdian, the 27th leader of the Taishu sect. Flanking him on either side were a middle-aged scholar and a white-haired matron, both wearing expressions of deep concern. The middle-aged man exchanged glances with the middle-aged Taoist, and they selected 2 adjacent seats to sit down and meditate. Before long, a rosy-cheeked elder in a red robe and a gaunt elder in gray entered the room, taking their seats on either side. "Master, now that everyone is present, please share your thoughts," urged the gray-clad elder, exhibiting a sense of impatience. "Have any of you planted spiritual herbs?" Zhou Tongtian inquired, nodding slightly. "Our Taishu sect is renowned throughout the Tang dynasty for its alchemical prowess. Which of you does not possess knowledge of alchemy? Who among you lacks spiritual herb gardens? I have 3 myself. However, I am at a loss, as one of my herb gardens has fallen victim to a strange affliction the likes of which I have never encountered before. This peculiar ailment spreads rapidly, causing the herbs to gradually blacken and wither, leading to the demise of nearly all the spiritual herbs in a matter of days." The gray-clad elder remarked with a peculiar expression. "My garden is experiencing similar issues. I was just about to seek your assistance, brotherly." "What? Even you cannot provide a solution?" the middle-aged scholar said, frowning upon hearing this. "Not at all," the gray-clad elder shook his head. "My garden has also succumbed to this strange illness. However, I came across a reference in an ancient text that revealed this affliction is known as blackening disease. It is exceptionally dreadful. If even one spiritual herb becomes infected, removing it will not prevent the others from succumbing as well, leading to the extinction of all herbs. This disease first appeared in the Zhao kingdom thousands of years ago, and it is said that nearly all spiritual herbs belonging to the cultivation sects and families in Zhao perished," the elder in the red robe stated gravely. "Brother Song, does that ancient text provide any insights into how to cure this disease?" Zhou Tongtian asked, a sense of alarm washing over him. "Unfortunately, it does not. The text states that this affliction is incurable. Otherwise, the sects and families in Zhao would not have relocated elsewhere," the red-robed elder replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tongtian furrowed his brow in deep thought. After a moment, he spoke. "The reason I called you all here today is to discuss how we might address this blackening disease. I have already dispatched individuals to investigate the records concerning this ailment within our sect, and like Brother Song, we are only aware of its symptoms but lack a remedy. Let us share our perspectives. Perhaps we should harvest all the spiritual herbs in advance to minimize our losses," suggested the white-haired matron, her eyes clouded with concern. "Junior Sister Chun, that may not be feasible. Spiritual herbs infected with blackening disease do not exhibit symptoms for several days. If we were to refine them into pills, the efficacy would likely be severely compromised, and the users could even be in grave danger," Zhou Tongtian replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, the group frowned deeply. "Perhaps we should consult the ancestor and see if he possesses any solutions," the middle-aged scholar suggested after a moment of contemplation. "Indeed, Master Brother, Perhaps the venerable ancestor, with his extensive knowledge and experience, might possess a solution, remarked the middle-aged Taoist in agreement. That may not be feasible. The ancestor is currently away on a journey and will not return soon. We must resolve this matter ourselves, Zhou Tongtian replied, shaking his head. Master brother, I propose this. Since we know the spiritual herb is afflicted with the darkening disease, let us consult the ancient text on this ailment to see if we can uncover a remedy. Additionally, we could issue a bounty. Any disciple who possesses a method to cure the darkening disease will be rewarded with 1,000 contribution points. What do you think? The elderly man in the red robe suggested after a moment of contemplation. That proposal is quite sound. I believe it is feasible. However, is it necessary to issue a bounty? How could those in the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages possibly understand how to cure the darkening disease? One cannot say for certain. There may be an exception. Even if there aren't, we would not incur any losses, the red-robed elder countered, shaking his head. I concur with Brother Song's opinion. The middle-aged scholar nodded in agreement. I too agree. I support Brother Song's perspective. Seeing the consensus, Zhou Tongtian nodded and said, since the majority favor Brother Song's suggestion, let us proceed accordingly. However, Chen Shimi is correct. Those in the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages have likely never encountered the darkening disease. Therefore, we must rely on our fellow disciples. Everyone should return and peruse more texts. Lan Shidi and Zhou Shidi, your speed and evasion is commendable. Please make a few trips to the larger markets and procure some texts on cultivation. Certainly, the middle-aged man and the Taoist readily affirmed. Unbeknownst to Shi Yuan, who was oblivious to the high-level discussions within the sect, he was currently occupied in the realm of the heavens, relieving himself. He incessantly drank water, circling around the spiritual field, his sweat thoroughly soaking his garments. When nature called, he hurriedly directed his flow into another gourd-like artifact. For the sake of spirit stones, he was determined to persevere. I say, sure lad, at this rate, you won't accumulate much liquid in 20 days. Would you like me to offer you a suggestion? The voice of Zayayozi suddenly echoed. You? Forget it. I do not wish to squander my final opportunity, Shi Yuan replied, a flicker of consideration crossing his face before he resolutely shook his head. According to their agreement, Zayayazi would assist him once more free of charge, and he was reluctant to expend that chance so readily. Moreover, Shi Yuan did not wish to be led by Zayayozi. He sought to maintain control over his own fate. Are you certain? I possess a formula for a diuretic elixir. With this formula, you could amass a substantial quantity of liquid in a short span. Otherwise, at your current pace, you will barely manage even a few urinations per day, Zayayozi spoke in a tempting tone. A formula for a diuretic? Such a thing exists? Shi Yuan exclaimed, incredulity etched upon his face. Of course it does. Simply consuming the diuretic will prompt immediate relief. So what do you say? Shall I provide you with this formula? Given your current circumstances, you would be perfectly capable of concocting the diuretic. Before you decline, perhaps you should first observe the growth of the shueihua flower. Upon hearing these words, Shi Yu furrowed his brows, halted his steps, and after a brief contemplation, he withdrew from the Zhuangtian space. Emerging from the basement, he made his way directly to the 3 acres of water-moon flowers and was astonished to discover that a significant portion of the petals had been tainted with a layer of black, indicating that these water-moon flowers had contracted a form of blight. Do you see? The spread of this blight is alarmingly rapid. If it were a high-grade spiritual herb, the onset might be somewhat delayed. However, these water-moon flowers afflicted by the blight cannot endure for long. If you delay further, they may very well wither completely. Upon hearing this, Shi Yu's brow knitted in concern. He currently had only 4 or 5 cups of urine stored, and even if he diluted it with some clean water, it would be insufficient to irrigate over an acre of water-moon flowers. Can the diuretic truly induce urination? Are there any side effects? Shi Yu pondered for a moment before inquiring. It can certainly induce urination within less than 15 minutes of consumption. You will have the urge to relieve yourself. However, you must drink a sufficient amount of clean water. There are no side effects, so you need not worry about that. Xiaoyazi replied with a chuckle, his tone brimming with confidence. Very well. Provide me with the formula for the diuretic. But let me make this clear. If the recipe you give proves ineffective, you will not have aided me, Shi Yu asserted with a serious demeanor, nodding in agreement. Of course. Come in, and I shall provide you with the formula, Xiaoyazi replied. Shi Yu nodded and swiftly returned to the basement, entering the Zhuangtian space. As soon as he stepped inside, Xiaoyazi's voice echoed, Sure, my young friend, proceed. No sooner had the words left his lips than a jade tablet, the size of a fingernail, shot out from the stone chamber, heading directly towards Shiryu. Upon witnessing this, Yuan swiftly clapped his palm against the storage pouch at his waist, and a crimson short sword soared forth, colliding with the green jade slip. With a resounding crack, the jade slip shattered into fragments. What do you mean by this, Shi Xiaozai? The voice of Xian Yaozi was tinged with displeasure. What do you think? I do not trust you. Who knows if you would attach your primordial spirit to it and seize my body while I delve into its contents? Shi Yuan retorted, his tone solemn. Faced with an ancient being like Xian Yaozi, who had lived for countless years, Shi Yuan understood that he must remain vigilant. A moment's lapse could lead him into a trap. If you do not trust me, why ask for my assistance? Xian Yaozi's voice brimmed with dissatisfaction. As a mere fourth-tier qi refining cultivator, I cannot match your cunning, senior. How about this? If you reveal the recipe for the urination elixir, I shall prepare it myself. Shi Yuan proposed after a brief contemplation. Very well, but you have damaged my jade slip. How shall we settle this score? Xian Yaozi retorted, irritation evident in his tone. Is it merely a jade slip? I shall compensate you, Shi Yuan replied nonchalantly. My jade slip is not comparable to yours. Do you think it easy to refine a jade slip? It cost me considerable mental effort. Here's the deal. You shall provide me with 30 spirit stones as compensation. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan furrowed his brow. He possessed only 27 spirit stones and could not produce 30. Moreover, even if he could, he would refuse to part with 30 spirit stones. 3 stones. Take it or leave it, Shi Yuan declared, shaking his head. What? 3 stones? You are cutting too deep. At the very least, I require 10 stones, Xian Yaozi countered. 5 stones at most, Shi Yuan remained resolute, shaking his head. Fine. 5 stones it is. Place them within the stone house, Xian Yaozi conceded after a moment of contemplation. First, disclose the recipe for the urination elixir. If it proves effective, I shall provide you with the spirit stones. Listen closely. The recipe for the urination elixir consists of the leaves of Spirit Valley, the leaves of blood chi fruit, and the honey of the soul-devouring bee. Chop the leaves of Spirit Valley and blood chi fruit. Then mix them with the honey of the soul-devouring bee to concoct the elixir. However, considering your lower alchemical skills, you may also steep these 3 ingredients in hot water to brew a tea, which will have a similar effect, albeit inferior to the properly refined elixir. Xian Yaozi articulated each word with clarity. Acknowledging this information, Shi Yuan nodded. He stepped into the spiritual field, using scissors to snip a leaf from a Spirit Valley plant, followed by several leaves from the blood chi fruit. After chopping them, he placed them into a porcelain jar. Approaching the nest of the soul-devouring bees, Shi Yuan cautiously broke off a small piece of honey and added it to the jar. After pouring in some clear water, he secured the lid and began to chant incantations while cradling the jar with one hand. Moments later, a layer of crimson flames erupted from Shi Yuan's hand, the fire intensifying until it engulfed the entire porcelain jar. Not long after, the lid of the porcelain jar began to tremble incessantly, releasing a faint yet alluring fragrance into the air. With a subtle gesture, Shi Yuan dispelled the flames. He placed the jar on the ground and lifted the lid, allowing a rich aroma to waft forth. Young Shi Yuan, before you indulge, it would be wise to drink a bit more water, so you may relieve yourself more abundantly, suggested Xian Yaozi. Shi Yuan found the advice sound, retrieving his gourd-shaped vessel to consume a generous amount of water. He then took a spoon and scooped out a spoonful of slightly yellowish broth from the jar, savoring its sweetness, enhanced by the honey within. He drank several spoonfuls, and as he finished the 15th, he felt an urgent change. Hastily, he produced his gourd, aimed it accordingly, and relieved himself. The diuretic was indeed potent. Once he had finished, he felt parched and, after a few gulps of water, found himself needing to urinate again. Thus, he continued this cycle of drinking and relieving himself until exhaustion took its toll, compelling him to rest before resuming. During his 20 days in the Zhuangtian space, he amassed over 200 pounds of urine, which, when diluted with water, amounted to more than 800 pounds. Once he had sufficient liquid, Shi Yuan took out 5 spirit stones and, from a distance, tossed them into the stone chamber before exiting the Zhuangtian space. He hurried from the basement to the 3 acres of moonlit waterflowers. To his dismay, the petals of the moonlit waterflowers had turned black, and parts of their stems had darkened as well. Alarmed by this sight, Shi Yuan quickly retrieved his gourd and tossed it into the air, casting a spell upon it. The gourd's cork flew away, and a stream of pale yellow liquid cascaded down, drenching the flowers. Upon contact with the liquid, the flowers expelled dark vapors, gradually restoring their white hues. After a quarter of an hour, with a swift motion, Shiwan sealed the gourd again, allowing it to disappear into his sleeve. The 3 acres of moonlit water flowers had regained their pristine whiteness, though the air was now permeated with a foul odor. Content with the outcome. Shiwan nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave the courtyard, directing his vessel toward Murong Xiaoxiao's residence. As he arrived above her dwelling, he encountered Murong Xiaoxiao just as she was preparing to step out. "Uncle Shi, it has been a day. Have you completed your task?" she inquired, her cheeks flushed. "Yes, it is done," Shiwan replied with a nod. "Wonderful. Let us hasten to the spiritual fields," Murong Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her expression brightening as she urged him on. Upon reaching the spiritual fields, Shiwan waved his sleeve, and the gourd swiftly emerged, hovering above the fields. With a decisive spell cast upon the gourd, the cork popped open, and the pale yellow liquid poured down. Any spiritual herb that came into contact with the liquid quickly expelled dark vapors, restoring them to their former states. After a brief span, nearly 10 acres of spiritual fields were revitalized, though the dead herbs could not be resurrected. Fortunately, some herbs survived, minimizing the losses incurred. "Shirji, here's your reward, 30 spirit stones." Murong Xiaoxiao, seeing the restored spirit herbs and fields, nodded in satisfaction and tossed a leather pouch to Shiryu. Upon receiving the pouch, Shiryu eagerly opened it to find the 30 spirit stones within, his smile widening in delight. "By the way, Shirji, do we need to water the plants with that liquid every day?" Murong Xiaoxiao seemed to recall something and inquired. "Not necessarily, just ensure to water them regularly. If any issues arise, feel free to come to me again," Shiryu replied with a cheerful grin, revealing his pearly white teeth. After nodding in acknowledgement and posing a few more questions, Murong Xiaoxiao dismissed Shiryu. After leaving Murong Xiaoxiao's residence, Shiryu flew back to Qingyuan Peak. Upon opening the courtyard door, he was dismayed to find that over half of the spirit grains in the field had withered, and the remaining grains had turned black, permeated by a foul stench. Quickly closing the door, Shiryu flicked his sleeve, summoning a gourd artifact that hovered above the field. Casting a spell upon the gourd, its stopper popped open, and a light yellow liquid poured forth into the spirit field. A quarter of an hour later, after collecting the gourd artifact, Shiryu observed that the field had returned to its former state, with some of the previously darkened spirit grains regaining their vitality. Satisfied, he exited the courtyard and soared towards Xian Peak. Before he could land, he spotted Qin Shinger pacing in front of Master Zhou's cave. "Shishidi, you have finally returned. My spirit field has encountered a problem. Please accompany me to take a look. Rest assured, if we can resolve this issue, I will reward you with 10 spirit stones." Qin Shinger exclaimed, her face lighting up with relief but tinged with urgency. "Qin Shiji, you are too kind. As fellow disciples, we should naturally assist one another. Please lead the way," Shiryu replied earnestly. Nodding in agreement, Qin Shinger flicked her sleeve, summoning a yellow disc that hovered just above the ground. She leaped onto the disc, and, with a single hand gesture, it radiated brilliance, swiftly carrying her into the sky. Shiryu hurriedly followed on his artifact, albeit at a slower pace. Fortunately, Qin Shinger did not fly too fast, allowing them to remain side by side. As they soared, Qin Shinger recounted the changes in her spirit field. From her description, Shiryu deduced that her spirit herbs had fallen victim to a blight. Thankfully, he had gathered sufficient liquid, alleviating his concerns about running short. Before long, they arrived at Qin Shinger's residence. The spirit field, dotted with seedlings, bore witness to the demise of most, the air thick with a putrid odor. Without a moment's hesitation, Shiryu landed, lifted his sleeve, and summoned the gourd artifact once more. It darted above the field, and after casting a spell, the gourd opened, releasing a stream of light yellow liquid that cascaded into the field. Where the liquid fell, dark vapors began to rise. Before long, a yellow liquid had drenched the entire spiritual field, restoring the originally darkened spiritual herbs to their normal state. Witnessing this scene, Qin Shinger displayed a look of unrestrained joy. "Shidi Shi, you truly possess a remarkable method. Here are 10 spirit stones." Qin Shinger smiled sweetly at Shiryu as she spoke, subsequently presenting him with 10 spirit stones. Of course, Shiryu replied with a beaming smile as he accepted the spirit stones from Qin Shing. "By the way, Shidi Shi, Senior Sister Zhou's spiritual herbs have also fallen victim to this strange affliction. Could you assist her in resolving the issue as well? I'm sure the spirit stones will be plentiful." Qin Shinger seemed to recall something and inquired. "Certainly," Shiryu responded eagerly upon hearing of the spirit stones as compensation. Following this, Shiryu accompanied Shinshingo to senior sister Zhou's residence. He had visited not long ago and was surprised to return so soon. Upon seeing Shiryu, senior sister Zhou immediately approached him. "Shitty sure, I was just about to seek you out." There was a mix of surprise and excitement in her expression. "Senior sister, Shin's sister has already informed me of your situation. Rest assured, I can resolve it," Shiryu confidently assured her. He then summoned his gourd artifact and drenched the entire spiritual field with the diluted liquid. Dark vapors surged forth from the field, and the spiritual herbs returned to their normal state. "Shitty sure, what liquid is contained within your gourd?" "The scent is quite peculiar," senior sister Zhou remarked, sniffing the air with curiosity. "Oh, this liquid is derived from the infusion of various herbs. Its odor is indeed unpleasant, yet it effectively cures the darkening ailment." Shiryu replied with a calm demeanor. Prior to this encounter, he had devised a plausible explanation. As this was his unique remedy, he would never divulge it so easily. If everyone were to learn of this method, it would diminish his significance. "Ah, thank you so much, Shitty. Here are 10 spirit stones." Senior sister Zhou nodded appreciatively and handed him the spirit stones. Shiryu graciously accepted them, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then departed on his flying artifact. Upon returning to Uncle Zhou's cave dwelling, Shiryu quickly entered the basement and accessed the Zongtian space. Within half a day, he had earned 50 spirit stones and, in his exhilaration, recognized a significant business opportunity. He resolved to collect more of the liquid and then visit the Elder Hall to accept tasks. Convinced there would be several fellow disciples whose spiritual herbs were afflicted by the darkening ailment. Those unable to remedy the issue would likely post bounty tasks at the Elder Hall. Shiryu spent 20 days in the Zongtian space, amassing over 200 pounds of the liquid. After dilution, he had over 800 pounds, filling 2 gourd artifacts. When he exited the Zongtian space and emerged from the basement, he was astonished to find several sound transmission talismans floating in the courtyard. Assuming they were meant for Uncle Zhou, he paid them little mind and collected them, planning to hand them over upon Uncle Zhou's return. However, when he opened the courtyard door to head to the Elder Hall for tasks, he was taken aback. Outside, a gathering of over a dozen disciples from the Taisu sect could be seen, comprising individuals of all ages and genders, primarily consisting of cultivators in the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, with the former being the majority. Junior Brother Sure has emerged. "Please, Junior Brother Sure, I implore you to assist me. My spirit field has fallen ill, initially turning black and then withering in vast patches. I have heard that you possess a remedy. I beseech you for your help." "Indeed, Junior Brother Sure, we hope for your assistance. You shall not be shortchanged in terms of reward." "Junior Brother Sure, I earnestly ask for your help. My medicinal herbs are nearly dying." As Shiryu opened the courtyard door, the Qi refinement cultivators surrounded him, clamoring to speak over one another. From their words, it appeared that their medicinal herbs had all succumbed to the same mysterious affliction. "Enough. What a ruckus. This is utterly unbecoming." A middle-aged scholar with a fair complexion and no beard frowned at the scene, raising his voice. "It is Master Lu." Someone recognized the identity of the middle-aged scholar. Upon hearing this, the Qi refinement cultivators promptly fell silent, not daring to voice any objections. For he was the only foundation establishment cultivator present. Disciple Shiryu pays respects to Master Lu. Shiryu quickly scanned the middle-aged scholar with his spiritual sense, stepping forward to offer a courteous bow. "Ah, sure disciple, I have heard that you are capable of curing the affliction. Is it true?" The middle-aged scholar scrutinized Shiryu with keen interest, inquiring. "I can treat the spirit grains and herbs affected by the blackening disease, provided they have not yet rotted." Shiryu pondered briefly before responding. "Excellent. Accompany me. My medicinal herbs are afflicted by the blackening disease, and you shall attend to them," the middle-aged scholar commanded. "This, I shall obey." After a moment's hesitation, Shiryu acquiesced. Faced with a command from a foundation establishment cultivator, he had no grounds to negotiate. With a flick of his sleeve, the middle-aged scholar summoned a small white boat, no larger than a palm. The white vessel expanded in the wind, growing to over 2 zhang in length before halting, hovering about a foot above the ground. The middle-aged scholar stepped aboard and turned to Shiryu, instructing, "Come aboard swiftly. Sit on my white phosphor boat." Shiryu complied and stepped onto the white, flying vessel. The middle-aged scholar formed a hand gesture, and a misty white light enveloped the entire boat. Upon uttering the command to depart, the white boat transformed into a streak of white light, soaring into the sky amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. After a few blinks, it vanished from sight. The speed of the white boat was astonishing, causing Shiryu to wobble slightly, nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, he steadied himself with a firm push from his feet. Once stabilized, he gazed out beyond the misty barrier. The mountains and structures outside whizzed past at an observable pace, while the towering peaks below shrank into mere black-green dots, rendering them indistinguishable. Before long, the white boat arrived at its destination, a vast medicinal herb garden sprawling across 5 acres, teeming with dozens of varieties of spirit herbs and grains. Shiryu also spotted several fruit trees amidst the greenery. The fruit trees fared somewhat better, though their leaves exhibited a tinge of yellowing. However, the spiritual herbs and grains were in dire straits, their bodies entirely darkened, lying in patches across the spirit field, permeating the air with a foul, decaying odor. Disciple Shur, take a look at these herbs afflicted by the blight. Do you think they can be salvaged? If so, do attempt to save them, spoke the middle-aged scholar, gesturing towards the spirit field. May I inquire if Master Uncle could elaborate on the progression of the illness in the spiritual herbs? It would aid me in determining an appropriate remedy. Shiryu pondered briefly before asking. In truth, upon observing the condition of the spirit field, Shiryu was already aware that the herbs were indeed suffering from the blight. Yet, he refrained from immediately tending to the afflicted herbs, opting instead to feign ignorance and inquire about the events leading up to this predicament. The middle-aged scholar, a foundational cultivator, warranted Shiryu's utmost seriousness. He aimed to leave a favorable impression. To Shiryu's inquiry, the scholar, instead of displaying irritation, appeared quite approving. In his eyes, this was the mark of a responsible herbalist, and he proceeded to recount the details of the herb's affliction. After listening attentively to the middle-aged scholar's account, Shiryu felt a sense of assurance. He could confirm that the herbs were indeed suffering from the blight. He hastened to the spirit field, crouched down, picked up a handful of soil, inhaled its scent, and then examined a withered herb closely before rising to his feet. What is your assessment, Disciple Shur? Is there hope for these herbs? The scholar observed Shiryu's actions, and unconsciously, his tone had grown considerably more courteous. In response to Master Lu, I have conceived a method that may be worth trying, though its effectiveness is uncertain, given the prolonged duration of the herb's affliction. I cannot guarantee a cure. Shiryu replied earnestly with a nod. Very well, then do give it a try. The middle-aged scholar responded, his demeanor amiable. Acknowledging this, Shiryu produced a green orb, roughly the size of a fist, and with a flick of his wrist, it soared into the air, hovering above the spirit field. Upon casting a spell upon the orb, it shattered, releasing an outpouring of pure botanical essence. Some of the herbs absorbed this essence, and the dark aura surrounding them began to diminish slightly. The middle-aged scholar observed this with a silent nod of approval. Though the botanical essence could not cure the herbs afflicted by the blight, Shiryu intended to create an illusion of efficacy. Had he immediately drawn forth the gourd artifact to nourish the herbs, their recovery would have been swift, thereby revealing his mediocrity. Shiryu quickly formed hand seals, muttering incantations under his breath. Shortly thereafter, he concluded his chanting, and with a surge of yellow light emanating from his hands, he pressed them into the spirit field. Waves of yellow radiance flowed from his palms, penetrating the earth, transforming sections of the soil from black to yellow. Before long, as Shiryu retracted his spell, the yellow light dissipated. Rising, he waved his sleeve, summoning the gourd artifact to hover above the spirit field. Casting a spell upon it, he released the stopper, and a foul-smelling, pale yellow liquid cascaded down into the spirit field. Shiyuan skillfully manipulated the gourd talisman, using urine to irrigate the entire spiritual field. Wherever the liquid fell, a dark mist arose, transforming the soil from black to its natural yellow hue. While the spiritual herbs regained their vitality, their colors becoming increasingly vibrant, perhaps due to the absorption of the essence of the flora. Witnessing this scene, the middle-aged scholar's face lit up with ecstatic joy, and his gaze towards Shiyuan revealed a hint of admiration. Master Lu, there is no cause for concern, as long as you administer the rain on schedule. The spiritual herbs will thrive normally, Shiyuan stated nonchalantly as he stowed away the gourd talisman. Young Shiyuan, you have done remarkably well. However, I must inquire about the liquid within your gourd. Its scent is rather peculiar, the middle-aged scholar remarked appreciatively, then shifted the subject. Oh, that liquid is derived from a concoction of various herbs. Its aroma may be strange, but it enhances the vitality of the spiritual herbs and improves the soil quality, while also repelling certain pests, Shiyuan explained earnestly. I see. Will it be necessary to continue irrigating with this liquid in the future? The scholar continued to inquire. Well, if there are no relapses, it won't be necessary. Regularly administering rain will suffice, Shiwan replied. Here are 20 spirit stones. Consider it a reward for your healing efforts. The scholar said as he produced the stones and handed them to Shiwan. Thank you, master. Shiwan's expression brightened as he accepted the spirit stones with gratitude. Following this, the scholar posed a few more questions before allowing Shiwan to depart. After leaving Master Lu's residence, Shiwan took to the skies on his talisman, soaring back to Tsuayan Peak. Upon landing, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of qi refining practitioners. Junior brother Shiwan, please help save my spiritual herbs. Junior brother, we are all from Qingyuan Peak. Assist me in rescuing my spiritual grains. My spiritual grains are nearly all dead. If you do not help, they will perish completely. The clamoring voices of the crowd beseeched Shiwan for assistance, leaving him uncertain about whom to aid first. Junior brother, half of my spiritual beings have perished. I am willing to offer 10 spirit stones. No, 15 spirit stones, as a reward for your help. A burly, red-faced elder shouted, unable to push through the crowd. Upon hearing this, Shiwan's eyes sparkled with interest. He extricated himself from the throng and swiftly approached the red-faced elder with a cheerful demeanor. You are too kind, senior brother. Please lead the way, and I shall attend to your needs immediately. Follow me, junior brother, the elder replied, his face brightening, as he summoned a leaf talisman and leapt upon it. Shiwan followed suit, utilizing his own leaf talisman, and the two transformed into streaks of green light, soaring towards the heavens. Upon arriving at the elder's residence, Shiwan replicated his previous methods. He first asked several questions, examined the soil and spiritual beings, then employed the earth spirit technique and spring rain technique, ultimately irrigating with urine. Shiwan's series of actions greatly enhanced the elder's appreciation for him. Upon witnessing the restoration of his spiritual beings, the elderly man with a flushed face managed to smile amidst the creases of his weathered visage. In profound gratitude, he bestowed upon Shiwan 15 spirit stones and personally escorted him away. Upon returning to his dwelling, Shiwan was besieged by a throng of qi-refining disciples, who, having learned from past encounters, promptly inquired about the compensation in spirit stones. Given the principle of scarcity, Shiwan prioritized assisting those who offered the most spirit stones for the cultivation of their spiritual fields. In the ensuing 2 days, Shiwan found himself exceedingly occupied, scarcely affording a moment to sip water, flitting from peak to peak, aiding his fellow disciples and revered mentors in the management of their spiritual fields, thus amassing considerable wealth. Naturally, some astute individuals recognized this lucrative opportunity and attempted to ingratiate themselves with Shiwan, subtly probing into the origins of the liquid contained within his gourd artifact. However, Shiwan remained tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge this profitable avenue. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Shiwan returned to Tian Peak, his countenance marred by fatigue. Having traversed over 50 locations without respite, he was utterly exhausted. Just as he touched down, he spotted 2 familiar faces, Qinming and Lucian. Truth be told, Shiwan harbored a deep disdain for them, yet their superior cultivation level rendered him hesitant to confront them openly. Junior brother Sure, you have returned. Lucian greeted him with a subtle smile, laced with concern. Junior brother Sure, we have eagerly awaited your return, Qinming chimed in, feigning a camaraderie that felt insincere. Senior brother Qin, senior sister Lu, is there something you require? Shiwan inquired, his brow furrowing slightly, his tone tinged with indifference. In his eyes, their intentions were as dubious as a weasel offering New Year-esque greetings to a chicken. Junior brother Sure, I have heard you possess a method to cure the blight. My spiritual herb has also succumbed to this affliction. Could you possibly assist me? Lucian implored, her delicate features adorned with charming dimples, exuding an air of captivating allure. Regrettably, senior sister Lu, I am far too fatigued today. Perhaps tomorrow would be more suitable, Shiwan replied, shaking his head gently. He spoke the truth. He was indeed weary. And moreover, the liquid within his gourd had been depleted, necessitating a return to the celestial space to produce more. Junior brother Sure, we have awaited your assistance all day. Do you not think your refusal is rather heartless? Qinming remarked, his expression darkening with displeasure. Heartless? Shiwan retorted, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. If we speak of heartlessness, I cannot possibly rival senior brother Chun and senior sister Lu. Had you not spread malicious rumors in the past, would I have been subjected to threats and extortion? Junior brother Sure, from where did you acquire such information? We have never spread any rumors. Do not tarnish the reputation of the innocent, Lucian interjected, her face paling as she hurriedly defended themselves. Ah, innocent? Since senior brother Chun and senior sister Lu perceive themselves as virtuous, Perhaps you might return the several hundred spirit stones you appropriated from me years ago? Shiwan suggested, extending his palm with a disarming smile. Exchanging glances, Lu Zhen and Chun Ming appeared taken aback. Junior brother, sure. Our resources are rather limited at present. If you could assist us in curing the herb, we assure you that we will repay you in full once our circumstances improve, Lu Zhen earnestly proposed. Senior sister Lu. Do you take me for a mere child of 3? Shiwan scoffed, the derision palpable in his tone. Sure, Yuan, do not test my patience. It would be wise to accompany us quietly, lest you find yourself regretting it later, Qin Ming warned, his brow furrowed in intensity. Unperturbed, Sure Yuan ignored him and entered the courtyard, slamming the door shut behind him with a resounding thud. Qin Ming's expression darkened ominously, his eyes brimming with malice. What should we do, senior brother Qin? Lu Zhen inquired cautiously, her brow knitted in concern. If he refuses to assist, what other options do we have? We can only watch as the precious herbs wither away, Chun Ming retorted coldly. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he continued. I can now ascertain that Master Shi must have left behind a significant treasure for Shi Yuan. After years of patience, he has finally summoned the courage to utilize it. A treasure? What kind of treasure? Should we spread the word? Lu Zhen asked, her curiosity piqued. Spread the word? Why would we do that? Do you not wish to claim this treasure for yourself? As for its nature, we shall discover that once it is in our possession. Chun Ming replied with a sly smile, his eyes alight with fervor. You witnessed today's events. He refused to cure the dark affliction. So persuading him to relinquish the treasure may prove challenging, Lu Zhen remarked with a hint of doubt. Indeed, we must devise a foolproof plan. Let us return and deliberate further, Chun Ming concurred. With that, the two ascended their flying vessels and departed. Unbeknownst to Chun Ming and Lu Zhen's scheming, Shi Yuan was currently preoccupied in the celestial space, relieving himself. After several rounds, he began to feel somewhat overwhelmed, his complexion paling. Sure, lad. Is it truly so taxing to relieve yourself a mere few times? Your constitution is rather lacking. The voice of Xian Yaozi echoed, laced with mockery. Enough. It was not merely a few times, but rather a dozen. You speak without understanding. Shi Yuan waved dismissively, unfazed. Humph. It is not mere boasting. In my prime, a single release could fill a lake. To be frank, even my urine could drown you, Xian Yaozi declared with unmistakable confidence. Drown me with urine? Shi Yuan's lips twitched in disbelief at the absurdity. Indeed, I possess knowledge of various body tempering techniques. Even at a novice level, one becomes impervious to blades and possesses immense strength. Relieving oneself dozens of times is a trivial matter. 100 spirit stones for a lesson. Would you care to consider? Xian Yaozi proposed in a tantalizing tone. Shi Yuan rolled his eyes, filled with disdain for Xian Yaozi, who had begun charging fees after assisting him freely 5 times. Particularly in recent days, as Shi Yuan accrued a considerable amount of spirit stones, Xian Yaozi was becoming increasingly eager to negotiate. Yet, Shi Yuan was resolute in not falling for Xian Yaozi's schemes. He feigned ignorance to every proposition. Nonetheless, the offering Xian Yaozi mentioned did stir some interest within him, such as the alchemical insights of a master alchemist, the cultivation techniques of a nascent soul swordsman, formidable body tempering methods, the arrangements of powerful formations, and the crafting techniques of extraordinary artifacts. At present, Shi Yu is merely at the 4th level of qi refinement, rendering these items temporarily unnecessary. Moreover, the price set by Yaozi is exorbitantly high, often reaching 100 spirit stones, a sum Shi Yu could hardly agree to. Sure, consider this carefully. If you practice the body refining technique, your rate of urine production will significantly increase. Previously, you would relieve yourself 50 times in an hour, but after mastering the technique, you could achieve 100 times in the same period. Each additional release translates to spirit stones. Yaozi continued, employing a tone of seduction. Upon hearing these words, Shi Yu's expression shifted. Indeed, every additional release equates to spirit stones, with many lining up for his healing services. If he were to wait until their medicinal herbs perished, he would be left with nothing. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired with some skepticism, is that truly possible? 100 times in an hour? Wouldn't that pose a health risk? Of course not. I possess a bone tempering technique, perfectly suited for your cultivation. It is relatively simple to master, though it requires some spiritual herbs for assistance. Given your current wealth, you can easily afford it. If you provide me with 100 spirit stones, I shall divulge the cultivation method, Yaozi replied with a sly grin, enunciating each word carefully. 100 spirit stones? Why not just rob a bank? No way. The maximum I can offer is 5 spirit stones. Shi Yu shook his head, engaging in bargaining. 5 spirit stones? Is my offering so cheap? You could scarcely purchase a cultivation technique in a bookstore for less than 50 spirit stones. To think you would offer a mere 5 for the method of a body-refining technique? Sure. Do you have any sense of shame? Zaiyozi's voice dripped with sarcasm. Absolutely not. Sure, you resolutely shook his head. Well, 5 spirit stones are far too little. At the very least, it should be 50. If that is too much, then 30 spirit stones would suffice. Zaiyozi continued to negotiate. Impossible. It's just 5 spirit stones. Sure, you maintained his stance, unmoved. 10 spirit stones. Take it or leave it. The bone tempering technique is, after all, an introductory method from an ancient body refining sect. If you are unwilling to part with even 10 spirit stones, then so be it. Zaiyozi's tone revealed his dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Shiryu frowned. After a brief consideration, he stated, Fine, 10 it is. However, as per our usual arrangement, you must first reveal the cultivation method, and if it proves satisfactory, I shall then provide you with the 10 spirit stones. Very well. Remember, I shall only explain it once. The method for cultivating the bone tempering technique is. Before long, Zaiyozi's words came to a halt. To practice this bone tempering technique requires a plethora of spiritual herbs, some with decades of age. This method is far too extravagant. Shiryu exclaimed in surprise after hearing Zaiyozi's explanation. What do you know? These spiritual herbs possess the ability to cleanse the marrow, significantly aiding in the cultivation of the bone tempering technique. Without these herbs, your practice would be fraught with hardship, Zaiyozi retorted dismissively. Merely gathering the necessary materials demands 100 spirit stones. To master this bone tempering technique, I would need dozens of such materials. How could I possibly afford that many spirit stones? Are you not deceiving me? Shiryu expressed his displeasure. According to the teachings of Xianyaozi, the cultivation of the bone forging technique necessitates immersion in a particular spiritual liquid, derived from the infusion of numerous spiritual herbs. To gather a sufficient quantity of these medicinal materials, one must expend 100 spirit stones. To master this technique, it is essential to undergo this immersion dozens of times, indicating that you would need to invest several thousand spirit stones in pursuit of this skill, an extravagance indeed. One may indulge in gluttony, but one must not speak carelessly. I assure you, if you successfully cultivate this technique, it would not be a challenge to relieve oneself 100 times in an hour, without any adverse effects. Of course, you could choose to be deceitful and refuse to part with 10 spirit stones, but do not expect my assistance in the future. Xianyaozi remarked with a cold chuckle. Upon hearing this, Shiryu's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve, ultimately retrieving 10 spirit stones and casting them into the stone chamber. Now, that is the right attitude. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. My prices are negotiable. Xianyaozi's voice brimmed with delight. This exchange served as a reminder for Shiryu that engaging with Xianyaozi demands utmost vigilance. One must tread carefully to avoid falling into his cunning traps. As Shiryu estimated, to master the bone forging technique would require not only thousands of spirit stones for the purchase of herbs, but also a considerable investment of time. One could not expect to achieve mastery in less than a year and a half. Given such time constraints, it would be more practical to relieve oneself more frequently. Shiryu took out paper and ink, meticulously recording the cultivation method of the bone forging technique, safely storing it in his storage pouch. As it was a valuable acquisition for the 10 spirit stones, he remained in the space of palm heaven for an entire night, emerging only the following morning. After a night of diligent effort, Shiryu had accumulated several dozen pounds of urine, which, when mixed with clear water, totaled over 100 pounds. Alas, one only realizes the scarcity of resources when they are needed. Shiryu lamented inwardly. As Shiryu opened the courtyard door, a throng of fellow disciples surrounded him, clamoring in unison, "Junior brother Shir, I offer 10 spirit stones. Please assist me with my medicinal herbs. Junior brother Shir, if you do not help, my 3 acres of spiritual grain will perish. I will give 12 spirit stones. I will offer 15 spirit stones. Junior brother Shir, please check on my spiritual field. My 5 acres of spiritual beans are on the verge of dying." Upon hearing their pleas, Shiryu neither declined nor acquiesced. He awaited the highest bidder. The cacophony was quite unbecoming. One might mistake it for a mundane marketplace. A voice, imbued with authority, suddenly resonated from the heavens. The crowd gasped in surprise and looked up to see a massive eagle, 2 yards in size, descending from the sky. The eagle was adorned with emerald feathers and bore 2 heads, with a stern-looking man in a blue robe seated upon its back. It was the esteemed Uncle Lee from the Hall of Elders. Someone recognized the blue-robed man's identity. Sure, he was no stranger to the blue-robed figure, as he held the highest position within the Hall of Elders, the Hall Master. Shortly, the azure eagle landed, yet the blue-robed man remained perched upon its back. Disciples bowed in reverence, exclaiming in unison, "We pay our respects to Uncle Lee." "Who is Shiryu?" he inquired. The man in the blue robe nodded slightly, his authoritative gaze swiftly sweeping over the gathered disciples, and he inquired with a tone of indifference. Upon hearing his words, the attention of the crowd shifted toward Shiryu. Not daring to be negligent, Shiryu hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully proclaimed, in response to Master Lee, "The disciple is indeed Shiryu." "Very well, accompany me," the blue-robed man instructed. "The sect leader has matters to discuss with you." Shiryu was taken aback by the mention of the sect leader, uncertain as to why he was summoned. Yet he complied with a nod. He tapped his storage pouch, and a leaf-shaped artifact soared out, hovering about a foot above the ground. "Wait. Your inferior flying artifact is too slow. Come aboard my azure feather eagle. We mustn't keep the sect leader waiting." The blue-robed man interjected before Shiryu could mount the leaf artifact. "Understood," Shiryu replied, not daring to object. He retrieved the leaf artifact and climbed onto the back of the azure giant eagle. "Let us depart," with the man's command. The azure giant eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky, the two of them swiftly disappearing from view. The eagle flew with remarkable speed, and as Shiryu glanced downward, he could only discern a hazy blur below. Soon, they landed on a spacious azure stone platform. Before them lay a staircase of azure stone, stretching several dozen feet, leading up to a towering black palace. At the entrance of the black palace hung a silver plaque, inscribed with the 3 golden characters Ancestral Hall, which sparkled dazzlingly under the sunlight, capturing attention. Several teams of patrolling disciples traversed the vicinity of the palace, exuding an air of vigilance. "Follow me." The blue-robed man returned the azure giant eagle to his spirit beast pouch and instructed Shiryu before striding toward the black palace. Shiryu closely followed behind, heading toward the imposing structure. Before long, they entered the hall, where a yellow-robed elder with a jade belt and a gaunt, gray-clad elder were seated, engaged in conversation over tea. "Disciple pays respects to the sect leader and Master Lee," the blue-robed man announced with a deep bow, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. "Disciple pays respects to both esteemed masters." Shiryu quickly followed suit with a bow of his own. Shiryu, if my memory serves me right, you are a descendant of Brother Shir, yet you are only at the 4th level of chi refinement?" The sect leader, Zhou Tongtian, observed Shiryu with a peculiar expression. In response to the sect leader, the disciple possesses limited aptitude, thus only achieving the 4th level of chi refinement, Shiryu replied candidly. "Forget it, brother sect leader. Let us discuss the matter at hand," the gray-clad elder interjected, turning to Shiryu and asking, "Shiryu, it is said that many disciples' spiritual herbs and grains have fallen ill with a darkening disease, yet you have managed to cure them. How did you accomplish this?" Shiryu's expression revealed a hint of difficulty upon hearing the question. Before the 2 venerable masters, who have lived for centuries and witnessed countless storms, Shiryu felt a lack of confidence in concealing the truth from such formidable beings. However, he was reluctant to reveal the method to cure the darkening disease. Observing the situation, the elder in gray furrowed his brow and spoke. "Rest assured, our conversation today will remain between the 4 of us. Many disciples within our sect have succumbed to the darkening disease. If your method can indeed resolve this affliction, the sect will reward you with 1,000 contribution points. If it fails, you shall not be blamed. However, you must speak truthfully. You understand the consequences of deceiving your elders, do you not?" Upon hearing these words, Shiryu's expression shifted. The prospect of earning 1,000 contribution points would enable him to inscribe protective runes against possession at the Rejuvenation Hall, thus bolstering his confidence when facing Zaiyayozi. "Do you take my words lightly?" the elder in gray said, his expression darkening as Shiryu remained silent. "Shiryu, answer Master Lee's question promptly. Do you wish to court death?" the man in blue robes urged loudly. "I dare not. I was simply overwhelmed with joy and momentarily forgot to respond," Shiryu quickly explained. The elder in gray softened his demeanor. "That is more like it. Now, tell us how you propose to cure the darkening disease." I use urine for irrigation, mixed with a bit of clean water, ideally in a 1:3 ratio." Shiryu hesitated briefly before responding truthfully. He understood that deceit was futile, should the 2 venerable masters find no effect from his method. The crime of deceiving his elders would fall upon him. The Taisu sect has 108 rules, with 9 major prohibitions. Violating any of these regulations could lead to punishment, ranging from confinement to the forfeiture of one's powers or even expulsion from the sect. Breaching any of the 9 major prohibitions could result in death, or worse, the torment of one's soul. Shiryu was a law-abiding disciple and had no desire to attract the attention of the enforcement hall. Urine? You used urine to irrigate the disciple's spiritual herbs? The elder Zhou Tongtian exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Hearing this, the elder in gray was filled with skepticism. After years of studying the cultivation of spiritual herbs, he had never encountered urine as a remedy. Indeed, I discovered that only the urine of prepubescent boys and girls is effective, Shiryu affirmed with a nod. Are you suggesting that the essence of herbs, the earth spirit formula, and the spring rain formula are mere deceptions? Zhou Tongtian inquired with narrowed eyes. Precisely. Shiryu admitted candidly. Do you have that gourd with you? Show it to me, the elder in gray asked, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Shiryu nodded and retrieved the gourd artifact from his sleeve, handing it over. The elder in gray eagerly seized the gourd, removing the stopper and bringing it to his nose for a careful sniff. This does indeed have a scent reminiscent of urine. I shall test it to see if it proves effective. Upon finishing his words, the elderly man in gray shimmered and transformed into a streak of azure light. Soaring out of the ancestral hall. Shiyuan, how did you come to know that urine could cure the blackening disease? Who informed you? Zhou Tongtian inquired, his brow furrowed. To him, it was astonishing that a mere qi refining disciple could possess a remedy for a disease that had stumped numerous golden core cultivators. It was a serendipitous discovery. My spiritual valley also fell victim to the blackening disease, resulting in significant loss. I thought, since it was beyond salvation, I might as well urinate in the spiritual fields. To my surprise, the afflicted crops thrived after being watered with my urine, Shiyuan recounted, a reminiscent expression gracing his features. He had long anticipated that the secret of urine would not remain concealed for long and had prepared an excuse for such a revelation, which now served him well. Is that truly the case? Zhou Tongtian's gaze fixed on Shiyuan, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Indeed, I speak only the truth, without a single embellishment, Shiyuan affirmed, nodding earnestly. At that moment, joyful laughter echoed from outside the hall, and the gray-clad elder hurriedly re-entered, exclaiming, Master brother, urine can indeed cure the blackening disease. I have personally tested it. Is what you say true, brotherly? Zhou Tongtian rose in excitement, his face alight with joy. Absolutely. I used my own urine on some medicinal herbs afflicted by the disease, and they were restored instantly. It's truly miraculous. The gray-clad elder proclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. He then recalled something and turned to Shiyuan, asking, Shiyuan, how did you discover that urine could cure the blackening disease? It was a fortunate accident. Zhou Tongtian recounted Shiyuan's fabricated tale. I see now. I wondered how a qi refining disciple could comprehend a cure for the blackening disease. But it seems it was merely happenstance, the gray-clad elder realized. Shiyuan, here is your item back. The elder returned the gourd artifact to Shiyuan. All right, Shiyuan and brotherly. You may leave now. By the way, brotherly, make sure to allocate 1,000 contribution points to Shiyuan. Additionally, both of you must remember that today's discussion is classified. It must not be disclosed to anyone, especially Shiyuan. You must never reveal that urine can cure the blackening disease, or you will be punished for treason against the sect. Do you understand? As he concluded, a fleeting glint of malice flashed in Zhou Tongtian's eyes. Disciple obeys, Shiyuan replied, his heart tightening, and he quickly assented. The man in blue dared not voice any dissent, merely acknowledging and leading Shiyuan away. Master brother, now that we know urine can cure the blackening disease, why do you not permit its disclosure? Many of our disciples' spiritual valleys and herbs are afflicted. Spreading the news could significantly mitigate losses. The gray-clad elder hesitated, perplexed. Brotherly, have you not pondered why the blackening disease has manifested in our sect? Zhou Tongtian spoke with profound significance. Are you implying that the blackening disease was deliberately instigated? The elder reflected for a moment before grasping the implication. Otherwise, how could such a sudden emergence of the blackening disease occur? This ailment had vanished thousands of years ago, with only scant references in ancient texts. The Tang dynasty, neither vast nor insignificant, raises the question of how the blackening disease has manifested within our Taisu sect. To my knowledge, it has not appeared elsewhere. Zhou Tongtian spoke with a grim expression. But who could be responsible for this? What could their intentions be? The old man in gray furrowed his brow. The identity of the perpetrator is of little consequence. What matters is their objective. I fear they may exploit this situation to ascertain the whereabouts of our ancestor. Do you recall the Chun family massacre from centuries past? A malevolent cultivator discovered that the Yuanying master of Chun fortress was absent, infiltrated the stronghold, and slaughtered thousands of cultivators. Consequently, every sect has placed heightened importance on safeguarding the whereabouts of their ancestors. Zhou Tongtian's face bore a grave expression as he concluded. Then what do you suggest we do, senior brother? Zhou Tongtian pondered briefly before speaking. Li Shidi, your expertise in cultivation could prove invaluable. Consider how we might infuse the urine with other substances to mask its odor. I shall then issue a proclamation in the name of our ancestor, claiming this elixir is a remedy for the blackening disease. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. The old man in gray nodded in agreement, then recalled something and continued. Senior brother, what about the mastermind behind this? Shall we simply let them go? Humph, how could that be? I shall send someone to investigate discreetly. We must unearth the culprit and report back once the ancestor returns, Zhou Tongtian replied with a cold smirk. The old man in gray nodded in understanding. After discussing the details with Zhou Tongtian, he departed from the ancestor hall. Upon exiting, the man in blue robes took Shui aboard a massive azure eagle and arrived at the Hall of Affairs. I pay my respects to Hall Master Li. Greetings, Hall Master. As the man in blue entered the Hall of Affairs, all the stewards greeted him, their faces brimming with sycophancy. The man in blue merely nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Shiji. Allocate 1,000 contribution points to Shui, he instructed as he approached Steward Wang. Steward Wang was momentarily taken aback, thinking he had misheard. What? Did you not hear my words? Allocate 1,000 contribution points to Shui, as instructed by the Hall Master himself. Do you intend to defy my orders? The man in blue's expression darkened as he furrowed his brow. I would not dare. I would not dare, Steward Wang hastily explained, smiling at Shui as he continued. Shidi. Please present your identity token. Shui nodded, retrieved his identity token, and handed it over, in front of the man in blue. Steward Wang allocated 1,000 contribution points to Shui. Very well, that will suffice. You may all return to your duties. The man in blue remarked dismissively before stepping into a side chamber. Shui tucked away his identity token, beaming with joy as he turned to leave. Wait, Shidi. Steward Wang called out urgently. What is it? Deacon Wang. This is an instruction from the esteemed master of the sect. Surely, you would not wish to deduct my 500 contribution points. Shui furrowed his brow, turning away with a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Of course not. However, may I inquire if you have encountered the master of the sect? Deacon Wang cautiously shook his head. Indeed, I have also seen Master Li. Shui affirmed with a nod. What? Master Li as well? May I ask what the two revered masters discuss with you? Deacon Wang's expression shifted, revealing a hint of anxiety. They inquired why I remain at the 4th level of Qi refinement. As you know, my parents were once cultivators of the Golden Core stage. So it is quite natural for the masters to ask a few questions, Shui replied, his demeanor calm. Junior brother Sure. I have treated you quite well over the years. Please refrain from speaking carelessly before the two elders. You have stored a considerable amount of spirit stones with me, and I would like you to accept this mid-grade spirit stone, Deacon Wang said, a forced smile spreading across his face as he eagerly presented a stone. In the past, Deacon Wang would never have been so deferential to Shiryu. However, the presence of 2 Golden Core cultivators had instilled in him the misconception that they were looking out for Shiryu due to his parents. Consequently, he felt both compelled to avoid offending Shiryu and to curry his favor. Stored? Shiryu replied, a bemused smile gracing his lips. Indeed, junior brother Sure. I merely preserved your belongings and had no intention of utilizing the spirit stones you entrusted to me. I kindly ask you to speak favorably on my behalf in front of the esteemed masters, Deacon Wang responded, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile as he nodded repeatedly. Is that so? Yet, I recall that the spirit stones I have with you are far more than this, Shiryu remarked with an amused expression. One would be a fool not to take advantage of a good deal, especially when reclaiming what rightfully belongs to oneself. I had forgotten. Here is another one. Deacon Wang quickly produced another mid-grade spirit stone, his countenance plastered with a fawning smile, though his eyes briefly flickered with a hint of pain. Very well, when next I meet the masters, I shall endeavor to speak a few kind words on your behalf. Shiryu accepted the 2 mid-grade spirit stones, nodding in satisfaction. My sincere gratitude, junior brother Sure, Deacon Wang expressed, his face radiant with joy as he personally escorted Shiryu from the Deacon Hall. Young Sure, it appears you have skillfully negotiated a fine deal. The voice of Xian Yaozi echoed in Shi Yu's mind as he soared through the air on his flying instrument. What do you mean by negotiating a deal? I merely reclaimed what is rightfully mine. Shi Yu rolled his eyes, dismissing the remark. Young Shi. Having earned such a substantial sum of spirit stones today, do you not think you should share a portion with me? I do not ask for much, just 10 stones, no? How about 5? Xian Yaozi suggested, a hint of flattery in his tone. Shi Yu chuckled lightly at the suggestion, but chose to remain silent. Upon returning to Xian Peak, a throng of Qi refinement disciples surrounded him. The master of the sect had merely stated that he must not disclose the method of curing the dark affliction through urine, but had not forbidden him from assisting his fellow disciples with medicinal herbs. Thus, Shi Yuan once again busied himself, assisting this senior brother with the management of spiritual herbs and that senior sister with the cultivation of spiritual valleys. It was not until the urine contained within the gourd artifact was exhausted that Shi Yuan feigned fatigue to excuse himself, soaring back to his residence on Qingyuan Peak. Upon closing the courtyard gate, he retrieved the Zhangtian pearl. After a moment's contemplation, he approached the spiritual field, crouched down, and dug a small pit. Young lad, what are you doing? Let us discuss matters calmly. Don't act impulsively. The voice of Xian Yaozi grew somewhat urgent. However, Shi Yuan paid no heed. Wrapping the Zhangtian pearl in a silken handkerchief and placing it within the pit, subsequently covering it with soil, burying the pearl in the earth. Young lad, have you lost your senses? Why on earth would you bury the Zhangtian pearl? Let us talk this through. Don't act rashly. Xian Yaozi's voice grew increasingly frantic. Still, Shi Yuan remained unperturbed, pressing a stone atop the spot where the pearl lay, before rising and departing from his abode. Though Xian Yaozi had not yet revealed a menacing aspect, Shi Yuan felt a tinge of apprehension facing such an unknown entity, fearing it might attempt to seize control over him. Since he had accrued 1,000 contribution points, he could inscribe protective spiritual patterns against possession at the Rejuvenation Hall. Lost in thought, Shi Yuan summoned a leaf artifact and soared into the distance. After a brief interval, he descended amidst a grove of bamboo, spotting a towering pavilion over 100 meters ahead. The pavilion, entirely constructed of wood, bore no stone. At its entrance hung a verdant plaque inscribed with the 3 characters Rejuvenation Hall. The pavilion's doors stood firmly shut, while nearby, a wooden frame stood tall, supporting a basin-sized green copper bell, accompanied by a small green hammer. Having visited the Rejuvenation Hall on several occasions, Shi Yuan was somewhat familiar with its layout. He hastened to the wooden frame, seized the small green hammer, and gently struck the green copper bell thrice. The clear, resonant chimes echoed thrice. As the once-closed door of the pavilion slowly creaked open, Shi Yuan swiftly entered. Inside, he was greeted by a spacious hall, furnished with a green wooden chair and a green wooden table. A rosy-cheeked elder in a green robe sat upon the bamboo chair, engrossed in a thick tome. Disciple Shi Yuan pays respects to Uncle Master Chen. Shi Yuan bowed respectfully. Speak, the elder replied, setting down his book. What brings you here? Are you poisoned or afflicted by malevolent energies? Disciple may have been tainted by something unclean, Shi Yuan replied earnestly. He harbored uncertainty about having evaded Xian Yaozi's influence and worried that the latter might have left a mark upon him. Something unclean? The elder's expression shifted to one of intrigue. With a flick of his hand, a palm-sized copper mirror appeared in his grasp. This talisman can discern whether you bear any unclean elements, though the process may be somewhat painful. You must endure, the elder stated matter-of-factly. Yes, disciple understands. Shi Yuan nodded. When it comes to his own life safety, he would endure any pain. The old man in the green robe directed a bronze mirror towards Shi Yuan, channeling his magical power into it. A beam of yellow light erupted from the mirror, vanishing instantaneously into Shi Yuan's body. Upon its entry, Shi Yuan felt a warmth envelop him, swiftly followed by a piercing agony that surged into his mind, prompting an involuntary scream of anguish. The green-robed elder remained unfazed, shaking the bronze mirror as the yellow light began to meticulously scan Shi Yuan's entire being. Faced with this, Shi Yuan could only grit his teeth, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. After a brief moment, the elder withdrew his magical power, flipping his palm to make the bronze mirror disappear. He cast a cold glance at Shi Yuan and stated, "There is nothing unclean about you, which is quite fortunate. However, since I have conducted this examination, a fee is required, 30 contribution points. But I still feel somewhat uneasy, as if a malevolent spirit is perpetually by my side, making it difficult to sleep," Shi Yuan replied, exhaling a sigh of relief, before hesitatingly adding, "If you are concerned, Inscribing some spiritual patterns on your body would suffice. These patterns can prevent possession. Any low-tier spirit that attempts to approach will be dispersed, but it requires 200 contribution points, adding the previous examination fee. The total comes to 230 contribution points. Payment is required in advance. The green-robed elder stated matter-of-factly, then produced a silver jade plate, gesturing over it with a flourish. Very well. Then inscribe the spiritual patterns upon your body. Shi Yuan nodded in agreement, producing his identification token to lightly etch it across the silver jade plate held by the elder in the blue robe, thus depleting 230 contribution points. Follow me, instructed the elder, as he stored the silver jade plate away and rose to ascend to the second floor. Shi Yuan nodded and promptly followed suit. The second floor was somewhat more confined than the hall, barren and devoid of any furnishings. Sit down and remove your upper garment, the elder commanded, gesturing towards a vacant space. Shi Yuan, not daring to be negligent, obediently stripped off his upper clothing, baring his torso. The elder approached Shi Yuan's back, retrieving a golden needle, a silver talisman brush, a cerulean wooden box, and a slender tome from his storage pouch. He opened the tome, flipping to a specific page, and began to inscribe intricate and esoteric patterns upon Shi Yuan's back with the golden needle, carefully wiping away the blood that seeped forth with a white cloth. He then opened the wooden box and dipped the silver brush into the golden liquid contained within, painting further intricate patterns upon Shi Yuan's back. After half an hour, the elder set down the talisman brush, revealing dozens of profound golden runes adorning Shi Yuan's back, emanating a faint golden glow, appearing quite extraordinary. You may don your clothing now. Remember, while these spiritual patterns can prevent low-tier specters from seizing your body, they are ineffective against higher-tier entities. Additionally, activating these patterns will deplete a portion of your vitality. Should you find them unnecessary in the future, it would be prudent to wash them away. The elderly man in the azure robe spoke clearly and deliberately. One can cleanse it using licorice combined with plant ash. Urine is also effective. Thank you, Master Chen, for your guidance. Shi Yuan clasped his fists in gratitude, donned his garments, and descended the stairs. Upon exiting the loft, the door closed automatically behind him. Once he returned to his abode, Shi Yuan promptly unearthed the Zitian pearl. I implore you, young Shi Yuan, refrain from impulsiveness. Let us converse civilly, echoed the voice of Zaiyaozi in his mind as soon as the Zitian pearl was revealed. Are you under the illusion that I am a reincarnated immortal? How could I possibly know your intentions? Zaiyaozi replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. At this, Shi Yuan exhaled in relief, realizing that his suspicions were indeed correct. Zaiyaozi was trapped within the Zitian pearl and could not escape. As long as he did not carry the pearl with him, Zaiyaozi remained oblivious to his actions. By the way, allow me to offer a word of caution. If anyone inquires how you amass such a considerable quantity of urine, how will you respond? Zaiyaozi posed a question. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan furrowed his brow, a cold sweat breaking out upon him. He had not contemplated this predicament. It should be noted that he had utilized thousands of jin of urine, diluted with water, to treat the darkening ailment. Even accounting for the dilution, it required hundreds of jin of urine, which was impossible to collect in just a few days. Surely, no one would ask. Shi Yuan responded, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Surely? What if they do? Especially your two esteemed ancestors. Judging by their inquiries today, they must have investigated your recent activities. When they question you, how will you respond? Zaiyaozi's tone was laced with mockery. Shi Yuan felt a tightening in his chest, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Indeed, if his ancestors were to inquire, what could he possibly say? Perhaps he could claim to have fortuitously discovered a formula for a diuretic and consumed it? Yet even with such a potion, accumulating hundreds of jin of urine in merely a few days was implausible. A multitude of excuses flitted through his mind, yet none could withstand scrutiny. Shi Yuan's eyes darted as he finally spoke. Senior Zaiyaozi, since you have anticipated this dilemma, surely you possess a solution? Pray tell, how many spirit stones? 20 spirit stones will suffice. I guarantee that even your two esteemed ancestors will harbor no suspicions upon hearing it. Zaiyaozi replied with a sense of pride. 20 spirit stones for fabricating a mere excuse? Does that not seem excessive? 10 at most, Shi Yuan haggled, raising an eyebrow. Very well, 10 it is. But first, the spirit stones, Zaiyaozi acquiesced readily. After a moment's hesitation, Shi Yuan channeled his magical energy into the Zitian pearl, entering its ethereal realm. He retrieved 10 spirit stones and, from a distance, tossed them into the stone chamber within. Now, speak. What excuse shall I use? Shi Yuan urged. It is quite simple. Just say that you were initially nervous and failed to mention that, in addition to the urine of young boys and girls. The urine of spirit beasts can also cure the darkening ailment. However, to make this tale credible, you must procure a larger spirit beast, Zaiyayozi suggested with a chuckle. Is the urine of spirit beasts truly effective? Are you certain? If my ancestral master's use of the liquid excrement from a spirit beast fails to remedy the affliction of the darkened essence, I shall find myself in dire straits. Stone Yu remarked, furrowing his brow. Rest assured, it will be equally effective. The reason I did not mention it earlier was due to your lack of experience in nurturing large spirit beasts, came the response. Upon hearing this, Stone Yu's expression eased. He then recalled something and inquired, however, I currently lack sufficient spirit stones to purchase a larger spirit beast. It seems I may be unable to afford one. Moreover, exchanging for a spirit beast using contribution points within the sect might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Do I need to instruct you on this? You possess over 1,000 contribution points. Surely you can exchange them for a few centuries-old spiritual herbs. Sell the herbs at the market, and you will have your spirit stones. The tone of Zaiyayozi was laced with disdain. Stone Yu paid no heed to Zaiyayozi's tone. Instead, pondering for a moment before asking one final question, how many days would it take for a larger spirit beast to produce several hundred pounds of urine? Stone lad, are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Do you not possess the diuretic powder? When spirit beasts consume it, they will also produce urine. Would you like me to concoct a backstory for the diuretic powder? Zaiyayozi retorted, somewhat irked. I would, Stone Yu replied earnestly after a moment of contemplation. He was not adept at deceit, yet this particular fib was imperative as it pertained to the secret of the celestial orb. Stone Yu understood the necessity of utmost caution. Given his limited experience, any fabricated tale might not escape the scrutiny of two masters who had lived for centuries. Thus, he resolved to enlist Zaiyayozi's assistance for this endeavor. Better to exercise caution, as he had indeed compensated for the guidance. I am truly exasperated with you. You could claim it was a gift from a vendor at a small stall, or that you obtained it from someone else, or even that you stumbled upon it in an ancient tome within the scripture pavilion. Alternatively, you could assert it was a legacy from your parents. Are these 4 justifications sufficient? Indeed, they will suffice, Stone Yu nodded. Then hasten your departure. By the way, allow me to offer a piece of advice. When exchanging for spiritual herbs, opt for those that are commonly used to facilitate easier transactions and minimize suspicion, Zaiyayozi suggested. Thank you, Stone Yu expressed his gratitude, stowing the celestial orb in his bosom as he swiftly exited the courtyard and soared towards the duty hall. Upon arriving at the duty hall, Stone Yu made his way directly to the 3rd floor, where dozens of disciples of the Taishu sect were engaged in exchanges. Excuse me, esteemed senior, how many contribution points for a 50-year-old fire sun ginseng? Stone Yu scanned the area and approached an unoccupied counter, softly inquiring of the attendant behind it. 70 contribution points. How many would you like, junior disciple? The attendant inquired with a cheerful smile. I would like 10. Stone Yu deliberated briefly before responding. Very well. Please hold on a moment. The attendant's face brightened at the response as he turned to retrieve the items from the shelf behind him. Excellent. The youth is indeed teachable, came Zaiyayozi's voice in Stone Yu's mind. Upon hearing this, Stone Yu smiled slightly, choosing not to reply to Zaiyayozi's remark. He had already considered that his objective was to convert contribution points into spirit stones, and acquiring 10 units of 50-year-old spiritual herbs would be the safer choice. The century-old spiritual herbs can be utilized to concoct elixirs suitable for foundational period cultivators, with his cultivation level at the 4th layer of qi refining. Exchanging for 2 century-old herbs is not only remarkable but may also attract the covetous eyes of thieves when sold. Thus, opting for herbs of a lower vintage would be the more prudent choice. Currently, he is studying alchemy, and no one would suspect him of using herbs aged 50 years for his potions. As Sure Yu pondered, a disciple in charge placed 10 red wooden boxes before him. Upon opening each box, Sure Yu discovered they contained red ginseng, each approximately a foot long, exuding a faint medicinal aroma. Satisfied, he nodded and promptly transferred 700 contribution points to the disciple, taking away 10 fire young ginseng. After exiting the Deacon's Hall, Sure Yu soared towards Taisu Valley. A short while later, he descended in a small grove outside the valley, changing into plain attire and concealing any items indicative of being a disciple of Taisu's sect. He appeared as an ordinary cultivator before making his way to the market. Wandering along the streets, his gaze swiftly flitted past the shops on either side. After a quarter of an hour, Sure Yu halted, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and stepped into a small store with a sign reading Lee's General Goods. The shop was modest, filled with an assortment of items, herbs, minerals, elixirs, and magical artifacts, all essential for cultivation. At that moment, the store was devoid of customers, creating a somewhat desolate atmosphere. The proprietor, an elderly man with white hair and beard, possessed a cultivation level of the 5th layer of chi refining. Upon Shiryu's entrance, the old man quickly approached with a smile, asking, "Dear friend, what are you looking for? Our store is well stocked. Would you like me to introduce you to our wares? What is the price for the 50-year-old spiritual herbs?" Shiryu inquired, maintaining an impassive demeanor. "How fortuitous. We have just acquired two 50-year-old Huangfeng flowers, priced at 68 spirit stones each," the elderly man replied cheerfully. 68 spirit stones? Upon hearing this, Shiryu furrowed his brow, noticing the change in Shiryu's expression. The old man hurriedly explained, 68 is quite reasonable. If you wish to purchase both, it would total 130 spirit stones. What do you think? After a brief contemplation, Shiryu asked, "How do you appraise 50-year-old spiritual herbs?" "That depends on the type of herb, its quality, and whether the roots are intact. Different herbs have varying prices, and their condition significantly influences their value," the old man articulated clearly. "How much are these two fire yang ginseng worth?" After a moment's thought, Shiryu responded, producing two green wooden boxes, each about a foot long, from his sleeve. The old man accepted the boxes, opened them, and discovered the red ginseng inside, which emitted a subtle fragrance. Narrowing his eyes, he carefully examined the two fire yang ginseng, occasionally bringing them to his nose to sniff. "Friend, the quality of these two fire yang ginseng roots is rather mediocre. However, considering it is your first visit to my establishment, how about I offer them at 55 spirit stones each, or 110 spirit stones for both?" The gray-clad elder placed the fire yang ginseng back in the wooden box and spoke in a nonchalant manner, as if the quality of the roots were indeed unremarkable. If a novice just entering the realm of cultivation were present, perhaps they might be deceived by the elder's commendable performance. Yet, Shiryu, having grown up in the Taisu sect, was not so easily fooled. He was well aware that the price for these 50-year-old fire yang ginseng roots was far from 55 spirit stones. The elder's words were merely an attempt to lower the price. "Since the quality is average, I shall inquire at other shops," Shiryu remarked, collecting the two wooden boxes and turning to leave. Wait. Friend, the price is indeed negotiable." The gray-clad elder's expression shifted as he hurriedly called out to Shiryu, his face adorned with a smile. "It can be negotiated, but I must remind you that these two fire yang ginseng roots were harvested under perilous conditions. If the price offered by the shopkeeper is too low, I will have no choice but to seek other options," Shiryu replied coolly. "Very well. How about 58 spirit stones each?" The elder furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before posing the question. "That will not do. I propose 65 spirit stones," Shiryu retorted. After a moment of thought, the elder responded, "The maximum I can offer is 60 spirit stones. Though my shop is modest, the annual rent is no trifling matter. If you cannot accept this, feel free to explore other establishments." "Agreed," Shiryu said after a moment's consideration, nodding in acceptance. He then produced the two wooden boxes and handed them to the elder. The elder opened them, scrutinized their contents, and, upon confirming their quality, retrieved one medium-grade spirit stone along with 20 low-grade spirit stones, handing them over to Shiryu. With a beaming smile, Shiryu accepted the spirit stones and departed. Subsequently, he visited several other miscellaneous shops, selling the remaining fire yang ginseng at similar prices, amassing over 600 spirit stones. As Shiryu exited one of the shops, night had already fallen. With the additional 600 spirit stones, he strode with renewed vigor. A quarter of an hour later, he arrived before a resplendent palace adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings. Above the entrance, a silver plaque bore the golden characters Beast Palace. The palace stood several meters high, and numerous cultivators entered and exited, each adorned with spirit beast bags. Occasionally, roars of tigers and howls of wolves echoed from within, while passers-by displayed an air of indifference. After ensuring that there were no disciples from the Taisu sect nearby, Shiryu stepped inside. Upon entering the palace, his gaze swept across the expansive hall, momentarily stunned. The floor was littered with iron cages of various sizes, each housing a plethora of spirit beasts, towering azure wolves, two-headed crimson tigers, lengthy silver leopards, sizable black eagles, and other extraordinary creatures with lion heads and tiger bodies. Shiryu's face was filled with astonishment. The number of spirit beasts he beheld exceeded 30 varieties, albeit all were first-tier spirit beasts. A dozen uniformly dressed attendants were explaining something to guests resembling cultivators. Should anyone wish to purchase a spirit beast, they would unlock the iron cages, transferring the creatures within into spirit beast bags before handing them over to the buyers. These large, oddly shaped spirit beasts appeared remarkably docile within their cages, showing no signs of aggression whatsoever. Upon entering, Shiryu was promptly approached by a smiling attendant clad in green who inquired, "Esteemed friend, what spirit beast might you be interested in? May I offer you a brief introduction? Our establishment carries everything from first-tier spirit beasts to second-tier ones. I seek a somewhat larger and more affordable spirit beast. Could you kindly provide some recommendations?" Shiryu pondered briefly before responding. "Of course. Please follow me," the attendant replied with a warm smile, guiding Shiryu to several large cages containing larger spirit beasts. This first-tier high-grade azure wind python is quite swift, with tough skin and substantial flesh. Even high-quality magical artifacts struggle to harm it. It can unleash wind blade techniques to attack foes. Acquiring it would mean gaining a fearless warrior. Its price is merely 600 spirit stones. The attendant enthusiastically pointed to a 7 or 8 zhang long azure python. Shiryu shook his head. While he could afford the azure wind python, his intention was to procure a spirit beast that would urinate frequently. If this azure wind python does not meet your fancy, how about this two-headed flame tiger? Though it is merely a mid-tier first-grade spirit beast, it is agile and can run at incredible speeds while casting fireball techniques to strike at adversaries. It is truly an unparalleled choice for spirit beasts. And you can take this two-headed flame tiger home for just 500 spirit stones. The attendant gestured toward a red giant tiger standing about a zhang tall with 2 heads. Shiryu's expression softened at the mention of the two-headed flame tiger. Its size indeed matched his requirements, yet 500 spirit stones felt a bit steep. What does it typically consume? Is there any special dietary requirement? He inquired. There are no extraordinary dietary needs. Simply feed it some spirit grains or ordinary meat. If necessary, you may take it into the wilderness to hunt for wild beasts. The attendant explained. Upon hearing this, Shiryu shook his head. Given the size of the two-headed flame tiger, it would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of food. And he lacked sufficient spirit grains to sustain it. Even if it could hunt, he could not possibly take it out to forage every few days. Since this two-headed flame tiger does not appeal to you, perhaps you might fancy this iron feather eagle. It is a mid-tier first-grade spirit bird, and when fully grown, it becomes a second-tier wind attribute demon beast. Its feathers are as hard as iron, and it not only unleashes wind blade techniques but also boasts a flight speed that rivals mid-grade flying magical artifacts. Its sharp claws can effortlessly tear through the defensive shields of chi refinement stage cultivators, priced at 700 spirit stones. The attendant pointed to a sizable azure eagle, articulating each word clearly. After considering the attendant's description, Shiryu felt a flicker of interest, yet after a moment's reflection, he ultimately shook his head in refusal. He could hardly produce 700 spirit stones. Moreover, he had been traveling with a low-grade flying artifact, and now, suddenly acquiring a spirit beast with a flight speed comparable to a mid-grade flying artifact would undoubtedly attract attention. Observing this situation, the attendant in the blue attire furrowed his brows, contemplated briefly, and spoke. "Esteemed friend, could you clarify which type of spirit beast you wish to purchase? Please be more specific. A sufficiently large one that consumes little, is inexpensive, and does not necessarily need to cast spells," replied Shiwan after some thought. Upon hearing this, the blue-clad attendant led Shiwan to a large iron cage, pointing to a yellow cow of about 10 feet in size inside the cage. This first-tier, initial stage yellow wind cow does not cast spells, possesses a gentle temperament, has thick skin and flesh, and feeds on weeds. It can be utilized for tilling spirit fields, and it costs merely 300 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Shiwan's eyes brightened. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, 300 spirit stones is rather steep. Could you perhaps lower the price? That is not possible. The prices of spirit beasts are set by the higher-ups, and we have no authority to alter them. The attendant shook his head in response. Very well. I shall take this yellow wind cow, Shiwan said, his expression somewhat disappointed, yet he proceeded to purchase the cow. Do you possess a spirit beast bag? If not, it might be wise to acquire one from our store. A beast of this size would likely require a 100-fold spirit beast bag to contain it, the attendant suggested enthusiastically. A 100-fold spirit beast bag? How many spirit stones does it cost? Shiyuan pondered for a moment before asking. His current spirit beast bag was already filled with devouring spirit bees, necessitating the purchase of another bag to accommodate his newly acquired beast. for any customer purchasing a spirit beast from our store. The 100-fold spirit beast bag is 80 spirit stones each, while in the market, it costs 100 spirit stones. Would you prefer to buy from us or elsewhere? The attendant inquired with a smile. All right, I will take one, Shiwan nodded, secretly admiring the business acumen of the shopkeeper at the Beast Palace. Although it seemed they were losing 20 spirit stones, in reality, due to the relatively lower price of the spirit beast bags, many cultivators chose to purchase their spirit beast from the Beast Palace, leading to substantial profits rather than losses. The blue-clad attendant nodded, retrieved a brand new spirit beast bag from his pocket, opened the iron cage, and directed the bag's opening towards the yellow-winged cow. With a swift incantation, a stream of yellow light burst forth from the spirit beast bag, enveloping the yellow-winged cow. The cow's body visibly shrank at an observable rate until it was ultimately drawn into the spirit beast bag by the yellow radiance. Esteemed friend, the total for the yellow-winged cow and the new 100-fold spirit beast bag comes to 380 spirit stones. Remember to place a restriction on the yellow-winged cow once you return. Although it has a gentle nature, implementing a restriction is the safer option, the attendant advised. Shiwan nodded, retrieving 4 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and handing them to the attendant, who then returned 20 low-grade spirit stones as change. Upon exiting the 100 Beast Palace, Shiryu discovered that the sky had completely darkened, with lanterns illuminating the various shops. Observing the scene, he decided to linger in the market for a night, intending to return to the sect the following day while also placing a restriction on the yellow-winged ox. A quarter of an hour later, Shiryu entered an inn named Tai Suju. This establishment, operated by the Tai Su sect, allowed its disciples to stay for 3 nights free of charge, provided they presented their identity tokens. After 3 days, they would need to pay with spirit stones. Shiryu presented his identity token to the innkeeper and was escorted by a waiter to an unoccupied room. Once he closed the door, Shiryu sat cross-legged on the bed and took out the Zhongtian pearl. After channeling his spiritual energy into it, he entered the Zhongtian space. He retrieved a porcelain bowl and a dagger, slicing open his arm, allowing crimson blood to drip into the bowl until it was half filled. After putting away the dagger, he began to chant a spell softly. A quarter of an hour later, as his incantation ceased, several magical seals struck the blood in the porcelain bowl. The blood immediately levitated into the air, swirling and transforming into dozens of crimson runes. With a gentle gesture towards the yellow-winged ox, the runes surged forth. Eager to enter its mind, the yellow-winged ox offered no resistance, allowing the runes to penetrate its head. Once the final rune had entered, Shiryu sensed a newfound connection with the creature. Come here, he commanded, and the yellow-winged ox obediently approached him. Shiryu extended his right hand, gently stroking the ox's head. The creature flicked its scarlet tongue, affectionately licking Shiryu's palm. Shiryu's expression shifted as he crouched down, noticing a sizable caterpillar beneath the yellow-winged ox. Indeed, it was quite larger than most he had encountered. Urinate, Shiryu commanded. The yellow-winged ox let out a low moo, showing no signs of complying. I say, young Shir, do you really believe that merely commanding a spirit beast will compel it to obey? The voice of Zayozi suddenly echoed, tinged with mockery. Isn't that the case? I simply asked it to urinate, not to perform some extraordinary feat, by the way. With something so large, how can it not relieve itself? Shiryu furrowed his brow in response. If I commanded you to urinate, would you be able to do so at any moment? Zayozi retorted playfully. After pondering this, Shiryu hesitated momentarily before retrieving a hoe from his storage bag. He dug a pit approximately 4 or 5 zheng in size in an open area. Once finished, he recited an incantation, causing a brilliant blue light to suddenly manifest and quickly coalesce into a large white cloud hovering above the pit. Fall, he commanded. And upon completing his spell, a magical seal struck the cloud. The cloud began to roil, and soon, pea-sized raindrops cascaded down into the pit. Before long, the pit was filled with water, transforming it into a small pool. Observing this, Shiryu nodded in satisfaction. With a final gesture, the white cloud dissipated into nothingness. Now, drink up all the water. Shiwan pointed towards the earth pit and instructed. The Huafengyo, with languid movements, ambled towards the water pool. Upon reaching the edge of the pit, it lowered its head and began to drink voraciously. As the Huafengyo drank, a pale yellow stream suddenly gushed forth from beneath its caterpillar-like form. Shiwan, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy and hurried over, retrieving a gourd artifact to position its opening towards the Huafengyo's caterpillar. Remarkably, the Huafengyo's output was considerable. It urinated for a quarter of an hour. Shiwan shook the gourd artifact in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. He estimated that the Huangfeng Niu's single release amounted to at least several dozen pounds. And if it consumed a diuretic powder, it could indeed accumulate hundreds of pounds of liquid in just a few days. After urinating, the Huangfeng Niu appeared satiated, its belly round and swollen. Turning his gaze towards the spiritual field, Shi Yuan noted that time had accelerated 20-fold since its last upgrade, causing the spiritual grains and fruits to mature in less than a month. He briskly approached the spiritual field, carefully clipping each rice ear and storing them in his bag. Perhaps due to the abundant spiritual energy, each stalk of spiritual grain bore exceptionally plump ears. Once he harvested all the rice ears, the field was left bare of grains. A flicker of thought crossed Shi Yuan's mind as the Huangfeng Niu approached, its mouth clamping onto a stalk of spiritual grain. In no time, the Huangfeng Niu devoured the stalk with ease. Consume only the stalks without grains, and refrain from touching the nearby spiritual herbs, Shi Yuan instructed, pointing at the spiritual grains. The Huangfeng Niu emitted a low moo, seemingly acknowledging Shi Yuan's command, as it continued to consume the grain stalks with evident delight. Seeing this, Shi Yuan's expression brightened as he set off towards the spiritual fruits. After a year of growth, the 10 fruit trees had significantly increased in height, each laden with a profusion of fruits. Shi Yuan used scissors to snip the fruits. However, due to the tree's height, he found it challenging to reach some of them, particularly those growing in precarious positions that made them difficult to harvest. Noticing this, he whistled, and soon, a buzzing sound filled the air as hundreds of spirit-eating bees appeared before him. These bees were not particularly large, classified as first-level spiritual insects, and were quite fragile, easily dispatched by even the simplest of spells. Go, retrieve those fruits for me, Shi Yuan commanded, pointing to the high-hanging fruits. As soon as he finished speaking, the swarm of spirit-eating bees darted towards the indicated fruits. Dozens of them enveloped the fruits, wrapping them entirely before some began to sever the stems connecting the fruits to the branches. After securing a fruit, they flew back to Shi Yuan. Once they dispersed, a perfectly intact fruit was revealed. Pleased with this outcome, Shi Yuan nodded in approval. Before long, the spirit-eating bees had assisted him in harvesting several fruits from the heights. Shi Yuan had no intention of selling these spiritual grains and fruits. Instead, he planned to reserve them for concocting spiritual nourishment pills. As the saying goes, possessing a skill is more valuable than merely holding wealth. In less than half a year, Shi Yuan had ascended 2 minor realms. If one were to attribute his progress solely to the power of medicinal pills, few would believe it. If Sherwei were to become an alchemist, it would not only elucidate the reason behind his rapid cultivation progress, but also assist him in acquiring spiritual herbs and their seeds. It is quite customary for an alchemist to engage in the trade of spiritual herbs, if one is not an alchemist. It would be challenging to conduct such transactions without attracting attention. Most importantly, once spiritual herbs are refined into elixirs, their value increases manifold. As he pondered, Sherwei arrived at the entrance of the beehive. After a year of diligent effort from the spirit-devouring bees, the hive had expanded more than twice its original size. And the number of bees had also multiplied significantly. Senior Xiaoao, must the urine-expelling powder be made with the honey of the spirit-devouring bees? Sherwei inquired, his expression shifting with curiosity. Not necessarily. Honey itself possesses the efficacy of promoting digestion and relieving constipation. Most spiritual bee honey will suffice, replied Xiaoyao. Upon hearing this, Sherwei nodded and carefully extracted a small piece of the hive with a white porcelain bottle in hand. The deep yellow honey began to drip onto the ground from the broken section, which Sherwei promptly caught with the bottle. In no time, the porcelain vessel was filled to the brim, honey overflowing and trickling onto Sherwei's hands. He hastily switched hands and licked the honey from his right palm. The honey was sweet, imbued with a hint of spiritual energy. Sherwei meticulously cleaned his hand, even licking the exterior of the porcelain bottle repeatedly, leaving no trace of honey behind. Is it really necessary to be so meticulous over a bit of honey? Xiao remarked with some disdain. Sherwei, however, paid no heed. To him, this honey represented spiritual stones, and he could not bear to waste a single drop. After filling several bottles with honey, he returned the broken piece of the hive to its original place. He had no immediate plans to sell the honey, firstly. The spiritual energy contained within was too minimal to fetch a substantial amount of spiritual stones. Secondly, the spirit-devouring bees required considerable honey to nourish their larvae. At that moment, the yellow-winged ox had finished consuming the spiritual grains in the field. Come back, Sherwei instructed with satisfaction, and upon concluding, he patted his waist pouch. The yellow-winged ox swiftly shrank in size and flew back into the pouch. After showering the spiritual herbs and fruits with rain, he exited the heavenly control space, intending to purchase a plow for tilling the spiritual fields, leaving the task of turning the soil to the yellow wind ox in the future. Upon leaving the inn, Shuriwes strolled along the bustling street. The throngs of pedestrians had not diminished. Rather, the atmosphere was more vibrant than ever, with various shops exerting their utmost efforts to ensure their attendants were neatly attired and equipped with an array of magical artifacts to promote their businesses. A tall attendant in green, holding a section of green bamboo, its surface shimmering with spiritual light, captivated the attention of passers-by. As the attendant infused the bamboo with spiritual energy, a melodious sound resonated from within. Our establishment offers a variety of elixirs, including chi refining powder, strength pills, rejuvenating pills, and vitality pills. We have everything for chi refining stage cultivators, and the quality is absolutely guaranteed. Don't miss out as you pass by. Next door, a red-clad attendant, with a crimson parrot perched on her shoulder, gently stroked the bird's head. To Shuriwes' astonishment, the parrot spoke. Are you in search of premium talismans? The shop offers an array of basic talismans such as Fireball Talisman, Windblade Talisman, Water Arrow Talisman, and Flying Talisman, all available for those who can afford the spirit stones. Intermediate talismans are also on sale here. Across the street, the Joji artifact shop does not fall behind. A young man clad in yellow stands at the entrance, gently shaking a palm-sized brass bell. The somewhat coarse sound emanates from the bell. Reverberating in the vicinity, our shop sells a variety of magical artifacts, exquisite and affordable. Whether you are a chi refining practitioner or a foundation establishment expert, we can cater to your needs. The bell is inscribed with the clear sound spirit pattern, producing a tranquil tone that is neither jarring nor bothersome even after prolonged listening. The storefronts lining both sides of the street showcase similar scenes. Our shop offers various first-tier spiritual herbs, a century-old establishment, guaranteeing quality, with fair dealings for all. Shop with confidence. Do you wish to learn powerful techniques? Are you curious about the calamity that befell the cultivation world thousands of years ago? Do you seek to understand the customs and culture of various cultivation realms? Would you like to master the art of artifact forging? Our establishment offers manuals on techniques, secrets of the cultivation world, and skill compendiums. What are you waiting for? Step inside and take a look. Enjoy a 10% discount on your purchase today. This is Taishu Valley, the city of eternal night. Yuan was no stranger to the vibrancy of Taisu Valley. Upon hearing the promotional slogans of the shopkeepers flanking the streets, he felt an urge to enter a store, if only to browse, even if he did not intend to make a purchase. However, the memory of having just spent 380 spirit stones quelled his enthusiasm. After meandering through a series of turns, he halted before a shop adorned with a sign that read Tao Tao Residence in bold characters. It was a second-hand magical artifact store, specializing in the sale of discarded items, reasonably priced, though their quality could not rival that of brand-new artifacts. The walls of the shop were embedded with several moonstone pieces, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the entire space, rendering it as bright as day. Shelves displayed dozens of magical artifacts, most bearing flaws. Their former owners had chosen to sell them here rather than bear the high cost of repairs. The shopkeeper, a shrewd-looking middle-aged man, was currently engaged in conversation with a young woman. This autumn rainbow knife is a fine-grade magical artifact. Its previous owner once used it to slay a first-level high-grade demon tiger. Although the blade bears 2 notches, it is of little consequence, considering it is your first visit. How about 100 spirit stones? The middle-aged man enthusiastically pointed to a red flying knife with 2 finger-sized notches. 100 spirit stones is too expensive. Can you lower the price? The young woman countered, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Very well. For a beauty such as yourself, I can offer it for 95 spirit stones. The middle-aged man replied with a smile. Yuan, overhearing this exchange, could not help but twitch his lips. The young woman was short and stout, with a face dotted with blemishes. How could she be described as a beauty? Such blatant flattery was absurd. Deal, the young woman said, her cheeks flushing as she accepted the offer. Yuan nodded to himself. In the realm of spirit stones, such exaggerations were hardly surprising. After settling the payment, the young woman departed, her figure swaying as she left. Dear friend, are you in search of any magical artifacts? Would you like me to make some recommendations? The middle-aged man inquired with a smile. I wish to see plowing artifacts, Yuan stated directly. Plowing artifacts? We happen to have just acquired one, the shopkeeper replied, nodding as he reached into his storage pouch, producing a peculiar-looking artifact. This artifact was entirely yellow, with a shortened handle, and was covered in rust, suggesting it had seen better days. To be honest, this artifact was used by the spirit herb cultivators of Tai Su sect. Despite its worn appearance, it performs admirably when harnessed to plow fields, especially with bovine demon beasts. How does 50 spirit stones sound? The middle-aged man smiled. The handle is broken, and I wonder if that will affect its plowing ability. Furthermore, its rustiness raises concerns about its potential to break during use, given that this is merely an inferior-grade artifact. 50 spirit stones is rather steep. I would consider 10 spirit stones more reasonable, Shi Yuan replied with a furrowed brow, attempting to negotiate. 10 spirit stones? You jest. My friend, that amount barely covers the acquisition cost. However, as this is your first visit, I will extend a special offer of 30 spirit stones. What do you say? Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man furrowed his brows and, after a moment's contemplation, uttered, no more than 15 pieces. If not, I shall seek my fortune elsewhere. For I recall there are several establishments ahead. Shi Wei shook his head and replied, very well. 15 pieces it shall be. After a brief pause, the middle-aged man acquiesced. Having settled the payment with spirit stones, Shi Wei stowed the magical artifact into his storage pouch and turned to depart from Tao Tao residence. With ample time still remaining, Shi Wei had no desire to return home just yet. Instead, he meandered along the street. After a quarter of an hour, he arrived at a square paved with bluish stones, bustling with numerous small stalls operated by wandering cultivators. The merchandise displayed was quite eclectic, comprising magical artifacts, talismans, and spiritual herbs, among other items pertinent to the cultivation realm. Occasionally, one could indeed stumble upon remarkable treasures. It all depended on one's discerning eye. Qi refining pills available for merely 4 spirit stones each, or 20 stones for a bottle of 5. Come and see. 50-year-old Qiyang flowers. Don't let this chance pass you by. Top-quality mid-grade magical artifacts for only 80 spirit stones. Vendors called out with fervor, yet most remained seated behind their stalls, merely placing signs next to their wares to indicate prices. Shi Wei navigated through the throng, pausing occasionally to listen to the chatter of onlookers, yet he refrained from purchasing anything. Although the goods at the cultivators' stalls were inexpensive, they predominantly consisted of common items. Shi Wei was merely browsing to pass the time. Before long, he found himself in the heart of the square, where a heated argument erupted from a nearby stall. I no longer want this seed. Return my spirit stones. It has languished in the spiritual field for a month without sprouting, clearly a dead seed. Humph. One may eat their fill, but one must not speak without thought. This seed possesses life. How could it be deemed dead? If it has life, why has it not sprouted after an entire month? You are clearly deceiving me. I have already explained. It is the seed of a divine tree. Delayed germination is entirely normal. Intrigued by the mention of a divine tree seed, Shi Wei hastened towards the source of the commotion. Curious cultivators gathered around, drawn by the escalating dispute. In the cultivation world, 3 divine trees were renowned: the Tianlei bamboo, the soul-nurturing wood, and the spirit eye tree. However, very few cultivators had ever beheld these divine trees with their own eyes, as it was said that they had perished in a cataclysm thousands of years ago. Thus, even a mere seed from a divine tree piqued the interest of many cultivators. With quick reflexes, Shi Wei secured an advantageous position, enabling him to observe the unfolding scene clearly. Before the stall stood a young man, around 17 or 18 years of age, possessing a qi refining level of 5, holding a green wooden box containing a seed the size of a longan. The stall owner, a portly middle-aged man, radiated the aura of a qi refining level 8 cultivator. Notably, a plum blossom pattern embroidered on the young man's collar suggested a certain status. Upon noticing the plum blossom pattern on the young man's collar, Shi Yuan silently acknowledged that he was a scion of the Chun family from Plum Blossom Ridge. No wonder he dared to challenge a master at the 8th level of qi refinement. In the Tang dynasty, there existed 5 prominent sects of cultivation: the Ancient Sword sect, the Beastmaster sect, the Wind and Fire sect, the Void sect, and the colorful Cloud Valley, with the Ancient Sword sect boasting the greatest overall strength while the Void sect languished at the bottom. Besides these 5 sects, numerous cultivation families thrived in the Tang dynasty, with the Qin family of Plum Blossom Ridge being one of them. If Shi Yuan recalled correctly, several members of the Qin family had enrolled in the Void sect, indicating a relatively amicable relationship between the two. Humph, just because you claim it is a seed of the divine wood, does that make it so? How do I know you are not deceiving me? The young man scoffed, his discontent palpable. If you have not cultivated it yourself, how can you assert it is not a divine wood seed? The middle-aged man retorted, somewhat displeased. Oomph, I do not care. Refund me 10 spirit stones at once, or you shall face my wrath. I am a disciple of the Chun family from Plum Blossom Ridge, the young man declared, a hint of pride in his tone. The Chun family from Plum Blossom Ridge? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He had indeed heard of this cultivation family, though he was unfamiliar with their unique insignia. Humph, I suppose I am out of luck. Here, take your 10 spirit stones. After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man relented, producing the 10 stones and handing them to the young man, who in turn received a green wooden box from him. Was that so difficult? What a worthless divine wood seed. It hasn't he sprouted in a month when planted in spiritual soil. The young man expressed his dissatisfaction before turning to leave. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, could only suppress his anger. He was merely a rogue cultivator and could not afford to offend the scions of a cultivation family. Esteemed friend, I offer 2 spirit stones for that seed. What do you say? A man in a gray robe emerged from the crowd, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture towards the middle-aged man, his demeanor earnest. This is a seed of the divine wood. I shall not part with it for less than 10 spirit stones, the middle-aged man replied, shaking his head. If you can prove it is indeed a divine wood seed, then 10 spirit stones would not be a problem, the gray-robed man suggested softly. Precisely, if you assert it is a divine wood seed, you must provide evidence. It cannot simply be a matter of your word. Another man chimed in, nodding in agreement. Humph, believe it or not, this seed has been passed down from my great-grandfather. After all these years, it still possesses vitality, which is enough to demonstrate it is not an ordinary seed. Had it been another type, it would have perished long ago. The middle-aged man huffed, offering his explanation. How can we discern the truth in your words? 10 spirit stones for a single seed is exorbitant. I will give you 3. Will you accept? A man with a dark complexion interjected. No sale without 10. The middle-aged man resolutely shook his head, declining the offer. 10 spirit stones for a single seed? Have you lost your mind? Indeed, to casually declare any seed as a divine wood seed is clearly a ruse. Everyone disperse. There is nothing to see here. It is evident this is a scam. Only a fool would part with 10 spirit stones for a single seed. The onlookers, who were cultivators, exchanged a few words before dispersing. However, several remained at the stall. Among them was Shiwan. Truth be told, Shiwan held a slight interest in the so-called divine wood seed, yet he was unwilling to part with 10 spirit stones for a single seed, as the vendor provided no evidence to substantiate its authenticity. 2 women, intrigued by the so-called divine wood seeds, approached and whispered a few words. But the middle-aged man shook his head in refusal. Before long, Shiwan found himself the sole occupant at the stall. What kind of spiritual herb seeds are these? He inquired, crouching down and pointing at a leather pouch filled with numerous seeds. These are the seeds of the red cloud flower. The seeds from a 10-year-old red cloud flower can be used to concoct blank talisman paper, priced at 10 spirit stones, the middle-aged man replied lazily. Casting a glance at Shiwan, nodding, Shiwan picked up a book from the stall, perusing its pages before asking, how much for this compendium of alchemy basics? This tome not only introduces various alchemical concepts, but also includes formulas for pills suitable for the chi refinement stage. Priced at 50 spirit stones, the man stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Shiwan pondered for a moment before articulating, if the seeds are to be considered a complimentary gift, I shall take both this book and that pouch of seeds. If not, then so be it. These are indeed divine wood seeds. Add 5 spirit stones, and all 3 items are yours for 65 spirit stones, the middle-aged man responded, revealing a flicker of hesitation on his face. After a moment of contemplation, he continued. 62 stones, no more, Shiwan countered. Very well. It's a deal, the middle-aged man conceded after a brief pause. Had it been merely a purchase of seeds, he would not have entertained selling without a minimum of 10 spirit stones. However, since Shiwan was acquiring 2 items totaling 60 spirit stones, the vendor was reluctant to lose him as a customer and thus agreed. Shiwan's expression brightened at the man's agreement, and he promptly retrieved 62 spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them over. The man inspected the quantity of stones, confirming their accuracy, and nodded in approval. With that, Shiwan collected the book, the pouch of seeds, and the wooden box containing the seeds. Rising to depart, he navigated through the crowd, continuing his exploration but refraining from further purchases. Half an hour later, Shiwan returned to the inn. After shutting the door to his room, he immediately entered the realm of his palm sky. The field designated for planting spiritual grains appeared barren and desolate. Shiwan tapped his waist pouch containing spiritual beasts. causing a yellow light to emerge, revealing the figure of the yellow wind ox. He then retrieved a plowing artifact from his storage pouch, along with a length of rope, securing one end of the artifact while fastening the other around the yellow wind ox. With the pointed end of the artifact plunged into the earth, he placed a hand on the handle and commanded, "Let's begin." With a low moo, the yellow wind ox stirred its limbs and began to move forward slowly. Thus, the yellow wind ox proceeded steadily, with Shiwan trailing behind, continuously channeling his spiritual energy into the artifact. The energy flowed through the handle to the portion embedded in the soil, breaking the clumps of earth into smaller pieces while turning the soil over. With the assistance of the Huangfeng Niu, within less than half an hour, an acre of spiritual farmland was thoroughly plowed, saving considerable time. Shiryu planted spiritual grains in half an acre of the land, while the remaining half was sown with Hongyun flowers. As for the so-called divine wood seed, Shiryu buried it in a small flower pot, watered it, and placed the pot beneath a fruit tree. After retracting the Huanfeng Niu into his spirit beast pouch, Shiryu exited the realm of the Heavenly Master. The following morning, Shiryu departed from the market and soared towards the sect on his flying artifact. Upon pushing open the gate of the Ziyun Peak courtyard, he noticed a sound transmission talisman suspended in midair. Observing this, Shiryu hesitated briefly before grasping the talisman in his palm and squeezing it tightly. With a soft pop, the talisman ignited spontaneously, transforming into a blaze of light. Followed by the sudden voice of a man, Shirshitsi, at the behest of the sect master, hastened to the ancestor hall. The sect master has inquiries for you. As soon as the voice faded, the light dissipated. Shirshiaozi, shall we place a wager? If your ancestor inquires about urine, you owe me 5 spirit stones. If not, I will assist you free of charge. The voice of Zaiyaozi echoed suddenly. After exiting the ancestor hall, Shiryu heaved a sigh of relief. He summoned his flying artifact and ascended towards Tsuiyin Peak. See, I told you your 2 ancestors would inquire about urine. If it weren't for me, you would have been doomed today. Zaiyaozi's voice resonated in Shiryu's mind. To this, Shiryu paid no heed. This episode served as a reminder that being overly conspicuous is not always advantageous. Had it not been for Zaiyaozi's warning, Shiryu might not have emerged from the ancestor hall unscathed. From the sect master's questioning, Shiryu realized that his every action was under scrutiny, evidently due to his recent high profile. It was no surprise, considering he was the only one in the Taisu sect capable of treating the affliction known as blackening disease. He had traversed the residences of several fellow disciples, providing them with the spiritual herbs and grains necessary for their healing, making it difficult not to attract attention. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out will inevitably be felled. Shiryu resolved to adopt a more subdued demeanor moving forward. With the Heavenly Master Pearl in his possession, he would no longer need to fret over resources, opting instead for quiet prosperity without drawing unnecessary attention. Only 2.5 months had elapsed since then, while Uncle Zhou would not return for another 3.5 months. Contemplating this, Shiryu decided to devote this time to studying planting techniques and alchemy. Upon returning to Tsuiyin Peak, he immersed himself in the texts left by Uncle Zhou, navigating the vast ocean of knowledge. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Shiryu's life was structured and disciplined, involving the study of texts, watering spiritual herbs, and cultivating his skills. In the initial days, some individuals came seeking Shiryu's assistance. Upon realizing they sought help for the blackening disease, he fabricated an excuse about running out of spiritual liquid and politely declined. Initially, there were requests for his aid, but a few days later, the Deacon Hall of the Taisu sect issued an announcement stating that any disciple afflicted by the blackening disease could obtain a special spiritual liquid free of charge from the Deacon Hall, which could cure the ailment. Once this news spread, naturally, no one sought Shiryu's help anymore, allowing him to enjoy a period of tranquility. Although half a month has passed outside, an entire year has elapsed within the realm of Zhangtian. The spirit rice and spirit fruits have matured once more. This time, the fruit trees have grown taller and borne more fruit, their colors vibrant, and their forms plump. Using scissors, Shiryu meticulously harvested the rice ears, ensuring not to overlook the spirit fruits. With this new bounty of spirit rice and spirit fruits, Shiryu could learn to concoct the pill of abstinence. After cutting the last rice ear, he released the Huangfeng Niu to consume the spirit rice left unharvested. Once Shiryu had gathered all the spirit fruits, the Huangfeng Niu, now satiated, lay languidly in the spirit field. Approaching the Huangfeng Niu, Shiryu retrieved the plowing artifact and harnessed it to the creature. After tilling half an acre of the spirit field, he scattered the spirit rice seeds and summoned rain. By the time he completed these tasks, an hour had passed. The Huafengyo reclined lazily beneath the fruit trees while Shiyu leaned against its back, gazing intently at the azure sky. Shiyu relished this simple yet fulfilling life. Zayayozi, why do you pursue immortality? Shiyu inquired, his expression shifting as he posed this seemingly peculiar question. Why pursue immortality? Naturally, it is to attain a longer lifespan and to master greater abilities. And to enjoy greater freedom, the voice of Zayayozi echoed from the heavens. Is there nothing beyond this? Shiyu asked, his brow furrowing. Of course, if one does not wish to live longer or acquire greater skills, one might as well retreat to the mundane world and live as a mere villager for the rest of their days, Zayayozi replied, a hint of displeasure evident in his tone. Upon hearing this, Shiyu pondered thoughtfully. Tell me, Shixiaoya, you wouldn't genuinely resign yourself to mediocrity and desire to live as a mortal, would you? Zayayozi questioned. What is wrong with being mortal? Shiyu countered. Mortal beings remain forever mortal, while immortals can choose to be either. In truth, those who cultivate do not solely do so for longevity. They seek the broader array of choices that come with it. Before achieving immortality, one is devoid of options, fate is predetermined. Hence, it is said that cultivators act against the heavens. Do you wish to determine your own destiny, or leave it to the so-called heavens? Shiyu paused for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully before exiting the realm of Zhangtian. Upon leaving the courtyard, Shiyu summoned a flying artifact and soared towards Danxia Peak. This time, he exchanged 10 spirit stones for a 10-day rental. Seated before a crimson alchemical furnace, Shiyu produced a porcelain jar containing the clean spirit fruits and powdered spirit rice he had prepared prior to his arrival. After sitting in silence for a quarter of an hour to calm his mind, he began the alchemical process. He executed a series of incantations, directing them at the 6 dragon heads atop the furnace. A flash of red light erupted as each dragon head expelled a stream of crimson flame, converging at the base of the crimson furnace. After another quarter of an hour, Shiyu poured the materials into the furnace. Although he could now concoct the pill of abstinence, his success rate remained low. Thus, he had come to enhance it. As time passed, a delicate fragrance began to waft from the furnace. 15 minutes later, Shiyu concluded his incantation, extinguishing the flames. He lifted the lid of the alchemical furnace and discovered 3 yellow pills, each the size of a longan. Nodding in acknowledgement, he placed one of the pills, designed to suppress hunger, into his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, it dissolved, releasing a warm flow that coursed through his body, accompanied by a sensation of fullness in his abdomen. He carefully stored the remaining 2 pills and commenced the preparation of his second batch. In the second round, Shiyu produced 5 hunger-suppressing pills. In the third, another 5, and in the fourth, 6. 10 days later, Shiyu sat cross-legged before the furnace, enveloped in intense flames. His countenance weary and bloodshot eyes betraying his fatigue. He dared not relax for even a moment, for this was the 365th batch of pills he had concocted. However, it was not to imply that he had remained in the alchemical chamber for the entire 10 days. Every 2 days, he would leave to return to Suayan Peak and Qingyuan Peak to administer rain to the spiritual herbs and grains. If not for the need to summon rain, he would remain in the chamber, diligently crafting the hunger-suppressing pills. Out of the 12 hours in a day, he dedicated over 10 to this endeavor. His magical energy was sufficient to allow for brief meditative rests to recuperate, yet it was the depletion of his spiritual consciousness that truly troubled him. Prolonged alchemical practice had drained a significant portion of his awareness, necessitating restful slumber to rejuvenate. Otherwise, he would have already produced over 1,000 batches of pills. After a quarter of an hour, Shiyu concluded his incantation, and the dragon's head ceased its fiery breath. Peering into the furnace, he beheld 24 yellow pills, each the size of a longan. A smile graced his fatigued visage upon witnessing this sight. 24 hunger-suppressing pills signified a full batch, validating his arduous efforts. However, joy swiftly gave way to dizziness, nearly causing Shiyu to stumble. He recognized the cause to be the excessive depletion of his spiritual consciousness. He had gone 3 days and nights without sleep in pursuit of these pills, leading to significant strain on his awareness. If only I could enhance my spiritual consciousness, he murmured softly to himself. Ah, young Shi, do you desire to augment your spiritual awareness? The voice of Xian Yaozi suddenly rang out. I possess a technique for enhancing consciousness. Should you be interested? A mere 100 spirit stones. Isn't spiritual awareness naturally heightened with the cultivation of immortality? And a technique for enhancement? I have not heard of such, Shiyu responded, curiosity etching his features. Humph, the world is vast and full of wonders. Just because you have not heard of it does not mean it does not exist. This technique is known as spirit-splitting art, comprising 4 levels. Upon mastering the first level, your consciousness will double. The second level will increase it by 90%, the third level by 80%, and the fourth level by 70%. This art not only enhances awareness, but also increases the likelihood of forming a golden core. Young Sure, 100 spirit stones is certainly a worthwhile investment. Xian Yaozi articulated in a tone brimming with temptation. It not only augments awareness, but also enhances the chances of forming a golden core? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Skepticism clouded Shi Yuan's gaze. To speak candidly, if it were merely a matter of enhancing one's spiritual awareness, Shi Yuan might have entertained some belief. However, the notion that it could also augment the chances of forming a golden core left him somewhat skeptical. He suspected that Zai Yaozi was being deceitful, aiming to swindle him out of his spirit stones. Why would I deceive you? Integrity is the foundation of humanity. How could I forsake it for a mere 100 spirit stones? Once you achieve the first layer, your spiritual awareness will double, making the manipulation of magical artifacts and alchemy considerably easier. Why does the enhancement diminish as one ascends in levels? Shi Yuan pondered briefly before inquiring. Is that truly so perplexing? The higher the cultivation, the more challenging it becomes to expand one's spiritual awareness. I cannot vouch for all, but I can guarantee that should you master the shattering spirit technique, your awareness will far surpass that of your peers at the same level, Zai Yaozi replied with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan felt a flicker of intrigue. After a moment's contemplation, he articulated, 100 spirit stones seems rather exorbitant. How about 10? Before he could finish, Zai Yaozi interjected, What? 10 spirit stones? Do you take me for a fool, young man? Allow me to enlighten you. The founder of this technique is revered as the puppet emperor, who, through its mastery, commanded legions of puppets, earning a formidable reputation in the realm of cultivation. I was not finished. Please, allow me to clarify. I propose to offer 10 spirit stones for the first layer. If it truly enhances my spiritual awareness, I shall then purchase the method for the second layer, Shi Yuan explained. Considering the 4 layers total 100 spirit stones, the first layer ought to be valued at 25 spirit stones. Do you think I am incapable of simple arithmetic? Zai Yaozi's tone revealed his displeasure. How can I ascertain the truth of your claims? If mastering the first layer yields only a minor increase in awareness instead of the promised doubling, I would be at a loss. Thus, I suggest this. If the first layer indeed doubles my awareness, I shall pay you 40 spirit stones upon purchasing the second layer. Shi Yuan proposed with a slight smirk. After a moment of silence, Zai Yaozi conceded, Very well. 10 spirit stones it is. Hand them over, and I shall impart the method for the first layer of the shattering spirit technique. After a brief hesitation, Shi Yuan nodded in agreement. He subsequently retrieved the celestial sphere and infused it with his spiritual energy, entering the celestial space. From a distance, he tossed the 10 spirit stones into the stone chamber. Listen closely, young one. I shall only repeat this once. The method for the first layer is, after completing Zai Yaozi's instruction, Shi Yuan mentally recited it and took out paper and pen to jot it down. Once this task was accomplished, a wave of fatigue washed over him. He fought against the weariness, exited the celestial space, and finally closed his eyes. After an indeterminate period, Shi Yuan opened his eyes, feeling refreshed and invigorated. He rose, stretched, opened the stone door, and stepped outside. Exiting the Danxia Hall, Shi Yuan soared towards the Deacon Hall. In this round of alchemy, he had produced a total of 2,000 sustenance pills. Naturally, he had no intention of consuming such a bounty himself. Instead, he intended to consult Deacon Wang regarding any tasks related to the crafting of sustenance pills. Upon reaching the peak where the disciplinary hall was situated, Shi discovered a towering stone tablet standing on the bluestone platform in front of the hall. Dozens of disciples from the Tai Su sect were gathered around the tablet, engaging in hushed discussions. Intrigued, Shi approached them. Hey, the reward for first place in the minor competition is actually a supreme magical artifact. One exclaimed. Indeed, this time, all 30 places in the minor competition come with rewards. The top 10 receive magical artifacts. Those ranked from 11th to 20th earn medicinal pills, while the 21st to 30th receive spiritual fields. There are plenty of disciples in the Qi refinement stage within our sect, and many will certainly participate. It will be incredibly challenging to secure a spot in the top 30, another added. As Shi drew closer to the tablet, he overheard snippets of their conversation. Minor competition, rewards of spiritual fields? He pondered, a look of surprise crossing his face. The Taisu sect traditionally held minor competitions every 3 years and major competitions every 10 years. The minor competition occurs every 3 years, allowing all Qi refinement disciples to participate. In this competition, disciples face off against mechanical puppets, with rankings determined by the level and number of puppets defeated. The top 30 earn rewards, which vary each year. In contrast, the major competition is a grand event within the Taisu sect, open to all Qi refinement disciples. Participants must sign a life and death contract, making it perilous. The top 10 in the major competition receive substantial rewards, and those who excel may even be taken under the wing of a certain ancestral master, presenting a prime opportunity to rise above others. Sure, you had participated in the minor competition twice, but had failed to defeat even a low-tier puppet, thus receiving no rewards. He squeezed through the crowd to read the inscriptions on the stone tablet. The tablet detailed the specific rewards for the top 30 in the minor competition, with the allure of a supreme magical artifact for the first place igniting the interest of many. Realizing his own limitations, Shiryu's gaze fell upon the rewards designated for those ranked 21st to 30th. The 21st place would receive 5 acres of spiritual fields, 5 pounds of spiritual grain seeds, and 3 years of rent exemption. The 22nd, 5 acres of spiritual fields, 3 pounds of seeds, and 3 years of rent exemption. The 23rd, 4 acres of spiritual fields, 5 pounds of seeds, and 3 years of rent exemption. The 29th would receive 1 acre of spiritual fields and 5 pounds of seeds, with the 30th receiving 1 acre of spiritual fields and 3 pounds of seeds, also with 3 years of rent exemption. The minor competition was scheduled to take place in just over a month. Contemplating this, a thoughtful expression emerged on Shiryu's face. He resolved to participate in the minor competition, as it required no expenditure of spirit stones, and if fortune smiled upon him, he might secure a reward by placing within the top 30. Having participated in the previous 2 minor competitions, it would be unwise to abstain this time. Most importantly, Shiryu sought to utilize this opportunity to assess his combat abilities. He had not forgotten the incident when he was ambushed. For cultivators, both cultivation level and strength hold paramount importance. With the celestial sphere in his possession, Shiryu could envision the potential for prosperity, yet without formidable strength. He would merely be a plump target in the eyes of nefarious individuals. Shiryu did not wish to be a mere lamb. Rather, he aspired to be a capable lamb. With this resolve, he exited the crowd and made his way toward the disciplinary hall. Why does junior brother Shir have the leisure to visit me today? Elder Wang, upon seeing Shiryu, quickly forced a smile onto his face and spoke somewhat ingratiatingly. What are you saying, Brother Wang? Had it not been for the summons from the master ancestor some time ago, I would have visited you at the Hall of Elders long ago. Shiryu replied with a smile, deliberately mentioning his audience with the master ancestor. Upon hearing this, a deeper smile emerged on Elder Wang's face. He had indeed not misjudged the situation, as the master ancestor held Shiryu in considerable regard. Who knows? If the master ancestor were to be in a good mood one day, he might take Shiryu as his disciple. And Elder Wang would then have to address him as Uncle Shir. What task does junior brother Shir wish to undertake today? I shall arrange it for you immediately, Elder Wang said cheerfully. I am keen to learn alchemy and wonder if there are any tasks related to it, Shiryu said casually. Alchemy? Elder Wang was momentarily taken aback. What? Are there no tasks related to alchemy? Shiryu's expression revealed a hint of disappointment. Not at all. Please wait a moment. Junior brother Shir. Let me check, Elder Wang replied, shaking his head. He then gestured with a silver jade plate in his hand. After a while, Elder Wang raised his head and said with a smile, Junior brother Shir, there are currently 3 tasks related to alchemy. The first is that Elder Chun from Fire Cloud Peak requires a furnace attendant, offering 20 contribution points per month, with the additional benefit of guidance in alchemical techniques. Although one must spend at least 20 days each month at Elder Zhang's place for all necessities. The second task is at our sect's Divine Dan Hall, which needs an alchemical apprentice capable of refining any of the following 3 pills. The pill of abandoning grains, Qi dispersing powder, or nourishing Qi pill. The contribution points vary based on the quantity of pills submitted each month. The third task is at Cursed Cloud Peak, where Elder Lu seeks a medicinal pounder, offering 20 contribution points monthly. Which task does junior brother Shir wish to select? I choose the second one, Shiryu replied after careful consideration. The second task seemed perfectly tailored for him, and thus, he opted for it. Very well. Here's the token for task acquisition. You may take this token to the Divine Dan Hall to report. As long as you pass the assessment, you will be able to undertake this task. Elder Wang nodded and, after a moment, produced a green token, handing it over to Shi Yu. Assessment? What kind of assessment? Shi Yu asked, slightly taken aback. It involves providing you with several alchemical materials to refine. Successfully creating the pills will signify passing the assessment. If you fail, you will not be eligible for this task. This is a rule established by the Divine Dan Hall, Elder Wang explained. Shi Yu nodded, expressed his gratitude, and turned to leave. Upon exiting the Hall of Elders, he summoned his flying artifact and soared towards the location of the Divine Dan Hall. After a brief moment, Shi Yu descended at the foot of a towering peak, where patrol teams of disciples occasionally passed overhead. An endless azure stone staircase meandered up the mountain, with disciples frequently ascending it. The midsection of the mountain was shrouded in dense white mist, obscuring anything above. At the base, a stone tablet over 2 meters high bore the inscription Divine Dan Peak in large characters. Shindan Peak is one of the prominent locations of the Taishu sect, where all the elixirs sold to the outside world are refined. Over 90% of the sect's alchemists practice their craft here, making it a place rife with prohibitions and patrolled by several teams of disciples. It is said that a celestial core cultivator has been in seclusion at Shindan Peak for years, serving as a deterrent to any nefarious individuals. Recalling the information he had gathered, Shi Yuan ascended the azure stone steps. After a brief interval, he found himself on a step, panting heavily as he gazed at the seemingly endless azure staircase ahead. Were it not for the figures emerging from the mist, he might have doubted his own location. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he pressed onward. A quarter-hour later, Shi Yuan halted, confronted by a transparent barrier obstructing his path. Raising an eyebrow at this development, he recalled how his senior brother had passed through with ease. Why was he unable to do the same? Perhaps it required some form of spiritual power. Channeling his energy, he attempted to move forward, yet the barrier remained steadfast. At that moment, a ripple in the space ahead revealed 2 transparent passages, just wide enough for a person to traverse. 2 disciples clad in crimson emerged from one of the passages. Who are you? Are you unaware that entry to Shindan Peak requires a token? One of the red-clad disciples inquired coldly, casting a glance at Shi Yuan. A token? Shi Yuan was momentarily taken aback, hastily retrieving the token given to him by Elder Wang. Not that one. I mean the token for entering and exiting this place. Anyone without the proper token is forbidden to trespass, or they shall face lethal consequences, the disciple replied icily. I am here to undertake an alchemical apprenticeship at the Divine Alchemy Hall. Having accepted a task from the Elders' Hall, Shi Yuan explained, a sense of urgency rising within him. You? One of the red-clad disciples questioned doubtfully. Do you possess any skills in alchemy? I can refine the vitality-repelling pill, Shi Yuan responded truthfully. Chun, take him to meet Uncle Zhao. The disciple's expression softened upon hearing this, and he instructed the other red-clad disciple. Follow me, the disciple said curtly, leading the way through the transparent passage. Shi Yuan, not daring to lag behind, hurriedly followed. The scene beyond the passage left him astounded. A vast azure stone platform stretched before him, upon which stood a magnificent palace adorned in gold and jade. Above the grand entrance, the words Divine Alchemy Hall were inscribed in resplendent golden characters. No guards were stationed outside the palace. Instead, 2 life-sized lion statues flanked the entrance, their dark, iron-like forms exuding a lifelike presence. Stay closely behind me. There are many prohibitions here. If you inadvertently trigger one, even I may not be able to assist you. The disciple warned coldly. I understand, Shi Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. As he stepped onto the azure platform, he felt powerful spiritual presences sweep past him, only to vanish as quickly as they had come. A sudden jolt coursed through Shi Yuan's heart, quickly followed by the realization that it was the disciples guarding this place who were responsible. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of anxiety as he obediently trailed behind the disciple clad in red, fearful of triggering any prohibitions in this realm. Upon entering the hall, he was met with a vast chamber, measuring over 100 feet across, flanked by 2 corridors whose destinations remained a mystery. At the heart of the hall stood a yellow wooden table adorned with several scrolls, behind which sat a middle-aged man exuding an air of scholarly wisdom and a middle-aged woman of unremarkable features, engaged in conversation. Master Zhao, Master Wu. This individual is sent by the Hall of Disciples. He claims to be here to serve as an alchemical apprentice, the Chun surnamed disciple stated, bowing respectfully to the middle-aged man and woman, indicating Shi Yuan. I humbly greet Masters Zhao and Wu. Shi Yuan stepped forward, offering a deep bow of respect. What elixirs can you concoct? The middle-aged man scrutinized Shi Yuan, frowning slightly. In his estimation, a disciple at the 4th level of qi refinement could hardly possess knowledge of alchemy. as many at this stage were preoccupied with their own cultivation. In response to Master Zhao, "I can refine the pill of hunger suppression," Shi Yuan replied sincerely, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. "Before you arrived, the steward of the hall must have informed you that to practice alchemy here, one must undergo an assessment." The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, stating matter-of-factly, "I have heard of the requirement, but I am uncertain of the specifics. I kindly request Master Zhao to elucidate." Shi Yuan nodded earnestly. "I shall provide you with 5 sets of materials. If you can produce 36 pills of hunger suppression, you will pass the assessment. Should you yield fewer than 36, you will not. However, the spiritual stones for these materials will be your responsibility. 5 stones per set, totaling 25 stones." The middle-aged man articulated each word with precision. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan nodded and retrieved 25 spiritual stones from his storage pouch, presenting them to the middle-aged man. "Follow me," the man commanded after accepting the stones. Striding purposefully towards the left corridor, Shi Yuan, not daring to lag behind, hastened to keep pace. Before long, the middle-aged man led Shi Yuan into a stone chamber. The room was modest, measuring merely 10 feet across, furnished with a meditation mat and a red alchemical furnace. "Here are the 5 sets of materials for refining the pills of hunger suppression. You are to present 36 pills in 2 hours to pass the assessment," the middle-aged man stated, producing a leather pouch from within his robes and handing it to Shi Yuan. "Master Zhao, how can I refine the elixirs without fire?" Shi Yuan hesitated briefly before inquiring. "Utilize spiritual charcoal. Pills crafted with spiritual charcoal possess superior quality. I have provided 5 pieces of charcoal, all contained within the storage pouch. 1 piece suffices for a single batch of pills of hunger suppression. Now, unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave. I will return in 2 hours." The middle-aged man concluded, preparing to depart. "Wait, Master Zhao, will you not stay to observe my alchemical process?" Shi Yuan called out anxiously, his voice tinged with trepidation. "Why should I watch you concoct elixirs? In any case, you are to deliver 36 pill of abstinence to me in 2 hours. Whether they are concocted by you or merely in your possession is of no concern to me. However, allow me to remind you that upon becoming an apprentice alchemist, I shall provide you with a specific quantity of materials each month, and you will be required to produce a certain number of pill of abstinence. Rewards will be ample for diligence, and penalties will follow deceit. Ultimately, the one to suffer will be you." The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes and spoke with profound significance. Having said that, he turned and departed. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan displayed a contemplative expression. After closing the stone door, he extracted all the items from the storage bag given by Master Zhao. Aside from 5 sets of materials for refining fasting pills, there were also 5 palm-sized pieces of black charcoal and a white feather fan. Shi Yuan placed a piece of charcoal at the bottom of the alchemical furnace, extended a finger, and began to chant incantations. Before long, the chanting ceased, and a flame, as thick as his finger, appeared at its tip. With a flick of his finger, the flame was released, landing upon the charcoal. With a puff, the charcoal ignited fiercely. Observing this, Shi Yuan seized the white feather fan and vigorously fanned the charcoal, causing the flames to surge higher, engulfing the base of the furnace in a roaring inferno. A quarter of an hour later, Shi Yuan opened the lid of the furnace, poured 1 set of materials into it, and closed the lid once more. Soon, a delicate fragrance wafted from the furnace. At this sight, Shi Yuan finally displayed a satisfied smile. After another quarter of an hour, he extinguished the flames and opened the furnace lid, revealing 11 fasting pills nestled within, their colors vibrant and their forms plump. Shi Yuan's expression shifted as he picked up 1 fasting pill and placed it in his mouth. The flavor of this pill was akin to that of the ones he had previously concocted, though it appeared more visually appealing. He stored away the remaining 10 fasting pills and placed another piece of spiritual charcoal beneath the furnace. Before long, the roaring flames enveloped the base of the furnace once again. In the hall, Brother Zhao mused. Were there not several apprentices dedicated to the crafting of fasting pills? Why the sudden need to recruit more alchemy apprentices? The middle-aged woman inquired with curiosity. Since Master Sun's disciple has mastered the art of refining chi pills and has switched to concocting them, it is only natural that someone must fill his position upon his departure. The middle-aged man began to elucidate. I see. However, it is rather irresponsible for the steward's hall to dispatch a disciple of merely the 4th level of chi refinement. Although the fasting elixir is the simplest form of alchemical pill, how could a disciple at the 4th level of chi refinement possibly concoct such a potion? The middle-aged woman expressed her discontent, her eyes filled with skepticism. Not necessarily, The middle-aged man replied, shaking his head with a smile. There is a strong scent of sulfur about him. If I am not mistaken, he must have frequented Danxiao Peak quite often. Or else the sulfurous odor would not be so pronounced. I sincerely hope that he can truly concoct the pill of void nourishment. It seems that the time is indeed drawing near. Brother Zhao, the middle-aged woman spoke. I shall go take a look. Upon finishing his words, the middle-aged man rose and proceeded towards the passage on the left. As he arrived before the hidden chamber where Shi Yuan was located, he was taken aback to find the stone door ajar, with Shi Yuan's back turned toward him. Shi Shitzi, has the fasting elixir been prepared? The middle-aged man inquired calmly. Master Zhao, have I fulfilled my duty? Shi Yu turned around, a gentle smile gracing his face, and after speaking, he produced 4 white porcelain vials, presenting them to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took the porcelain bottle, emptied its contents, and with a sweep of his consciousness, nodded in satisfaction. He spoke, well, not bad. 38 pill of abstinence. Consider yourself approved. I will provide you with 150 sets of materials for refining the pill of abstinence and 150 pieces of spirit charcoal each month. By the end of each month, you are required to deliver 1,080 pills of abstinence to me, along with 60 spirit stones. For every pill less than the required amount, 1 spirit stone will be deducted. For every 100 excess pills, you will receive an additional spirit stone. Do you have any questions? After a brief contemplation, Shi Yuan inquired, Master Zhao, must I remain here daily to refine pills? Not necessarily, the man replied. You may choose to refine pills wherever you wish, as long as you deliver the required 1,080 pills of abstinence to me by the end of the month. However, if you have no other matters to attend to, it is advisable to stay here for pill refinement. The Alchemy Hall hosts an exchange meeting every mid-month. Participants include alchemy apprentices, alchemists, and occasionally, the sect's grandmasters of alchemy. Engaging in these exchanges will undoubtedly enhance your alchemical skills and benefit you for a lifetime. The middle-aged man shook his head, enunciating every word clearly. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Master Zhao, Shi Yuan expressed, clasping his fist in gratitude. Now, here is the token for entering and exiting the Divine Pill Peak. Activate it before me, the man instructed. Producing a red circular token inscribed with the characters for Divine Pill, Shi Yuan dared not refuse, promptly retrieving a dagger to pierce his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the token. Instantly, the token emanated a burst of red light, which quickly subsided, returning to its normal state. This contains 150 sets of materials for refining the pill of abstinence and 150 pieces of spirit charcoal. Use them wisely. And remember to deliver 1,080 pills of abstinence to me by the end of the month, the man said, handing Shi Yuan a storage pouch before turning to leave. Shi Yuan carefully stowed the storage pouch given by Master Zhao and exited with a gentle smile. The prospect of submitting 1,080 pills of abstinence each month in exchange for 60 spirit stones, along with the opportunity to participate in exchange meetings and share alchemical knowledge, filled him with delight. Upon returning to the foot of the Divine Pill Peak, Shi Yuan summoned a flying artifact and soared toward the scripture pavilion. He intended to seek a sword technique for cultivation. As sword practitioners were renowned for their invincibility among peers, if he were to learn, he would aspire to master the most formidable skills. With over 2,000 pills of abstinence at his disposal, he could afford not to engage in pill refining and still meet his submission requirements. Thus, he planned to dedicate the coming month to diligent cultivation, aiming for a commendable position in the upcoming competition, ideally securing several acres of free spiritual farmland. Upon reaching the scripture pavilion, Shi Yuan headed straight for the shelves adorned with skill plaques. The shelves were lined with colorful jade slips, and he picked up a red jade slip, placing it against his forehead, only to set it down shortly after. He then picked up a second slip and pressed it to his brow. I say, sure, if you seek techniques, do let me know. The prowess of the martial techniques I possess is remarkable, yet the price is quite reasonable. I have several sword techniques that are perfectly suited for you, sufficient to guide your cultivation from the chi refinement stage to the nascent soul stage. These include the 100 Flowers sword technique, the Tai Bai sword technique, the Return to Origin sword technique, the Heaven Burning sword technique, the Tai Gang sword technique, and the Big Dipper sword technique. The price is negotiable. Suddenly, the voice of the carefree master echoed in Shi Yuan's mind. In response, Shi Yuan remained indifferent. He knew that there would be fellow disciples watching during the minor competition. If someone were to inquire about the origin of his sword technique, how would he respond? To ensure discretion, Shi Yuan planned to seek a sword technique in the Sutra Pavilion. Half an hour later, Shi Yuan, with a look of disappointment, set down a blue jade slip. yawned, and picked up a white jade slip, pressing it against his forehead. In the next moment, his eyes brightened. The Taishu sword technique, created by the founding ancestor of the Taishu sect, is divided into 13 layers. The first 3 layers can be cultivated by disciples in the Qi refinement stage, while the final 4 layers are reserved solely for nascent soul cultivators. Each time one successfully completes 3 layers, they gain a unique divine ability. Upon mastering the first 3 layers, one can unleash a sword radiance of considerable length without any magical tools, possessing power comparable to that of an upper-grade magical artifact. As soon as Shiwan recognized that this was the creation of the Taishu sect's founding ancestor, he displayed an expression of joy and hurriedly rushed to the counter with the jade slip in hand. "Master Qian, I wish to copy this jade slip." He placed the slip and 10 spiritual stones on the counter, addressing the elderly man in gray behind it. The elderly man's expression remained impassive as he accepted the spiritual stones and pressed the jade slip to his forehead. "Ah, the Taishu sword technique. You wish to copy the technique established by the founding ancestor?" The elderly man remarked with a hint of intrigue, placing the jade slip down and revealing a peculiar expression. "Indeed. Is there a problem, Master Qian?" Shiwan inquired with curiosity. "Oh, there is no issue per se. This Taishu sword technique is indeed created by the founding ancestor. However, you are only copying the method for the first 6 layers, specifically the first 3. The elderly man was merely intrigued, for this sword technique had long been neglected. "Ah, only the method for the first 6 layers?" Shiwan was momentarily taken aback. "In that case, I shall pass. Please return my spiritual stones." After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "Too late. It has already been copied." The elderly man replied nonchalantly, handing Shiwan a blue jade slip. Seeing this, Shiwan felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, ultimately accepting the jade slip and returning to the shelves filled with martial texts. Half an hour later, Shiwan exited the Sutra Pavilion, his face clouded with frustration. In the entire Sutra Pavilion, the area accessible to outer disciples contained only a single sword technique. Although this technique was crafted by the founding ancestor of the Taishu sect, it only included the methods for the first 6 layers, which Shiwan had no desire to cultivate. Before acquiring the Master Pearl, he had doubts about his ability to advance to the 5th layer of Qi refinement in this lifetime. However, after obtaining the Master Pearl, he felt confident that even with the aid of spiritual herbs, he could easily reach the core formation stage, thereby diminishing his interest in the Taishu sword technique. Shiwan, I told you, if you wish to learn any martial techniques, come find me, though I cannot speak of other matters. The sword techniques I offer can elevate you from the Qi refinement stage to the nascent soul stage. What do you think? Would you care to consider it?" Xie Yaozi spoke with a tone laced with temptation. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan's expression flickered with intrigue, yet he remained silent, withholding his response to Xie Yaozi. Upon returning to Tsuayin Peak, Shi Yuan retrieved the jade slip that contained the Taishu sword technique, revealing a countenance marked by hesitation. "Of all your sword techniques, which one possesses the greatest power?" After a moment of contemplation, he finally inquired. "The greatest power? That is hard to quantify. Regardless, all these sword techniques were crafted by formidable cultivators. If I were to recommend one, it would be the Burning Sky sword technique, mastered to its fullest. It can unleash flames that incinerate foes. The creator of this technique, Tian Finzi, used it to vanquish a cultivator at the initial void stage while he himself was at the latter stage of divine transformation, striking fear into many. Surely, the price of the Burning Sky sword technique must be exorbitant." Shi Yuan remarked with a semblance of a smile. "Ahem. Well, you know, one gets what one pays for. Mastering this technique will significantly enhance your capabilities. What is a mere handful of spirit stones in comparison, right?" Xie Yaozi said somewhat awkwardly. "How many spirit stones for the first 3 levels of the Burning Sky sword technique? If it's too costly, I shall refrain from purchasing." Shi Yuan pondered briefly before stating, 50 spirit stones. That is already a discounted rate, and I cannot lower it further. 30 at most. If not, then I shall forego it." Shi Yuan countered. "Very well, 30 it is. Now hand over the spirit stones." Xie Yaozi readily acquiesced. "Senior Xie, your agreement comes rather swiftly. You did not intend to propose 30 spirit stones from the outset, did you?" Shi Yuan remarked, a peculiar expression crossing his face. To this, Xie Yaozi merely chuckled and offered no reply. Shi Yuan managed a wry smile, entered the celestial space, and tossed 30 spirit stones into the stone chamber. "Excellent, sure lad. Take out your paper and pen, for I shall not repeat myself. The Burning Sky sword technique is divided into 15 levels. with every 3 levels corresponding to a major realm. The first 3 levels can be practiced during the Qi refinement stage, and the methods for these 3 levels are. Shi Yuan listened intently, wary of missing a single word. After Xia Yaozi's exposition, he quietly recited the information and noted it down. Contemplating deeply, he retrieved the jade slip detailing the Taishu sword technique and placed it against his forehead. Shalad. Did I not just convey the methods for the first 3 levels of the Burning Sky sword technique? Why do you still consult the jade slip? Do you intend to cultivate both techniques concurrently? Xia Yaozi queried with curiosity. Though the Burning Sky sword technique possesses immense power, do you believe it's suitable for me to showcase in the upcoming competition? If our sect master inquires, I would have no plausible answer. I cannot simply claim it was a purchase incentive, Shi Yuan replied calmly. Indeed, however, given your aptitude, mastering 2 techniques within a month poses a significant challenge. Do you intend to practice within the celestial space? Xia Yaozi inquired, intrigued. When did I ever express a desire to cultivate 2 sword techniques simultaneously? I can first practice the TIX sword technique and later proceed with the FNTN sword technique. The TIX sword technique serves merely as a FAAD, for it is implausible for me to engage in combat in front of my peers. Moreover, should I eventually discover the latter part of the TIX sword technique cultivation method, I can continue my practice. Upon hearing this, Shiwei rolled his eyes and replied nonchalantly, I say, Stone Boy, are you foolish? The FNTN sword technique is sufficient for you to progress from the Qi refinement stage to the God transformation stage. Why would you seek the continuation of that IX sword technique? With a hint of profundity, Shiwei articulated, it is quite simple, to guard against exorbitant demands from seniors. If I advance the FNTN sword technique to its later stages and the senior suddenly raises the price, I could then pursue the latter part of that IX sword technique for cultivation. Exorbitant demands? Do I seem like that kind of person? The senior, Xia Yaozi, huffed lightly, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Not at all. Quite the opposite, Shiwei retorted earnestly, shaking his head. Enough of this discussion. By the way, are you truly intent on participating in the minor competition? Are you not concerned that achieving a noteworthy rank might attract the attention of your revered ancestor? Xia Yaozi shifted the topic. I have participated in minor competitions since I was at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. Now that I am at the 4th layer, it would be odd not to partake. Minor competitions are not like grand ones. They are merely a formality and unlikely to draw the attention of my ancestor. It is the grand competitions that pose a risk to life, and only in those would I potentially attract my ancestor's notice, even if I did. With my 5 elemental roots, it is doubtful that my ancestor would take me as a direct disciple. Besides, with nearly 1,000 participants in the minor competition, securing a place in the top 30 will still prove to be quite challenging, Shiwei articulated with clarity. I possess the methods for crafting exquisite magical artifacts. Would you be interested? There are options for offense, defense, and support, all reasonably priced. To give it a thought, Xia Yaozi suggested with an enticing tone. If you wish to ensnare me, just say so. Only the winner of the minor competition receives a singular exquisite magical artifact. As a participant at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, possessing an exquisite artifact would raise eyebrows. Even if you offered me the crafting method, I would not dare to present such a treasure in the minor competition. That would be tantamount to seeking death, Shiwei remarked with a cold sneer. He understood well the principle of a tall tree catches the wind. Exquisite magical artifacts are not common commodities, as Shiwei knew. Most disciples in the Qi refinement stage utilize medium-grade artifacts, and having even a single superior-grade artifact is quite commendable. He himself wielded the superior-grade Crimson Moon Sword, a gift from his parents, for otherwise, given his previous financial means, such a thing would have been beyond his reach. If you find exquisite artifacts too ostentatious, you could opt for powerful talismans. We have all attributes available: lightning talismans, fire cloud talismans, 1,000-blade talismans. What would you like to learn? A month's worth of training. How about that? Xia Yaozi proposed with a sly smile, his tone still laced with temptation. Forget it, practicing the Taishu sword technique is rather arduous. I simply lack the time to learn the intricacies of talisman crafting. Furthermore, where would I procure such abundant spiritual stones to purchase the talisman paper? Upon hearing this, Shiyu displayed a flicker of emotion on his face. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head in refusal. Don't be disheartened, young Shi. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to simply give him a fish. Mastering a craft allows one to traverse the world without fear. Once you grasp the art of talisman drawing, you can create and sell talismans for spiritual stones. In the long run, this venture is undeniably profitable, continued Xian Yaozi, eager to persuade him. How many spiritual stones are we talking about? Sure, you inquired, intrigued by the proposition. For the 5 elements talismans, each would cost 10 spiritual stones, guaranteed to master it. As for the ice, wind, and thunder attribute talismans, those would be 20 spiritual stones each, also with a guarantee of mastery. Xian Yaozi replied after a brief pause for thought. 10 stones. You might as well rob someone. 5 stones would be more reasonable. You demand 10 stones just for a few words of wisdom? You truly know how to profit from spiritual stones, sure, you retorted, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. What do you know? My talisman crafting skills are far superior to those of ordinary talisman masters. 10 spiritual stones is already a generous offer. I would settle for at least 8 stones, Xian Yaozi countered, engaging in a bit of haggling. 8 stones. Upon hearing this, Shi Yu's expression wavered slightly. 8 spiritual stones is already the most favorable price, young Shi. Consider this. Once you learn to draw a single talisman, you can produce them in bulk. 8 stones will seem trivial in comparison. Moreover, imagine the spectacle of unleashing hundreds of offensive talismans upon your foes. Very well, 8 stones it shall be. But I will learn at a later date. Shi Yu replied after some contemplation, nodding in agreement. What? A later date? No, young Shi. Haven't you heard that one should strike while the iron is hot? Why postpone your learning? Xian Yaozi exclaimed, anxious to convince him. Enough. I said I will learn at a later date. Do not disturb my cultivation, or I shall forego the learning altogether, Shi Yu said, a hint of impatience evident in his voice. With that, he exited the realm of the celestial space. Witnessing this, Xian Yaozi, despite his reluctance, realized he could not press further. Angering Shi Yu would yield no benefits for him. Once outside the celestial space, Shi Yu pressed the jade slip containing the Taishu sword technique to his forehead and began to scrutinize its contents. According to the slip, to practice the Taishu sword technique, one must possess a fine sword, at the very least a superior grade flying sword. Shi Yu owned a superior grade artifact, the Red Moon Sword, thus fulfilling this prerequisite. The Taishu sword technique emphasizes speed. To master this technique, one must memorize numerous sword gestures and practice them repeatedly to manipulate the sword with finesse. Subsequently, by channeling inner spiritual energy and establishing a profound connection with the sword, one can unleash the sword's full potential, as described in the Jade Slip. Sword control encompasses 4 levels: entry level, small success, great success, and ultimate perfection. Each level of sword control yields significantly different power. Sword flying is a fundamental skill of sword control, an exclusive means of flight for sword cultivators, which can be performed during the chi refinement stage. Unlike other practitioners of the same stage who typically rely on flying artifacts to soar through the skies. A quarter of an hour later, Shi Yu removed the jade slip from his forehead. Following the instructions inscribed upon it, his fingers danced in intricate patterns, weaving the incantations of the sword control technique. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed. During this time, apart from nourishing the spiritual herbs and grains with rain, Shi Yu devoted all his remaining moments to refining his mastery of the sword control technique. On this particular day, after watering the 3 acres of moonlight waterflowers, Shi Yu entered the celestial palm space. Within this ethereal realm, 10 fruit trees bore an abundance of fist-sized fruits, resplendent in color and laden with juiciness. Half an acre of spiritual grains had also ripened once more, ready for harvest. The languid yellow wind bull lounged beneath a blood chi fruit tree, surrounded by several mounds of its yellow excrement. The most significant change following the upgrade of the celestial palm space was the reduction in the maturation period for the spiritual grains and fruits, now requiring only half a month to reach fruition. Shi Yu contemplated felling the blood chi fruit tree and the purple apricot tree to plant more valuable spiritual fruit trees with longer maturation periods. After all, as an apprentice alchemist in the Divine Pill Hall, he received ample materials each month to concoct the nourishing pills, rendering the retention of the blood chi and purple apricot trees unnecessary. Given that the market price of the nourishing pills was not particularly high, bulk sales would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, while smaller quantities might not even be accepted by others. The same applied to the sale of spiritual fruits. The previous ambush served as a vivid reminder of such risks. How splendid it would be to alter one's appearance at will, Shi Yu murmured to himself. If he could assume a different visage, he could discreetly sell the spiritual fruits and grains. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that one's appearance was innate. How could it be so easily transformed? Haha, young sure, are you seeking a technique to change your appearance? The voice of the carefree one, Zayayozi, resonated perfectly. I have just the thing, should you desire it. It's quite affordable. Is there truly a technique that can alter one's appearance? If such a thing existed, wouldn't the world of cultivation be in chaos? Sure, you inquired, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Haha, of course such a technique exists. Do you think a single method could throw the entire cultivation realm into disarray? You underestimate it greatly. Moreover, while this technique can indeed modify one's appearance, it does not guarantee that no one can see through it. To my knowledge, certain accompanying abilities can unveil the true visage of an individual, and some specialized artifacts can achieve the same. Additionally, this technique has its limitations. Should you expend over 70% of your mana, it will become ineffective, reverting you to your original appearance, Zayayozi explained with a chuckle. I see. How many spirit stones does this technique cost? If it is excessively priced, I shall refrain from purchasing, Sure, you replied with an air of calmness. Heh, young Sure, this time I cannot acquiesce to your terms. The price is fixed at 50 spirit stones, no less, Zayayozi responded with a grin. What? 50 spirit stones? That is exorbitant. The cultivation methods for the first 3 layers of the Burning Heaven Sword technique are merely 30 spirit stones. How can an appearance-altering technique demand 50 spirit stones? Do you not find this ludicrous? Sure, you exclaimed, his brows furrowing in displeasure. One must not speak in such a manner. The art of bone transformation not only has the power to alter one's appearance, but can also modify height and physique. The difficulty of mastering this technique is not insurmountable. Once you have grasped the art of bone transformation, you will find great convenience in selling spiritual grains and elixirs. This is a practice that will benefit you for a lifetime, and I offer it at a fixed price of 50 spirit stones if you choose not to purchase. Then so be it. The tone of the immortal wanderer was resolute. Upon hearing these words, Sure, you pondered briefly before breaking into a slight smile and responding. Do not be so hasty, esteemed elder. How about 20 spirit stones? 50 spirit stones, not a single stone less, came the unwavering reply. 30. Not for sale. A fixed price of 40 spirit stones, Sure, you countered. Without 50 spirit stones, do not expect me to entertain you, the immortal wanderer reiterated with firm resolve. 45 stones. Sure, U.S. expression fluctuated, and after a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and spoke. In response, there was only silence, this time. The immortal wanderer was adamant about his price of 50 spirit stones. Consider this a victory for you. 50 spirit stones it shall be. Sure, you finally conceded after a lengthy pause. If you had said so earlier, we would have saved ourselves the trouble. Now, toss the spirit stones in here, and I shall impart to you the method of cultivating the art of bone transformation, the immortal wanderer stated in an even tone, devoid of any hint of joy. Upon hearing this, Sure, you retrieved 50 spirit stones from his storage pouch and tossed them into the stone chamber. There was no alternative. The immortal wanderer had struck at his weak point. While Sure, you could refuse other techniques, he could not turn down the art of bone transformation. Mastering it would bring him considerable ease in selling spiritual grains and fruits. Listen closely. The method of cultivating the art of bone transformation is the immortal wanderer articulated each word with precision, perhaps motivated by the 50 spirit stones, repeating his instructions twice. After absorbing the immortal wanderer's teachings, Sure, you hastily took out paper and pen to record the information. Once he had documented the cultivation method, he proceeded towards the mature spiritual grains. With great care, Sure, you used scissors to snip each ear of rice, placing them into his storage pouch. After harvesting the final ear, he approached the yellow wind bowl, intending to let it consume the remaining spiritual grains. However, at that moment, he noticed several piles of dung near the yellow wind bowl, and a contemplative expression crossed his face. He recalled reading a tome titled Guidelines for Enhancing Spiritual Crop Yields, which detailed various methods for increasing the output of spiritual grains and fruits. Among these methods was the use of spiritual beast dung as fertilizer to achieve greater yields. Go and consume those spiritual grains, but do not touch the elixirs, Sure, you instructed, giving the yellow wind bull a firm pat on its large rear. No sooner had he spoken than the yellow wind bull let out a low moo and ambled towards the spiritual grains. Upon reaching a stalk of grain, it opened its mouth and began to chew slowly. Seeing this, Sure, you nodded in approval. By the time he plucked the last fruit, the yellow wind bull had devoured all the spiritual grains and lay lazily in the spiritual field. He then took out a plowing tool and harnessed it to the yellow wind bull, turning over half an acre of spiritual land before scattering seeds of spiritual grains. After a rain shower, Vibrant green stalks of spiritual grain burst forth from the earth. Suddenly, Shi Yuan picked up several dried clumps of excrement, shaping them into small pieces and casting them near dozens of spiritual grain plants, leaving a mark beside them. If the droppings of the spiritual beast could enhance the yield of the spiritual grains, it would be a remarkable boon. If not, it would not matter. Shi Yuan rode back to the spirit fruit tree beneath which he had previously planted the divine tree seeds to observe their growth. A year had passed, and despite his regular watering, the seed he had purchased from the market had yet to sprout. This disappointment weighed on him. After a moment's contemplation, he dismounted from the yellow wind ox and unearthed the seed from its pot. The seed's surface was dull, yet when held in his palm, he could sense a faint vitality, indicating it was indeed a live seed. He rinsed the seed with fresh water and cradled it in his hand. Then, with a motion towards his storage pouch, several emerald green orbs, each the size of a chicken egg, materialized in his palm. These orbs contained pure essence of flora. With a firm press of his palm, the orbs shattered, releasing a torrent of pure plant essence that surged into the seed. However, the seed displayed no observable change after absorbing such a substantial amount of essence. Shi Yuan's eyes flickered with surprise. This was a novel phenomenon for him. Typically, any spiritual plant that absorbed a considerable quantity of essence would exhibit some transformation. Although this was merely a seed, one would expect at least a change in hue. Yet the evidence before him revealed otherwise. The seed's color remained unchanged despite the infusion of such essence. Pondering the situation, Shi Yuan speculated that perhaps the quantity of essence was insufficient, given that this was a divine tree seed. While he was uncertain whether this seed was indeed a divine tree seed, he understood it was undoubtedly extraordinary. Otherwise, it would not have absorbed so much essence without any visible alteration. Once more, he reached into his storage pouch, retrieving a larger emerald orb, roughly the size of a bowl. Clenching it with all his fingers, he crushed it, unleashing a deluge of plant essence that predominantly flowed into the seed, while a smaller portion was absorbed by a nearby blood chi fruit tree. As the blood chi fruit tree assimilated some of the essence, it immediately sprouted several branches, its leaves becoming increasingly vibrant. After the seed absorbed the majority of the essence, it exhibited a slight enhancement in color. Had Shi Yuan not been closely observing, he might have overlooked this subtle transformation. Witnessing this, he felt both astonished and elated, astonished that the seed absorbed so much essence yet only displayed a minor change in hue, and elated because this outcome suggested the seed was indeed remarkable. Otherwise, it would not have assimilated such a vast quantity of essence while maintaining its original appearance. After careful consideration, he retrieved several dozens of emerald orbs of varying sizes from his storage pouch, methodically crushing each one. A series of waves of plant essence flowed into the seed, and after a quarter of an hour, when the seed finally absorbed the last trace of essence, its surface had significantly brightened. Shi Yuan cradled the seed in the palm of his right hand, murmuring incantations. His palm emanated waves of crimson light, resembling the glow of a fire. Before long, the chanting ceased, and the red radiance intensified. He then brought his fingers together, enclosing the seed in his palm, where the crimson light flickered incessantly. After a while, the glow dissipated. Upon releasing his hand, Shi Yuan noted that the seed had only slightly brightened, showing no signs of sprouting. With a soft sigh, he returned the seed to the pot. He then settled beneath the fruit tree, retrieving the parchment containing the techniques of the Iguju to contemplate its teachings. He immersed himself in the celestial space for 3 days, diligently studying the Iguju. On the 4th day, he stored the parchment and began to chant once more. Transform, Shi Yuan commanded with a low voice. As the words left his lips, he produced a copper mirror from his storage pouch and held it up. In the mirror, a round-faced, middle-aged man appeared. His prominent nose and dark complexion were vastly different from Shi Yuan's original appearance. With a flicker of thought, Shi Yuan heard a series of cracking sounds emanating from his bones, and his stature diminished considerably, transforming him into a stocky, dark-skinned man, a stark contrast to his former self. Pleased with the reflection of the portly figure, Shi Yuan's expression shifted, and the mirror restored his original visage. Young lad, behold, this Iguju I have bestowed upon you is truly remarkable. Mastering it grants you the ability to alter your appearance and physique at will. With a bit of caution, no one will recognize your true identity. The proud Xin Yaozi remarked. Shi Yuan remained silent and exited the celestial space. He hastily departed the courtyard, soaring towards the Taisu Valley. After a brief interval, he landed in a small grove outside the valley. Upon touching down, he glanced around and, finding the area deserted, subtly moved his lips. A series of cracking sounds resonated from his body, and in the next moment, he transformed into a stocky, dark-skinned man. Changing his attire and concealing items related to the Tai Su sect, he strode purposefully into the valley. After a brief exploration of the streets, he entered the Baijiao Zhai. The establishment buzzed with its usual liveliness. The main hall was packed with 3 to 4 dozen cultivators, all gathered around several counters, conversing with attendants clad in yellow garments. That day, Shi Yuan was well acquainted with the surroundings, quietly waiting outside a side chamber on the left side of the hall. Soon after, a middle-aged woman with unremarkable features emerged from the side chamber, her face alight with joy, evidently having sold her spiritual fruits at a good price. Observing this, Shi Yuan quickly entered. Inside the room was the shrewd-looking elder in a blue robe. Upon seeing Shi Yuan, he greeted him with a smile, saying, "I am Lu Yuan. May I inquire your name, friend?" "Sure, San. I would like to know if you accept blood chi fruits and purple apricot at your esteemed establishment, and what the pricing entails." Shi Yuan succinctly introduced himself before directly posing his question. Of course, the price for blood chi fruits is 2 spirit stones per pound. While the purple luo apricots are priced at 2 spirit stones per pound as well, the elder in the blue robe replied with a nod. "Why has the purchase price of purple luo apricots decreased so significantly?" Sure, you inquired, his brow furrowing. He distinctly recalled that the last time the price was 4 spirit stones per pound, and now it had plummeted to 2. Such a drastic reduction was hard to fathom. "Our shop has recently acquired an abundance of purple luo apricots, and other herbal stores are offering similar rates. It is not solely our Baijiao Zhai that has lowered the purchase price," the elder in blue said, a smile gracing his features. "Very well. Please weigh these blood chi fruits," Sure you said after a moment of contemplation, retrieving a bulging storage bag from his robe and handing it to the elder. The elder took the storage bag, tossed it into the air, and cast a spell upon it. The bag opened, releasing a radiant glow that cascaded onto a silver disc. Once the brilliance subsided, a multitude of fist-sized crimson fruits lay before them. The blood chi fruits weigh 480 pounds, priced at 2 spirit stones per pound. Totaling 960 spirit stones, the elder in blue announced, his face beaming with delight. "Agreed," Sure you nodded in response. The elder retrieved 10 medium-grade spirit stones from the storage bag and handed them to Sure Yu, who in turn provided the elder with 40 low-grade spirit stones. Upon exiting Baijiao Zhai, Sure Yu visited several herbal stores and learned that a recent influx of purple luo apricots had driven the purchase price down to 2 spirit stones. Naturally, as a low-tier spiritual herb, its price was subject to the laws of supply and demand. If it were a higher-grade herb, the price might decline. But not by half. Sure you speculated that if he were to return to the market to sell blood chi fruits next time, the purchase price might similarly diminish. It seemed prudent to cultivate higher-grade herbs instead. He proceeded to several more herbal stores, selling the over 400 pounds of purple luo apricots in batches, ultimately acquiring over 900 spirit stones. He sold his spiritual valley to the Lingyu Zhai, netting over 100 spirit stones. After a trip to the Taishu Valley, Sure you found his storage bag enriched with over 2,000 spirit stones, which filled him with joy. After selling the spiritual valley, Sure you did not immediately depart from Taishu Valley. Instead, he entered a grand pavilion frequented by other cultivators, the Divine Weapon Pavilion. The name itself suggested a shop specializing in magical artifacts. The hall of the Divine Weapon Pavilion was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate over 100 individuals. With an elongated counter crafted from precious purple sandalwood, displaying an array of magical implements, swords, spears, halberds, and more, all available in various grades from low to high, with prices to match. Inside the hall, 5 attendants in yellow robes were explaining various items to several customers. As Sure you entered, one of the yellow-robed attendants approached him swiftly, a broad smile on his face. "Esteemed friend, what magical artifacts are you interested in? Would you like me to assist in your selection? Our offerings are sure to leave you thoroughly satisfied. I wish to see some superior defensive artifacts." "Please refrain from introducing me to ordinary wares," Sure you replied coolly. Upon hearing these words, the attendant in the yellow robe was momentarily taken aback. His gaze swept over Sure Yu, and once he confirmed that the latter was not jesting, a broader smile spread across his face. He realized he had encountered a significant patron and promptly guided Sure Yu to the second floor. The decor upstairs was rather simple, featuring several antique tables and chairs arranged with elegance and comfort. A refined middle-aged gentleman was savoring a cup of clear tea. As Sure Yu's consciousness swept across the room, he discovered that this man was, astonishingly, a mere mortal devoid of any magical prowess. While the attendant had reached the 3rd level of chi refinement, The proprietor was inexplicably an ordinary human. This was indeed remarkable. The attendant hastened to the side of the middle-aged man and whispered a few words. After listening, the man clasped his hands in greeting, a smile gracing his lips as he said, I am Wu Yong, the proprietor of the Divine Armament Pavilion. May I know how to address you? Sure, San. Sure, you casually provided a name. Ah, so it is Brother Sure. Please, take a seat. Sure, you nodded and settled into a chair beside the middle-aged man. This is our pavilion's specially brewed fragrant tea. I invite you to taste it, the middle-aged man offered, pouring a cup of aromatic tea for Shiryu with a smile. He then drank from his own cup, revealing a look of satisfaction. Shiryu gently shook his head and said, Proprietor Wu, the tea can be savored at leisure. Attending to business is of greater urgency. The middle-aged man nodded and instructed the yellow-robed attendant, please fetch the newly arrived defensive magical items for Brother Sure to examine. The attendant acknowledged and swiftly descended the stairs. Besides defensive artifacts, would Brother Sure be interested in acquiring an offensive one? We have just received a batch of high-quality magical items, among which a complete set of swords is particularly exceptional. In the hands of a sword cultivator, this set can unleash tremendous power, of course. Even an ordinary cultivator will experience a significant enhancement in strength with it, the middle-aged man remarked with a smile. Oh, then please have someone bring it for me to take a look. Sure, you replied, visibly intrigued after a moment of contemplation. Please wait a moment, Brother Sure. The middle-aged man said, quickly descending the stairs. Shortly after, he returned, carrying a round tray covered with a piece of red satin. He placed the tray on the table and lifted the satin, revealing 3 items before Shiryu's eyes, a red orb the size of an egg, a palm-sized yellow shield, and a golden iron chain. As the middle-aged man unveiled the satin, 2 powerful auras suddenly surged forth, firmly locking onto Shiryu. Initially startled, Shiryu soon realized this was a protective measure of the Divine Armament Pavilion, designed to prevent any sudden theft of these 3 items. In truth, Shiryu would never contemplate such an act, aside from the presence of patrolling law enforcement disciples in the market day and night. Any outcry from the pavilion would summon them swiftly to apprehend him. At this moment, the middle-aged man began to introduce the 3 items to Shiryu. The Red Cloud Pearl, a superior defensive artifact forged from celestial luo jade and red Exine stone, boasts an exceptionally strong defense and is priced at 700 spirit stones. The Yellow Luo Shield, another superior defensive artifact crafted from yellow origin stone and refined iron, is so formidable that even the finest artifacts may struggle to destroy it, with a price tag of 800 spirit stones. Lastly, the most powerful among them, the Golden Yuan Lock, a premium defensive artifact made from golden Exine stone, golden luo jade, and various rare materials, is available for 1,000 spirit stones. Which one would you prefer, brotherly? The middle-aged man inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shiryu appeared deep in thought. Ever since the last ambush, he had placed great importance on his personal safety, which was the reason for his visit to the Divine Weapon Pavilion today. Among the 3 defensive artifacts, the Golden Yuan Lock offered the strongest defense, albeit at the highest price. Just as Shiryu contemplated which artifact to purchase, a yellow-clad attendant approached, carrying a wooden box over a meter long. Brother Sure, the set of swords has arrived. Why not take a look at them as well? The middle-aged man suggested with a smile. Nodding in agreement, Shiryu opened the box as the middle-aged man instructed the yellow-clad attendant to let Shiryu examine the sword set closely. The attendant opened the box, revealing 7 azure short swords, each measuring several feet in length, with spiritual light shimmering on their surfaces. This is the Azure Yuan Mother Sword set, 1 mother sword and 6 child swords. By wielding the mother sword, one can simultaneously control the 6 child swords to attack enemies, creating chaos. Each sword is a superior artifact, priced at 1,500 spirit stones, the middle-aged man explained, gesturing towards the 7 swords. Controlling 6 at once, won't that consume a considerable amount of magical power and consciousness? Shiryu asked, his interest piqued, after a moment of contemplation. Since they are a set of artifacts, managing them is akin to controlling a single artifact. However, the consumption of magical power and consciousness will be somewhat greater. If you are concerned about your reserves, Brother Sure, you may shorten the control duration or reduce the number of flying swords, the middle-aged man replied thoughtfully. Shiryu listened, pondering the implications. Could the price be a bit lower? He inquired after a brief consideration. That depends on how many pieces you intend to purchase. The middle-aged man responded with a smile. What is the total for the Red Cloud Pearl and the Azure Yuan Mother Sword? Shiryu asked after a moment of reflection. The Red Cloud Pearl is 700 spirit stones, and the Azure Yuan Mother Sword is 1,500 spirit stones, totaling 2,200 spirit stones. However, since it is your first visit to our divine weapon pavilion, I can offer it for 2,100 spirit stones, the middle-aged man said with a warm smile. Deal. Shiryu nodded and retrieved 21 medium spirit stones from his storage bag, handing them over. Should you require artifacts in the future, do not hesitate to return to our divine weapon pavilion, the middle-aged man exclaimed, his face beaming with satisfaction as he accepted the spirit stones. Shiryu chuckled lightly and nodded. After storing the red cloud pearl and the azure yuan mother sword in his bag, he bid farewell and departed. Upon exiting the divine weapon pavilion, Shiryu strolled through the street for a while, ensuring he was not being followed, before making his way into the void abode. A quarter of an hour later, when Shiryuan emerged from Taisu residence, he had transformed into a tall young man clad in a blue robe. With a fair complexion, he made a trip to Qianfu Hall, purchasing several potent attack talismans and 2 Earth Escape talismans. Once outside the restricted flight area of the market, Shiryuan reverted to his true form and soared towards the sect. Upon returning to Xian Peak, he was astonished to find Chen Xinger anxiously waiting outside Elder Zhou's cave dwelling. Junior brother Shi, you're back. Can you treat the spirit insect? Chen Xinger inquired eagerly upon seeing him, her face lighting up with hope. Spirit insect? I am not familiar with that, Shiryuan replied, slightly taken aback. Then shook his head. He had assumed Chen Xinger needed his assistance with a spirit plant, not realizing it was a spirit insect in need of care, a domain in which he had no experience. Shiryuan had raised both spirit-devouring bees and yellow-winged cattle, which were free-range. The former primarily served to pollinate and produce spirit honey, while the latter was used for plowing and grazing. A senior sister's spirit insect has fallen ill after consuming mulberry leaves infected with the darkening disease. Didn't you concoct a spirit liquid that can cure this affliction? Perhaps it could also help the spirit insect. Junior brother Shi, please assist us. Even if the outcome is uncertain, Chen Xinger implored. Given that the spirit insect had fallen ill from consuming the tainted mulberry leaves, Shiryuan considered that administering urine might indeed effect a cure. After pondering this, he nodded and said, very well. Please lead the way, senior sister Chen. Wonderful, junior brother Shi. I knew you would help. Chen Xinger exclaimed joyfully. With a flick of her sleeve, a yellow disc materialized, hovering a foot above the ground. She leapt onto the disc and, with a hand gesture, it radiated a brilliant light, swiftly carrying her skyward. Observing this, Shiryuan performed a similar gesture, causing the leaf artifact beneath him to gleam with azure light as he pursued her. By the way, senior sister Chen, could you tell me which spirit insect is ill? Shiryuan inquired as they flew. It is senior sister Qian's golden silkworm. The silk produced by it can be refined into inner armor or crafted into spirit garments. However, ever since it consumed the infected mulberry leaves, it has become lethargic, not only refusing to spin silk but also neglecting to eat mulberry leaves. Senior sister Qian tried feeding it some spirit liquid provided by the sect, but there was no effect, which is why she sought your assistance, Chen Xinger explained in detail. Has senior sister Qian not consulted anyone regarding the cause of the silkworm's illness? Shiryuan asked, raising an eyebrow with curiosity. She did consult others, who suggested that toxins had accumulated within the silkworm's body and that expelling them would suffice. They prescribed several medicinal powders for it, but to no avail. The silkworm's condition has not improved, Chen Xinger confirmed, recounting the tale. Upon hearing this, Shiryuan's expression turned contemplative. Considering Chen Xinger's account, he recalled the diuretic powder. Since the goal was to expel the toxins, it might be just the remedy needed. However, he remained uncertain about its efficacy. Before long, Shiryu accompanied Chen Xinger as they descended into a quaint courtyard. The courtyard, though modest, was flanked by dozens of mulberry trees, each standing over 2 zhang tall, with a flagstone path meandering through the middle, leading to a simple bamboo pavilion at the far end. Senior sister Qian, come out quickly. I have brought junior brother Shi. Chen Xinger called out loudly as she tucked away a yellow round plate. No sooner had her words echoed than a middle-aged woman, with a charming visage and a voluptuous figure, emerged briskly from the bamboo pavilion. Her gaze swept over the surroundings before settling on Shiryu. She approached him with quick strides and a beaming smile, saying, this must be the junior brother Shi that junior sister Chen mentioned. I sincerely hope you can assist in saving my golden silkworms. They are the sole source of my income. As she spoke, she clasped Shiryu's arm with palpable excitement. The proximity elicited an intoxicating fragrance that enveloped him, leaving Shiryu feeling somewhat awkward. Ahem, senior sister Qian, please release your hold. It is essential for junior brother Shi to examine your silkworms, Qinshingo gently reminded with a light cough. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman blushed, realizing her oversight, and promptly released her grip. Junior sister Qin, junior brother Shi, please make yourselves comfortable inside. The woman gestured invitingly, her smile unwavering. Qinshingo did not hesitate, stepping into the bamboo pavilion, with Shi following closely behind. Inside, the left side was adorned with a row of beaded curtains, behind which a bamboo bed was faintly visible. On the right stood a tea table accompanied by several bamboo chairs. Please take a moment to sit. I shall prepare a pot of green mulberry tea for you, the middle-aged woman said, guiding Qinshingo and Shi to the bamboo chairs before turning toward the beaded curtains. Before long, she returned with a round tray, bearing a teapot and 3 bamboo cups. Setting the tray upon the tea table, she poured steaming fragrant tea into cups for both Shi and Qinshingo. Junior brother Shi, this is the mulberry tea personally roasted by senior sister Qian, crafted from the leaves of century-old mulberry trees. It boasts an exquisite flavor and invigorating properties. To give it a taste, Qinshingo enthusiastically introduced, taking a delicate sip herself, her face alight with satisfaction. Shi, encouraged by her delight, raised his cup and drank deeply, feeling a refreshing coolness spread throughout him, invigorating his senses. His eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Excellent tea. Ah, since you enjoy it, do partake of more." The middle-aged woman replied with a warm smile, refilling his cup. Shi, not wishing to appear impolite, drank again, savoring the delightful brew. After 3 cups, he waved his hand, signaling the woman to refrain from pouring more. Senior sister Qian, I believe we have had enough tea. It would be prudent to examine your spirit insects now, Shi said with a smile. Junior brother Shi, please follow me. The middle-aged woman nodded and led him to the bedroom behind the beaded curtains. Upon entering, Shi discovered that the bamboo bed was, in fact, an enclosure crafted from bamboo, containing 2 golden silkworms, each about a foot long. The 2 golden silkworms, plump and well-fed, lay lazily in the corner among an abundance of fresh mulberry leaves, devoid of any appetite. Junior brother Shi. After these silkworms consumed some mulberry leaves infected with the darkening disease, they have become like this. They haven't spun silk for several days and refuse to eat, which is driving me to despair. I have promised others that if I do not deliver a specified amount of silk by the end of the month, I will face substantial penalties. I implore you to assist in diagnosing them. I assure you, the reward for your help will be generous, said the middle-aged woman, her expression grave. Upon hearing this, Shi pondered thoughtfully and nodded slightly. After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke. Sister Qian, could you please bring them out so that I can examine them closely? Of course, the middle-aged woman replied promptly, hurrying forward to present the 2 golden silkworms before Shi. As he turned them over, he noticed some black spots on their tails. He gently pressed the tips of his fingers against the areas with the black spots. Junior brother Shi, I've consulted someone before, and they mentioned that these black spots are toxins accumulated within the silkworms that need to be expelled. They prescribed several remedies, but none have proven effective, she explained. After reflecting on her words, Shi requested, Sister Qian, could you please fetch a bowl of clear water? In no time, the middle-aged woman returned with a bowl of clear water, handing it to Shi. He then produced a white porcelain bottle from his robes, uncorked it, and poured a few drops of a pale yellow liquid into the bowl. This liquid, a diuretic, had taken on a yellow hue due to its infusion with spiritual nectar. Sister Qian, please administer this bowl of water to the 2 golden silkworms and see if it helps expel the toxins from their bodies. Shi instructed as he passed her the bowl. She nodded, accepting the porcelain bowl, and carefully offered the diluted solution to the silkworms. Is the liquid in your porcelain bottle also a remedy for the darkening disease? It smells different, inquired Qinshingo, her curiosity piqued. No, this is a different elixir that aids in the expulsion process, Shi clarified, shaking his head. Soon, the 2 golden silkworms consumed the entire bowl of the diuretic solution. With a sudden sound, both silkworms raised their rears and expelled a stream of yellow gas, releasing a foul odor. The middle-aged woman and Qinshingo recoiled in disgust, while Shi stepped aside as well. After a while, the stench dissipated and the silkworms remained still. Observing this, Shi turned them over again, only to find the black spots still present on their tails. His expression shifted, and he pressed his fingers against one of the black spots, gently kneading it. With a sudden pop, the abdomen of that particular silkworm contracted, and a stream of black liquid erupted from its rear, unexpectedly splattering Shi's face. After this expulsion, the black spot on the silkworm's tail vanished completely. Upon witnessing this scene, Qinshingo couldn't help but chuckle softly. though she swiftly realized the inappropriateness of her reaction and hurriedly covered her mouth. "Junior brother, sure, my apologies. Please wash your face first," the middle-aged woman said, bringing forth a basin of clear water with a hint of regret in her voice. Shiryu, unfazed, cupped his hands to gather some water and washed his face, cleansing it of the dark liquid. Next, Shiryu proceeded with the same method, seizing another golden silkworm, flipping it over so that its rear faced outward. He placed his index finger on the dark spot at its tail and gently massaged it a few times. With a pop, the silkworm's abdomen contracted, and a jet of black liquid was expelled from its rear. "Sister Qian, the toxins within the golden silkworm have been eliminated. You may try feeding them mulberry leaves and see if they will eat," Shiryu said, placing the silkworm down with a smile. The middle-aged woman nodded and returned the 2 golden silkworms to their bamboo enclosure. An astonishing spectacle unfolded as the 2 silkworms began voraciously devouring the mulberry leaves, quickly finishing off a leaf the size of a palm. Witnessing this, the middle-aged woman displayed a look of sheer joy and expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Junior brother, sure. Thank you so much. You truly are a person of remarkable talent. No wonder Sister Qian speaks so highly of you." "Sister Qian, I am not," Chen Xing'er replied, her cheeks flushing at the compliment. Upon hearing this, Shiryu chuckled lightly and then recalled something, asking, "Sister Qian, do the golden silkworms you raise produce a substantial amount of silk each month?" "Not an excessive amount. If there is a sufficient supply of mulberry leaves, they can produce 2 to 3 pounds of silk monthly, which can be sold for several dozen spirit stones," the middle-aged woman contemplated before responding. Shiryu's expression brightened with interest. "Junior brother, sure, you are not considering raising a pair of golden silkworms as well, are you? I advise you to reconsider. Sister Qian's pair has been nurtured for over a decade, requiring immense effort and spirit stones to elevate them from the initial stage to the advanced level. They yield only a few pounds of silk each month, and the initial investment is substantial. It would be wiser to cultivate spiritual grains or herbs." Chen Xing'er seemed to perceive Shiryu's intentions and offered her insight with a meaningful glance. "Indeed, junior brother, sure, these golden silkworms have a considerable appetite in the beginning. They require a large quantity of fresh mulberry leaves. To sustain them, I planted around 40 to 50 mulberry trees, which barely suffices," the middle-aged woman concurred. "Despite this, I still wish to rear a pair. Sister Qian, do you have any golden silkworm eggs available? I would like to purchase a pair from you," Shiryu stated earnestly. "Golden silkworm eggs? Well, I just happen to have received a pair of eggs from my silkworms recently. I shall gift them to you, junior brother, sure." The middle-aged woman pondered for a moment before replying. With that, she retrieved a green wooden box from her sleeve and handed it to Shiryu. "Thank you very much. Sister Qian, consider these golden silkworm eggs as compensation for my treatment of your silkworms," Shiryu said with a smile as he accepted the green box. "No problem. Before incubating the golden silkworms, brother Shir, you must first plant some spiritual mulberry trees, as the golden silkworms require copious amounts of mulberry leaves for sustenance. Only the silk produced by golden silkworms of first-level high rank or above can be utilized for artifact refinement." The middle-aged woman nodded and suggested this. "Thank you, Sister Qian. For your guidance," Shiryu expressed his gratitude with a nod. Following this, he engaged in light conversation with the middle-aged woman and Chen Xing'er before taking his leave. Shiryu made a trip to the Deacon Hall, exchanging 20 contribution points for a bag of spiritual mulberry tree seeds. Upon returning to Tsuayan Peak, he closed the courtyard door and descended into the basement, entering the space of mastery. The space of mastery was devoid of excessive space to plant the spiritual mulberry trees. He needed to clear some area. Although the yield of the blood-chi fruit and purple apricot was high, their purchasing price continuously declined. Even if he were to cut down these 2 fruit trees, the area they occupied would not suffice for a substantial number of spiritual mulberry trees. The condensed smoke grass had been growing in the space of mastery for 4 years and would soon reach maturity. 1 acre could accommodate dozens of spiritual mulberry trees. After much contemplation, Shiryu decided to wait for the condensed smoke grass to mature, then harvest it, using the vacated acre for planting the spiritual mulberry trees. He retrieved a cyan wooden box from his pocket, opening it to reveal 2 pale golden eggs. Placing his finger upon the eggs, he sensed a faint breath of life. Shiryu intended to raise these 2 golden silkworms within the space of mastery. Knowing that Sister Qian had spent over a decade nurturing a pair from first-level beginner to first-level high rank, if raised in the outside world, it would be uncertain when they would spin their silk. He stored the cyan wooden box away and summoned the red moon sword into his hand. With a swift motion, he tossed the sword forward, allowing it to hover before him. His fingers danced rapidly, performing a series of hand gestures, casting multiple spells onto the red moon sword. The sword emitted a clear, ringing sound, spiraling gracefully to rest horizontally in front of Shiryu. With a quick movement, Shiryu leaped onto the sword's surface. Forming a single-handed seal, the red moon sword began to glide forward, a hallmark of sword cultivators. As this was his inaugural attempt at sword flight, Shiryu dared not ascend too high, hovering just a meter above the ground as he maneuvered back and forth. The flight speed depended on the amount of spiritual energy infused by the wielder. The more energy poured in, the swifter the flight. In less than 15 minutes, Shiryu's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, necessitating a descent. At his current cultivation level, he could not sustain flight for long. After a brief rest to recuperate his energy, he resumed his sword flight. As the day progressed, and after repeated practice, Shiryu grew increasingly adept. He exited the space of mastery and began to contemplate the Tai Su sword technique. Sword flight was merely a fundamental skill. A powerful sword cultivator could not afford to be inept in swordsmanship. The art of sword manipulation is diverse, with one of the simplest forms being the technique of sword division. This method involves the transformation of a singular sword into multiple identical flying swords, unleashing them upon adversaries. Depending on the number of swords created, this technique can be categorized into 10-sword, 100-sword, and 1,000-sword techniques, among others. The greater the number of flying swords produced, the more formidable the attack. Naturally, this also demands a greater expenditure of magical energy. According to the Taishu Sword Manual, it is commendable for a chi refinement practitioner to generate dozens of flying swords. If one can create over 100, they are considered exceptionally gifted. However, it is rare for chi refinement practitioners to achieve such a feat, as most are constrained by their magical energy and can typically conjure only 70 to 80 flying swords at most. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. Shiryu secluded himself, devoting his efforts to comprehending the Taishu Sword Manual and practicing the method of sword manipulation. One day, after bestowing rain upon the Shuiwei flower, Shiryu entered the realm of celestial mastery. With a swift motion, he summoned the Hongyue sword from his storage pouch, which soared forth and hovered before him. Observing this, Shiryu deftly formed intricate hand gestures, manifesting a series of arcane incantations. Shortly thereafter, he cast a spell upon the Hongyue sword. The sword emitted a melodious chime. A flash of crimson light appeared, and a red sword shadow emerged, perfectly mirroring the Hongyue sword, though it was ethereal in nature. Noticing this, Shiryu furrowed his brow and rapidly executed further hand gestures, casting another spell upon the Hongyue sword. Once again, a clear chime resonated, and another identical red sword shadow materialized. Yet, in the following moment, the shadow trembled slightly before dissipating into nothingness. Witnessing this, Shiryu raised an eyebrow and attempted several more times, but the outcome remained unchanged. The second shadow would vanish almost immediately after its emergence. This was not due to a deficiency in his magical energy, but rather a lack of mastery over the sword division technique. To be candid, the ability to produce even a single sword shadow after 7 days of effort was a commendable achievement for Shiryu. Yet, he felt unsatisfied, as this ignited his competitive spirit. With over 20 days remaining until the minor competition, if he continued to progress at this rate, he feared he would not be able to produce even 10 sword shadows by the time of the event. After a brief contemplation, Shiryu resolved to remain in the celestial mastery realm for a while longer, aspiring to create 10 sword shadows before the competition commenced. With this determination, he sheathed the Hongyue sword and made his way toward the spirit field. Upon arriving at a patch of condensation grass, he inhaled a delicate fragrance, indicating that the grass would soon reach maturity. The growth of the lingu and Hongyun flowers appeared promising. Shiryu noted that the lingu, fertilized with cow dung, seemed to thrive even better, though it was premature to draw conclusions as they had yet to mature. As for the 5 varieties of spiritual herbs growing in the other 3 acres of the spirit field, Qianyo grass, Wangwei flower, Fengwei grass, Wuye grass, and Hualuo ginseng, these were also flourishing well. All 5 herbs are essential for concocting chi refinement elixirs and take 10 years to mature. Shiryu calculated that even with a 20-fold acceleration in time, these herbs would require 5 months to reach maturity. A month had already passed, leaving 4 months remaining. He pondered for a moment and addressed the old man in the stone house, Senior Xiaoyao. Is there a way to hasten the ripening of these 3 acres of spiritual herbs? Certainly. It will cost 1,000 spirit stones per acre, totaling 3,000 spirit stones for 3 acres. What? 3,000 spirit stones? Did I mishear, or did you misstate? Upon hearing this, Yu's expression changed. Astonished and filled with confusion. Humph, you did not mishear, nor did I err. It is indeed 3,000 spirit stones. Do you think I can hasten the growth of the herbs without incurring a cost? The voice of Xiaoyao is tinged with dissatisfaction. What do you mean by that, senior? Yu inquired after a moment of contemplation. I am not a celestial being. Assisting you in ripening these herbs requires a substantial expenditure of spiritual energy. Lacking a physical form, I cannot absorb the spiritual energy from the air. I can only draw from the energy within spirit stones. If you desire my assistance, do not expect it without 3,000 spirit stones. I do not engage in unprofitable ventures, Xiaoyao replied with some displeasure. Even so, 3,000 spirit stones is exorbitant. How about 500? Yu countered, his eyes darting as he attempted to negotiate. 500 spirit stones? Do you take me for a beggar? You shall not even think of it without 3,000 spirit stones. I am no fool. You could easily sell these 3 acres of herbs for over 10,000 spirit stones. If you refuse to part with 3,000 spirit stones, then you shall wait patiently. In 4 months, these 3 acres of herbs will naturally mature, Xiaoyao said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Yu displayed a conflicted expression. Senior, can you ripen any type of herbal medicine? After a brief contemplation, Yu asked curiously. Not quite. I lack such immense power. Lower-grade herbs are manageable, but those that take centuries to mature are beyond my current capabilities. However, 3,000 spirit stones are still too steep, and I cannot afford it. Yu voiced his discontent. Let us do this. I will permit you to owe the balance, but you must first provide a deposit of 300 spirit stones. The remaining 2,700 spirit stones can be settled once you sell the herbs, Xiaoyao proposed after a moment's thought. Owing the balance? That is acceptable. But I have an additional condition. You will also hasten the ripening of that acre of ning-smoke grass. It is due for maturity in a few days anyway. Is that condition unreasonable? Yu suggested after some consideration. To hasten the ripening of an acre of ning-smoke grass as well? Very well. First, deposit 300 spirit stones. Xiao agreed after a brief contemplation. Yu nodded and retrieved 300 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch, casting them into the stone house. After providing Xiaoyao with the 300 spirit stones, Yu was left with merely 12 spirit stones in his pouch. Young man, I will now perform the spell. You should step back, Xiaoyao advised. Upon hearing this, Yu hurriedly moved away to stand beneath the blood-chi fruit tree. In the next moment, a fierce wind suddenly arose. You could feel the spiritual energy in the air rushing towards the location of the various spiritual herbs. Before long, a massive cloud of white mist, spanning dozens of feet, appeared above the area where the herbs grew. The white mist expanded, ultimately enveloping the 3 acres of spiritual field. With a sharp command from Zither, a massive white mist gracefully descended upon the spirit field below. After a quarter of an hour, as the white fog dissipated, a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs permeated the air. The 5 types of spiritual herbs, Qianyo grass, Wangyu flower, Fengwei grass, Wuyi grass, and Huang Luo Shun, had miraculously matured, exuding a potent aroma. In that moment, Yu felt that spending 300 spirit stones was indeed worthwhile. Subsequently, Zither replicated the process, hastening the ripening of another acre of Ningyin grass. Upon witnessing the 3 acres of mature herbs, Yu's face was alight with ecstatic joy. He hurriedly approached a Qianyo grass, carefully removing the surrounding soil to extract the herb. The harvesting process demanded utmost caution. Any damage to the herb, even at its roots, would diminish its value. Suddenly, Yu was struck by a thought. He lacked sufficient wooden boxes to contain the herbs. As the saying goes, one must dress well to impress. A fine product deserves exquisite packaging. Although these were merely 10-year-old herbs, it was essential to encase them in wooden boxes for better presentation and enhanced market value, as well as for ease of storage in his storage pouch. With just over 10 ordinary wooden boxes in his possession and thousands of herbs from 3 acres, he realized that such a quantity would be insufficient. After a moment's contemplation, he harvested a dozen Qianyo grass specimens, placed them into the boxes, and exited the realm of celestial control. Upon leaving the courtyard, Yu summoned his flying artifact and soared towards Taisu Valley. 15 minutes later, he landed in a small grove outside Taisu Valley. Once grounded, he glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, and, feeling reassured, employed the Igu Ju to alter his appearance into that of a tall, dark-faced man before proceeding into the valley. Instead of visiting the herb hall, he ventured to several general stores, where he sold the 10-year-old Qianyo grass. Upon exiting Lin's general store, he found his storage pouch enriched with over 200 spirit stones. Sure you frequented multiple stores? Spending 10 spirit stones to acquire thousands of ordinary wooden boxes and hundreds of porcelain vials. Of course, at each store, he donned a different visage. And the distances between shops were considerable. Subsequently, he entered Taisu residence and requested a room. After closing the door, he immediately returned to the realm of celestial control. He spent 3 hours meticulously extracting the Qianyo grass, Wangyu flower, Fengwei grass, Wei grass, Huangluo Shen, and also harvested the entirety of the Ningyin grass. After cleansing the herbs with clear water and allowing them to dry, he carefully placed them into the wooden boxes. Naturally, he intended to sell all of the Ningyin grass, while planning to sell 1/3 of the other 5 herbs and reserve the remaining 2/3 for concocting qi refining powder. Upon exiting the celestial realm, Shiryu made his way directly to the herb hall. Soon, he entered a side chamber of the main hall, only to find that the elder in the blue robe was absent, replaced instead by a young woman appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age. A young woman donned in a flowing blue gown, possessing an oval face and delicate lips, with skin as fair as snow. Undoubtedly appeared to be a beauty in her prime, radiating an aura of power corresponding to the 7th layer of qi refinement. Where has Daoist Lu gone? Shi Yuan inquired, scrutinizing the blue-clad maiden with a furrowed brow. My grandfather has stepped out for a matter, and I am temporarily assuming his duties. Whether you wish to sell spiritual grains or medicinal herbs, feel free to present them. Rest assured, you shall not suffer any loss in terms of pricing. The maiden replied with a warm smile. Upon hearing her words, Shi Yuan hesitated slightly, then retrieved 6 wooden boxes from his storage bag and placed them on the table, saying, Could you please assess the value of these medicinal herbs, Miss Lu? The maiden nodded, systematically opening each of the 6 boxes. We have morning glory, moonflower, phoenix tail grass, 5-leaf grass, yellow luo ginseng, and condensing smoke grass. It appears that all 6 varieties are mature and ready for medicinal use. The first 4 herbs are valued at 15 spirit stones each, yellow luo ginseng at 17 spirit stones, and condensing smoke grass at 10 spirit stones. In total, these 6 herbs amount to 87 spirit stones. I hope you find this price agreeable, she stated with a cheerful demeanor. Shi Yuan nodded in response. Observing this, the blue-clad maiden collected the 6 boxes and produced a mid-grade spirit stone, offering it to him. But wait, Miss Lu, I still have more herbs to sell, Shi Yuan interjected, waving his hand. He then retrieved a storage bag from his pocket, opened it, and poured its contents onto the table. A cascade of brilliance enveloped the area, revealing thousands of wooden boxes scattered across the ground. The maiden stared in astonishment. Are all these medicinal herbs? She exclaimed, her expression one of shock. Despite having traveled extensively with her grandfather and engaged in substantial transactions, this was her first experience of acquiring such a vast quantity of herbs at once. Indeed, Miss Lu. Please calculate the total amount of spirit stones for me, Shi Yuan remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the maiden swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and inquired. We have conversed for quite some time, yet I have not learned your name. I am Lu Qingqing. Qianming, Shi Yuan casually offered a pseudonym. Please hold on, Daoist Qian. This transaction is too large for me to authorize alone. I will summon Annie Lan. She is the manager of Baichao Zhai, and such a significant transaction requires her personal approval, Lu Qingqing replied. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Yuan nodded in agreement. Lu Qingqing then promptly rose and exited the room. Before long, a curvaceous middle-aged woman entered, closely followed by the blue-clad maiden, who carried a round tray with an exquisite teapot and 2 teacups. The middle-aged woman cast a quick glance at the mountain of wooden boxes on the floor, her eyes flashing with surprise. Young friend Qian, I am Lan Jiao, the manager of Baichao Zhai. The middle-aged woman greeted Shi Yuan with a gentle smile, introducing herself. Senior Lan, you are too kind, Shi Yuan replied, immediately standing to convey his utmost respect, for she was a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage. There's no need for courtesy. Anyone willing to sell such a plethora of spiritual herbs to our Baichao Hall deserves my utmost respect, spoke the middle-aged beauty with a gentle smile, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan nodded in agreement, yet he hesitated to take a seat. Qingqing, please take the trouble to personally count the number of spiritual herbs, their ages, and their types. Once you have completed the inventory, inform me, she instructed the young girl in the blue dress. Yes, Aunt Lan, the girl replied dutifully, placing the tray on the table and beginning to tally the herbs strewn across the floor. Qian Sheyu, this is Yunwu tea. It has a delightful flavor. Please, do indulge. The middle-aged woman offered, pouring a cup of fragrant tea for Shi Yuan. Observing this, Shi Yuan's face displayed a hint of discomfort. To be candid, he was reluctant to partake in the tea, yet the woman's status as a foundation establishment cultivator compelled him to tread carefully. Why do you not drink, Qin Xiaoyu? Do you suspect I have poisoned it? The woman's brow furrowed slightly, her expression tinged with displeasure. Forgive me, esteemed elder. My master instructed me not to consume tea poured by others or to eat food given by strangers, Shi Yuan replied, his heart racing as he forced himself to say this. Your master? The middle-aged woman raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Shi Yuan closely. Might I inquire who your master is? Perhaps I am acquainted with him. My master has ordered me not to disclose his name to avoid attracting any adversaries. He simply instructed me to sell the spiritual herbs he cultivated at Baichao Hall, as he trusts its reputation, Shi Yuan said earnestly, shaking his head. Very well, then. The woman conceded with a nod, seemingly accepting Shi Yuan's explanation. In her view, he did not appear to be lying. A low-level cultivator of the fourth layer of qi refining could hardly possess over 1,000 spiritual herbs. However, if he were a disciple of a foundation establishment master, that would be an entirely different matter. Perhaps his master was preoccupied, entrusting him to sell the herbs at Baichao Hall due to its reliable standing. The middle-aged woman resolved to cultivate a good rapport with this esteemed guest, for anyone capable of selling over 1,000 spiritual herbs should not be taken lightly. Aunt Lon, I have completed the inventory. There are 6 types of spiritual herbs, all fully matured and ready for medicinal use, 732 stalks of Ningyan grass, 131 stalks of Qianyo grass, 140 stalks of Wangwei flower, 114 stalks of Fowei grass, 151 stalks of Wuye grass, and 135 stalks of Hualuo ginseng. According to the price previously agreed upon with Qian Daoyu, the total amounts to 17,655 spirit stones. The girl in the blue dress stated clearly as she approached the middle-aged woman. Upon hearing the quoted price of 17,655 spirit stones, Shi Yuan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. In truth, he was aware that the herbs could fetch over 10,000 spirit stones. But the exact figure still caught him by surprise. Qian Daoyu, could you verify if this price is accurate? The middle-aged woman inquired, nodding towards Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan's face bore a thoughtful expression as he pondered for a moment before speaking. Fairy Lu, have the 6 spiritual herbs I provided previously been accounted for? Yes, they have. The girl in the blue dress nodded in affirmation. Then there are no issues. I kindly request that Senior Blue provide the spiritual stones to me, so that I may return and report accordingly, Shi Yuan stated with a composed demeanor. The middle-aged woman removed a storage pouch from her waist and poured its contents onto the table, revealing a substantial pile of mid-grade spiritual stones. She counted out 177 mid-grade stones and handed them to Shi Yuan. Receiving the 177 mid-grade spiritual stones, Shi Yuan then retrieved 45 low-grade stones from his own storage pouch, intending to pass them back. Young friend Qian, you may keep those 45 stones. Here is an additional mid-grade stone for you. The middle-aged woman waved her hand to stop Shi Yuan and offered him 1 mid-grade stone. Senior Blue, what is this? Shi Yuan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes brimming with confusion. The 140 spiritual stones are a reward for you, as well as a token of goodwill from our Baichao chamber. We hope that when you consider selling spiritual herbs in the future, you will prioritize our chamber. The middle-aged woman said with a warm smile. To whom the herbs are sold is ultimately decided by my master, Shi Yuan replied, a look of realization dawning upon him. However, he soon appeared troubled as another thought crossed his mind. Of course, I merely wish for you to speak favorably of our Baichao chamber in front of your master. Nothing more, the middle-aged woman nodded in agreement. Very well, I will take care of this matter. I must return to report, so I shall not impose further. Farewell. Shi Yuan responded earnestly, rising to leave. Aunt Blue, who is this person's master? They sold such a large quantity of spiritual herbs all at once. The girl in the blue dress inquired curiously. I do not know. Next time he visits our Baichao chamber, we must treat him with the utmost courtesy. We cannot afford to neglect him, the middle-aged woman replied, shaking her head with a serious expression. Understood, the girl in the blue dress responded affirmatively. Upon exiting the Baichao chamber, Shi Yuan did not immediately depart from Taishu Valley. With over 10,000 spiritual stones now in his possession, he felt exhilarated yet somewhat apprehensive. 17,000 spiritual stones constituted a significant sum. Should anyone learn of his fortune, even foundation-building cultivators might be tempted by greed. After wandering the streets for a while and ensuring he was not being followed, he entered an inn. A quarter of an hour later, when he emerged, he had transformed into a stout, round-faced man. He strolled about for a time before entering a tea house and upon exiting once more, he had taken on the appearance of a tall young man clad in blue. Thus, Shiwan altered his appearance several times, confirming once again that no one was on his trail before finally departing Taishu Valley, soaring towards Taishu Sect on his flying vessel. Upon returning to his residence on Xiun Peak, Shiwan hurried into the basement and entered the realm of the Master of Heaven. Senior Zayayozi, pay close attention. I am about to deposit the remaining 2,700 spiritual stones into the stone house. Shiwan called out loudly as he approached the stone house. In response, there was only silence. Upon witnessing this, Shi Yuan raised an eyebrow, and after a moment's contemplation, he spoke. Elder Xiaoyao, you ought to respond to me. This is a sum of 2,700 spiritual stones, a considerable amount indeed. Yet, Xiaoyao remained silent, as if he had vanished into thin air. Observing this peculiar situation, Shi Yuan furrowed his brow, and after a moment's thought, he continued, Elder Xiaoyao, please acknowledge my presence. I shall immediately present you with the 2,700 spiritual stones. Still, there was no reply from Xiaoyao, who seemed to have truly disappeared. Could it be that he would only speak in exchange for spiritual stones? Shi Yuan murmured to himself. After a brief hesitation, he retrieved 2 medium-grade spiritual stones from his storage pouch and tossed them into the stone chamber. A quarter of an hour passed, yet Xiaoyao remained unresponsive. This was a first for Shi Yuan. Given Xiaoyao's notorious avarice, receiving 2 medium-grade spiritual stones without a word was exceedingly strange. After a moment's reflection, Shi Yuan cast the remaining 25 medium-grade spiritual stones into the stone chamber. Elder Xiaoyao, I have a total of 27 medium-grade spiritual stones. Please verify that the quantity is correct. If so, we shall be square. Shi Yuan called out loudly towards the stone chamber. The only response he received was an eerie silence, as if Xiaoyao had completely vanished. Seeing this, Shi Yuan stepped closer, peering into the stone chamber. There, scattered upon the ground, lay the 27 medium-grade spiritual stones, their spiritual energy seemingly untouched. Shi Yuan could hardly believe his eyes. He recalled that each time he had cast spiritual stones into the chamber, their energy was swiftly absorbed, yet this time, they remained entirely intact. Could it be that he was attempting to exploit my curiosity to lure me in for possession? This thought suddenly flashed across Shi Yuan's mind. Considering this, his expression shifted, and he quickly retreated, his hand instinctively resting on his storage pouch, a look of vigilance etched upon his face. Afterward, Shi Yuan called out several more times, but received no response. It was as if Xiaoyao had entirely disappeared. Pondering this conundrum, Shi Yuan could not fathom why Xiaoyao had disregarded him, and thus chose to dismiss the matter from his mind. He retrieved a plowing artifact and harnessed it to the Huangfeng Yo, turning over 4 acres of spiritual field. In the 3 acres he cultivated, he sowed seeds of 5 types of spiritual herbs: Qinyo grass, Wangyu flower, Fengwei grass, Wuyi grass, and Huang Luo shun, each occupying more than half an acre. Subsequently, he approached an empty acre of spiritual field, which he intended to use for planting spiritual mulberry trees. From his garment, he produced a leather pouch containing the seeds of the spiritual mulberry tree. Having previously inquired with senior sister Qian, he understood that the distance between 2 spiritual mulberry trees should be over 10 feet. Therefore, he buried a seed approximately every 10 feet. After planting the seeds, Shi Yuan began to chant the incantation for a rain invocation. Once he completed the rain spell, Shi Yuan approached the stone chamber again and called out for Xiaoyao several times, yet again received no response. Faced with this situation, Shi Yuan chose to disregard Xiaodao and seated himself beneath the blood-chi fruit tree to contemplate the Taishu sword art. Shi Yuan remained in the space of mastering heaven for an entire month, while merely a day had passed in the outside world. With a swift motion, Shi Yu clapped his palm against the storage pouch at his waist, causing the red moon sword to soar forth and hover before him. His fingers danced with rapid precision as he meticulously formed incantations. Before long, a surge of energy enveloped the red moon sword, which emitted a clear, melodious chime. In a flash of crimson light, 5 ethereal sword images materialized around it. A look of joy spread across Shi Yu's face. The efforts of the past month had finally borne fruit. With over 20 days remaining until the minor competition, he needed to cultivate further within the heavenly grasp space to manifest additional sword images. After bestowing rain upon the spiritual herbs, Shiryu exited the heavenly grasp space. He then watered the moonlight flowers in his courtyard before departing his residence, soaring towards the divine pill peak. If memory served him correctly, there was a gathering of alchemists at the divine pill hall today. Given his level of alchemical prowess, he certainly did not hold the qualifications to speak. However, he intended merely to listen and absorb the wisdom shared by others. After a brief interval, Shiryu descended at the foot of Divine Pill Peak and advanced along the stone steps leading to the mountainside. Eager not to miss the gathering, he hastened his pace. Soon, a transparent barrier obstructed his path. Swiftly, Shiryu produced a round token from his possession, channeling his energy into it. A beam of red light burst forth from the token, striking the transparent barrier. With a flash of white light, the barrier vanished. Seeing this, Shiryu hurriedly stepped inside. As he crossed the threshold, a white barrier materialized abruptly. Shiryu stowed the token and briskly proceeded towards the Divine Pill Hall. Halt! Who goes there? A commanding voice rang out from a distance. Following the sound, Shiryu noticed a group of patrolling disciples rushing toward him, encircling him. He discerned that their auras were significantly more potent than his own, likely masters of the 10th level of chi refinement or higher. Who are you? Where is your token? A tall, middle-aged man scrutinized Shiryu from head to toe before inquiring in a deep voice. Reporting to my esteemed uncle, I am Shiryu, an alchemical apprentice. Here is my token, Shiryu replied, feeling a rush of apprehension as he quickly produced the round token and offered it forward. Were you unaware that entry to this place requires the token to be displayed at your waist for inspection? The middle-aged man accepted the token and examined it thoroughly. Once satisfied, he returned it to Shiryu and, without hesitation, questioned further. I was unaware, esteemed uncle. Please forgive my transgression, Shiryu humbly responded, shaking his head in respect. This time, I shall overlook it. Do not let it happen again. Divine Pill Peak is one of the sacred grounds of our Taisu sect. Even with a token, entry still requires inspection, the middle-aged man remarked, his expression softening as he offered a reminder. I shall remember your advice. Thank you, esteemed uncle, Shiryu acknowledged with gratitude. Very well, you may resume your business. We shall continue our patrol. With that, the middle-aged man led the group of chi refinement disciples away. Shiryu exhaled a sigh of relief, having feared he had breached local regulations. After securing the token at his waist, he hastened towards the Divine Pill Hall. As Shiryu stepped into the hall, he was astonished to discover that the expansive chamber was adorned with hundreds of meditation cushions, the majority of which were occupied. The individuals seated there exhibited varying levels of cultivation, ranging from foundation establishment practitioners to chi refinement disciples. These cultivators either congregated in small groups, engaged in hushed conversations, or sat in tranquil contemplation, some perusing ancient scrolls with keen interest. From their discussions, it seemed evident that they were all adept in alchemy. Ah, Shiryu. What brings you here? A familiar voice echoed in Shiryu's ear. Following the sound, he spotted Qin Ming also present in the hall. Shiryu was utterly taken aback to learn that Qin Ming was proficient in alchemy. It appeared that he too was an alchemical apprentice. The Taisu sect was renowned throughout the Tang dynasty for its alchemical prowess, categorizing its practitioners into 3 tiers: alchemical apprentices, alchemists, and grand alchemists. An alchemical apprentice could concoct pills suitable for chi refinement practitioners, while an alchemist was capable of producing pills for those at the foundation establishment stage. A grand alchemist, on the other hand, could create pills for cultivators at the core formation stage and beyond. The pills for foundation establishment practitioners were crafted from a myriad of spiritual herbs aged for hundreds of years. Given that Qin Ming was merely at the 9th level of chi refinement, he likely could not even gather the materials for a single foundation establishment pill, let alone refine one. Moreover, a few disciples of the Taisu sect at the 8th level of chi refinement had gathered around Qin Ming. Birds of a feather flocked together. Based on Shiryu's understanding of Qin Ming, if he were truly an alchemist, he would not be mingling with a group of apprentices. Why can you come, but I cannot, senior brother Qin? Shiryu replied nonchalantly, and then he seated himself upon one of the cushions. Humph. I wonder when junior brother sure learned the art of alchemy. Surely, you did not sneak in using someone else's token? Qin Ming scoffed with a sneer. Whether or not I snuck in is of no concern to you, senior brother Qin, Shiryu responded calmly. Hearing this, Qin Ming let out a cold chuckle, poised to retort further, when suddenly 2 figures entered the hall. A man and a woman. The man had a fair complexion and handsome features, dressed in pristine white, exuding an air of elegance, while the woman possessed delicate features, alabaster skin, and her flowing blue gown accentuated her graceful figure. Oh, It's senior brother Zhao and senior sister Muro. Their arrival drew considerable attention, as many recognized their identities. Is that her? Sure you thought. His eyes momentarily widening with surprise upon seeing the woman in blue. It was none other than Murong Xiao, and sure you had not anticipated her presence in this place. However, recalling that she owned 10 acres of spiritual fields, he found it less surprising. As for the young man in white beside her, sure you did not recognize him. Senior sister Murong, there are a few vacant spots over there. Let us take a seat, the young man in white said with a smile, gesturing towards several unoccupied cushions. Murong Xiao nodded and began to walk towards the indicated spots, but as her gaze inadvertently fell upon Shiryu, she couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Oh, Junior Shir. What brings you here?" Upon hearing her words, the young man in white raised an eyebrow and cast a glance at Shiryu, recalling the words of Master Murong. The disciple recently passed the assessment and became an alchemy apprentice. Shiryu promptly rose to his feet, respectfully stating, "Sister Murong, may I inquire who this is?" The young man in white, intrigued, asked, "This is the Shir nephew I mentioned to you. I owe him my gratitude, for without his assistance, my spiritual herbs would have perished long ago," explained Murong Xiao. So, this is the nephew proficient in cultivation that Sister Murong spoke of, thought the white-clad youth. His expression softening as he smiled gently at Shiryu. "I merely possess a rudimentary understanding and cannot claim to be an expert," Shiryu humbly replied, shaking his head. "Indeed, one should remain modest. Given your invaluable aid in preserving Sister Murong's spiritual herbs, I shall bestow upon you this vial of chi-enhancing powder." The young man in white praised Shiryu, then produced a white porcelain bottle, tossing it to him. "Thank you, Master Zhao, for your generous gift," Shiryu said, a hint of joy illuminating his face as he spoke with nonchalance. Observing this scene, the other Qi refinement disciples cast envious glances at Shiryu. Taken aback that this junior disciple of the 4th level of Qi refinement had not only assisted Murong Xiao, but also received a gift from the white-clad youth, a privilege not afforded to others. Watching the entire exchange, Chen's expression darkened ominously. Meanwhile, Murong Xiao and the young man in white had settled onto the meditation mats. Soon, more individuals began to enter the divine alchemy hall, while others emerged from the alchemy chambers, and before long, the hall was filled to capacity. Shiryu counted carefully. There were over 300 attendees, with approximately 1/4 being foundation establishment practitioners, while the rest were Qi refinement disciples. Such was the prestige of the Taisu sect. In other cultivation sects, those skilled in alchemy would scarcely number more than 1/10 of those in Taisu. As the melodious chime of the bell resonated thrice, the exchange meeting commenced. "I shall begin. I have been studying the crafting of the harmonizing Qi pill and have opened dozens of furnaces without successfully producing a single pill. I wonder if any of my esteemed seniors here possess knowledge of its creation and would be willing to impart their wisdom." A tall, slender middle-aged man eagerly spoke up. "The harmonizing Qi pill? I recall that Senior Zhao is well-versed in its crafting. Perhaps we could invite him to elucidate the matter," Murong Xiao suggested, her lovely eyes glancing towards the young man in white. "At your behest, Sister Murong, I shall comply," the young man replied with a warm smile. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "Pray, may this brother elaborate on your process of crafting the harmonizing Qi pill, and I shall provide guidance." "Very well," the tall man acquiesced, a look of recollection crossing his face. Moments later, he began. "The ingredients for the harmonizing Qi pill include 300-year-old Qiang fruits, 300-year-old Guang Yuan flowers, 400-year-old He Yuan grass, and several century-old auxiliary herbs. Following the recipe, I first peeled the flesh from the Qiang fruit. Then, after a quarter of an hour," the tall man meticulously detailed his alchemical process, recounting even the precise moment he detected the fragrance. After listening to the tall, slender man's exposition, the young man in white pondered for a moment and spoke. "I have discerned 3 shortcomings in your approach, which I suspect are the reasons for your unsuccessful alchemical endeavor." "Oh, please enlighten me, Senior Zhao. I would be most grateful," replied the tall man, his face lighting up with earnestness. "First, you neglected to air-dry the moisture from the surface of the spiritual herbs. After washing them, you hastily tossed them into the alchemical furnace. Second, since you chose a 400-year-old He Yuan grass, the ages of the Guang Yuan flower and the Qiyang fruit must also be 400 years to ensure the stability of the medicinal properties. Otherwise, even if you manage to concoct the He Qi pill, its efficacy will be compromised. Third, the majority of the spiritual herbs used for refining the He Qi pill possess water attributes. Therefore, once you detect a strong herbal aroma, You should wait for at least another quarter of an hour before opening the furnace. However, you opened it prematurely, before the quarter-hour mark. When the elixir had not yet fully solidified, opening the furnace too early can prevent the elixir from solidifying completely. Those are the 3 points I wanted to address. Does anyone else have anything to add? The young man in white articulated each point with clarity. Upon hearing this, the chi-refining cultivators present appeared bewildered, while the foundational cultivators displayed expressions of contemplation. I believe the number of chi-yin grass this senior brother added was insufficient. 2 stalks are hardly adequate. 3 are necessary. What do you think, Senior Zhao? Morong Xiao inquired after a moment of thought. But the recipe clearly states 2 stalks, protested the tall man, furrowing his brow in confusion. The recipe may be rigid, but we are not. Since you substituted water moon lotus for water moonflower, thereby increasing the moisture content, you must proportionately increase the quantity of fire attribute herbs to balance the excess moisture. However, there is no need for 3 stalks of chi-yin grass. 2.5 will suffice, the young man in white explained persuasively. I see now. Thank you for the guidance, Senior Zhao. The tall man nodded thoughtfully, expressing his gratitude. My turn now, Senior Zhao. I wish to refine the Zhen Yuan pill, but as I cannot locate a 300-year-old blood yuan mushroom, I use 2 200-year-old blood spirit flowers instead. Yet, I consistently fail during the condensation process. I hope Senior Zhao can provide some insight for me. A plain-featured woman in a green dress asked. This question, I believe, can be addressed by Murong Junior Sister. The young man in white turned to Murong Xiaoxiao with a smile. It's commendable that Junior Sister Lu considered substituting blood spirit flowers. However, you only need 1 blood spirit flower. Additionally, include 1 200-year-old blood luo fruit to harmonize the medicinal properties of the blood spirit flower. You might try this when you return, Murong Xiaoxiao suggested after a brief contemplation. I understand now. Thank you, Senior Sister Murong. The woman in green expressed her gratitude with a nod. It is my turn now. I intend to refine a furnace of 100 poisons pills, using the inner core of a level 2 fire python along with Duan Hun grass, Fengyang ginseng, and other materials. However, shortly after adding all the ingredients to the furnace, they burned. I wonder why this occurred, asked a dark-skinned elder in gray robes. 100 poisons pills? I have refined it before, and there are 3 points that Senior Brother Zhou needs to pay attention to. Thus, a foundation-building cultivator articulated the elixir he intended to concoct, detailing the materials, processes, and techniques involved. Those who had experience in refining such elixirs offered their guidance, while discussions ensued for those that had not yet been attempted. Although Shi Yuan did not comprehend the intricacies of alchemy, he listened intently. After some foundation-building cultivators concluded their discussions, they promptly returned to the alchemy chamber, leaving only a dozen or so remaining within the hall. I am currently refining the chi-nourishing pill, and I have all the necessary materials, processing the spiritual herbs as specified in the formula. However, I have consistently failed at the final stage. I wonder if any senior brothers or uncles would be willing to offer some guidance, Chen Ming spoke earnestly. Upon finishing, his gaze seemed to casually flicker over to the young man in white. I have refined the chi-nourishing pill before and might be able to provide some pointers to Junior Brother Chen. Please share your refining process, said an elderly man in a yellow robe, his white hair accentuating a gentle smile as he stroked his beard. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming nodded and began. I cut the mother yuan ginseng into small pieces and ground it into powder. Then, after listening to Chen Ming's account, the elderly man pondered briefly before suggesting, I believe you added the last 3 spiritual herbs too early. They should be introduced later into the alchemical furnace. Too early? Surely not. The formula states to add all the spiritual herbs once the preheating is nearly complete, followed by some water, Chen Ming replied, raising an eyebrow and shaking his head. After this, he turned his gaze toward the young man in white, his eyes brimming with anticipation. However, the white-clad youth appeared oblivious, whispering something to Murong Xiaoxiao. Junior Brother Chen, you aren't adding mere plain water, are you? Murong Xiaoxiao inquired with an odd expression. In response to Aunt Murong, indeed. The formula only mentions adding water, but it does not specify what type of water. Chen Ming acknowledged, his expression filled with confusion. The materials for refining the chi-nourishing pill are all spiritual herbs. If you were to add ordinary water, success would indeed be a miracle. The water referred to in the formula is that which contains spiritual energy, specifically water from a spiritual spring. You can purchase a few bottles for 10 spirit stones at the duty hall, the young man in white remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Chen Ming. Ah, I see now. Thank you. Aunt Mu Rong and Uncle Zhao, for your guidance, Chun Ming exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him as he expressed his gratitude. The formula is fixed. But we are alive. One must think critically, ask questions, and refrain from making hasty judgments to minimize failures, the young man in white advised. Chun Ming responded with another expression of thanks. Subsequently, the Qi refining disciples took turns articulating the elixirs they intended to concoct and their respective processes, with others pointing out mistakes and providing guidance. Mu Rong Xiaoxiao and the young man in white occasionally offered insights, greatly benefiting the Qi refining disciples. Shi Yuan. Do you have any questions? Chen Ming inquired with a smile, glancing at Shi Yuan. Mu Rong Xiaoxiao turned her head to look in Shi Yuan's direction as well. No. I am currently only capable of refining the big appeal, and my success rate is fairly acceptable. Shi Yuan shook his head gently and remarked, that said, Shishiti. Surely you do not intend to solely refine the pill of abstinence forever. Do you not wish to learn the art of concocting other elixirs? With so many seniors and uncles present, you should speak boldly. Chen Ming said enthusiastically, his gaze swiftly flitting across the face of the young man in white. Indeed, Shishitsi, do you not aspire to refine other elixirs? Morong Xiaoxiao chimed in, nodding in agreement. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan's expression subtly shifted. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke, I currently plan to learn the refinement of Qi-enhancing powder. I wonder which senior or uncle would be willing to offer guidance. Qi-enhancing powder? I have concocted it before. It is not particularly difficult, provided one pays attention to a few key points, which are. Chen Ming responded, contemplating briefly before speaking earnestly. Listening to Chun Ming's explanation, Shi Yuan maintained his composure, yet a sense of foreboding loomed within him. Although he had not yet severed ties with Chen Ming, the latter's excessive enthusiasm felt insincere. There is often a hidden agenda behind unusual behavior, Shi Yuan mused uneasily. Morong Shushu, what do you think of what the disciple has said? Chen Ming turned to Morong Xiaoxiao with a respectful demeanor. Well articulated. Shishitsi, you must diligently remember the points that Shishitsi has shared. They will aid you in refining the Qi-enhancing powder, Morong Xiaoxiao affirmed with a nod. Did you hear that? Shishiti? You may disregard my words, but you must heed what Morong Shushu says. Chen Ming stated earnestly. At this, the young man in white furrowed his brow, seemingly casually casting a glance at Shi Yuan. I shall obey. Thank you for your guidance, Morong Shushu, Shi Yuan replied with gratitude. By the way, Shishitsi, do not leave immediately after the exchange meeting. I have some inquiries regarding cultivation that I wish to discuss with you, Morong Xiaoxiao advised, as if recalling something. Cultivation? I recall that Wang Shitsi and Li Shitsi are both adept in that area. If Morong Shimi has any questions, perhaps you should consult them. The young man in white replied, raising an eyebrow with a playful smile. Zhao Shushu, you flatter me. I merely possess a superficial understanding. However, if Morong Shushu has any queries, I shall speak candidly and exhaustively. A short and stout man with a round face replied humbly, though the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Morong Xiaoxiao maintained her composure, but after a moment's consideration, she hesitantly remarked, Zhao Shixiang. I believe it would suffice to ask Shishitsi about this matter. As the saying goes, many minds bring forth wisdom. Shishitsi may not be as knowledgeable, but if Shimi has any questions, do not hesitate to voice them. I am confident someone will provide an answer, the young man in white said with a smile. Indeed. Zhao Shixiang. The bag of 7 colored flower seeds you gifted me has been planted in the spiritual field for over a month, yet they have not sprouted. I wish to inquire about the reason for this, Morong Xiaoxiao said after a brief pause. Upon hearing this, the young man in white raised an eyebrow, appearing puzzled. A month in the spiritual field without sprouting? That cannot be. The seeds I gave you were brand new. Is it that Zhao Shixiang believes I am lying? Morong Xiaoxiao retorted, somewhat displeased. No, that's not what I meant. Sister Morong, please do not misunderstand. The young man in white shook his head and began to explain. After finishing his words, he hastily redirected the conversation. Wang Shizhi, Li Shizhi, could you elucidate why the seed, planted in the spiritual field, has yet to sprout after a month? If I may be so bold to ask, Master Morong, have you perhaps buried the seeds too deeply? Or did you forget to water them, leading to their desiccation? The round-faced man hesitated momentarily before cautiously inquiring. They are not buried too deep. Merely an inch below the surface, and I certainly did not forget to water them. I unearthed a few seeds from the spiritual field, and they still exhibit vitality. Yet, I cannot fathom why they refuse to germinate, Morong Xiaoxiao explained, retrieving 5 yellow seeds, each the size of a longan, from her storage pouch. Upon seeing this, the round-faced man rose from his seat and approached Murong Xiaoxiao, taking one of the seeds into his palm. The vitality is still quite abundant. It should not remain dormant in the spiritual field for an entire month. He murmured to himself, his eyes filled with perplexity. Although his voice was low, everyone present heard him clearly. Brotherly, could you examine this seed for any issues? The round-faced man scrutinized the seed for a moment, but found no abnormalities. Passing it to a tall middle-aged man. The middle-aged man inspected the seed closely as well, but failed to discern anything unusual. Zhao Shitzi, please take a look, the young man in white said, his brow furrowing as he addressed the two Qi refining stage disciples. They nodded in acknowledgement, took the seed, and examined it. Yet could detect no irregularities. Logically, considering the seed's vibrant life force, it was implausible for it to remain unresponsive after a month in the spiritual field. Noticing this, Murong Xiaoxiao slightly furrowed her brows and kindly urged, sure, perhaps you could have a look? Sure nodded, rising to his feet and swiftly approaching Murong Xiaoxiao. He took a yellow seed and began his examination, cradling it in his palm and closing his eyes. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes. A look of confusion evident within them. After some contemplation, he brought the yellow seed to his nose and inhaled deeply. After a moment of reflection, Shiryu retrieved a porcelain bowl from his storage pouch, filled it with clear water, and dropped the yellow seed inside. Witnessing this, the crowd was filled with curiosity. The next moment, Shiryu began to chant incantations. Before long, his chanting ceased, and flames suddenly erupted from his hand, engulfing the porcelain bowl in a roaring blaze. Junior brother Shir, what are you doing? Are you intending to cook that seed? Shenming chuckled lightly. However, Shiryu paid no heed, intensifying the flames. Observing this, the young man in white raised an eyebrow and glanced at Murong Xiaoxiao without uttering a word. Before long, the water in the bowl began to boil. An astonishing scene unfolded as the yellow seed suddenly cracked open, and a beetle, the size of a fingernail, emerged from within. Junior brother Shir, what is happening? Murong Xiaoxiao inquired, her brows furrowing at the sight. It seems I was not mistaken. Murong Shirshu, what you possess is not a seed of a medicinal herb, but something entirely different, Shiryu said earnestly. Impossible. Clearly, it is a seed. How could it possibly contain a worm? The young man in white retorted, a look of confusion clouding his features. Zhao Shirshu is correct. This is indeed a seed. I suspect that some insect laid its eggs within it, and after hatching, the larvae hollowed out the interior of the seed. Chen Ming concurred, offering his hypothesis. Yes, what Chen Shitzi said is accurate. It must be that the insect laid its eggs in the seed. The young man in white nodded in agreement, casting a look of appreciation towards Chen Ming. Do not interrupt. Sure Shitzi, please enlighten us on this matter. Murong Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively and instructed Shiryu. Do you really wish to know? Shiryu inquired cautiously, his brow furrowed. Sure Shitzi, with so many eyes upon you, do not speak falsehoods. Reveal the truth as it is. The young man in white said with a knowing glance at Shiryu. Yes, I shall comply, Shiryu replied, his expression growing solemn as he began. In truth, this seed is feces, and this black beetle is a creature known as a dung beetle. They feed on excrement, and the adult dung beetle wraps its eggs in feces, providing sustenance for the larvae upon hatching. It appears there has been a misunderstanding with the seed vendor. Upon hearing this, Murong Xiaoxiao's countenance darkened immediately. Zhao Shixiang had actually gifted her a bag of dung. It was one thing for her not to recognize it, but to be holding this substance that resembled seeds in her hands was utterly revolting. The mere thought filled her with disgust. Shiryu, what utter nonsense. This is clearly the seed of a medicinal herb gifted to Murong Shirshu by Zhao Shirshu. Do you delight in sowing discord between Murong Shirshu and Zhao Shirshu? Chen Ming countered. At these words, a flash of cold light crossed the young man's eyes as he shot Shiryu a chilling glance, stating in a low voice. Shitzi, I offer you one more opportunity. What is this substance? Think carefully before you speak. Shiryu, speak the truth. I demand honesty, Murong Xiaoxiao urged. Her brow furrowed in concern. In response to Zhao Shirshu and Murong Shirshu, this substance is indeed feces. I would never dare to deceive, Shiryu said resolutely. Then remembered something and turned to Chen Ming. If you believe this is not feces, why not consume it? A medicinal herb seed poses no danger. Chen Ming hesitated at this suggestion. To be candid, he was uncertain if it was indeed feces. He had only refuted Shiryu to maintain a favorable impression with Zhao Shirshu. Since Chen Shixiang is unwilling to partake, it seems you too believe this substance is feces. Shiryu remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, The young man in white furrowed his brow, turning to glare coldly at Qin Ming, and asked, Qin Shitzi, do you also deem this to be feces? No. This is the spiritual herb seed that Master Zhao gifted to Master Morong. How could it possibly be excrement? Qin Ming shook his head, attempting to placate the situation. Very well, consume these seeds and let Master Shi ascertain whether they are indeed excrement, the youth in white commanded. His demeanor softening slightly as he handed 4 yellow seeds to Qin Ming. Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Are you deaf? Eat them. The white-clad youth instructed sternly, his brow furrowed, his gaze icy enough to suggest that Qin Ming would have been long gone had he possessed lethal intent. Faced with the situation, Qin Ming reluctantly placed the 4 seeds in his mouth and began to chew. Suddenly, a look of agony crossed his face as he clutched his mouth and hurriedly made his way outside the hall. With a splutter, Qin Ming expelled the contents of his mouth, revealing a lump of yellow matter, upon which 4 black beetles crawled. Witnessing this grotesque scene, several disciples with weaker constitutions immediately retched. Qin Ming himself felt intensely nauseous, gagging uncontrollably, and even bringing up bile. There are indeed insects inside. Could it truly be insect excrement? One disciple swallowed hard, disbelief etched across his face. The presence of insects does not imply it is excrement. Have you ever encountered odorless feces? I suspect the insects laid their eggs within the seeds, which is why they appear hollowed out, the youth in white retorted dismissively. What a jest! He could never concede that it was excrement, especially since he had gifted an entire bag of seeds to Morong Xiao. If they were indeed excrement, what would she think? Indeed, if it were truly excrement, why does it not smell? Someone chimed in agreement. Shi Yuan, how do you explain this? Morong Xiao inquired. Her expression serious. The excrement was doused with the beetle's urine, which possesses odor-neutralizing properties. Furthermore, since the excrement has dried, it would naturally lack a foul smell. If Master Morong is skeptical, simply place several seeds in hot water for a while, and the truth will be revealed, Shi Yuan responded candidly, deliberately emphasizing the word seeds. To be truthful, Shi Yuan knew that such a statement would offend Master Zhao, but since Morong Xiao had demanded his honesty, he could not simply fabricate a lie. Primarily, he had no intention of revealing the truth at first. It was Zhao who insisted upon it. And if blame were to be assigned, let it fall upon Zhao's ill fortune for purchasing a bag of excrement and presenting it as spiritual herb seeds to Morong Xiao. Upon hearing this, Morong Xiao retrieved a yellow leather pouch from her sleeve, extracting a dozen yellow seeds and tossing them into Shi Yuan's bowl. After a few moments of silent contemplation, a flame enveloped the porcelain bowl. Soon, the water began to boil, and the yellow seeds burst open, each releasing a black beetle. Simultaneously, a foul odor permeated the air. Witnessing this, the youth in white turned crimson with embarrassment, realizing that he had indeed gifted Morong Xiao a bag of insect excrement. Brother Zhao, I return this bag to you. Upon witnessing this, Morong Xiao's expression turned cold as she tossed the yellow leather pouch to the young man in white and swiftly departed. The young man glared fiercely at Shi Yu before hastily pursuing her, exclaiming loudly, Morong Jr. sister, wait for me. I was unaware. Had I known that this was not a seed of a spiritual herb, I would never have given it to you. Morong Xiao, seemingly oblivious to his words, quickened her pace. Junior brother Shi, I have 2 cultivation queries I wish to discuss with you. I have planted 20 spirit fruit trees, yet their yield remains disappointingly low. Do you have any advice to enhance the production? Additionally, I have cultivated an acre of spirit bamboo, but its growth has been poor, with over 10 plants perishing. Would you be able to visit and take a look? Following this incident, the gathered crowd expressed great admiration for Shi Yu, engaging him in conversation. Some sought his assistance in diagnosing their spiritual herbs, while others inquired about cultivation matters or requested his help in increasing their yields of spirit grains and fruits. Shi Yu did not decline. He addressed each inquiry according to his knowledge, though he maintained that consultations regarding herb diagnosis would incur a fee as a matter of principle. After responding to the queries, he also asked about the process of refining chi pills. Several enthusiastic peers provided him with a detailed explanation of the refining procedure and its precautions, which greatly benefited Shi Yu. Embarrassed by his earlier blunder, Qin Ming quietly slipped away from the divine pill hall, unable to face the discussions. After leaving, Shi Yu visited the residences of several senior brothers to assist them with their ailing spiritual herbs, earning a modest sum of spiritual stones. By the time Shi Yu returned at Suiyan Peak, dusk had fallen. He inspected the growth of his 3 acres of moonlight flowers and, finding no issues, retreated to the basement. He retrieved the heavenly control pearl, infused it with his spiritual energy, and entered the domain of heavenly control. Upon arrival, he called out several times to the stone house, yet received no response. Shiryu pondered whether the disappearance of Zayayozi was somehow linked to his request for the rapid maturation of spiritual herbs. Until now, Zayayozi had been well, only vanishing after assisting Shiryu with the maturation of 4 acres of herbs. The dilemma lay in Shiryu's uncertainty about how to prompt Zayayozi's return. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, deciding instead to focus on enhancing his cultivation. He produced a white porcelain vial, the chi pill bestowed upon him by Uncle Zhao. Removing the cork, he poured out a green pill, inhaling its aroma with satisfaction. The quality of this chi pill surpassed that which he had previously purchased. Placing the pill in his mouth, it dissolved instantly, releasing a stream of pure spiritual energy that coursed through his meridians. He quickly began to cultivate, refining this energy. Should he ascend to the 5th layer of chi refinement, he would be able to manifest even more sword shadows. As the saying goes, time in the realm of cultivation is but a fleeting moment. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed within the domain of heavenly control. Shiryu sat cross-legged beneath the fruit trees, his eyes gently closed. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Having consumed the vial of chi pills bestowed by Uncle Zhao and diligently training for over a month, Shiryu successfully advanced to the 5th layer of chi refinement. With a swift motion, Shiryuan clapped his palm against the storage pouch at his waist, causing the crimson moon sword to soar into the air. His fingers danced quickly as he formed intricate seals, channeling a spell that enveloped the sword. A resonant chime echoed as it conjured forth over 10 ethereal red sword silhouettes. As Shiryuan retracted his spell, the myriad sword illusions dissipated in an instant. He sheathed the crimson moon sword and, with another clap to his storage pouch, summoned 7 azure short swords that floated gracefully before him. With a single-handed gesture, a longer azure short sword spiraled down into his grasp. Shiryuan's expression shifted as he commanded the 6 remaining azure short swords to swirl around him, transforming into 6 beams of azure light that darted towards a blood chi fruit tree. Under Shiryuan's deft manipulation, the azure lights danced around the tree, gracefully weaving up and down. Moments later, the beams returned to him, leaving the blood chi fruit tree completely unscathed. Not a single leaf had fallen. Observing this, Shiryuan smiled and nodded in approval. However, he understood that regardless of how adept he had become through practice, without the crucible of real combat, it was merely a facade. Determined, Shiryuan resolved to venture deeper into the Taisu Mountains to encounter a few low-tier demonic beasts for some practical experience. Though he remained cautious of his own safety, equipped with 2 defensive magical artifacts, he felt it was insufficient and noted that he possessed over 10,000 spirit stones, which could afford him additional protective items. Not to mention, he was determined to procure powerful talismans, along with an inner armor artifact. With these thoughts in mind, Shiryuan stored away the Qing Yuan Mother Sword and exited the realm of the Palm Sky. Upon leaving the courtyard, he soared towards Taisu Valley on his flying instrument. Upon arrival, he transformed into a tall young man clad in blue, stepping into the armament pavilion. The place buzzed with its usual liveliness, patrons frequently entering and exiting. Esteemed friend, what magical artifacts do you seek? May I offer some recommendations? A yellow-clad attendant approached swiftly, his face adorned with a broad smile. Is the owner present? I wish to speak with him, Shiryuan replied nonchalantly, surveying the other customers within the shop. He is indeed here. Please follow me, the yellow-clad attendant replied, guiding Shiryuan to the 2nd floor. Proprietor Wu Yong was seated comfortably, engrossed in a scroll. As Shiryuan ascended, Wu Yong promptly set aside his reading. I am Wu Yong, the proprietor of the armament pavilion. How may I address you, esteemed brother? Wu Yong inquired, rising to greet Shiryuan with a courteous bow and a warm smile. Chenli, I am interested in acquiring a high-quality inner armor artifact. Might you have one available, Master Wu? Shiryuan stated, presenting an alias and getting straight to the point. Indeed, we have such items. Please, Chen brother, take a seat for a moment, Wu Yong replied, nodding. He then instructed the yellow-clad attendant, go to the storeroom and retrieve those inner armor artifacts. The attendant complied and descended the stairs. It appears this is your first visit to our armament pavilion, Chen brother. Wu Yong gestured for Shiryuan to sit, his expression filled with warmth. Indeed, I have heard commendable things about the quality of your artifacts, so I came to explore. I hope to purchase a superior inner armor artifact, Shiryuan replied, his tone measured and calm. Brother Chen has certainly arrived at the right place. I dare not boast about other matters, But when it comes to the quality of our magical artifacts at the Divine Weapon Pavilion, we rank second in Taisu Valley. And no one would dare claim the first. Wu Yong chuckled, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. I hope so. At this moment, a servant in a yellow robe approached, carrying a rectangular tray. On the tray lay 3 gleaming sets of inner armor, clearly not of ordinary quality. Allow me to introduce them to you, Brother Chen. This is the Silver Light Armor, a mid-grade defensive artifact that has withstood attacks from high-grade artifacts. Priced at 500 spirit stones, the Golden Silk Armor, a high-grade defensive artifact crafted from the silk produced by first-tier advanced golden silk silkworms, combined with several rare materials. Priced at 800 spirit stones, and the Golden Python Armor, another high-grade defensive artifact, boasting superior defense compared to the Golden Silk Armor, priced at 1,000 spirit stones. Which one would you prefer, Brother Chen? Wu Yong rose to introduce the 3 pieces of inner armor to Shiryu, inquiring with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shiryu pondered briefly before responding. I find the Golden Python Armor quite appealing, but 1,000 spirit stones is rather steep. Could you lower the price a bit? Brother Chen, I'm afraid that's not feasible. The Golden Python Armor is made from the skin of a second-tier demon beast, the Golden Crown Python, along with various materials. Not to mention high-grade artifacts. Even top-tier artifacts might struggle to breach its defenses. 1,000 spirit stones is already a favorable offer. Wu Yong shook his head, smiling gently. After a moment's contemplation, Shiryu conceded. Very well, 1,000 spirit stones it is. He then retrieved 10 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them to Wu Yong. By the way, Brother Chen, our Divine Weapon Pavilion is hosting an auction. I wonder if you might be interested in attending? Wu Yong presented a golden inner armor, assembled from pale golden scales, to Shiryu, smiling as he asked. An auction? Shiryu paused, slightly taken aback. Indeed, in addition to a plethora of high-quality artifacts, there will also be auctioned elixirs and spiritual herbs. One of the highlights of this auction is the Soul Lock, an exceptionally mysterious item. Not only can it effectively repel malevolent spirits from possessing one's body, but it can also enhance one's spiritual consciousness to a certain degree. The former may not concern many, but the latter is likely to intrigue many cultivators, as the strength of one's spiritual consciousness is closely linked to one's cultivation level. If one's spiritual consciousness exceeds that of peers at the same level, it can provide a significant advantage in battles. Wu Yong nodded, sharing this information with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Shiryu's expression shifted, and he inquired, when will this auction take place? Where will it be held? In 3 days, at the Baoguang Pavilion. Brother Chen, if you have the time, you must attend. Wu Yong replied with a smile. Shiryu nodded, securing the Golden Python Armor before turning to leave. The Soul Lock? Once outside the Divine Weapon Pavilion, Shiryu murmured to himself, a smile dancing on his lips. If he could acquire this item, it would bolster his confidence when facing Zayayozi. Although Zayayozi was currently nowhere to be found, one could never tell when he might reappear. Having the Soul Lock would be a prudent precaution. After wandering the streets for a while, Shiryu transformed into a stout man before entering the Qianfu Hall. At this moment, the store was devoid of customers. Shopkeeper, do you have any intermediate talismans for sale? Shiryu inquired directly. Yes, but we only have one type available, the Firebird Talisman, priced at 600 spirit stones each. The shopkeeper replied with a nod. What? 600 spirit stones for a single talisman? Although Shiryu was aware that intermediate talismans were generally expensive, he was still taken aback by the high price. My friend, intermediate talismans are quite different from basic ones. They require specialized intermediate paper, and the crafting process is considerably more complex. Due to the nature of spiritual power, only cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and above can create them, and their potency far exceeds that of basic talismans, the shopkeeper explained with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Shiryu's expression fluctuated between contemplation and uncertainty. After a brief moment of thought, he stated, I will take 2 for 550 spirit stones each. Regrettably, my friend, we are a small operation. At 550 spirit stones, we wouldn't even cover our costs. The price must be 590 spirit stones each. Any less would leave us with no profit, the shopkeeper countered. Very well. I will take 2. Shiryu conceded after a moment's reflection. With that, he retrieved 12 medium-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them to the shopkeeper, who returned 20 spirit stones in change. Here are your 2 Firebird talismans. Do take care of them, the shopkeeper said, passing the shimmering red talismans to Shiryu, whose designs resembled birds. After accepting the talismans, Shiryu wandered down the street for a couple of laps. ensuring that he was not being followed before entering the Taisu residence. 15 minutes later, as Shiryu emerged from the Taisu residence, he had returned to his original appearance. Once outside the restricted flight zone of Taisu Valley, Shiryu took to the skies on his flying device, heading deeper into the Taisu mountain range. Concerned about encountering formidable beasts, he was cautious not to venture too far into the mountains. After another quarter of an hour, he descended into a dense bamboo grove. The grove was eerily quiet, devoid of even the sound of a bird's call. With a flick of his wrist, the red moon sword materialized in his hand. Holding the sword with his right hand, he advanced slowly, a wary expression gracing his features. Before long, he heard grunting sounds emanating from the thicket ahead, suggesting the presence of some beast lurking within. Feeling a tightening in his chest, Shiryu cautiously approached the underbrush. Moments later, he parted the foliage and beheld two sizable yellow wild boars about 10 feet away. The boars were corpulent, their bellies nearly grazing the ground, sporting sharp tusks as they grunted, gnawing on the tender bamboo shoots below. Man-boar, Shiryu recognized the creatures. The man-boar is a low-tier beast, known for its brutish temperament and singular skill, the stone skin technique. Though they appear cumbersome, they run surprisingly fast, with thick hides that render them nearly impervious to blades. The man-boars, despite their lackluster offensive power, were precisely the kind of target Shiryu sought to engage. As he pushed aside the underbrush, the two man-boars spotted him. Their eyes glinted with malice, and they charged towards him with remarkable speed. Each boar weighed several hundred pounds, and Shiryu knew he could not afford to be struck by them. With a swift flick of his wrist, he unleashed several streaks of red sword energy, each measuring about a foot in length, which shot forth towards the two wild boars. With a series of resounding thuds, the red sword energy struck fiercely against the boars, leaving only shallow gashes on their hides. Stone Yu felt no surprise at this outcome. From his storage pouch, he retrieved a yellow talisman and tossed it forward. As the yellow talisman soared before one of the boars, it suddenly exploded, unleashing a torrent of yellow glyphs that coalesced into a large yellow protective dome, encasing the boar within. This was the Earth Prison Talisman, capable of sealing the Earth Prison technique, costing 20 spirit stones per talisman. With a loud crash, the boar collided violently with the yellow dome, causing it to sway dramatically. The boar, lacking any understanding of offensive spells, could only ram its hefty body against the dome, creating a cacophony of thuds. Meanwhile, the other boar continued its charge towards Stone Yu, rapidly closing the distance. Stone Yu propelled the red moon sword forward, allowing it to hover before him, and with nimble fingers, he formed a series of hand seals, channeling a spell into the red moon sword. A crisp ringing of the sword echoed as a flash of red light erupted, manifesting over a dozen red sword shadows. With a subtle gesture, he directed the approaching boar, and the red short sword spiraled forth, swiftly piercing into the boar's flesh, leaving behind numerous shallow wounds. Yet, the boar remained undeterred, continuing its relentless advance towards Stone Yu. With a flick of his sleeve, a blue talisman emerged, transforming into a towering transparent wind wall that stood in the boar's path. With a resounding crash, the boar slammed into the wind wall, only to be rebuffed and collapse to the ground, causing the wall to tremble slightly. Quickly recovering, the boar rose to its feet and dashed to the left, attempting to circumvent the wind wall to strike Stone Yu. Observing this, Stone Yu let out a soft snort, clapping his hand against his storage pouch, from which 7 blue short swords erupted. These were the blue Yuan mother swords. Grasping the mother sword, he focused his intent, and 6 blue short swords shot forth like beams of azure light towards the boar. Simultaneously, the previously conjured red short swords spiraled again, launching themselves at the boar with great speed. Despite the boar's thick hide and robust physique, it could not withstand such an onslaught of weaponry. Soon, it bore numerous long gashes, its breath becoming labored. A fierce glint flickered in the boar's eyes as a golden light enveloped its form, its skin turning a grayish white. The flying sword struck, leaving only faint marks upon its hide. The boar then surged forward, rapidly closing in on Stone Yu. Stone Yu's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily retrieved a wind control talisman, slapping it against himself. A flash of azure light emanated from beneath his feet, and with a gentle push of his right foot against the ground, he swiftly evaded to the left. The boar missed its target, crashing into several bamboo stalks, snapping 2 of them in half. Witnessing this, Stone Yu furrowed his brow, realizing the immense strength of the boar. Had he been struck, he would have surely faced dire consequences. Shi Yuan had no time for contemplation, for the fierce boar had already turned around and charged towards him once more. He swiftly commanded 6 azure swords and the crimson moon sword to strike the beast, leaving only shallow gashes on its hide, failing to inflict significant harm. Each time the boar barreled towards him, Shiwan lightly tapped his right foot against the ground, causing his body to swiftly drift aside, evading the onslaught. Meanwhile, the boar trapped within the earthen prison symbol relentlessly slammed against the yellow barrier, which dimmed gradually, appearing as though it would not hold for long. Witnessing this alarming situation, Shiwan furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he formed a hand gesture with one hand. 6 azure lights and a flurry of crimson rays spiraled and shot towards the boar. With a piercing cry, the crimson rays struck the boar's eyes, while the azure blades severed its limbs, blood gushing forth in torrents and staining the ground crimson. Blinded and maimed, the boar writhed in immense agony upon the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Shiwan directed the 6 azure short swords to carve a deep gash in its abdomen. After a few pitiful grunts, the boar succumbed to its injuries. With a resounding crash, another boar shattered the waning yellow barrier. Upon seeing its fallen comrade, a fierce glint ignited in its eyes. It shimmered with a golden light before surging towards Shiwan. Observing this, Shiwan let out a soft snort, and once again commanded the 6 azure lights and a multitude of crimson rays to spiral forth in response. With a mournful wail, this boar too found its limbs severed, the force of its momentum causing it to lose balance and tumble forward. With a resounding thud, the boar crashed into a green bamboo, splintering it before tumbling heavily to the ground. A chorus of sword whistles echoed as 6 azure lights surged forth. After a series of anguished cries, the boar's abdomen was also cleaved open, blood gushing forth uncontrollably, its intestines spilling out. After a few convulsions, it too drew its last breath. Relieved, Shiwan exhaled deeply, beckoning with one hand as the crimson rays and azure lights spiraled back towards him, transforming into 6 azure short swords and 1 red short sword. The transparent wind wall morphed into a green talisman, landing in his grasp. Shiwan stowed away the azure mother sword and the wind talisman, then seated himself in a lotus position to meditate and recuperate. The hide of only high-tier boars could be utilized for crafting, and these two were merely mid-tier beasts, not worth a single spirit stone. Reflecting on the battle, Shiwan noted the boar's coarse hides and thick flesh, but their eyes and limbs were their vulnerabilities. Targeting these weaknesses would swiftly conclude a confrontation. Feeling his magical energy nearly restored, he rose and continued onward, pondering the prospect of encountering a spirit beast in search of medicinal herbs. Though his primary objective in venturing into the deep mountains was to gain practical combat experience, acquiring some spirit herbs would be a welcome boon. Shiwan, wielding the crimson moon sword, advanced with measured steps. His demeanor appeared relaxed, yet in truth, he traversed the path with utmost caution, his consciousness probing the surroundings within a radius of several dozen feet. The bamboo grove sprawled extensively, and after half an hour, Shiwan had yet to find his way out. Suddenly, 2 sharp sounds slicing through the air reached his ears. As Yuan's countenance shifted, he hastily retrieved a golden talisman and pressed it against his body. In an instant, a radiant golden barrier, approximately 10 feet in diameter, materialized around him. This was the diamond talisman, a rudimentary defensive charm, valued at 10 spirit stones each. Bang! With 2 resounding thuds, 2 streaks of azure light darted forth, colliding with the golden barrier. Remarkably resilient, the golden shield only trembled slightly. Concurrently, a cerulean insect descended from the heavens, landing a short distance from Yuan. It was a towering azure mantis, its slender neck supporting a head the size of a basin, armed with a pair of side-like forelimbs and unfeeling crimson orbs the size of fists that glinted with an icy glare. Upon touchdown, the azure mantis crossed its forelimbs before it, unleashing several azure wind blades, each a foot long, that shot forth towards Yuan with lethal intent. The wind blades, exceedingly sharp, sliced through nearby bamboo, cleaving them in two with pristine smoothness. With a series of thuds, the azure blade struck the golden barrier, which merely quivered slightly in response. Observing this, Yuan let out a soft huff, casting his crimson moon sword forward while swiftly performing hand gestures. A spell was cast upon the sword, and a flash of red light revealed over a dozen scarlet sword phantoms. Go, Yuan commanded, directing a finger toward the azure mantis. No sooner had the words left his lips than the red phantom spiraled and surged toward the mantis. In retaliation, the mantis waved its forelimbs, conjuring a flurry of azure wind blades to meet the attack. The clang of metal resonated as the azure and red forces clashed, dissipating into the ether, with the number of crimson phantoms significantly reduced. The remaining red apparitions charged directly at the azure mantis. In a desperate maneuver, The mantis waved its forelimbs once more, conjuring a wall of azure wind. The sound of shattering echoed as the red phantoms vanished into thin air. While the crimson moon sword was sent careening back to Shi Yuan, who furrowed his brow at the realization that the mantis's forelimbs were remarkably robust, capable of withstanding a high-grade flying sword. Yet, he understood that this was a consequence of his limited cultivation and insufficient magical power. A foundation-building practitioner would likely have dispatched the mantis in a single encounter. Retrieving the crimson moon sword, Shi Yuan summoned the Qing Yuan Mother Sword, wielding it alongside 6 Qing Yuan swords to assault the azure mantis. The mantis relentlessly swung its forelimbs, creating an impenetrable barrier around itself. Witnessing this, Shi Yuan's expression darkened. After a brief contemplation, he produced 2 red talismans, casting them forward where they morphed into 2 colossal fireballs the size of water barrels, hurtling towards the azure mantis. Even before the fireballs neared, an overwhelming wave of heat surged forth. The azure mantis emitted a peculiar cry as a pair of transparent, gossamer wings unfurled from its back, followed by a buzzing sound as it gradually ascended into the air. Just then, the 6 azure short swords descended upon it, causing the mantis to startle, and it hastily began to wave its forelimbs in defense. With a resounding clang, 6 azure short swords intercepted the attack. Seizing the moment, 2 colossal fireballs surged forth, crashing into the azure mantis and engulfing its form in a torrent of flames. The air was filled with the anguished cries of the mantis, as if it were enduring excruciating torment. In the next instant, the 6 azure swords darted into the inferno. A piercing scream echoed. The azure mantis plummeted from the sky, its body ablaze. Soon after, the flames dissipated, revealing the mantis charred and blackened, its head scattered nearby, and its abdomen torn open with several gaping wounds. Observing this, Shi Yuan nodded in satisfaction. With a single gesture, the 6 azure swords returned to him, while a golden light transformed into a golden talisman that fell into his hand. He stowed the Qing Yuan Mother Sword and drew forth the red moon sword, striding towards the corpse of the azure mantis. Shi Yuan severed the mantis's forelimbs with the red moon sword, recognizing that this material could withstand the assaults of high-grade flying swords and would be useful for refining. Subsequently, he reached into the mantis's abdomen, rummaging as if in search of something. Before long, he withdrew his hand, revealing a dozen or so oval objects, all of similar size. Pale and streaked with blood, these were the mantis's eggs. A glimmer of joy crossed Shi Yuan's face upon seeing the eggs. But he quickly recalled something and pointed a finger at one of the white eggs. After a brief moment, his brow furrowed. This particular egg bore no signs of life. Clearly a dead egg. Such occurrences were not uncommon among spirit beasts, as they were not ordinary insects or beasts. Producing offspring was not a simple endeavor. After inspecting the remaining eggs, Shi Yuan discovered they were all lifeless, which left him feeling thoroughly disheartened. Shaking his head in resignation, he exhaled deeply and glanced up at the sky. Noting the dimming light, night was approaching. The water moon flower was watered every 2 days, and he had tended to it just the day before. Thus, he needed to return to the sect to perform the watering ritual today. With these thoughts in mind, Shi Yuan sheathed the red moon sword and summoned his leaf artifact, soaring towards the Tai Su sect. By the time Shi Yuan returned to Xian Peak, dusk had fallen. After watering the 3 acres of water moonflowers, he descended into the basement to meditate and cultivate. The following morning, Shi Yuan departed from the Tai Su sect, propelling himself deeper into the Tai Su mountain range. After a little over half an hour, he landed outside a dense forest. Towering trees, reaching great heights, filled the woodland, while the ground was littered with dead branches and decaying leaves. The lower halves of the leaves had turned to muck, while the upper portions retained their original forms. The thick foliage obscured much of the sunlight, allowing only scattered beams to filter through the gaps, casting the entire forest in a shadowy, damp gloom. Shi Yuan remained cautious, extending his consciousness to sweep the surrounding area within 20 paces, confirming it was devoid of threats before carefully drawing the red moon sword and proceeding forward. A quarter of an hour passed, and Shi Yuan found himself empty-handed, which did not come as a surprise to him. Deep within the Tai Su mountain range, numerous demonic beasts roamed, and it was not only the disciples of the Tai Su sect who ventured here to hunt them. Scattered cultivators and disciples from various immortal families also sought to slay these creatures. Over the years, the population of demonic beasts had significantly dwindled, and the quantities of spiritual herbs and medicines had similarly diminished, making encounters increasingly rare. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds echoed ahead, accompanied by the roar of a tiger, suggesting that someone was indeed hunting demonic beasts. Shi Yuan's expression shifted. He sheathed his red moon sword and, with a few subtle movements of his lips, transformed into a barely perceptible shadow, swiftly advancing forward. This was a common invisibility technique practiced by cultivators, easily countered by any basic divination technique. However, given that there was a hunt underway, it was unlikely that anyone would employ such means to probe the surroundings. Parting the towering grass, Shi Yuan beheld a white spider of considerable size and a gigantic red tiger before him. The white spider possessed 6 eyes and 8 legs, with a pair of massive fangs bared. The red tiger, entirely crimson, was adorned with peculiar red scales. The ground around them bore several 1-meter-wide pits, from which steam wafted, while crystalline icicles were embedded in the nearby towering trees. A fierce glint flashed in the spider's eyes as it thrust its forelegs forward, unleashing 2 streaks of white light that sped towards the red tiger. These streaks were, in fact, crystalline icicles measuring about a foot in length. The red tiger, undaunted, opened its mouth and expelled 2 fireballs the size of human heads to meet them. Upon collision, a cloud of mist erupted between them. With a whoosh, 7 or 8 crystalline icicles shot forth from the mist, hurtling directly towards the red tiger. The tiger sprang to the side, leaping several meters away. With a series of thuds, the icicles embedded themselves in a towering tree. The red tiger let out a furious roar, unleashing several fireballs the size of watermelons towards the mist. In the next moment, it darted forward with great speed. A series of explosive sounds emanated from behind the mist. At that moment, the red tiger burst through the mist, only to find the white spider absent. Just then, a sizable white object descended silently from above, bursting apart midair with a soft pop, transforming into an expansive white net that fell over a wide area. The sudden appearance of the white net and its noiseless descent caught the red tiger off guard, ensnaring it completely. The red tiger roared in anger, firing several fireballs at the white net. With a series of muffled sounds, the fireballs flickered briefly before dissipating, leaving the white net unscathed. A strange chittering echoed from above as the white spider leaped down from a towering tree, clutching a long silk thread in its mandibles, the other end tethered to the white net. The red tiger, with its sharp claws, clawed desperately at the white net, but to no avail. The white spider exerted a powerful tug, causing its silken web to fold inwards, gradually advancing towards it. After dragging the crimson giant tiger before it, the spider's sharp claws mercilessly pierced the tiger's abdomen. With a sickening sound, a gash was opened in the tiger's belly, and blood gushed forth, staining the web a deep crimson. Observing from several dozen meters away, Shi contemplated the scene. Both of these demonic beasts were mid-tier level 1, equivalent to a cultivator at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Having engaged in battle, both beasts were significantly drained of their essence. If he were to intervene at this moment, he had a strong chance of vanquishing the white spider. However, he deliberated and chose not to act immediately. Instead, he resolved to follow the white spider, hoping to discover its lair and perhaps uncover some spiritual herbs within. At this juncture, the white spider had successfully slain the crimson giant tiger, dragging its lifeless form backward, seemingly intent on returning to its nest for a feast. To avoid alarming the spider, Shi maintained a cautious distance of several dozen feet. After a quarter of an hour, the white spider retreated into a dense thicket, dragging the tiger's carcass with it. Shi parted the foliage and discovered a dark, ominous cave hidden behind. The white spider crawled into the cave with its prize, and after a brief moment, Shi summoned the courage to enter. Upon stepping into the cave, a chilling breeze greeted him. The interior was shrouded in darkness, obscuring the path ahead. Shi retrieved a moonstone and, with the red moon sword in hand, ventured cautiously forward. After traversing several dozen meters, a spacious stone chamber emerged before him. In the upper left corner of the chamber, he recognized a cluster of white grass, Ninging grass. This particular herb, a shadow attribute spiritual plant, thrived solely in cool caves and matured every 50 years due to its utility in concocting various elixirs. It commanded a price higher than other spiritual herbs of the same maturity. The corpse of the crimson giant tiger lay at the center of the chamber. Yet the white spider was nowhere to be seen. Noticing this, Shi raised an eyebrow. Just then, a white shadow descended from above. It was the white spider, clutching a strand of silk in its jaws. Upon its appearance, the spider swung its forelegs, launching several crystalline icicles towards Shi with remarkable speed. Shi's expression shifted as he deftly flicked his sleeve, producing a green talisman that shimmered with azure light, manifesting a towering transparent wind wall to block the cave's exit. With a series of resounding impacts, the icicles struck the wind wall, causing it to quiver slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Shi hastily retreated, slapping a golden talisman onto himself, which enveloped him in a radiant golden barrier. At this moment, the white spider had severed the silk and lunged towards him with alarming speed. Upon reaching the transparent wind wall, it began to slash at it furiously, causing the wall to flicker ominously. With a series of resounding thuds, the white spider's two forelegs struck fiercely against the transparent wall of wind, causing it to tremble violently before dissipating into nothingness. Freed from the obstruction of the transparent barrier, the white spider's eyes gleamed with ferocity as it lunged from the stone cavern, swiftly advancing towards Shirway. Observing this imminent threat, Shirway flicked his sleeve, and a crimson talisman flashed forth, transforming into a colossal fireball the size of a water barrel, which surged forward to meet the oncoming foe. The cavern was rather confined, leaving the white spider with no avenue of escape as the massive fireball collided with it. A thunderous explosion resonated through the chamber, engulfing the white spider in roaring flames. Simultaneously, Shirway clapped his palm against his storage pouch, from which 7 azure short swords erupted in a flurry. Grasping the lead sword, he pointed towards the inferno. As his command echoed, 6 azure short swords spiraled into the blaze, creating a cacophony of sounds as they struck what appeared to be a solid object. In that instant, the flames began to recede, revealing the white spider curled up in a ball, now adorned with a thin layer of ice armor, though its aura had weakened significantly. Shirway, momentarily taken aback by this development, quickly masked his surprise with a steely determination. He flipped his hand, conjuring a silver talisman, which he then hurled towards the white spider. Reacting swiftly, the white spider rose and waved its forelegs, summoning several crystalline ice spikes that surged forward to intercept the silver talisman. Just as the ice spikes were about to collide with it, the talisman erupted in a brilliant flash, releasing a torrent of silver runes that spiraled and coalesced into a lengthy lightning spear. Upon contact with the ice spikes, they shattered effortlessly. With a resounding crash, the silver lightning spear struck the white spider, transforming into a blinding radiance that obscured its form. A piercing wail echoed from within the brilliant light. Seizing the moment, Shirway commanded the 6 azure short swords, which transformed into streaks of blue light, merging with the lightning radiance, resulting in a tumult of sound. Before long, the dazzling light faded, revealing the white spider's body charred and fragmented, devoid of life. Relieved, Shirway stepped forward, severing the spider's 2 forelegs and stowing them away in his storage pouch. Shiwan expanded his consciousness and scanned the stone cave, confirming there were no issues before stepping inside. A quarter of an hour later, he emerged from the cavern, a faint smile gracing his features. It appeared that his previous choice had been prudent. Had he opted to slay the white spider earlier, he would have been unable to harvest the 13 stalks of. Of the 13 stalks, one was 50 years old, while the remaining 12 were over a decade old. If sold, they could fetch over 200 spirit stones. Shiwan cast his gaze upwards to gauge the sky before making his way back. After a little over half an hour, he exited the dense forest and arrived at the mouth of a narrow valley. The valley was flanked by steep rock walls, and its interior was eerily silent. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped inside. The valley was not extensive, littered with rubble. As Shiwan walked, a sudden explosion echoed from around the corner ahead, mingled with the distant howls of wolves. Upon witnessing this, Shiwan's expression shifted, and he hastened forward. As he rounded the bend, the scene before him was alarming. On the plain ahead, dozens of azure wolves were attacking a dozen red demon bulls, each standing half a meter high. One of the azure wolves, towering at nearly a meter, radiated a palpable magical energy, indicating it was a first-level high-tier demon beast. The leader of the red demon bulls was also a first-level high-tier beast, yet their numbers were less than one-third that of the azure wolves. With a howl, the Wolf King threw back its head and unleashed a half-meter-long azure wind blade, which shot toward one of the red demon bulls with lightning speed. The wind blade struck the front limb of the red demon bull with a resounding thud, severing it instantly and causing blood to gush forth. In response, the other azure wolves mimicked its attack, launching their own azure wind blades toward the red bulls. Unyielding, the red demon bulls retaliated by spewing forth large crimson fireballs, each the size of a basin. The air filled with the sound of explosions. Despite their valiant efforts, 4 red demon bulls fell into pools of blood, their bodies battered, while several azure wolves were reduced to ashes by the fireballs. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, the larger red demon bull emitted a peculiar moo and, with a swift movement of its limbs, charged towards the wolf pack, followed closely by the others, evidently intent on breaking through the encirclement. The Wolf King recognized their intent. It opened its massive maw and howled to the heavens, prompting the other azure wolves to unleash a torrent of azure wind blades at the red bulls. A dense barrage of wind blades rained down upon the red demon bulls, causing 3 of the more severely injured bulls to collapse into a bloody heap, while others pressed forward in their desperate bid for escape. The air crackled with the sound of slicing wind as another volley of azure blades struck, sending more red bulls to the ground, their forms lost amidst the carnage. At this moment, the crimson demon bulls charged forth before the azure demon wolves. Their numbers dwindled to a mere 5, their bodies marred by wounds and bleeding profusely. The foremost crimson bull quickened its pace, lowering its head and raising its sharp horns. With a series of resounding impacts, the crimson bulls penetrated the pack of wolves, sending several azure wolves tumbling away. Once they broke free from the encirclement, the 5 battered crimson bulls swiftly propelled themselves toward the valley where Shuriwe resided. The azure demon wolves howled in the heavens, with half of their number pursuing closely behind. Witnessing this scene, Shuriwe's expression shifted dramatically. As a mere 5th-level chi refiner, he knew he could not contend with even 5 crimson bulls, let alone a dozen azure wolves. As the crimson bulls drew nearer to the valley, he gritted his teeth and flipped his palm, revealing a yellow talisman. He pressed the talisman against himself, and it erupted in a brilliant explosion, enveloping him in a torrent of yellow runes before vanishing into the ground. Just as he vanished, the 5 crimson bulls surged into the valley, closely followed by a throng of azure wolves, and soon, the valley echoed with a series of explosive sounds. Meanwhile, Shuriwe found himself buried over 10 fathoms deep underground, his form encased in a shimmering yellow barrier, advancing slowly forward. A single Earth Escape talisman could traverse a maximum of 3 miles and was limited to subterranean passage. As a quarter of an hour passed, the yellow aura surrounding him flickered violently, its radiance dimming. Shuriwe understood that the talisman's power was waning, and he hastily surged upward. In a flash of yellow light, he re-emerged above ground. Upon bursting forth, he immediately pressed a diamond talisman against himself, cloaking himself in a golden barrier. Scanning his surroundings, he realized he stood upon an expansive plain, devoid of any nearby beasts. Reflecting on his recent ordeal filled him with trepidation. Had he not possessed the Earth Escape talisman, he might have become a sumptuous meal for the wolves. This encounter served as a stark reminder that despite his defensive artifacts and inner armor, he remained no match for a multitude of demon beasts. Contemplating his situation, Shuriwe resolved to return to his sect. His means of survival were too limited, and encountering a horde of demon beasts could spell disaster. It was wiser to retreat and cultivate for a time, honing his skills before venturing forth to hunt. With this decision made, he clapped his palm against the storage pouch at his waist, and an azure leaf shot forth, hovering before him. With a swift motion, he leapt onto the azure leaf, casting a spell upon it, causing it to radiate a vibrant blue light as it ascended skyward. At Taishu Sect's Peach Blossom Valley, a fair-skinned young man in white robes paced outside, glancing toward the valley with anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Shortly thereafter, a streak of fire erupted from the valley, halting before the young man. Observing this, his countenance brightened. With a flick of his finger, he released a beam of white light that struck the fire, causing it to swell. In the next moment, a cool, feminine voice echoed, "Brother Zhao, please return. I must enter seclusion for cultivation and cannot entertain visitors at this time." As soon as the woman's words fell, the flames dispersed into countless flickering red lights. The young man in white, upon hearing this, darkened his expression. After a moment's contemplation, he clapped his hand against the beast pouch at his waist, and a brilliant white light soared forth, revealing a magnificent white eagle, approximately a yard in size. He leaped onto the eagle's back and commanded, "Let us depart for Chiwei Peak." No sooner had he spoken than the white eagle unfurled its mighty wings and ascended into the sky, vanishing from sight in mere moments. A quarter of an hour later, the white eagle descended before a serene courtyard nestled halfway up a lofty peak. The young man in white retracted the eagle into the beast pouch and produced a sound transmission talisman. After uttering a few hushed words, he tossed it forward, and the talisman transformed into a streak of fire, darting into the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, the courtyard gate swung open, revealing a middle-aged man exuding an air of scholarly refinement. Upon seeing the young man in white, his face lit up with joy, and he warmly exclaimed, "Ah, it is Brother Zhao who has come to visit. Please, step inside." The young man nodded and followed the middle-aged man into the courtyard. It was modest in size, with an exquisite bamboo building on the left and several acres of spiritual fields on the right, where a variety of spiritual herbs flourished. accompanied by colorful butterflies dancing gracefully among them. Following a cobblestone path, they arrived at a charming stone pavilion. The middle-aged man gestured for the young man to take a seat at the stone table. Brother Zhao, this 100-flower tea is my personal blend. To give it a taste, the middle-aged man said as he poured a fragrant cup of tea for the young man. Let us not rush to drink the tea. Here is a bottle of spirit-feeding pills that will aid your spiritual beast advancement. I kindly ask you to accept it, the young man in white said, revealing a porcelain vial and placing it on the stone table with a gentle smile. What does Brother Zhao mean by this? The middle-aged man inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. It bears no hidden meaning. Did you not express your desire for assistance in refining a batch of spirit-feeding pills on your last visit? Here they are, 10 in total. If your first-tier advanced Chingy bird consumes these pills and undergoes several years of cultivation, there is a significant chance it can advance to second tier. Surely, Brother Zhao, you wish for your spiritual beast to progress? The young man lifted the teacup and drank deeply, speaking in a calm manner. Who wouldn't wish for their spiritual beast's advancement? However, among the foundation establishment cultivators in our sect, only a handful possess the ability to refine spirit-feeding pills. The annual supply for external sale is lamentably scarce. A single bottle can fetch several hundred spirit stones in the market. Brother Zhao would not bestow such a gift upon me without reason, would you? If there is something you seek, please speak plainly, should it be within my capacity. I shall comply without hesitation. As he spoke, the middle-aged man's gaze lingered upon the porcelain vial on the stone table, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Upon hearing these words, the young man in white nodded and replied, He, I knew Brother Zhao was a discerning individual. I shall not keep it concealed any longer. If my memory serves me correctly, you are currently in service at the Divine Alchemy Hall, responsible for distributing alchemical materials to the apprentices and collecting the elixirs they produce. Am I right? Indeed, the middle-aged man affirmed. Indeed, I have heard that there is an urgent need for a batch of fasting elixirs within the sect, and a certain apprentice named Sure Yu possesses the skill to concoct these elixirs. I believe we should encourage this Master Sure to produce a greater quantity of fasting elixirs. What are your thoughts, Brother Zhao? The young man in white narrowed his eyes, a smile adorning his face. But what if he is unable to produce such a quantity of fasting elixirs? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, contemplating for a moment before responding. What is there to discuss? The Divine Elixir Hall does not harbor idlers. If one cannot contribute a requisite share of elixirs, they must naturally depart from the Divine Elixir Hall. What do you think, Brother Zhao? Are you suggesting we expel this apprentice Shiryu from the Divine Elixir Hall? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, expressing concern. I never uttered such words. There are laws of the state and regulations of the sect. If this Master Sure cannot fulfill his duties, there is no reason for him to remain in the Divine Elixir Hall. That is simply the way of the Divine Elixir Hall. As for how many elixirs are to be submitted, is it not up to you, brother? The young man in white shook his head, speaking with a hint of indifference. What is the background of the Shiryu? The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, his brow furrowing as he inquired. Rest assured, I am well aware of whom to provoke and whom to avoid. This lad possesses 5 spiritual roots, yet is merely a pseudo-spiritual cultivator, having lost his parents at an early age and lacking any backing. Furthermore, you are adhering to the sect's regulations. Even the enforcers would find no fault in your actions. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man appeared somewhat hesitant. While he yearned for a vial of spirit-nourishing pills, he feared the potential repercussions that could jeopardize his position within the Divine Elixir Hall. Noticing his hesitation, the young man in white raised an eyebrow and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. In a year's time, our sect will open its doors to recruit new disciples. I happen to be responsible for this endeavor, and I recall that Brother Zhao has a nephew. Might he be interested in joining our sect for cultivation? Very well. I shall take care of this matter. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, showed signs of emotional response and, after a moment's consideration, agreed to the proposal. With that, he picked up the porcelain vial from the stone table and tucked it into his robe. Precisely. Brother Zhao is a man of exceptional talent. I trust your nephew possesses commendable aptitude as well and should be able to join our sect. The young man in white smiled, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Unbeknownst to Shiryu, his uncle Zhao was plotting against him. At that moment, he was diligently inspecting the spiritual herbs within the celestial space. He moved about, occasionally pausing to crouch and examine the herbs. Although the celestial space is isolated from the outside world, it does not guarantee that the herbs within are free from ailments. Thus, Shiryu routinely checks the growth of the herbs. After inspecting the herbs, Shiryu approached a spiritual mulberry tree in a plot of spiritual land. Dozens of mulberry trees were planted, each towering over a person, with small, tender leaves. Sure, you surmised that the trees would only mature after the conclusion of the small competition, at which point he could hatch the golden silkworm eggs. He did not wish for the silkworms to emerge without leaves to nourish them. He circled the cluster of mulberry trees, ensuring their well-being before exiting the celestial space to continue his cultivation. At dawn the following day, after bestowing rain upon the 3 acres of moonlight flowers, Shi Yuan departed the courtyard, soaring towards the Void Valley on his flying apparatus. Perhaps due to the impending auction, the Void Valley was unusually bustling, with numerous cultivators arriving from afar, landing in the small grove outside the valley. Upon entering the Void Valley, Shi Yuan noticed an increased number of cultivators on the streets compared to usual, including dozens hailing from the northern Yin Kingdom. It appeared that the Divine Weapon Pavilion had engaged in extensive promotion for this auction, as such a gathering of northern Yin cultivators was unlikely otherwise. Rather than heading directly to the Treasure Light Pavilion, Shi Yuan opted to visit the Void Abode. Upon exiting the Void Abode, he had transformed into a diminutive, round-faced man. Shortly thereafter, he arrived before a resplendent golden palace towering several dozen feet high. The palace spanned several acres, guarded by 2 sentinels stationed at the entrance. Above the entrance hung a golden plaque inscribed with the 3 silver characters of Treasure Light Pavilion. To regulate the number of participants in the auction, each cultivator was required to pay 5 spirit stones. Those genuinely interested in attending the auction would not begrudge the cost, but for those merely seeking to observe, parting with 5 spirit stones might be a deterrent. After presenting the sentinels with 5 spirit stones, Shi Yuan stepped inside. Upon entering the Treasure Light Pavilion, he was greeted by a hall approximately an acre in size. At the center stood a circular dais several feet in height, adorned with a yellow wooden table and 3 wooden chairs. An incense burner atop the table held a slender stick of sandalwood, which had already burned down significantly. Surrounding the circular dais were hundreds of antique wooden chairs, a small portion of which were occupied by individuals of various ages and genders, ranging from Qi refinement to foundation establishment levels. Among them, some Qi refinement cultivators donned cloaks to obscure their identities. Shi Yuan counted over 100 cultivators gathered in the hall, the majority being at the Qi refinement stage, with a minority at the foundation establishment stage. Shi Yuan settled into a chair at the back, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. As time passed, more individuals entered the Baoguang Pavilion. Once the sandalwood in the incense burner was nearly consumed, an order was given, and the doors of the pavilion gradually closed. The hall was adorned with numerous moonstones, illuminating the space as brightly as day. At that moment, a shrewd-looking middle-aged man accompanied by 3 elderly figures clad in gray robes emerged from a side entrance, nonchalantly ascending the platform. The 3 elderly men took their seats on wooden chairs upon the platform, closing their eyes to meditate. They were all late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, their aura radiating with considerable power, while the middle-aged man was at the early stage of foundation establishment. Welcome, esteemed friends, to the auction hosted by the Divine Weapon Pavilion. I am Qian Bin, the facilitator of this event. I shall not dwell on the rules, as I trust you are all well aware. The highest bidder secures the item. For those lacking sufficient spirit stones, items may be used as collateral. Now, I believe you are all eager, so without further ado, let the auction commence. After a brief preamble, the middle-aged man cleared his throat, signaling the official start of the auction. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly among the gathered cultivators. The first item for auction is the Earth Element Technique, Earth Spirit Art. A complete set of teachings suitable for cultivation from the Qi refinement stage to the late foundation establishment stage, starting at 200 spirit stones, with each bid increasing by no less than 20. With that, he revealed a yellow jade slip in his hand. Shi Yuan, who practiced the Tai Su Ju, which spans from the Qi refinement stage to the nascent soul stage, found little interest in the Earth Spirit Art. Typically, outer disciples of Tai Su sect only receive the teachings of Tai Su Ju for the Qi refinement to foundation establishment stages, while only inner disciples gain access to techniques for the core formation to nascent soul stages. Shi Yuan's possession of the complete Tai Su Ju to the nascent soul stage was a privilege afforded by his parents. Some cultivators from established families indeed possessed complete cultivation techniques, but loose cultivators often did not enjoy such benefits, typically practicing fragmented texts and later seeking out the remaining portions. Hence, many loose cultivators exhibited interest in the Earth Spirit Art. 230 spirit stones. 250. I bid 300 spirit stones. No sooner had the middle-aged man finished speaking than several voices began to call out bids. After an intense round of bidding, The earth spirit art was ultimately purchased by a tall man in a yellow robe for 450 spirit stones. The yellow-robed man ascended the platform to pay the amount, receiving the jade slip from the middle-aged man before returning to his seat. Once the yellow-robed man settled back down, the middle-aged man retrieved a half-jong-long red sword from his storage bag, announcing, "The second item for auction is the superior flying sword, Crimson Flame Sword. Crafted from a century-old fine iron combined with crimson flame sand, featuring a fire cloud attack. The starting bid is 300 spirit stones, with increases of no less than 50. A superior flying sword?" Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan's face revealed a glimmer of interest, yet he promptly shook his head. He already possessed 7 high-grade flying swords. An additional one would neither add nor detract from his collection. It was wiser to reserve his spirit stones for the auction of the Soul Lock. As Shi Yuan pondered, the cultivators present commenced a fervent bidding war. 300. 400. I bid 500 spirit stones. Ultimately, the high-grade flying sword was sold for 780 spirit stones. Subsequently, the middle-aged man produced several high-grade artifacts, including flying daggers, flying forks, jade rulers, and a high-grade alchemy furnace. These artifacts fetched impressive prices of 700 to 800 spirit stones, and the atmosphere in the venue grew increasingly vibrant. Clearing his throat, the middle-aged man retrieved 2 black orbs from his storage pouch and announced, "High-grade artifacts. A pair of puppet beasts comparable in strength to a 9th-layer chi refining cultivator, utterly loyal and fearlessly tenacious. Purchasing these means you'll have 2 personal bodyguards at your side. The starting price is 200 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 50. Puppet beasts?" Shi Yuan's expression subtly changed upon hearing this. He had perused the records of puppet beasts in the sex texts. These entities were a unique creation derived from artifact refinement, resembling spiritual beasts in loyalty, incapable of betraying their master. They could be controlled with one's consciousness, but required spirit stones for activation. With these 2 puppet beasts, Shi Yuan would undoubtedly feel far safer hunting demonic beasts in the Taisu mountain range. Should he encounter insurmountable danger, he could command the puppet beasts to fend off enemies while he made his escape. Shi Yuan was not the only one intrigued by the puppet beasts. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, others began to place bids. I bid 300 spirit stones. 350 spirit stones. I bid 400. In a blink, the price for the puppet beasts soared to 800 spirit stones. I bid 1,000. Shi Yuan raised an eyebrow and declared. Upon hearing the bid of 1,000 spirit stones, several individuals turned their gazes towards Shi Yuan, including many cultivators at the 8th and 9th layers of chi refining. Unfazed, Shi Yuan maintained his composure, knowing that as long as he remained in the market, none would dare to confront him. 1,001. A somewhat coarse voice rang out. Shi Yuan frowned. The one bidding was seated beside him, a burly bald man with the cultivation of the 8th layer of chi refining. 1,002. Shi Yuan, still frowning, raised his bid by 100 spirit stones. I bid 1,003. The bald man glared at Shi Yuan and added 100 spirit stones, simultaneously sending a message to Shi Yuan. "Kid, I have my eye on these puppet beasts. Be wise and don't compete with me, or you'll regret it." Hearing this, Shi Yuan frowned and glanced at the bald man, who responded with a sneer filled with disdain. 1,400 spirit stones, Shi Yuan calmly stated. "This friend bids 1,400 spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? These are 2 fierce and loyal guardians. Opportunities like this are rare." The middle-aged man on the platform spoke with a seductive tone. Upon hearing his words, the bald man was visibly moved and was about to call out a bid when he was restrained by a tall, slender man beside him. After a few subtle movements of his lips, the tall man shot a fierce glare at Shi Yu, prompting the bald man to refrain from further bidding. The middle-aged man called out 3 times without receiving any response, thus confirming the ownership of the pair of puppet beasts. Shi Yu swiftly approached the platform, settled the payment in spirit stones, and stowed the pair of puppet beasts into his storage pouch before returning to his seat. The middle-aged man clapped his hands, and 4 brawny men emerged from the side door, carrying a black iron cage that they placed upon the platform. Inside the cage was a half-jong tall white horse adorned with a pair of azure wings. This first-level high-grade spirit beast, the azure-winged horse, could gallop on land and soar through the skies, its speed rivaling that of a superior flying artifact. Moreover, this beast could unleash a wind blade technique, starting at a base price of 500 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 50 spirit stones. The middle-aged man introduced with a smile. 550 spirit stones. 600. I bid 700. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, numerous voices chimed in with their bids. With the azure-winged horse's flight speed comparable to that of a superior flying artifact, its ability to traverse both land and sky, coupled with its knowledge of wind blade techniques, securing this beast was akin to acquiring a high-quality flying artifact along with a loyal spirit beast, a bargain by any measure. Sure, you felt a twinge of desire, yet upon deeper contemplation, he realized the azure-winged horse was too conspicuous, even if he successfully acquired it. He could not freely display it in public. Given that many disciples from the Tai Su sect were present at the auction, being recognized would lead to complications. As Shiryu pondered, the price of the azure-winged horse soared to 1,300 spirit stones, continuing to rise. However, the number of bidders dwindled down to only 3 or 4 remaining in contention. 1,500 spirit stones. If any fellow cultivators can offer a higher bid, I shall yield to them, proclaimed a tall young man in white robes with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing the hefty price of 1,500 spirit stones, the remaining bidders hesitated and fell silent. For a first-level high-grade demon beast, such a price was already exorbitant. Continuing to bid would be foolish. Furthermore, despite the azure-winged horse's impressive speed, nurturing a spirit beast demanded considerable time and effort, which could impede one's own cultivation, a poor trade-off. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Truly no one. The middle-aged man inquired. 1,500 for the first time, 1,500 for the second time, 1,500 for the third time sold. This azure-winged horse now belongs to this esteemed fellow. After repeating the last statement thrice, without any further bids, the middle-aged man confirmed the sale. The young man in the white robe ascended the platform, settled his payment, and placed the azure-winged horse into a spirit beast pouch before returning to his seat. 3 young and beautiful maidens in yellow attire entered from the side door, each carrying a white tray draped in red satin, which they respectfully placed upon the wooden table. A middle-aged man approached with an unhurried demeanor, deftly revealing a crimson silk cloth that concealed a golden iron lock, no larger than an inch. Those present, likely feeling a sense of urgency, anticipated the auction of the Paisi de Assistance. The first item up for bid was the exquisite artifact known as the Soul Lock. Crafted from a century-old mystic gold wood combined with various rare refining materials, specifically for foundational cultivators. Many attendees may have wondered why such a superior artifact was chosen as the highlight of the auction. The answer lies in its remarkable capabilities. Not only does it effectively repel malevolent spirits and entities, but it also enhances one's spiritual awareness to a significant degree, an advantage that requires little elaboration. During a duel of magical prowess, the superiority of one's spiritual awareness can undoubtedly confer an edge. The middle-aged man disdainfully regarded the golden iron lock and spoke slowly. Upon his utterance, a ripple of excitement coursed through the assembly of cultivators, with some engaging in hushed conversations. It is worth noting that artifacts capable of warding off malevolent entities are already a rarity, let alone those that enhance spiritual awareness. The fact that this soul lock possesses both attributes is nothing short of extraordinary. In that moment, numerous gazes were fervently directed at the golden lock. Seeing the eager expressions on the faces of the attendees, the man displayed a satisfied smile and declared in a deep voice, "As for the enhancement effect of the soul lock, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Suffice it to say, it will not disappoint the esteemed cultivator who wins this bid. Now, the starting price for the exquisite artifact, the soul lock, is 500 spirit stones with a minimum increment of 100 spirit stones. Let the bidding commence." 700 spirit stones came in immediate response, raising the price by 200. 800 spirit stones. I bid 1,000. Others soon joined in, unwilling to be outdone. In the blink of an eye, the price soared to 1,600 spirit stones, a sum sufficient to acquire a top-tier artifact. 1,600 spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The middle-aged man scanned the crowd of cultivators, his voice resonating with authority. 1,007, drawled a languid voice from the crowd, revealing itself to be Shiryu. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man paused momentarily, then displayed a look of delight, stating, "This esteemed cultivator bids 1,700 spirit stones. Is there a higher offer?" According to the craftsman who forged the soul lock, he initially intended to create an artifact solely for countering possession. Unexpectedly, during the refining process, certain anomalies arose, resulting in this artifact being produced as a superior item with the additional benefit of enhancing spiritual awareness. Even should the original craftsman use the same materials, he may not replicate this unique creation, so do not miss this rare opportunity. 1008, came a deeper voice from the crowd. 2,000, Shuriwei remarked, his expression unwavering as he raised the bid by another 200 spirit stones. The soul lock, a coveted artifact, was firmly in his grasp, its ability to restrain malevolent spirits and entities drawing his unwavering attention. With such a profound capability, he would never relinquish it to another. Humph, let the winds howl. I shall offer 2,100 spirit stones, declared a towering figure with a dark visage, casting a cold glare at Shuriwei. The dark-faced man appeared to be in his 30s, and the aura of power radiating from him indicated he was a foundation-building cultivator. Young man, think carefully before you speak. One can eat haphazardly, yet cannot afford to speak carelessly. The dark-faced man transmitted his words to Shuriwei, his expression a stormy shadow. 2002, Shuriwei replied, his brow furrowing as he braced himself. Did you not hear what I said? The dark-faced man retorted, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. With that, the pressure of his spiritual energy surged forth, targeting Shuriwei directly. Alarmed, Shuriwei swiftly drew forth a diamond talisman, slapping it against himself, which conjured a golden barrier around him. My dear friend, in this auction, the highest bidder prevails. Should you continue to threaten this young man, I will have to ask you to leave. The middle-aged man on the platform interjected, his expression darkening as he furrowed his brow. No sooner had he spoken than the dark-faced man perceived a blur before his eyes. As two elderly figures in gray robes materialized beside him, their demeanor icy and unyielding. The dark-faced man, sensing their formidable presence, emitted a low huff and took a seat. The two elderly figures remained by his side, seemingly to intimidate others. 2,200 spirit stones from this gentleman. Is there a higher bid? The middle-aged man announced, scanning the crowd. With the dark-faced man silent, others followed suit, refraining from making an offer. Ultimately, the soul lock fell into Shuriwei's possession. After ascending the platform and settling the payment, he turned to depart, only to hear the dark-faced man's voice echo in his mind. Youngster, do yourself a favor. After the auction concludes, transfer this item to me, or else. Humph. The threat was unmistakable. Shuriwei furrowed his brow, a sigh escaping his lips. It seemed that strength was paramount, for had he been a foundation-building cultivator, the man would not dare to issue such brazen threats. He committed the dark-faced man's visage to memory as he returned to his seat. At that moment, the middle-aged man unveiled the second piece of crimson satin, revealing a gleaming silver flying dagger. The second highlight of the auction is the exquisite Frost Moon Blade, a supreme artifact forged from the claws of a second-tier ice spider combined with various ice element materials. Its power is immense, capable of overwhelming even mid-tier artifacts. The starting bid is 800 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 100. A supreme artifact. Splendid. I shall claim this blade for 1,000 spirit stones. Humph. Do you think you alone possess spirit stones? 1,002. I bid 1,003. As the middle-aged man's voice faded, a flurry of bids ensued. After careful observation, Shuriwei discovered that most of the bidders were foundation establishment cultivators, who had previously refrained from participating in the auction. It seemed that their sole purpose for attending the auction was to acquire this exquisite magical artifact, following a fierce bidding war. The exceptional artifact was ultimately purchased by a cloaked man for a staggering price of 2,300 spirit stones. The middle-aged man unveiled the third piece of red satin, revealing a palm-sized azure boat before the audience. The final item for auction. The superior flying artifact, Qi Feng Boat, crafted from the hide of a second-tier demonic beast, the Qi Feng Jiao, began with a base price of 1,000 spirit stones, with each raise requiring a minimum increment of 100. The middle-aged man began to introduce it, saying, 1,000 spirit stones. I bid 1,001. 1,003. As soon as the words left his mouth, bids began to flood in. In the blink of an eye, the price of this superior flying artifact soared to 2,000 spirit stones. The crafting of flying artifacts is exceedingly challenging, resulting in their scarcity. The market is predominantly filled with inferior-grade artifacts, with superior ones being exceptionally rare. Thus, the moment this item appeared, it ignited intense competition among bidders. After a heated round of bidding, the superior flying artifact eventually sold for 2,500 spirit stones. With the conclusion of this transaction, the auction came to an end, and the doors of Baoguang Pavilion swung open, allowing the attending cultivators to exit in an orderly fashion. Once outside Baoguang Pavilion, Shuriwei began to meander through the streets, occasionally entering shops to inspect their wares. He noticed several cultivators stealthily trailing behind him. Shuriwei was not taken aback by this. He had anticipated such behavior. As dusk settled in, he continued to stroll through the streets, appearing completely oblivious to his pursuers. At the hour of Su, the sky darkened entirely, and the shops lining the streets lit their lanterns one by one. After exiting the Zhou's bookstore, Shi Yuan glanced around, locking eyes with two middle-aged men, who quickly averted their gaze. Observing this, a smirk of derision crept upon Shi Yuan's lips. He abruptly quickened his pace, blending into the bustling crowd, and his followers promptly followed suit. A quarter of an hour later, Shi Yuan entered a tavern, and upon exiting, he had transformed into a tall man clad in white. He continued to stroll down the street, frequently stepping into shops to examine the merchandise. Half an hour later, Shi Yuan arrived before an exquisite pavilion named Biyun Pavilion, where numerous cultivators were engaged in tea tasting and conversation. Esteemed friend, what tea would you like to drink? Would you like me to introduce some options? As soon as Shi Yuan stepped inside, a young attendant in green approached him swiftly, his face beaming with a smile. This young attendant was also a cultivator, albeit at the first level of qi refinement. What types of tea do you have, and what effects do they offer? Shi Yuan inquired, his expression shifting with newfound interest. In this establishment, there are 6 varieties of exquisite tea: Biyun tea, Sanhua tea, Baichao tea, Huangshan tea, Baigan tea, and Xinlu tea. Biyun tea stands as the signature brew of the shop, known for its brain-enhancing properties. It requires 1 spirit stone per pot. Sanhua tea and Baichao tea are priced at 3 spirit stones per pot and are effective in stopping bleeding and resolving bruises. Huangshan tea and Baigan tea are offered at 5 spirit stones per pot, promoting a tranquil mind and focused spirit. Finally, Xinlu tea, available for 10 spirit stones per pot, enhances magical prowess, though it is only suitable for practitioners in the qi refinement stage, as it has little effect on those in the foundation establishment stage or above. What tea would you like, friend? Inquired the young attendant in a green robe, a slight smile gracing his lips as he meticulously detailed the offerings. I shall have a pot of Biyun tea, responded Shi after a brief contemplation. Certainly, replied the attendant, leading Shi to an empty table before retreating to the back. Before long, the attendant returned, holding a round tray adorned with a teapot and 5 cups. He set the teapot and cups down, poured a cup for Shi, and then departed. Shi lifted the cup and drank deeply. The tea was warm, yet as it settled within him, it transformed into a refreshing coolness that spread throughout his being, ultimately reaching his forehead, leaving him utterly revitalized. A satisfied expression crossed Shiue's face as he contemplated the prospect of cultivating a few tea trees in his own domain. Envisioning the sale of the processed leaves for spirit stones or reserving them for his own enjoyment, Shi lingered in the tea house for half an hour, his gaze fixed outside, occasionally sipping from his cup. Waiter, the bill, please, he called out, producing a spirit stone and placing it on the wooden table before rising to depart. Once outside, Shi meandered through the streets, gravitating towards areas bustling with people. After half an hour, he entered an inn, and upon emerging once more, he had transformed into a tall, slender man. In this manner, Shi continued to alter his appearance until he believed he had successfully evaded his pursuers and entered Taishu residence, where he would take up residence. After closing the door behind him, Shi entered his own domain. He reached for a square wooden box from his storage pouch at his waist, and with a swift motion, he opened it to reveal a golden iron lock, the soul lock. The process of refining a magical artifact involves imbuing it with one's essence through a profound method, leaving a unique mark that allows the owner to wield it while preventing theft by others. Once the artifact is refined, one merely needs to attach their consciousness to it for control. Shi tossed the soul lock into the air, allowing it to hover before him as he began to chant incantations, his fingers deftly forming seals. Moments later, he ceased his incantation and expelled a drop of his essence into the floating golden lock, followed by a series of spells cast upon it. In an instant, the lock radiated a brilliant light, intricate golden runes appearing on its surface, flashing momentarily before vanishing. With a single gesture, the soul lock descended into his palm, which he then secured around his neck, concealing it beneath his clothing to prevent recognition. From an external perspective, others could merely discern that he was adorned with something. Yet the nature of that adornment remained a mystery. Upon a subtle shift in expression, Shi Yuan retrieved 2 black orbs and a black jade slip from his storage pouch. The 2 black orbs were puppets, while the jade slip contained the methods for refining these puppets, a gift from the auction house. After channeling his spiritual energy into the black orbs, he cast them forward. With a resounding crack, the orbs transformed upon hitting the ground into 2 towering black apes, their bodies dark and glistening with a cold luminescence, unmistakably puppets. Shi Yuan placed the black jade slip against his forehead, closing his eyes to delve into its contents. A quarter of an hour later, he opened his eyes, removing the jade slip from his brow, his expression contemplative. The puppets did not require refinement. A mere fragment of spiritual awareness could be attached to control their movements. The slip detailed a technique known as the split spirit art, which allowed the practitioner to divide a portion of their spiritual awareness. The extent of this division depended on the strength of the practitioner's spirit. Those with formidable spiritual power could divide their awareness into greater portions, thus commanding more puppets. However, the process of dividing one's spirit was excruciating. If one's spiritual strength was insufficient, it could lead to a state of idiocy. Typically, it was advisable to cultivate the split spirit art post-foundation establishment. The soul lock possessed the ability to augment one's spiritual awareness, albeit in minimal increments, with significant effects only becoming apparent through prolonged use. Shi Yuan's expression shifted as he produced a white jade slip, placing it against his forehead. This slip contained the cultivation methods for the split spirit technique, which, according to the wandering master, could enhance spiritual awareness, though its validity was uncertain. After another quarter of an hour, Shi Yuan removed the slip, a look of eagerness illuminating his countenance. Aside from detailing the benefits of the split spirit technique, the slip also outlined certain limitations for practitioners. It was imperative to maintain a clear consciousness while practicing. Failure to do so could result in the loss of previous progress or even harm to one's spiritual awareness, leading to idiocy. For safety, Qi refinement stage practitioners were restricted to the first level of the technique, while foundation establishment practitioners could engage with the second level, and so forth. Practitioners were cautioned against recklessly advancing to higher levels, lest they face severe backlash. Upon mastering the first level, one could simultaneously control 4 or 5 magical artifacts. The mere thought of wielding multiple artifacts in combat ignited a spark of excitement in Shi Yuan. Typically, Qi refinement stage practitioners could manage only 2 artifacts at once, with those of greater spiritual strength capable of handling 3 or 4. Yet mastering the first level would grant him the ability to command 4 or 5. Seated beneath the blood qi fruit tree, Shi Yuan commenced his cultivation per the jade slip's instructions. He remained within the celestial space for over a month, with his eyes slightly closed. His face dripped with sweat, his features contorted as if enduring profound agony. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance igniting within them. He had finally succeeded in mastering the first level. Shi Yuan murmured to himself, a smile gracing his features. Typically, the art of dividing consciousness involves a forceful split of one's original awareness, and the divine split technique is no exception. What sets it apart, however, is its refined and safe method of dividing consciousness, allowing practitioners to eventually restore the split fragments through cultivation, thereby enhancing their overall awareness to rival even the most formidable of cultivators. As Shi Yuan's expression shifted, he flicked his wrist, and 2 obsidian spheres shot forth. With a pair of resounding cracks, they transformed into 2 towering black apes. Shi Yuan attached his consciousness to the puppets, attempting to issue commands through his mind. Instantly, the 2 black apes sprang to life, glancing about before taking a few steps forward and halting. The experience of commanding the puppets via his consciousness was extraordinary. His thoughts directly conveyed to the puppets, a sensation that was neither as ethereal as manipulating a magical artifact nor as tangible as controlling limbs. The puppets felt akin to loyal subordinates. With a mere thought, they acted in accordance with his desires, relying on their inherent instincts for movement. Remarkably, Shi Yuan could perceive everything that the puppets saw and heard, a realization that filled him with delight. With a childlike sense of playfulness, Shi Yuan manipulated the 2 puppets to exhibit various reactions. Throughout this process, he identified several shortcomings of the puppet beasts. Firstly, their operational range was limited to 200 meters around him. Beyond this distance, they became immobile, and the attached consciousness would return to him. He surmised that this limitation was tied to his cultivation level and consciousness, and anticipated that as he advanced, the puppets would be able to operate over greater distances. Secondly, upon receiving his commands, the puppets exhibited a slight delay in action. Although the delay was brief, it posed a potential vulnerability in real combat situations. Despite these drawbacks, Shi Yuan held the puppet beasts in high regard. He had only just begun to master the first layer of the divine split technique, capable of splitting his consciousness into 3 fragments. Once he perfected this layer, he could divide his consciousness further. The prospect of having several fearless guardians at his side was enticing, even if he encountered a formidable foe. He could command the puppet beasts to ensnare the enemy while he made his escape. Commanding the puppet beasts required spirit stones, with the quality of the stones directly influencing the duration of control. Naturally, the time they could be commanded also correlated with the intensity of their attacks. If they were to exert maximum effort against an opponent, their operational time would be significantly reduced. Once the spirit stones attached to the puppets depleted their spiritual energy, the beasts would become lifeless. The extent of the puppet beast's abilities could only be truly assessed through combat experience. With these thoughts in mind, Shi Yuan withdrew from the celestial space. After exiting the void abode, he strolled through the streets a couple of times, ensuring that no one was tailing him before hastily departing the marketplace. Once beyond the flight restrictions of the marketplace, Shi Yuan summoned his flying artifact and soared toward the Taisu mountain range. At noon, the sun blazed brightly in the sky. Shi Yuan descended upon a gently sloping earth hill. Ahead of him lay a vast expanse of dense forest, over 100 meters away. With the crimson moon sword in hand, he advanced cautiously into the thicket. Half an hour later, Shi Yuan emerged from the woodland, greeted by a broad plain, with a winding valley stretching several hundred meters ahead. In the midst of the plain was a sizable lake, surrounded by dozens of beastly creatures resembling red water buffalo, grazing on the verdant grass, while a few younglings frolicked by the lakeside. These creatures bore a striking resemblance to water buffalo, their bodies entirely crimson. Shi Yuan was wary of provoking these demonic beasts. As he contemplated employing his stealth technique to bypass them, 2 azure shadows erupted from a patch of underbrush, 2 azure leopards, each measuring nearly 10 feet in length. With agility, the leopards sprang forward, leaping several meters in a heartbeat, covering vast distances in mere moments. At that juncture, the red demonic buffalo sensed the presence of the azure leopards. The larger among them let out a peculiar bellow and swiftly bolted towards the valley. Observing this, the other red buffalo followed suit. Though the red buffaloes ran swiftly, the leopards outpaced them effortlessly. The 2 younglings lagged behind, falling prey to the leopard's swift advance. In a flash, the azure leopards pounced, subduing the younglings with their powerful forelimbs, their gaping maws descending upon the younglings' necks. 2 agonizing cries echoed as the leopards sank their fangs into the tender flesh, blood gushing forth. The younglings struggled violently, attempting to break free, yet their efforts proved futile. They succumbed to the leopard's relentless assault, lifeless from excessive blood loss. By this time, the red buffaloes had vanished from sight. The azure leopards, having ensured their victory, feasted upon their quarry, tearing off chunks of bloody flesh with relish. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Shi Yuan's expression shifted. He sheathed the crimson moon sword, his lips moving slightly, transforming his form into a nearly imperceptible shadow. He approached the azure leopards, taking measured steps, 5, 10, 20, 50. When he was within 100 paces of the leopards, one suddenly halted its feast, the morsel still clenched in its jaws, turning its gaze towards Shi Yuan. Eyes filled with suspicion. Alarmed, Shi Yuan hastily drew his sword. The moment he channeled his energy, his presence was betrayed. The leopards, their eyes glinting with malice, sprang forth towards him with alarming speed. Shi Yuan's complexion shifted, and with a flick of his sleeve, 2 black orbs shot forth, landing with a resounding thud as 2 towering black monkeys materialized. As soon as they touched the ground, they charged towards the azure leopards under Shi Yuan as command. Unfazed, the leopards opened their mouths, unleashing several foot-long azure wind blades that hurtled towards the monkeys. The blades struck the black monkeys with a series of dull thuds, leaving only faint white marks where they made contact. Undeterred by their initial assault's failure, the leopards transformed into dark shadows, leaping towards the black monkeys with ferocity. A cerulean leopard leaped several paces forward, and with a swift motion, it approached a black monkey. Its sharp claws fiercely slashed at the expressionless face of the black monkey, leaving only a few faint white marks. The black monkey clenched its right fist tightly and struck down upon the cerulean leopard. With a resounding thud, the iron-black fist collided with the cerulean leopard, sending it flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. As soon as it landed, the black monkey charged towards it. In response to this impending threat, the cerulean leopard opened its mouth and unleashed several azure wind blades, each measuring a foot in length, shooting towards the oncoming black monkey. The black monkey, undeterred, allowed the azure blades to strike its body, producing a cacophony of sounds, yet only leaving a few shallow white marks upon its form. Seizing this opportunity, the cerulean leopard swiftly retreated. The black monkey relentlessly pursued the cerulean leopard, but the latter's agility proved superior. Each time the black monkey drew near, It was met with a barrage of azure blades, though the resilience of its physique meant the cerulean's attacks inflicted minimal damage. The black monkey tightened its right fist once more and charged towards the cerulean leopard. Seeing this, the cerulean leopard prepared to unleash another wave of azure wind blades. But at that moment, a piercing sound sliced through the air as 6 azure short swords shot in from various directions. Startled, the cerulean leopard propelled itself several meters to the left. With a series of thuds, the 6 short swords struck the ground where it had just been, leaving multiple craters in the earth. The swords then spiraled back, aiming once again at the cerulean leopard. Though agile, the cerulean leopard could not evade all of them this time, suffering 2 deep gashes that marred its skin as 2 blades found their mark. Suddenly, a flash of black light surged forward, striking the cerulean leopard with lightning speed. With a thunderous crash, the leopard felt an overwhelming force, sending it reeling through the air before it fell heavily to the ground once more. In the next instant, the 6 azure short swords returned, mercilessly slashing at its body. With a scream of agony, the cerulean leopard collapsed into a pool of its own blood, its body shattered. Meanwhile, another cerulean leopard was embroiled in a fierce struggle with yet another black monkey. Regardless of whether it unleashed wind blades, clawed, or bit, it could not inflict significant harm upon the black monkey. Conversely, after several powerful punches from the black monkey, the cerulean leopard appeared increasingly weakened. Upon witnessing the tragic demise of its companion, a glimmer of fear flickered in the eyes of this cerulean leopard, prompting it to swiftly flee towards the valley. Its speed was remarkable, covering great distances in mere breaths. Observing this, Shiryu let out a soft scoff, a smirk of derision playing on his lips. He executed a hand gesture, and simultaneously, 2 black monkeys opened their mouths, each unleashing a thick column of black light, as wide as an infant's arm, hurtling towards the cerulean leopard with blinding speed. With a thunderous roar, 2 resounding booms echoed as a black beam struck the ground, creating a substantial crater, while another black beam collided with the cerulean leopard, sending it tumbling several meters forward. After enduring the impact of the black beam, the cerulean leopard appeared somewhat weakened, trembling as it struggled to rise and continue its dash towards the valley. At that moment, a piercing sound sliced through the air, and 6 azure short swords shot forth. A horrific scream followed as the cerulean leopard was cleaved into several pieces, its blood staining the earth crimson. Observing this, Shiryu offered a faint smile, extending a hand as the 6 azure swords spiraled back to him with haste, while 2 ebony monkeys turned and approached him with measured steps. The monkey puppets were capable of engaging in close combat as well as launching ranged attacks. However, their long-range capabilities were limited, allowing them a maximum of 5 strikes before requiring a replacement of the mid-grade spirit stone. Before long, the 2 ebony monkeys returned to Shiryu, their bodies marked with numerous faint white scars, barely perceptible unless scrutinized closely. Just as Shiryu intended to retract these 2 puppet beasts into his storage pouch, a sudden whooshing sound erupted from behind him. Startled, Shiryu lunged forward. A series of thuds resonated as something struck his back, an overwhelming force surging towards him. The impact sent Shiryu sprawling to the ground. As he fell, he swiftly produced a diamond talisman, slapping it against himself, which conjured a radiant golden barrier. Upon turning around, he found himself face to face with a middle-aged woman of plain features and a dark-skinned man exuding an aura of menace. The woman, at the 5th level of chi refinement, donned a crimson robe, a red gourd dangling from her waist. The imposing man, at the 6th level of chi refinement, wielded an azure feather fan, his expression brimming with hostility. What is the meaning of this, fellow cultivators? Shiryu inquired, his countenance darkening as he furrowed his brow. This marked his second ambush. What is the meaning? Go ask the king of hell. The dark-skinned man scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. Attack. Do not let this brat leave alive. With that, he abruptly swung his azure fan, unleashing several azure wind blades that darted toward Shiryu. Simultaneously, the middle-aged woman removed the red gourd from her waist, uncorked it, and aimed the opening at Shiryu. A flash of red light erupted as a dozen black orbs surged forth, hurtling towards him. Seeing this, Shiryu's expression shifted, and he hastily commanded the 2 puppets to shield him. The 2 monkey puppets sprang into action, positioning themselves before Shiryu. A series of thuds echoed as the azure wind blades struck the puppets, marking them with shallow white scars. The black orb spiraled around the puppets, racing towards Shiryu. Despite the protection of the diamond talisman, Shiryu dared not allow the orbs to collide with him. With a swift motion, he produced a red orb in his palm, channeling his energy into it. A flash of red light illuminated the area as a black barrier materialized, enveloping him in a second layer of protection. This red orb was none other than the red cloud pearl. With a series of resounding thuds, several black orbs collided against the golden barrier. As the last few struck, the shimmering shield shattered, fortunately halted by a crimson barrier that intercepted the spheres. "Eliminate him," commanded Sherway, his countenance darkening as he pointed at the burly man with the black face, instructing the two puppet beasts. In unison, the puppet beasts unleashed torrents of black light, each as thick as an infant's arm, hurtling towards the black-faced man with astonishing speed. In mere moments, the beams reached him. The man's expression shifted abruptly. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a yellow talisman that transformed into a towering earthen wall, shielding him from harm. With a thunderous crash, the two black beams struck the wall, obliterating it into fragments. Seizing the opportunity, the black-faced man vanished in a flash of azure light, reappearing several meters to the left. Barely had he moved when the beam struck his previous position, leaving a crater of a meter in diameter in the ground. Witnessing this, the black-faced man broke into a cold sweat. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He swiftly retrieved a black flying dagger from his storage pouch, which spiraled towards Sherway with deadly intent. A cacophony ensued as the dagger collided with the crimson barrier, along with the remnants of the black orbs, which only caused a slight tremor in the shield. At that moment, the two puppet beasts charged towards the black-faced man. His expression darkened. He retreated rapidly, wielding a green feather fan that unleashed sharp gusts of wind, each blade aimed at the advancing beasts. The green wind blades struck the puppet beasts with ferocity, leaving only faint white marks upon their forms, inflicting minimal damage. Unfazed, the puppet beasts continued their advance. The black-faced man, unwilling to allow them to close the distance, pondered briefly before drawing two yellow talismans from his pouch. With a flick of his wrist, he sent them soaring towards the beasts. Lacking any semblance of intelligence, the puppet beasts merely obeyed Shiryue's commands. They paid no heed to the approaching talismans. Upon arrival, the talismans detonated, enveloping the beasts in golden barriers. Meanwhile, Sherway was engaged in a fierce struggle, wielding 6 azure short swords against the black orbs, while a black dagger and a blue short sword relentlessly assaulted the crimson barrier, causing a tumultuous uproar. Having ensnared the two puppet beasts with the talismans, the black-faced man retracted his green fan and retrieved a blue short sword from his pouch. With a decisive motion upon the hilt, the sword transformed into a streak of azure light, darting towards Sherway. Outnumbered, Sherway found himself overwhelmed, his magical energy swiftly depleting. He hurriedly commanded the two puppet beasts to swiftly break open the earth prison talisman. Subsequently, with a flick of his hand, Shiryu produced 2 azure talismans, which he cast forward, transforming into 2 colossal wind blades, each approximately 10 feet in length, hurtling towards the burly man with the dark face. The wind blades moved with astonishing speed, reaching the man in mere moments. The dark-faced man began to feel a twinge of panic. He quickly flicked his sleeve, and an azure talisman shot forth, morphing into a towering transparent wall of wind that shielded him. With 2 resounding thuds, the massive wind blades struck the transparent wall, causing it to flicker violently before dimming, ultimately vanishing into thin air. Observing this, the dark-faced man sighed in relief. Just then, 2 thunderous booms echoed as the puppet beast shattered the earth prison talisman. Once freed, they opened their mouths and unleashed 2 columns of black light, each as thick as an infant's arm, surging towards the dark-faced man. The black columns raced towards him with incredible speed, reaching him in an instant. The man's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily retrieved a golden talisman and slapped it against himself. A flash of golden light enveloped him, conjuring a shimmering golden barrier. The 2 black columns collided with the barrier, causing it to tremble violently, its brilliance waning as if it were on the verge of collapse. "Be careful," a familiar female voice echoed in the dark-faced man's ear. Startled, he looked up just in time to see 2 enormous fireballs, each the size of a water tank, hurtling toward him, crashing into the golden barrier with tremendous force. With a thunderous roar, the fireballs exploded, engulfing the golden shield in a torrent of flames. In the next moment, a whooshing sound filled the air as 3 azure short swords shot forth, piercing through the inferno. A scream pierced the chaos as the swords emerged from the flames. Soon, the fire subsided, revealing the dark-faced man, who now bore a gaping wound in his chest. He collapsed to the ground, lifeless, disbelief etched across his features. With the dark-faced man's demise, the black flying knives lost their magical sustenance, plummeting to the ground. Witnessing her companion's tragic end, the middle-aged woman's expression turned ashen. Before she could react further, the two puppet beasts unleashed their black light columns towards her. In a matter of moments, the columns were upon her. The woman's face blanched as she swiftly tapped her storage pouch at her waist, summoning a small yellow shield that expanded against the wind, swirling protectively around her. Almost instantly, she murmured a few incantations, conjuring a blue barrier, which formed a second line of defense. With two resounding impacts, the black light columns collided with the yellow shield, causing its luminosity to dim and revealing numerous fine cracks on its surface. Upon witnessing this, Shiryu formed a singular hand gesture, causing two puppeteered beasts to open their mouths, emitting flickers of black light. However, this luminescence swiftly dissipated. No matter how Shiryu commanded them, they remained immobile. It was evident that the spiritual stones nestled within the grooves of the puppets had exhausted their energy. Devoid of spiritual essence, the puppeteered beasts were mere lifeless objects. Noticing this, Shiryu furrowed his brow and, with a swift motion, summoned his spirit beast pouch at his waist. A resounding hum erupted as hundreds of spirit-eating bees surged forth, darting towards the middle-aged woman. Simultaneously, Shiryu manipulated 6 azure short swords, directing them with precision towards her. A cacophony of sounds ensued as the 6 azure swords collided with a yellow shield, which, despite its resilience, bore additional cracks. The middle-aged woman retaliated with blue short swords and a dozen black orbs aimed at the crimson barrier enveloping Shiryu, yet the red shield remained intact. Esteemed fellow, I beg your mercy, I am but a fool who fails to recognize your greatness. I am willing to surrender my storage pouch, she implored, her heart racing. Nevertheless, Shiryu remained unresponsive, commanding the 6 azure swords to assail her from various angles, all of which were thwarted by the yellow shield. The clamor intensified, and the fissures on the shield grew wider until it finally shattered into fragments. With the yellow shield no longer obstructing them, the 6 azure swords struck fiercely at the middle-aged woman. Her blue barrier, a mere rudimentary defense spell, could not withstand the onslaught of 6 superior-grade flying swords. In no time, the blue shield shattered. A piercing scream echoed as her head was severed in one swift stroke, rolling away as torrents of blood gushed forth, her headless corpse swaying slightly before collapsing to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Shiryu exhaled a sigh of relief, beckoning the 6 azure swords to spiral back to him, while the hundreds of spirit-eating bees returned to the spirit beast pouch at his waist. After collecting the red cloud orb and the 2 puppeteered beasts, he swiftly departed, absconding with the valuables from the corpses. Upon returning to the Taisu sect, dusk had already descended. As Shiryu stepped into the courtyard of Chuayan Peak, he noticed a sound transmission talisman positioned at its center. His expression shifted, and with a single gesture, the talisman flew into his grasp. Crushing it in his hand, a commanding male voice resonated. Shirji. I am Zhao Shirshu from the Divine Pill Hall. Come to the hall immediately. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Remember this. The Divine Pill Hall? Zhao Shirshu? Could it be that he is urging me for more fasting pills? Shiryu pondered aloud, slightly taken aback. However, if Zhao Shirshu indeed sought fasting pills, Shiryu felt no concern, for he possessed over 2,000 fasting pills, ample to cover 2 months' supply. After bestowing rain upon his 3 acres of moonlight water flowers, Shiryu ascended his flying vessel towards the Divine Pill Hall. This time, he wore the token for entry into the Divine Pill Peak at his waist, encountering no scrutiny. As he entered the Divine Pill Hall, he observed a middle-aged man, exuding an aura of scholarly wisdom, seated behind a wooden table, engrossed in a tome. Master Zhao, your disciple Shiryu, have come as commanded. I am unaware of any tasks you may have for me, Shiryu said respectfully as he approached the middle-aged man with quickened steps. Here's the situation. Our sect has sold a considerable amount of spiritual herbs in recent months, including a significant quantity of the fasting elixir. We are in urgent need of a new batch. Have you completed this month's supply of fasting elixirs? Master Zhao inquired, setting aside his texts. I just finished refining them a few days ago. A total of 1,100 elixirs, Shiryu replied with a nod. 1,100? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, contemplating briefly before issuing his command. That is insufficient. I shall provide you with materials for an additional 300 elixirs and 300 pieces of spiritual charcoal. By the end of the month, I expect you to deliver 3,000 fasting elixirs. Do you understand? With that, he tossed a storage bag onto the table. 3,000 fasting elixirs? Shiryu furrowed his brow. With just under half a month remaining, he already possessed over 2,000 elixirs, and producing another 1,000 would not be a daunting task. However, The sudden demand for such a large quantity raised his suspicions. A single fasting elixir allows one to forego food for 3 days. A disciple in the chi refinement stage typically receives 10 elixirs per month for routine tasks. Thus, 3,000 elixirs could adequately supply 100 chi refinement disciples. Yet, Shiryu was aware that there were over 100 alchemical apprentices in the Divine Elixir Hall, with more than 20 tasked with refining fasting elixirs. Even if the sect were in urgent need, it seemed unreasonable to require him to produce 3,000 elixirs in a month alone. Are you suggesting insubordination? The middle-aged man's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. I would never dare to defy you. However, may I inquire if the other alchemical apprentices are also expected to submit such a quantity of fasting elixirs? Shiryu cautiously asked, shaking his head in hesitation. Some, like you, are required to produce 3,000 fasting elixirs by the end of the month, while others are exempt, as they are currently learning to refine chi pills. Once their success rate improves, they will no longer need to create fasting elixirs and will instead focus on chi pills, which can fetch a higher price in spirit stones. Therefore, the task of refining fasting elixirs is left to those who specialize solely in that. The middle-aged man explained indifferently. I understand now. I shall fulfill this task as instructed, Shiryu acknowledged, realization dawning upon him. He then took the storage bag from the wooden table and tucked it into his robe. Very well, if there is nothing further, you may take your leave. Remember to deliver the 3,000 fasting elixirs by the end of the month. The middle-aged man reminded him as he dismissed Shiryu. Shiryu responded affirmatively and respectfully withdrew. Having taken over half a month to produce just over 1,000 fasting elixirs, he pondered whether he could truly manage to create 2,000 more in the remaining days. The middle-aged man muttered to himself, watching Shiryu's retreating figure. After departing from the Divine Elixir Peak, Shiryu soared through the air on his flying instrument. Arriving at a mountain adorned with vibrant red flowers, their sweet fragrance wafting through the air. This was Red Flower Peak, one of the outer 18 peaks, home to over 100 disciples in the chi refinement stage. Shiwan arrived at a tranquil courtyard nestled halfway up the mountain. He produced a sound transmission talisman, whispered a few words, and tossed it forward, watching as the talisman transformed into a crimson beam of light that flew into the courtyard. Before long, the gate swung open, and a tall, slender middle-aged man emerged. Shiwan, you've arrived at the perfect moment. Senior Brother L is currently visiting and is enlightening us on the art of cultivation. Would you care to join us? The middle-aged man greeted Shiwan with a slight smile. Oh, Senior Brother L is imparting wisdom on cultivation? Then I shall not disturb, Shiwan replied after a brief contemplation. Please, Shitty, follow me. The middle-aged man beckoned as he led Shiwan into the courtyard. By the way, Shitty, is there something you wish to discuss with me? He casually inquired while guiding Shiwan. Indeed. It is regarding this matter. Uncle Zhao has provided me with 300 sets of materials for concocting the fasting elixirs and requested 3,000 elixirs by the end of the month. I wonder if Senior Brotherly has received similar instructions. Shiwan addressed the matter directly. The individual before him, Senior Brotherly, was also engaged in alchemy at the Divine Elixir Hall, specifically responsible for the same fasting elixirs, and Shiwan sought to ascertain if Uncle Zhao had deceived him. Yes, I received the instructions yesterday. Junior Brother Wu and Junior Sister Chun were given the same orders. However, Junior Brother Deng and his group did not receive these commands. As they are skilled in formulating chi refining powder, and Uncle Zhao assigned them different tasks, the middle-aged man confirmed with a nod. Senior Brotherly, is it common for such temporary augmentations and tasks to occur? Shiwan inquired, his expression shifting with curiosity. Not quite. It depends on the circumstances. When elixirs sell quickly, we must produce more, and when they sell slowly, we produce fewer. The specific quantities are determined by Uncle Zhao and Uncle Wu, the middle-aged man elucidated. As they conversed, they arrived at a bamboo pavilion. Inside, a bamboo table was set with an exquisite teapot and several teacups, where 2 men and a woman were gathered, engaged in conversation. The woman, possessing delicate features, wore a flowing azure gown, while one of the men, slightly older, donned a blue robe and had an ordinary visage. The other man, with a dignified countenance, adorned in sleeves embroidered with golden threads, unmistakably identified as the inner door disciple, L. Tianying. Greetings, Senior Brother Wu, Senior Sister Chun. And Senior Brother L, Shiwan greeted the trio with a smile. Shitty, Senior Brother L was just speaking of you. He mentioned your profound expertise in cultivation, encouraging us to learn from you, the man in blue robes remarked with a gentle smile. Among the outer disciples, if Senior Brother L claims second place in cultivation, None would dare to claim the first, Shi Yuan humbly responded, his words laced with genuine admiration for El Tianjin. Shi Yuan's words were not mere flattery. They stemmed from a heartfelt respect for El Tianjin, renowned for his exceptional talent and esteemed by the sect's higher-ups. El Tianjin had yet to establish his foundation, but had already ascended to the ranks of inner door disciples, enjoying the privileges afforded to them, a source of envy for many outer disciples. Lu Tianjin is a person of affable nature, never considering himself superior due to his status as an inner disciple. He maintains amicable relationships with many outer disciples. Whenever an outer disciple's spiritual grains or beans fall ill, they often seek his assistance, and Lu Tianjin has never declined, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to healing the ailing crops. As a result, he enjoys considerable esteem among the outer disciples. Although Shi Yuan has never solicited Lu Tianjin's help, he has witnessed Lu Tianjin aiding others in treating their spiritual crops and holds him in high regard. With a gentle shake of his head and a smile, Lu Tianjin remarked, "Junior brother Shi, you jest. I merely possess a superficial understanding of cultivation. Recently, I was at a loss against the rampant blight afflicting our sect, while you, junior brother Shi, managed to cure it with a certain spiritual liquid. Might I inquire about the composition of that liquid? What is the principle behind its efficacy?" "That is rather impossible," Shi Yuan replied, a wry smile crossing his face, his expression revealing his dilemma. "As per the orders of our esteemed sect leader, I am bound to keep the secret of the spiritual liquid. Otherwise, I would face severe consequences." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianjin's expression dimmed slightly, but he refrained from pressing further. "By the way, junior brother Shi, the spiritual liquid distributed by the sect can also cure the blight. Surely, it is not identical to the one you prepared?" The young woman in the green dress seemed to recall something and inquired. At her words, Lu Tianjin's curiosity was piqued, and he turned his gaze toward Shi Yuan. "How could that be? My liquid was concocted purely by chance and is unlike that of the sect. By the way, what kind of tea is this? It possesses an exquisite fragrance." Shi Yuan shook his head, offering a brief explanation before shifting the topic. "Junior brother Shi, this is the Wu Ling tea personally roasted by senior brother Lu. Not only does it invigorate the mind, but it also aids in the cleansing of the marrow and the transformation of the essence, greatly benefiting future cultivation." Senior brother Li poured a cup for Shi Yuan, cleansing the marrow and transforming the essence. Shi Yuan's eyes flickered with surprise upon hearing this. Cultivators expel impurities from their bodies through the inhalation and exhalation of spiritual energy. This process is known as cleansing the marrow and transforming the essence. With each significant advancement in cultivation, one undergoes this cleansing. The fewer impurities a cultivator harbors, the easier their practice becomes. Besides achieving a major breakthrough, certain spiritual fruits and items can also facilitate this cleansing, though such treasures are exceedingly rare and precious. Shi Yuan could hardly believe that senior brother Lu would generously offer such a precious spiritual tea for their consumption. It seemed excessively courteous. "Do not heed the fanciful claims of junior brother Li," Lu Tianjin interjected. "This Wu Ling tea indeed has the effect of cleansing the marrow and transforming the essence, but it is only effective for cultivators below the 8th level of qi refining. Moreover, it requires consistent consumption. Merely a few cups will not yield the desired results. This tea tree matures once every decade, yielding only 3 to 5 pounds of leaves. One must consume 10 to 8 pounds for it to truly cleanse the marrow. Thus, this tea primarily serves to enhance alertness." El Tianjin shook his head and explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shi Yu suddenly understood and drank the tea in one gulp. As the tea settled in his stomach, a refreshing sensation rose within him, swiftly spreading throughout his entire being, leaving a lingering aroma in his mouth. "What a fine tea!" Shi Yu could not help but exclaim. "Well, since it is such exquisite tea, brother Shi should indulge in another cup," Li Shixiang replied with a slight smile, pouring another cup for Shi Yu. Shi Yu did not hesitate, lifting the teacup and finishing it in one go. Although cultivators below the 8th level of qi refinement often drink this Wu Ling tea to cleanse their marrow and transform their veins, why doesn't brother L plant a few more Wu Ling tea trees? Once they mature, wouldn't it yield even more tea leaves? Shi Yu casually inquired. Brother Shi is unaware that, due to its significant ability to cleanse marrow and transform veins, the seeds of Wu Ling tea are exceedingly precious, costing 50 contribution points per seed. Moreover, the Wu Ling tea tree has strict environmental requirements. If not carefully tended to, it may fall ill and produce less, and in severe cases, it may wither. Initially, I planted 3 Wu Ling tea trees, yet only one has survived to this day, El Tianjin explained with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Shi Yu nodded. Given L. Tianjing's cultivation skills, having only 1 out of 3 survive illustrates the considerable challenges in growing wooling tea. However, it is precisely this difficulty that ignited Shiryu's desire to cultivate wooling tea trees. The environment in his spatial realm surpasses that of the outside world, making it entirely feasible to grow wooling tea trees. Moreover, Uncle Zhou's cave dwelling contains numerous texts on cultivating spiritual teas, including those that detail the cultivation of wooling tea, allowing Shiryu to reference them whenever he encounters difficulties. By the way, Brother Shir, I have a few questions regarding cultivation that I would like to ask you. L. Tianjong said, his expression shifting as he spoke. Please, Brother L, go ahead. Shiryu nodded in encouragement. I have planted an acre of butterfly grass, which is nearing maturity. However, for some inexplicable reason, several of the grass have recently withered without any visible signs of illness. Additionally, the petals of the pitcher plant have begun to yellow, and I cannot discern the cause. Furthermore, the alfalfa flowers have recently started to emit a foul odor. I have consulted numerous cultivation texts regarding these issues, yet have found no answers. I wonder if Brother Shir could provide some insights, L. Tianjong said with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, a contemplative expression crossed Shiryu's face. After a moment of reflection, he spoke. Brother, you haven't been excessively watering the butterfly grass lately, have you? Indeed. How did you know, Brother Shir? L. Tianjong replied, his eyes filled with curiosity. Butterfly grass matures once every 20 years, and after 19 years, watering must cease, otherwise it will wither. As for the yellowing petals of the pitcher plant, it is likely due to insufficient sunlight recently. Although the pitcher plant is a water element spiritual herb, it requires ample sunlight. The foul odor from the alfalfa flowers indicates they are nearing maturity. Once the odor dissipates, the alfalfa flowers will be ripe. Shiryu said with a gentle smile towards L. Tianjong. Ah, I see now. Thank you for your guidance, L. Tianjong exclaimed, realizing the truth and nodding in gratitude. Brother Shir, I never expected you to possess knowledge on cultivation matters that even Brother L is unfamiliar with. It seems your earlier modesty was indeed a display of humility, Li Shixiang remarked, beaming with a smile. Indeed, Brother Shir, you are far too humble, they echoed in agreement. The young woman in the green dress nodded in agreement. I possess merely a rudimentary understanding of these matters. The knowledge I have acquired comes from the collection of texts belonging to Master Zhou. Otherwise, I would not be able to respond adequately. Upon hearing this, Shiryu let out a wry smile and began to elucidate. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and with a beaming expression, he turned to Lu Tianjong and remarked, Brother Lu, the butterfly grass, the pitcher plant, and the alfalfa flower are rather rare spiritual herbs, and their cultivation is quite challenging. I am pleasantly surprised that you have managed to cultivate these 3 varieties. It is evident that your horticultural skills are truly exceptional. Although these herbs are demanding, with dedication, they can indeed be nurtured. It is the commitment that often makes the difference, Lu Tianjong explained calmly. He then recalled something and added, By the way, Shir Shidi, you mentioned that your knowledge stems from Master Zhou's collection. This Master Zhou is none other than Zhou Hong, from Xian Peak. Upon saying this, he gazed at Shiryu with eager anticipation. Upon hearing this, the 3 disciples, including Brother Li, also turned their attention towards Shiryu. Master Zhou Hong, nicknamed Zhou Senkuai, is a name known to every outer disciple. Recently, I undertook a task assigned by Master Zhou Hong, which involved providing rain for his spiritual herbs. Thanks to his generosity, I was granted access to the texts within his cave. Prior to consulting those texts, I was completely ignorant of cultivation. Only aware of the concepts of rainfall and sowing seeds, Shiryu nodded earnestly. Shiryu was truthful. When he initially accepted the task from Master Zhou Hong, he felt somewhat reluctant, believing himself to be at a disadvantage. However, in retrospect, he now harbored immense gratitude for Master Zhou. Had it not been for the opportunity to peruse Master Zhou's texts, he would not have acquired such extensive knowledge of cultivation. The Taisu sect is characterized by its strict hierarchy, where disciples in the qi refining stage can only access the first floor of the scripture pavilion. The texts available on that floor provide only basic introductions to the cultivation methods of spiritual grains and beans, with limited records on spiritual herb cultivation. Due to the short maturation period and low difficulty of spiritual grains and beans, they seldom fall ill, leading most qi refining disciples to prefer cultivating these over spiritual herbs. Although spiritual herbs fetch a higher price in spirit stones, their longer maturation period, higher seed costs, and susceptibility to disease make them less appealing to many disciples, who thus gravitate towards the easier cultivation of grains and beans. Over time, the number of disciples skilled in herb cultivation dwindled, as most opted for the more straightforward task of nurturing grains and beans, allowing them to devote more time to their cultivation practices. Ah, I see now why Shirshidi was previously inconspicuous, yet has recently gained such prominence. It is because he has access to Master Zhou's collection. Master Zhou is renowned for his passion for cultivation, and it is no wonder that Shirshidi possesses such profound knowledge, Brotherly remarked with a tone of envy. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianzhong and the others displayed expressions of realization. Brother Shi, would you lend me Uncle Zhou's collection of books for a few days? I assure you, I will keep it a secret. Lu Tianzhong inquired, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. That might be a challenge. According to our sect's 36th rule, taking items from elders can lead to a punishment of 50 lashes or, in severe cases, the depletion of one's magical powers and expulsion from the sect. I cannot take such risks, Shi replied, shaking his head with a wry smile. Do not blame me, Brother Shi. I was thoughtless and momentarily forgot our sect's regulations. I almost made a grave mistake. I hope you can overlook it, Lu Tianzhong said, his expression turning serious and tinged with regret. Brother Lu, you jest. It was merely a slip of the tongue. With your magnanimity, how could Brother Shi possibly take offense? Li Shixiang interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Shi nodded in agreement. Enough of this. Let us speak of the upcoming minor competition. In just over 20 days, our sect will hold it. Brother Lu, will you participate? A young woman in a blue dress said with a smile, deftly redirecting the conversation. Lu Tianzhong chuckled lightly, shaking his head. I have no interest. I do not wish to embarrass myself. But Brother Lu, you are at the 13th level of Qi refinement. Surely, no one could rival you. Shi expressed his curiosity. Brother Shi, you jest. Aside from cultivating spirit herbs, I spend my remaining time on training and alchemy. My practical combat experience is woefully lacking. Perhaps my profound magical powers could allow me to defeat some junior disciples, but against seasoned opponents with rich combat experience, I would be outmatched. I am well aware of my limitations. I prefer not to seek such excitement. Moreover, despite being in the Qi refinement stage, I enjoy the privileges of an inner disciple. The opportunity should be left for my fellow brothers, Lu Tianzhong explained with a bittersweet smile. Upon hearing this, Li Shixiang and the others exchanged glances, sighing in relief. Their gazes toward Lu Tianzhong filled with admiration. To be honest, they were genuinely concerned about Lu Tianzhong participating in the minor competition. After all, he was a skilled inner disciple at the 13th level of Qi refinement. Even with limited combat experience, his formidable magical powers would likely secure him a place in the top 10. This would result in only 29 slots remaining. With thousands of Qi refinement disciples in Taisu's sect, only the top 30 would receive rewards. Securing a position among the top 30 was already a challenge. And if Lu Tianzhong were to compete, the chances of entering the top 30 would diminish significantly. Now, hearing Lu Tianzhong express his decision to refrain from participating, they felt a sense of relief wash over them. Shi, too, regarded Lu Tianzhong with admiration. In truth, individuals like Lu Tianzhong, who consider the welfare of others, are increasingly rare. If it were Shi in his position, he would not have the same selflessness. The heavenly space contains 6 acres of spiritual farmland, and he still intends to partake in the minor competition, hoping to gain a few acres of rent-free land. Although his primary goal is to test his combat skills, the allure of rent-free farmland is certainly one of the motivations for his participation. In the realm of cultivation, no one ever despises an abundance of farmland. They would eagerly welcome more rather than less. After engaging in casual conversation with L. Tianzhong and others for half an hour, Shi took his leave. Before departing, L. Tianzhong urged Shi to visit his residence when time permitted, to share insights on cultivation. Shi readily agreed, appreciating L. Tianzhong's amicable nature and his extensive experience in planting. Once he exited the residence of his senior brotherly, Shi made a trip to the Elder's Hall, where he exchanged 50 contribution points for a seed of the Wuling tea tree. Upon returning to his abode, Shi immediately entered the celestial space. The celestial space had reached its capacity, necessitating the removal of a spirit fruit tree. In a few days, the spirit fruits would ripen. After some contemplation, Shi resolved to wait until the fruits matured before harvesting them and subsequently cutting down a spirit fruit tree, as a few days' delay was inconsequential. However, there was another matter that demanded his urgent attention, the refinement of the pill of abstinence. With the end of the month approaching in just over 10 days, he needed to produce 1,000 of these pills within that time frame. Lacking a pill furnace, Shi had no choice but to go to the divine pill hall for his alchemical endeavors. He had considered purchasing a pill furnace, yet most available on the market were of inferior quality. He sought a superior model. A high-quality furnace would enhance the success rate of his pill crafting. So if he were to buy one, it must be the finest. After administering rain to the spirit herbs, he inspected their growth and, finding no abnormalities, exited the celestial space. Outside the courtyard, Shiryu summoned his flying artifact and soared towards the divine pill hall. Upon entering, he noticed that both Uncle Zhao and Uncle Wu were absent, their whereabouts unknown. A flicker of curiosity crossed Shiryu's mind, but he dismissed it and proceeded to the alchemy room. Upon reaching the alchemy room, Shiryu produced a circular token, placing it into the indentation on the door. After channeling his energy into it, the door swung open with a resounding thud. He retrieved the token and stepped inside, after which the door closed automatically behind him. Dressed in his long robe, Shiryu settled into a cross-legged position and closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit. After a quarter of an hour, Shiryu opened his eyes, his mind free of distractions, and began the refinement of the pill of abstinence. He retrieved a storage bag from his robes and poured its contents onto the ground, a radiant glow erupting as numerous items scattered. He then placed a piece of black charcoal at the base of the furnace and extended a finger, murmuring an incantation. Before long, his recitation ceased, and a flame the width of his finger ignited at the tip. With a flick of his finger, the flame leapt forth, landing upon the charcoal. With a loud whoosh, the charcoal erupted into a fierce blaze. Shiryu picked up a white feather fan from the ground and vigorously fanned the charcoal, causing the flames to surge. After a quarter of an hour, he directed a spell at the furnace. The lid shimmered and silently floated upward. He poured a portion of materials into the furnace and closed the lid. With the white feather fan in hand, he struck the burning charcoal forcefully, causing the flames to swell, engulfing the base of the furnace in a torrent of fire. 7 days later, within the divine elixir hall, a middle-aged man and a middle-aged woman were seated behind a yellow wooden table, where a long line had formed in front of them. These recent days marked the submission period for elixirs, during which the alchemical apprentices and masters employed at the divine elixir hall were required to present their refined potions to the hall steward. Qinming was obligated to submit 150 qi refining pills in September, but presented 162, earning 162 spirit stones. Li Feng was tasked with delivering 80 nourishing qi pills, ultimately submitting 90 and receiving 400 spirit stones. Zhao Gang was required to hand in 3,000 valley-resolving pills and met this obligation precisely, garnering 180 spirit stones. Zhou Tianxi, accountable for 50 true essence pills, submitted exactly 50, earning 1,000 spirit stones. Zhao De was to submit 600 poison pills but delivered 67, resulting in 1,800 spirit stones. Sun Bingbing was supposed to present 50 harmonizing qi pills but only submitted 40, earning 1,600 spirit stones. The middle-aged man was responsible for inspecting the quality and quantity of the elixirs, vocally announcing the findings, while the middle-aged woman meticulously recorded the information. After documenting, she would request the disciples submitting their elixirs to sign alongside, striving to maintain fairness and impartiality. The middle-aged man was busily engaged, occasionally sipping on spirit tea to quench his thirst, while the woman suffered from a sore wrist. 2 hours later, the woman set down her brush, her expression revealing slight fatigue. These days are the most hectic each month. If only the sect leader could send more junior brothers and sisters to assist us, she remarked with a light laugh, expressing her sentiments. If more junior brothers and sisters were sent, our monthly salaries would inevitably be reduced. The middle-aged man replied with a chuckle. After speaking, he recalled something and turned his gaze towards the left passageway. Senior brother Zhao, what are you looking at? Surely not senior sister Qin? The middle-aged woman's expression shifted slightly, a playful smile gracing her lips. Hasn't she already submitted her elixirs? No, just glancing around. The middle-aged man shook his head, offering an awkward smile. At that moment, a tall young man clad in a blue robe entered the divine elixir hall. With a cheerful demeanor, he addressed the middle-aged man. Cousin Zhao, should I head back to speak with Uncle San and suggest he propose to the Qin family? You rascal. Always so chatty, vanishing for 10 days to half a month at a time, Zhao Yuanhai remarked, rolling his eyes upon seeing the young man, his tone slightly irritated. Hey. I've been busy refining elixirs at the estate. Here are this month's elixirs. Cousin Zhao, please take a look. The young man replied with a grin, producing a yellow gourd from his robe and tossing it to Zhao Yuanhai. Catching the yellow gourd, Zhao Yuanhai uncorked it and poured its contents into a bamboo basket, revealing dozens of yellow pills. With a sweep of his consciousness, he nodded and stated, Zhao Yuanqin, you were supposed to submit 50 true essence pills in September, but you have submitted 55, earning 1,100 spirit stones. As his words fell, the middle-aged woman beside him promptly took up her brush to record the entry and then requested the young man to sign. After signing, the young man received a heavy storage bag from Zhao Yuanhai. A young man clad in blue emitted a soft exclamation, noting the arrival of someone delivering elixirs. Cousin Yuanhai. Sister Wu, I shall not intrude upon your duties, he remarked, glancing to the left before offering a brief greeting and turning to depart. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yuanhai turned to see Shi Wei approaching him. A subtle smile graced Shi Yue's face, which caused Zhao Yuanhai to furrow his brow. Uncle Zhao, here are over 3,000 fasting pills, Shi Yue stated as he reached Zhao Yuanhai, presenting a blue storage pouch with utmost respect. Zhao Yuanhai accepted the pouch, tilting it downward to pour its contents into a bamboo basket. A radiant glow burst forth, and as the light dissipated, thousands of yellow pills appeared within the basket. After a brief interval, Zhao Yuanhai completed his count. He scrutinized Shi Yue with a serious expression and inquired, Nephew Shi Yue, did you concoct all these fasting pills? Surely, it cannot be that you procured it from an external source. The disciple dares not deceive Master Zhao. Indeed, these fasting pills were concocted by me, not purchased. Shi Yue spoke in a grave tone. In September, you were to submit 3,000 fasting pills, yet you have delivered 3,008. Therefore, you are entitled to 180 spirit stones, Zhao Yuanhai remarked, raising an eyebrow and pausing in contemplation before speaking again. Sure, disciple, please inscribe your name in the designated area. After the middle-aged woman recorded the information, she pushed the ledger before Shi Yue. He scanned the page, which was densely filled with numerous names, and inscribed his own in the location specified by Uncle Wu. You shall receive 20 spirit stones. Zhao Yuanhai retrieved 2 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and placed them on the table. Shi Yue nodded, accepted the 2 mid-grade spirit stones, and produced 20 spirit stones from his own pouch, laying them upon the tabletop. By the way, Master Zhao, shall I prepare 3,000 fasting pills for next month as well? With a flicker of emotion crossing his features, Shi Yuan inquired, given the circumstances. It would be prudent for you to return and rest. In a few days, make your way to the Divine Pill Hall, where I shall announce next month's assignments. Zhao Yuanhai spoke in a calm manner. Thank you, Master Zhao, for your guidance. I shall take my leave, Shi Yuan replied, nodding in acknowledgement before turning to depart. Upon exiting the Divine Pill Peak, Shi Yuan summoned his flying artifact and soared towards the Void Valley. Every 2 days, he returned to Xian Peak to perform rain rituals, dedicating the remainder of his time to the refinement of the Pill of Absence. Were it not for the significant enhancement of his spiritual perception, he would have found it exceedingly challenging to produce over 1,000 absence pills within a mere span of 7 days. Before long, Shi Yuan found himself traversing the streets of the Void Valley. He visited several small shops that procured spiritual grains and fruits, selling his harvest in batches. As he had anticipated, the purchase prices for the Ziluo apricot and blood chi fruit had indeed declined. The price of Ziluo apricot plummeted from 3 spirit stones per pound to 5 spirit stones for 2 pounds, while the cost of blood chi fruit dropped from 2 spirit stones per pound to 3 spirit stones for 2 pounds. Having cultivated the spiritual grains and fruits within the celestial space, they had matured in just over half a month. Every fortnight, Shi Yuan sold several hundred pounds of blood chi fruit and Ziluo apricot, which undoubtedly influenced the purchasing prices. After emerging from the Linggu Zhai, Shi Yuan circled the street twice to ensure he was not being followed before stepping into the void abode. When he re-emerged, he bore a completely different visage. After leaving the Taishu residence, Shi Yu made his way directly to the Divine Weapon Tower. He intended to procure a top-tier alchemical furnace. Otherwise, should Uncle Zhao unexpectedly request him to concoct a greater number of spirit-resolving pills, Shi Yu could not assure that he would be able to fulfill the task. His position as an alchemy apprentice at the Divine Pill Hall adeptly concealed the rapid advancement of his cultivation, a role he could not afford to relinquish. Before long, Shi Yu arrived at the Divine Weapon Tower. Upon clarifying his purpose, the attendant led him to the 2nd floor. Master Wu, my mentor seeks to purchase a top-tier alchemical furnace. I wonder if your esteemed establishment has one available. Once the attendant had withdrawn, Shi Yu candidly articulated his request. To avert any suspicion, he had to falsely claim it was for a foundation-building cultivator. Top-tier alchemical furnace? I regret to inform you that the last one was sold just a few days ago. We must await a shipment from headquarters. Wu Yong replied with a hint of apology. How long might the delivery take? Shi Yu inquired, raising an eyebrow. That is uncertain. If expedited, It could arrive in a month, but if delayed, it might take 3 to 4 months. Wu Yong contemplated before responding. Is there any way to hasten the process? My mentor urgently requires a top-tier alchemical furnace for refining. Sure, you said, furrowing his brow. We have 2 highly skilled artifact smiths in our shop who could forge one. Though the price would be somewhat elevated, Wu Yong stated after a moment's thought. Somewhat elevated? By how much? Sure, you pressed for more information. That depends on the specific design your master wishes to create. Here is a price list for your perusal, Wu Yong said, retrieving a thick scroll from his pocket and opening it to a certain page before handing it to Shiryu. Shi Yuan took the scroll and beheld exquisite images of alchemical furnaces, accompanied by detailed descriptions of materials and prices. Ah, puppets of beasts. As he flipped through the pages, he suddenly encountered illustrations of humanoid puppets wielding bows and arrows, with accompanying text. Bow and arrow puppets, premium magical artifacts, capable of striking enemies from a distance. Priced at 500 spirit stones each. Upon reading this, Shi Yuan's expression shifted, although the monkey puppet could also emit beams of light to attack foes. A single medium-grade spirit stone would only allow it to unleash 5 beams. Are these bow and arrow puppets available for purchase? How many times can they be operated with a medium-grade spirit stone? Shi Yuan inquired, pointing at the bow and arrow puppet. Certainly. The duration of operation depends on the shooting frequency. Typically, a medium-grade spirit stone can release 60 to 70 light arrows. However, their potency cannot compare to the beams emitted by the monkey puppet, Wu Yong explained with a nod. I would like 1 exquisite red lotus cauldron and 4 bow and arrow puppets. How many spirit stones will that cost? After a brief contemplation, Shi Yuan asked. The exquisite red lotus cauldron costs 1,500 spirit stones, with a deposit of 500 spirit stones required. It will take at least half a month to refine. As for the bow and arrow puppets, only 2 remain. Would you care to purchase 2 tiger-shaped puppets instead? These puppets are impervious to blades and have considerable offensive power, also priced at 500 spirit stones each. What do you think? Wu Yong said with a smile. Very well. Then I shall take 2 offensive puppets and 2 tiger-shaped puppets. After some thought, Shi Yuan agreed. As Shi Yuan exited the divine weapon pavilion, he found his storage bag lighter by 2,500 spirit stones, now containing 4 black orbs and a token. He wandered the streets for a while, ensuring no one was following him, before entering the void abode. A quarter of an hour later, Shi Yuan emerged from the void abode, having donned a new guise as a tall, round-faced man. Leaving the void valley, he soared deep into the Tai Su mountain range on his flying device. Just as he intended to test the prowess of the bow and arrow puppets against a demonic beast within a certain residence of the Tai Su sect, Zhao Yuanhai sat in a stone pavilion, sipping tea, his brow furrowed in apparent distress. Before long, a red light shot in from outside the courtyard, hovering in midair. Observing this, Zhao Yuanhai flicked his finger, unleashing a yellow light that struck the red light. The red light expanded, and a somewhat urgent male voice suddenly resonated. Zhao Shidi. It's me. Zhao Sheng, opened the door quickly. With that, the red light dissipated into flickering spiritual light. Zhao Yuanhai rose swiftly and strode towards the courtyard entrance, soon leading a young man in blue into the yard. Zhao Shidi, how goes it? That fellow Shi Yuan has been expelled from the Divine Pill Hall, I presume. Zhao Sheng inquired eagerly. Not yet. He gave me 3,000 spirit-replenishing pills, which he likely purchased from outside, Zhao Yuanhai replied, shaking his head dismissively. Purchased? Isn't that fortuitous? You could use that as an excuse to expel him from the Divine Pill Hall, Zhao Sheng suggested. Do you have any evidence? As long as he does not admit it, who can possibly do anything to him? Do you think the enforcers of the temple would use the heart-questioning talisman on him for this matter? That is nothing short of a jest. Zhao Yuanhai furrowed his brow, expressing his dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sheng raised an eyebrow, contemplated briefly, and then spoke. Zhao Shidi, think of another solution. I believe you will find a way. With that, he retrieved a white porcelain vial from his storage pouch and handed it to Zhao Yuanhai. This might be somewhat challenging. Even if I ask him to concoct other elixirs, he could simply purchase them from the market to fulfill his quota. I cannot monitor his alchemy. That would be overly targeting him, Zhao Yuanhai responded, somewhat troubled. Zhao Sheng, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow and, after a moment of silence, his eyes sparkled as he said, I have it. In a while, there will be a minor competition, right? Zhao Shidi, you could hold an alchemy contest, and those who rank at the bottom 5 could be expelled from the Divine Alchemy Hall. What do you think? An alchemy contest? Zhao Yuanhai's expression shifted slightly at the suggestion. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "Hosting an alchemy contest is not difficult. But expelling the lower-ranked individuals from the Divine Alchemy Hall is beyond my authority. I would need Elder Zhou's approval. That is simple enough. Just say it is to motivate the alchemy apprentices to enhance their elixir production. I am certain Elder Zhou will concur." "Of course, if Elder Zhou does not agree, then so be it," Zhao Sheng said, while producing 2 mid-grade spirit stones from his pouch and offering them. "Very well, I will give it a try." Zhao Yuanhai hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Shiryu, wielding the red moon sword, proceeded cautiously through a dense forest, his face marked with vigilance. As he walked, he suddenly halted, his expression turning grave as he gazed ahead. 100 feet in front of him stood 2 enormous tigers, each measuring 10 feet in length and 5 feet in height. These tigers possessed 3 eyes and were entirely crimson. The 3-eyed flame tiger. Shiryu swallowed hard and began to retreat slowly. The 2 crimson tigers, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, sprang forth, one from the left and the other from the right, charging at Shiryu. Upon witnessing this, his expression changed dramatically. He produced a blue talisman and pressed it against himself, a flash of azure light illuminating his feet. He gently tapped his right foot on the ground, propelling himself swiftly backward. As he retreated, he flicked his sleeve, and 4 black orbs shot forth. With a series of clicking sounds, the 4 black orbs transformed into 4 puppets, 2 tiger-shaped puppets and 2 human-shaped puppets. At present, Shiryu could control 4 puppets simultaneously, which was his limit. The 2 tiger puppets sprang into action, claws bared, while the 2 human puppets stood by Shiryu's sides, awaiting his command. The 2 crimson tigers were merely first-tier demon beasts, devoid of any intelligence. Seeing 2 tiger puppets of comparable size charging at them, their eyes flashed with ferocity as they opened their massive jaws, unleashing 3 or 4 fireballs the size of watermelons towards the tiger puppets. With a series of thuds, several fireballs struck the tiger puppets, erupting into a burst of crimson flames that engulfed a significant portion of their forms. But soon, the flames dissipated, leaving the 2 tiger-shaped puppets unscathed. The 2 colossal crimson tigers once again opened their gaping maws, each unleashing several fireballs the size of watermelons, which struck the tiger puppets but inflicted minimal damage. Before long, the tiger puppets engaged in a fierce struggle with the crimson tigers. One colossal crimson tiger leaped over a meter high, pouncing on one of the tiger puppets, attempting to sink its teeth into its neck, leaving only faint white marks. The other crimson tiger similarly knocked another puppet to the ground, aiming to bite into its abdomen, also leaving behind a mere trace of white. Observing this, Shiryuan swiftly formed a hand gesture. The arms of the humanoid puppets moved into action. The left hand grasped a bow, while the right hand drew back the string. And in an instant, a slender yellow light arrow materialized. With a release of the right hand, the 2 yellow arrows shot forth, racing towards the 2 colossal crimson tigers. Their speed was astonishing, and within moments, they reached the tigers, who were preoccupied with their assault on the tiger puppets. By the time the tigers reacted, the yellow arrows had already struck them. With 2 sharp thuds, the arrows pierced the abdomen of one crimson tiger, causing it to yell in pain. Though they failed to penetrate deeply, the humanoid puppets readied their bows once more, and with another release, 2 more yellow arrows soared into the air. This time, the previously hit crimson tiger had learned its lesson. It sprang aside as the arrows flew towards it, landing harmlessly on the ground and creating 2 small craters. Seizing the opportunity, the tiger puppets sprang back to their feet, bending their legs before launching themselves at the crimson tiger that was still tearing at another puppet. With their gaping maws revealing rows of sharp black teeth, the 2 tiger puppets clamped down on the rear and abdomen of the crimson tiger. It howled in agony, its eyes flashing with fury as it attempted to retaliate against one of the puppets, leaving a series of white marks on its body. A fierce struggle ensued between the 2 tiger puppets and the crimson tiger, which, despite its thick skin and muscle, could not withstand the relentless assault of the puppets. Before long, blood was pouring from its wounds. Seeing the dire situation, the other crimson tiger prepared to assist, but just then, a whistling sound pierced the air as 6 azure short swords shot forth. Startled, the crimson tiger leaped to the left. However, the 6 azure swords spiraled swiftly and targeted the grounded crimson tiger. With a terrible shriek, the sword struck its head, cleaving it in 2. Witnessing this, the other crimson tiger sensed impending doom and, with a swift movement of its limbs, dashed forward, disappearing into the distance within mere moments. In response, Shiryu showed no inclination to pursue the crimson giant tiger. Even if he were to employ the wind manipulation technique, it would be futile to chase a demon beast fleeing for its life with all its might. Moreover, the two three-eyed flame tigers were merely mid-level first-tier demon beasts, equivalent to cultivators at the 6th layer of chi refinement. Their hides did not meet the requirements for refining, making the hunt for the three-eyed flame tigers hardly worthwhile. With a single hand gesture, 6 azure short swords spiraled back to him, safely stowed away in his storage pouch. The two tiger-shaped puppets moved their limbs and returned to Shiryu's side. Crouching down, he examined the injuries of the tiger-shaped puppets, although numerous. The white marks were faint and nearly imperceptible upon casual observation. The joints of the tiger-shaped puppets remained intact, functioning normally. Seeing this, Shiryu nodded in reassurance, executing a hand seal. With a cacophony of cracking sounds, the two tiger-shaped puppets and 2 humanoid puppets transformed into 4 black orbs, which he then tucked into his sleeve. Although the humanoid puppets could unleash light arrows to attack foes, their power was relatively minimal, yet they compensated with their rapid release speed and low consumption of spiritual energy. If he possessed dozens of bow and arrow puppets, even Foundation establishment cultivators might find themselves at a disadvantage. Of course, this was merely Shiryu's personal conjecture and not necessarily a fact. After stowing away the puppets, Shiryu grasped the Crimson Moon's sword and proceeded cautiously forward, soon vanishing into the dense forest. Half an hour later, he emerged from the thicket and found himself at the entrance of a narrow valley. The valley was flanked by steep rock walls, merely a few zhang wide. Shiryu glanced up at the sky before stepping inside. The valley stretched long and winding. Suddenly, a loud wolf howl echoed from around the bend ahead. Shiryu furrowed his brow and halted in his tracks. Shortly after, 2 three-eyed flame tigers came into view. Their bodies battered and their breaths weak, evidently having sustained grave injuries. Behind them trailed hundreds of black demon wolves, the foremost among them standing nearly a zhang tall. Unmistakably a high-level first-tier demon beast. Upon witnessing the approaching horde of black wolves, Shiryu's expression changed dramatically. He hurriedly retrieved several yellow talismans and tossed them forward. As the yellow light flared, towering yellow earthen walls, several zhang high and a foot thick, emerged to block the narrow valley. Alarmed by the sudden obstruction, the 2 three-eyed flame tigers were taken aback and, simultaneously, opened their gaping maws to unleash several watermelon-sized crimson fireballs upon the yellow walls. With a series of thunderous impacts, several craters formed upon the surface of the yellow walls. With their path blocked and unable to breach the earthen barrier, the 2 crimson giant tigers were swiftly overtaken by the wolf pack. 2 agonized cries rang out in succession as hundreds of black demon wolves engulfed the 2 three-eyed flame tigers. The black wolves, seemingly irritated by the yellow walls, unleashed streams of gray wind blades that struck the earthen barriers. Following a cacophony of crashing sounds, several yellow walls collapsed, and Shiryu had already vanished without a trace. Near a vast lake, 6 cultivators, clad in various attires, were engaged in a fierce battle of magic. A yellow luminescent barrier, several zhang in size, enveloped a woman in a yellow robe and a man in a blue robe, while 4 men donned in identical green robes surrounded them. Each of the green-robed men bore a plant motif on their garments, seemingly indicative of a particular insignia. Numerous shimmering magical artifacts clashed in the air, with 2 yellow flying daggers and 2 blue longswords being suppressed by 8 green short swords, causing the brilliance of the yellow daggers and blue long swords to rapidly diminish. With a resounding bang, one of the blue short swords was cleaved into several pieces by the 4 green short swords, scattering fragments across the ground. Are you truly intent on exterminating us? Our Li family and your Huang family have familial ties. Do you not fear the ridicule that would ensue from such treachery? The woman in yellow, her expression darkening, spoke with a furrowed brow. Familial ties? Huh, that was centuries ago. We offered you opportunities, yet you squandered them, leading to the present predicament. Who can you blame for this? A tall middle-aged man replied with a mocking smile. You two should be wise and surrender the box. Perhaps we might spare your lives, suggested a round-faced man in a coaxing tone. If we hand over the items, will you truly let us, brother and sister, go free? The young man in blue, visibly swayed, inquired. Second brother, do not be deceived by their deceitful words. At this juncture, we have no choice but to fight with all we have. The woman in yellow admonished. Ha! It seems the legends hold true. The treasure map is indeed in your Li family's possession, exclaimed the middle-aged man, his face alight with joy. He then commanded his companions. This is the territory of the Taisu sect. Let us end this swiftly to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Once we retrieve the treasure map, Our clan will surely reward us handsomely." With that, the middle-aged man formed a hand sign, causing the two green short swords to surge with light and strike fiercely against a dimming yellow flying dagger. With two resounding clangs, the yellow dagger shattered, transforming into mere scraps of metal that fell to the ground. Concurrently, the other three men also formed hand signs, intensifying their assault. With several more clangs, the remaining blue short sword and yellow flying dagger were reduced to fragments by the 8 green short swords. In the next moment, the 8 green short swords whirled towards the woman in yellow and the young man in blue. A series of muffled thuds echoed as the swords struck the yellow barrier, causing it to tremble slightly. Observing this, the woman in yellow's eyes flashed with determination as she instructed the young man in blue, "Second brother, we can no longer rely on that item. I will protect you. You must cast your spell quickly." The young man in blue nodded, reaching into his storage pouch at his waist, producing a yellow wooden box approximately a foot in length. Upon opening the box, he revealed a palm-sized yellow talisman adorned with a small sword emblem. The young man in the blue shirt took a deep breath, a serious expression crossing his face. He picked up a yellow talisman and tossed it forward, his hands swiftly performing intricate gestures as his internal energy surged violently into the golden talisman. A talisman artifact. The middle-aged man, witnessing this scene, seemed to recall something and exclaimed in astonishment. He hurriedly instructed his companions, "Do not hold back. Quickly eliminate them. If he activates the talisman artifact, we will all perish." With that, he formed a hand seal, and 2 azure short swords immediately blazed with radiance, striking fiercely against the yellow barrier. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other 3 men shifted dramatically. They ceased their restraint and intensified their assault. Coming from esteemed cultivation families, their experience far surpassed that of casual practitioners. A talisman artifact is a special talisman in which a portion of a magic treasure's power is sealed within specially crafted paper, allowing lower-tier cultivators to wield its might. Due to its dual nature as both talisman and magic treasure, it is often referred to as a pseudo-magic treasure. Unlike regular magic treasures, lower-tier cultivators can also manipulate talisman artifacts, with the potency increasing in accordance with the cultivator's power. Each use of a talisman artifact depletes the magic treasure's strength within. Once the power is exhausted, the talisman becomes ineffective. Generally, chi refinement stage cultivators can unleash about 10 to 20% of a talisman artifact's power, while foundation establishment cultivators can access its full potential. Though only capable of unleashing a fraction of its power, it was sufficient to eliminate the 4 low-tier cultivators at the 8th or 9th level of chi refinement. In such a dire situation, no one dared to hold back. The 8 azure short swords relentlessly slashed at the yellow barrier, which trembled and dimmed, appearing on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, the young woman in the yellow shirt turned pale, her hand instinctively reaching for her storage bag at her waist, producing a red orb the size of a longan. With a flick of her wrist, the red orb was released, flying through the yellow barrier and outwards. A thunderous explosion ensued as the red orb burst apart, transforming into a vast expanse of roaring flames that engulfed 4 azure short swords. "This is terrible. My magic weapon has lost contact." "Mine too." "Same here." The 3 young men in blue shirts exclaimed in surprise, their faces changing simultaneously. Before long, as the flames subsided, only 4 azure short swords remained. A dim yellow barrier enveloped the young woman in yellow and the young man in blue. The young woman was ashen, drenched in sweat, while the young man in blue was equally pallid. Before him hovered a brightly glowing yellow talisman, from which a small yellow sword was faintly poised to emerge. The 4 azure short swords continued to hack at the yellow barrier, as the young woman strained to maintain its existence. Observing this, the middle-aged man and his companions turned pale with alarm. "Use the wind blade talismans to attack them," the middle-aged man commanded. He then reached into his storage bag, producing a stack of azure talismans. With a flick of his wrist, he released the stack, transforming it into over a dozen azure wind blades, hurtling toward the young woman and her brother. Meanwhile, 3 other men clad in green also retrieved a stack of talismans from their storage bags and hurled them forward, transforming into dozens of azure wind blades, each measuring about a foot in length, that surged towards the 2 women in yellow. The multitude of azure blades struck relentlessly against the already precarious yellow barrier, which soon succumbed to the onslaught and shattered. 2 anguished cries echoed in succession as the women in yellow and the young man in blue were left grievously wounded, their bodies riddled with wounds, blood gushing forth, their legs giving way as they collapsed into a pool of crimson. With the demise of the young man in blue, the radiance of the yellow talisman abruptly dimmed, cascading to the ground. Witnessing this turn of events, the middle-aged man's expression brightened, and he hastened towards the scattered talismans. Just then, from a distance of 100 feet, the ground heaved and contorted, followed by a loud thud as a figure emerged from the earth, none other than Shiryu. In his bid to evade the black demon wolf, Shiryu had employed a ground-evading talisman to escape underground. To his astonishment, upon surfacing, he found himself amidst unfamiliar cultivators. "I assure you, I merely passed by. Would you believe me?" Shiryu said, forcing a smile. The scene before him was unmistakably one of a fierce battle between two factions of cultivators, the larger group having emerged victorious, and by sheer coincidence. Shiryu had surfaced just then. "I believe you, but only the dead remain silent. I would rather trust the deceased," the middle-aged man retorted, his expression darkening with disdain. With that, he formed a hand seal, sending two azure short swords spiraling towards Shiryu with lethal intent. Simultaneously, the other two men also executed their own seals, each directing an azure short sword towards Shiryu, while the last man summoned two azure flying daggers, swiftly hurtling toward him. Observing this dire predicament, Shiryu's expression shifted dramatically. With a flick of his sleeve, four black orbs shot forth, accompanied by the sound of mechanisms clicking into place, transforming into two monkey puppets and two tiger-shaped puppets that stood guard before him. In quick succession, he revealed a red orb in his palm, the Scarlet Cloud Pearl. After channeling his energy into the orb, a brilliant red light flared, conjuring a protective red barrier around him. A resounding thud followed as the four azure short swords and the two flying daggers struck against the red barrier, causing it to tremble slightly. "Eliminate them," Shiryu commanded, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. The adversaries had made their intentions clear. It was a matter of kill or be killed, leaving Shiryu with no choice. Although outnumbered 4-1, he was not without hope. The four green-clad men were at the 7th or 8th layer of chi refinement. Yet their energy was diminished by prior exertions. Despite being only at the 5th layer, Shiryu was brimming with energy and had the assistance of his puppets. No sooner had he spoken than the two tiger puppets sprang into action, lunging swiftly at the four green-clad men. As the tiger puppets charged, the expressions of the four men shifted in alarm. "Use the earth prison talisman to trap them," the middle-aged man commanded. With a swift motion of his sleeve, a yellow talisman flickered into view, racing toward the two tiger puppets. Upon hearing this, the other three men hurled a yellow talisman, directing it towards the tiger-shaped puppets. Observing this, Shiryu swiftly performed a hand gesture, causing the two tiger puppets to charge forward for several meters before bending their legs, attempting to leap to another location. Unfortunately, their movements were a fraction too slow, and the two yellow talismans reached them first. With a flash of yellow light, the talismans transformed into two large yellow barriers, enveloping each of the tiger puppets. The puppets relentlessly collided with the yellow barriers, causing them to shake violently and emit a cacophony of sound. Seizing this opportunity, the four middle-aged men manipulated their magical artifacts, incessantly striking the red barrier surrounding Shiryu. The red barrier resounded with a series of loud thuds, dimming slightly but exhibiting no other abnormalities. Noticing this, Shiryu raised an eyebrow and executed another hand gesture. The jaws of the two monkey puppets opened wide, revealing flickering black light within their mouths. In an instant, two thick black beams shot forth, each targeting a yellow barrier. With a thunderous crash, the beams struck their marks, causing the yellow barriers to tremble violently and dim considerably. In the next moment, two more piercing sounds echoed as yet another pair of black beams surged towards the yellow barriers. This time, the barriers shattered entirely, allowing the tiger puppets to spring forth with agility towards the two young men in blue robes. The speed of the tiger puppets was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, they closed the distance to within 30 feet of the blue-clad men. Realizing the imminent threat, the two young men exchanged a few hushed words, and with a flicker of azure light beneath their feet, they lightly tapped the ground, swiftly retreating. As they fell back, they hurled several red talismans, which transformed into a barrage of fireballs the size of watermelons, hurtling towards the tiger puppets. The fireballs struck the puppets, igniting into a torrential blaze that engulfed a significant portion of their bodies, yet the flames dissipated almost as quickly as they appeared. The tiger puppets continued their relentless advance towards the blue-robed men, emerging unscathed from the fiery onslaught. Witnessing this, a flicker of intensity flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged man as he bent down to retrieve a talisman from the ground. With a beckoning gesture, two azure short swords spiraled through the air and returned to him, promptly being stowed away in a storage pouch. Provide me protection, he instructed a nearby companion. Extracting several talismans from his storage pouch and slapping them against himself, resulting in multiple colorful barriers forming around him. He then tossed the talisman forward, channeling his energy into it, causing its radiance to intensify significantly. Upon seeing the yellow talisman suspended before the middle-aged man, Shiryu's expression shifted dramatically. He recalled his parents mentioning talismans, which, despite only harnessing a fraction of the power of true magical artifacts, were beyond his ability to withstand. With this thought, a fierce determination flickered in Shiryu's gaze. He brushed his palm against the storage pouch at his waist, and two radiant talismans materialized in his hand. Indeed, they were the Firebird talismans. With a flick of his wrist, Shiyuan released the talismans, which soared forth from a backdrop of crimson light, transforming into two palm-sized scarlet firebirds. The firebirds spread their wings, emanating a fierce heat as they darted toward the middle-aged man. Simultaneously, two tiger-shaped puppets abruptly altered their course, charging directly at him. Quickly, intercept these attacks. I am on the verge of successfully casting my spell, the middle-aged man urgently shouted. His complexion paling as a small yellow sword faintly leapt from the yellow talisman. Upon hearing his words, the two men in azure robes exchanged glances and began to mutter incantations, their hands radiating a faint yellow light. Before long, the light from their palms intensified, compelling them to crouch and press their hands against the ground. Two beams of yellow light swiftly burrowed into the earth. In the next moment, with a resounding crash, two towering yellow earthen walls erupted before the middle-aged man, shielding him from the impending onslaught. Concurrently, another azure-robed man flicked his sleeve, unleashing a flurry of blue talismans that transformed into a dozen transparent water arrows, hurtling toward the two scarlet firebirds. The firebirds swiftly ascended, evading the projectiles. Shiyuan gestured with one hand, and the firebirds transformed into two streaks of red light, racing toward the earthen walls. The two ape puppets opened their jaws, revealing flickering black light, and moments later, two stout black beams shot forth, aimed directly at the yellow walls. Following this, Shiyuan reached into his storage pouch, producing several talismans. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a barrage of talismans that morphed into wind blades, fireballs, and silver lightning spears, all hurtling toward the rear of the earthen walls. The two scarlet firebirds collided first with the yellow walls, producing a thunderous explosion as they disintegrated into a torrent of flames that engulfed the yellow barriers. Almost immediately, the two stout black beams pierced into the inferno, followed by a series of resonant blasts echoing from within the fiery chaos. Subsequently, numerous azure wind blades, several watermelon-sized fireballs, and two elongated silver lightning spears all plunged into the sea of flames. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, and amidst the blaze, flashes of lightning could be discerned. Two piercing sounds rang out as the ape puppets unleashed another barrage of black beams, swiftly vanishing into the inferno. At this juncture, the tiger-shaped puppets arrived at the edge of the flames, launching themselves into the conflagration. Before long, the flames dissipated, revealing the scene within. The middle-aged man's body lay split in two, his exterior a grotesque mess of blood and flesh, his garments tattered, and his eyes filled with terror. Scattered beside his corpse was a shimmering yellow talisman. Witnessing this sight, Shiyuan exhaled deeply. Had the middle-aged man activated the talisman, it would have been him lying lifeless on the ground. Upon witnessing this, the three men clad in green were visibly shaken, their fighting spirit extinguished. They abandoned their magical artifacts and, with a flash of azure light beneath their feet, fled in different directions. Within mere moments, they had escaped several dozen paces. Shiryuan let out a slight snort, forming a hand seal with a single hand. Two tiger-shaped puppets sprang into action, charging towards the two fleeing green-clad men. Meanwhile, two monkey puppets emitted flickers of black light from their mouths, each releasing a black beam that shot forth rapidly towards one of the green-clad men. The black beams traveled at astonishing speed, and with two thunderous booms, they struck the man simultaneously. His body was instantly torn asunder, transforming him into a torrential rain of blood that scattered across the ground. The other two green-clad men had already distanced themselves by over 100 paces, with a tiger puppet in pursuit of each. With a flick of his sleeve, Shiryuan produced two black orbs, which, upon activation, revealed two humanoid puppets wielding bows and arrows. As soon as the humanoid puppets appeared, they knocked their arrows, each conjuring a luminous arrow aimed at the retreating figures. With two swift sounds, the humanoid puppets released their arrows, which sped towards the fleeing green-clad men. The arrows traveled with great velocity, catching up to the two men in mere moments and piercing through them. Two cries of agony resounded as each man sustained a bloodied wound, blood gushing forth from the new openings. Despite being struck, the duo's speed did not wane. Rather, they propelled themselves forward with increased urgency. However, at that instant, two more piercing sounds echoed as another pair of arrows were launched. This time, the arrows struck the men's heads and abdomens. The man hit in the head stumbled several paces before collapsing, while the remaining green-clad man continued his flight, albeit at a reduced pace. Seizing this opportunity, the tiger puppet behind him leaped several meters, tackling him to the ground and opening its maw wide to bite at his neck. A scream erupted as blood gushed from the man's neck. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air, piercing his skull, and he immediately succumbed to death. Observing this scene, Shi Yuan exhaled in relief and hastened towards the middle-aged man. He rummaged through the three corpses, retrieving 3 exquisite storage bags, along with a talisman that he tucked away. After retracting his puppets, Shi Yuan swiftly approached the other 3 green-clad men, collecting a storage bag from each of their bodies. Not daring to linger, he departed the scene hastily. In the depths of the Tai Su sect, within the divine pill hall, a red-robed elder with a rosy complexion sat cross-legged on a mat, while Zhao Yuanhai stood before him, exuding utmost respect. Hosting an alchemical competition within the divine pill hall is a commendable idea. The top few shall certainly be rewarded. However, it seems unnecessary to expel the last 5 from the hall. We are currently in need of manpower, and dismissing them would require us to recruit anew. The elder in the crimson robe spoke calmly. In response to Master Zhou's inquiry, the disciple reflected and proposed that the alchemy competition be held among the alchemical apprentices. This would not only inspire them to diligently pursue their craft, but also serve as a warning to those alchemists who, despite the sect's considerable investment in their training, clandestinely sold pills to outsiders. While we may be aware of this, if the Enforcer Hall were to apprehend them, the consequences would be theirs to bear. However, it could tarnish Master Zhou's reputation, suggesting that he condoned their transgressions against sect rules. Zhao Yuanhai articulated each word with gravity etched upon his face. Upon hearing this, the elder's brow furrowed slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Very well. Let it be as you say. It is indeed time to admonish those fellows. I have no desire to encounter the Enforcer Hall. As you command." Zhao Yuanhai responded dutifully and respectfully withdrew. When Shi returned to the sect, it was already midday. He seated himself within the stone chamber, where 6 exquisite storage bags lay before him. Shi lifted the bags and turned them over, releasing a cascade of radiant light, revealing a substantial assortment of items on the ground. The collection included spirit stones, magical artifacts, talismans, and other common items of cultivation, even several sets of change of clothes. Upon inventorying his haul, he found 24 magical artifacts comprising 4 superior artifacts, 7 medium-grade artifacts, and 13 inferior artifacts, 600 spirit stones, over 20 primary talismans, a vial of chi refining elixir, a vial of vitality pills, a talisman treasure, and a dozen jade slips of various hues. In addition, there was a palm-sized silver iron box. Upon opening it, he discovered a sheep parchment scroll, approximately a foot in size, adorned with landscapes that appeared to depict a topographical map. However, Shi was unfamiliar with the locations illustrated on it. With a flick of his wrist, the red moon sword materialized in his hand, and with a swift motion, he struck the silver iron box. The sound of metal colliding echoed, leaving a faint white mark upon the surface of the box. Shiryu's eyes widened in astonishment. The red moon sword, a superior artifact, had merely left a delicate trace upon the iron box, indicating that the parchment was no ordinary item, warranting its placement within such a robust container. Shiryu's expression shifted as he picked up a jade slip and pressed it to his forehead, allowing his consciousness to penetrate its contents. Shortly thereafter, he set aside the first jade slip and grasped the second one, repeating the process. After about half an hour, when Shiryu laid down a yellow jade slip, his countenance grew exceedingly grave. He had never anticipated that these two factions were affiliated with a renowned family of cultivators. The 4 young men in blue were disciples of the illustrious Huang family of Beiyin. The Huang family was well known in the Beiyin cultivation world, maintaining amicable relations with local sects and intermarrying with other prominent families, making them arguably the foremost cultivation family in Beiyin. The realization that he had slain a scion of Beiyin's leading cultivation family filled Shiryu with trepidation. Although he was a disciple of the Taishu sect and had killed members of the Huang family solely for self-preservation, all of this was merely his one-sided account. If the Huang family were to come seeking retribution, it remained uncertain whether the sect would protect him. Shiwan took several deep breaths, forcing himself to regain his composure. He pondered carefully. At that moment, there had been no one else present. As long as he kept silent, no one would know he had slain the Huang family members. Moreover, this group of individuals did not possess particularly profound cultivation, likely not being core members of the Huang family. To err on the side of caution, Shiwan resolved against hunting demonic beasts deep within the mountains, as encountering members of the Huang family would pose significant trouble. He gathered the items on the ground into his storage pouch and entered the Zhangtian space. The market price for blood chi fruits and purple apricot had been steadily declining, and the price of spiritual grains had also been affected to some extent. After much deliberation, Shiwan decided to cease planting spiritual grains. Instead, he would utilize the half-acre of fertile land to cultivate red cloud flowers. The purchase price for spiritual herbs and celestial grasses rarely decreased, thus planting them seemed more prudent, especially since he was not in immediate need of spirit stones. With this thought in mind, Shiwan took out a plowing artifact, affixed it to the back of a yellow-winged cow, and plowed the half-acre of fertile land. He then scattered the seeds of red cloud flowers across the half-acre of spiritual field. After a rain shower, young seedlings began to break through the soil. Shiwan approached a blood chi fruit tree and swiftly changed hand gestures, reciting a series of incantations. Shortly thereafter, as the incantations ceased, he pointed at the blood chi fruit tree before him, and wisps of faint azure light flew forth from the tree, converging between his fingers. As time passed, the azure light gathered, transforming into a viscous azure liquid that emanated a pure wood attribute spiritual energy. After a brief interval, Shiwan concluded his incantation, and a sphere the size of a wash basin appeared in his hand. Before him stood a withered tree with yellowed leaves, devoid of any signs of life. Shiwan stored the verdant sphere in his pouch, drew forth the red moon sword, and with a flick of his wrist, unleashed 7 or 8 streaks of crimson sword energy. A series of muffled sounds followed as the sword energy struck the dead blood chi fruit tree, leaving only shallow white marks upon its surface. Observing this, Shiwan hurled the red moon sword forward and performed a hand gesture. A clear, melodious sword cry resonated as a flash of red light revealed more than 10 crimson sword shadows. "Go," Shiwan commanded, pointing towards the lifeless blood chi fruit tree. No sooner had the words left his lips than the red moon sword and the sword shadows rapidly surged towards the tree. A cacophony of sounds erupted as the red moon sword embedded itself halfway into the tree, while the sword shadows vanished, leaving behind several inch-deep indentations on the blood chi fruit tree. Noticing this, Shiwan raised an eyebrow and performed another hand gesture. The red moon sword quivered continuously before shooting out from the tree and returning to Shiwan's presence. He sheathed the sword, then felt around his waist pouch, retrieving a black axe. With a flick of his sleeve, a black sphere emerged, and with a crisp sound, a monkey puppet materialized before him. Shiwan placed the black axe into the hands of the monkey puppet and pointed towards the withered blood essence fruit tree, commanding, "Go, chop down that tree." The monkey puppet, wielding the black axe, strode purposefully towards the lifeless blood essence fruit tree. Upon nearing the tree, it gripped the axe tightly with both hands, raising it high before delivering a fierce blow. With a resounding thud, a gash approximately a foot long and an inch deep appeared on the tree's trunk. Observing this, Shiwan made a gesture with one hand, prompting the monkey puppet to hasten its pace, relentlessly swinging the black axe down upon the blood essence fruit tree. After a quarter of an hour, accompanied by another thud, the tree split in two, the upper half crashing to the ground while the lower half remained buried in the earth. Seeing this, Shiwan approached the puppet, retrieving the black axe and replacing it with a silver shovel. The monkey puppet grasped the silver shovel firmly, raised it high, and then brought it down. Before long, the lower half of the blood essence fruit tree was excavated. Witnessing this, Shiwan smiled faintly, realizing that he could entrust some laborious tasks to the puppet beast in the future. With a gesture, the monkey puppet's form rapidly diminished, transforming into a black sphere with a series of mechanical sounds, which Shiwan then tucked away into his sleeve. Next, he produced a small leather pouch from his robe and extracted a black seed the size of a fingernail, tossing it into the pit before covering it with soil. His fingers danced swiftly, forming intricate gestures as he chanted incantations. Soon, a large white cloud materialized above the felled blood essence fruit tree. With a low command from Shiwan, gentle raindrops began to fall. In a short while, a seedling, no larger than a fingernail, broke through the soil, greedily inhaling the earth's essence. As Shiwan concluded his spell, the rain ceased and the white cloud dissipated, Upon inspecting the seedling of the black spirit tea tree, Xiwan noted its diminutive size. According to L.T. Anshang, this tree bore fruit once every decade, and given the accelerated passage of time, it would take 5 months for the tree to mature. In 5 months, Xiwan would be able to enjoy black spirit tea, but he would need to nurture the tree diligently during this period. After confirming the growth of the spiritual herb was satisfactory, he exited the celestial space. After providing rain for the water moonflower, Xiwan left the courtyard and soared towards Danxia Peak. He had now mastered the art of refining the pill of abstinence, achieving a success rate exceeding 70% after extensive practice, and was ready to learn the process of creating the Qi refinement elixir. This elixir, designed for cultivators below the 8th level, would enhance their magical prowess. Upon reaching Danxia Peak, Xiwan spent 2 spirit stones to rent an alchemical chamber. After closing the stone door, he prepared the materials for crafting the Qi refinement elixir and took a moment to center himself. After half an hour of meditative stillness, Xiwan, with a clear mind, commenced the alchemical process. With a gesture, he directed 6 spells onto 6 dragon heads, each emitting a flame the thickness of a finger, converging at the base of the alchemical furnace. After a brief interval, Shiryu felt that the preparations were nearly complete and proceeded to cast 5 types of spiritual herbs into the alchemical furnace. With a deft hand gesture, the flames surged dramatically, engulfing the base of the furnace in a torrent of searing heat. 2 days later, as Shiryu emerged from the alchemy chamber, a subtle smile graced his features. Despite expending considerable resources, he had successfully concocted several batches of Qi refining powder, although the success rate was still rather modest. He took solace in the fact that he had managed to produce them, confident that the success rate would gradually improve. It is worth noting that his recent achievement in crafting Qi refining powder was significantly influenced by the substantial enhancement of his spiritual consciousness. Alchemy demands a considerable toll on one's spiritual awareness, which regenerates at a far slower pace than magical energy. Had it not been for the remarkable increase in his spiritual consciousness, it would have been nearly impossible for him to engage in continuous alchemical work for 2 consecutive days and nights. Upon exiting the Danxia Hall, Shiryu summoned his flying artifact and soared towards Chui Yifeng. After bestowing rain upon the Shuiwei flower, he hastily departed, directing his craft towards the Divine Pill Peak. Upon entering the Divine Pill Hall, he noticed a throng of fellow disciples gathered in the lower left corner, engaged in hushed discussions. The sudden announcement of an alchemical competition was perplexing, as it seemed unprecedented. Indeed, the competition was to be held among the alchemical apprentices, with rewards for the top 5 participants, while the last 5 would be expelled from the Divine Pill Hall. Shiryu pondered which unfortunate souls might be cast out. I can concoct the Pigadan, but I have yet to master the Qi refining powder. I fear I may be among those expelled. An alchemical contest? At the mention, Shiryu raised an eyebrow and approached the gathering. Soon, he maneuvered through the crowd to a notice affixed to the wall, which stated, "To enhance alchemical proficiency, the Divine Pill Hall will host an alchemical competition. All alchemical apprentices must participate, testing their skills in the crafting of Pigadan, Qi refining powder, and Yangqi Dan. The top 5 will receive rewards, while the bottom 5 will be expelled from the Divine Pill Hall. The competition will occur 3 days after this notice is posted." Upon reading the announcement, Shiryu furrowed his brow. He could only create Pigadan and Qi refining powder. His success rate for Pigadan was above 70%. But for Qi refining powder, it was below 20%. Given these circumstances, it would be a challenge to avoid finishing in the bottom ranks. The pressing concern was that the last 5 would face expulsion from the Divine Pill Hall, losing their positions entirely. While Shiryu was indifferent to the monthly stipend from the hall, he required the identity of an alchemical apprentice to obscure the reasons behind his rapid cultivation advancement. With this identity, Shiryu could engage in the buying and selling of spiritual herbs without raising suspicion. It was entirely normal for an alchemist to trade in such commodities. Without this FAAD, the mere rapidity of his cultivation would invite scrutiny, especially considering that just months prior, he had been merely at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. In less than half a year, a practitioner with 5 spiritual roots had ascended through 3 minor realms. Were this to become known, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. Therefore, Shiryu recognized the necessity of preserving his status as an alchemical apprentice. He could not afford to be among the lowest 5. With these thoughts weighing on him, Shiryu turned and departed. After departing from Shundan Peak, he unleashed a leaf-shaped magical artifact and soared towards Taisu Valley. To elevate the success rate of alchemical pill formation within 3 days was nearly an insurmountable task. However, with a span of 60 days, it might just be feasible. Shi Yuan intended to enter the Zhangtian space for alchemy, possessing sufficient materials for the qi refinement elixir, yet lacking a cauldron and spirit charcoal. Upon reaching Taisu Valley, Shi Yuan disguised himself as a tall young man and spent 500 spirit stones to procure a mid-grade alchemical cauldron. Subsequently, he scoured several general stores, amassing over 100 gene of spirit charcoal. Half an hour later, Shi Yuan returned to Chuayan Peak. Upon entering the basement, he stepped into the Zhangtian space. With a swift motion, he summoned a palm-sized silver cauldron from his storage pouch, which expanded gracefully in the wind before settling firmly before him. He lifted the lid, meticulously cleaning the interior of the cauldron, then seated himself on the ground, closing his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. After a brief interlude, Shi Yuan opened his eyes, commencing the alchemical process. He extracted a storage pouch from his robes, and, with a shake, a cascade of wood boxes and hundreds of uniform pieces of spirit charcoal appeared on the ground. Shi Yuan placed a piece of spirit charcoal at the base of the cauldron, his fingers deftly forming incantations. Before long, a small flame the size of a fingernail materialized at his fingertips. With a flick, the flame shot forth, igniting the spirit charcoal with a resounding pop. As the charcoal blazed fiercely, Shi Yuan wielded a feather fan, intensifying the flames, which quickly engulfed the base of the cauldron. Once adequately heated, he directed an incantation at the cauldron, causing the lid to soar into the air, suspended gracefully. He tossed 5 types of spiritual herbs into the cauldron, executed another incantation with one hand, and the lid descended steadily. A quarter of an hour later, a delicate fragrance wafted from the cauldron, invigorating the spirit. Shi Yuan remained vigilant, tirelessly fanning the flames to encourage their growth. As the aroma became increasingly rich, he gradually reduced the frequency of his fanning. After another quarter of an hour, when the scent reached its pinnacle and the spirit charcoal dwindled significantly, the flames were reduced to a mere flicker. Shi Yuan extinguished the fire and cast an incantation upon the cauldron. With a resounding bang, the lid flew off, landing steadily on the ground. Approaching the cauldron, he peered inside, only to find it filled with a heap of dross, an unmistakable sign of failure in his alchemical endeavor. Though this batch of qi refinement elixir had not succeeded, Shi Yuan was undeterred. It was entirely normal for an alchemist to fail hundreds or even thousands of times. With hundreds of materials at his disposal, he refused to believe that he could not produce a single successful batch of the elixir. With renewed resolve, Shi Yuan retrieved a piece of spirit charcoal, ignited it, and placed it in the cauldron to commence his second attempt. After a short while, the second batch of qi refinement elixir was prepared, yet it too met with failure. Shi Yuan shook his head and proceeded to craft a third batch. Yet again, the third attempt resulted in failure. The fourth attempt, alas, was no different. Shi Yuan sat cross-legged before the cauldron, its base enveloped in roaring flames. His eyes were bloodshot, and fatigue was etched across his face. Shi Yuan gazed solemnly at the alchemical furnace before him. This was the 352nd batch of qi refining elixirs, and he dared not be negligent. Before long, a subtle fragrance wafted from the furnace. Shi Yuan swiftly waved his feather fan, causing the flames to surge. As the aroma intensified, he gradually reduced the frequency of his fan's motion, allowing the flames at the furnace's base to diminish correspondingly. After a quarter of an hour, Shi Yuan extinguished the fire and cast an incantation upon the furnace. With a resounding bang, the lid of the cauldron flew open of its own accord. Rising to inspect, he discovered 3 azure pills, each the size of a longan, resting within the furnace. This batch of qi refining elixirs had been successfully produced. A glimmer of joy broke through the fatigue etched on Shi Yuan's face. He retrieved a porcelain vial to store the elixirs. With the successful concoction of this batch, his confidence soared, dispelling his weariness. He took out a piece of spiritual charcoal, ignited it, and commenced the preparation of the 353rd batch of qi refining elixirs. Having failed 351 times before achieving a single success, it was no wonder that seasoned alchemists were said to have attained their expertise through the relentless use of vast quantities of spiritual herbs. On the market, a single qi refining elixir fetched 4 spiritual stones. The procurement price was certainly less than 4 stones each, but 2 or 3 stones per elixir was likely. Shi Yuan's visage bore the marks of exhaustion, yet he dared not relax even slightly, his gaze fixed intently upon the furnace. Shortly thereafter, a rich medicinal aroma emanated from the furnace, prompting Shi Yuan to extinguish the flames. Upon lifting the lid, he beheld 6 azure pills, each akin to longans, resting quietly within. This was the 734th batch of qi refining elixirs, with a yield of 24 pills and a success rate of less than 30%. Shiwan stowed the furnace and stretched languidly, unaware of how many consecutive days he had been refining elixirs. The protracted hours of alchemical labor had left him physically, mentally, and spiritually drained. Most critically, the 5 types of spiritual herbs required for crafting the qi refining elixirs had been entirely depleted. After producing 734 batches, Shiwan had managed to create over 300 qi refining elixirs. The materials for refining a single batch of these elixirs cost 25 spiritual stones, thus, 734 batches amounted to a staggering 18,350 stones, with each elixir valued at 4 stones. The total for the 300-plus elixirs was a mere 1,200 stones, an immense loss, were it not for Shiwan's possession of the celestial pearl. With most of these materials cultivated within the celestial space, he would not have been able to sustain such extravagance. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and Shiwan gradually closed his eyes, surrendering to sleep beneath the bloodfruit tree. After an indeterminate period, he slowly opened his eyes, feeling refreshed and invigorated, and could not resist stretching languidly. Rising to his feet, he circled the spiritual field twice, assessing the growth of the spiritual herbs. The herbs thrived splendidly, particularly the crimson cloud flower, whose deep red petals emitted a delicate fragrance. As Shiwan passed by a bloodfruit tree, he raised an eyebrow and took a few steps back. The number of spirit-devouring bees had swelled to 5,000 or 6,000, and their hive was the size of a door panel. Shiwan broke off a small piece of honeycomb and placed it in his mouth. The honey melts instantly upon contact. Sweet and delightful, but most importantly, it is infused with a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Shiwan's eyes flickered as he exited the celestial space. After bestowing rain upon the shuewe flower, Shiwan stepped out of the courtyard and directed his flying artifact towards the sutra pavilion. Before long, he descended gracefully before the pavilion, stowing away his flying tool before entering. After a brief interval, Shiwan emerged from the sutra pavilion, a gentle smile gracing his face. He made a trip to the Deacon Hall, where he exchanged 500 spirit stones for a dozen or so spirit herbs aged between 30 to 40 years. Oh, shitty Shiwan, what a coincidence. Just as Shiwan was about to release his flying artifact and depart, a familiar voice reached his ears. Following the sound, he saw Liu Tian descending gracefully on a white crane, half a zhang tall. Ah, brother Yu, are you here on business at the Deacon Hall? Shiwan greeted him with a smile upon recognizing Liu Tian. Yes, I'm just preparing to purchase some items, Liu Tian replied with a warm smile. He then recalled something and inquired, Shitty Shiwan, are you free in 5 days? In 5 days? I should be available. Is there something you need, brother Liu? Shiwan responded, slightly taken aback, pausing for a moment before asking. My birthday falls in 5 days, and I've reserved a banquet at the Flying Immortal Pavilion, inviting a few friends. I wonder if you would join us for a drink. Should you be free? Liu Tian said with a cheerful demeanor. The Flying Immortal Pavilion? Shiwan expressed mild surprise at Liu Tian's invitation. There are numerous methods for cultivators to enhance their spiritual power, the most common being arduous training. However, the progression through such trials can be painfully slow, prompting some to resort to consuming various spiritual items to bolster their power, such as spiritual pills, wines, food, and teas. Overindulgence in a single type of spiritual pill can lead to resistance, leading cultivators to opt for spiritual wines, teas, or foods instead. Spiritual food, as the name suggests, refers to food imbued with spiritual energy, such as spiritual rice, fish, bamboo shoots, and beans. The Flying Immortal Pavilion is a renowned establishment in the Taishu Valley, where the dishes are crafted from spiritual ingredients and come at a steep price. Consuming meals prepared at the Flying Immortal Pavilion offers great benefits to cultivators. Shiwan recalled visiting the pavilion with his parents during his childhood, where he savored a bowl of spiritual rice, a flavor he could never forget. That single bowl of spiritual rice contained an astonishing amount of spiritual energy. It took him nearly half a month to refine the energy contained within it. Many cultivators who find themselves at a bottleneck often dine at the Flying Immortal Pavilion, hoping to break through their limitations. Remarkably, numerous cultivators have successfully surpassed their bottlenecks after indulging in the pavilion's offerings, advancing to the next minor realm. Of course, the Flying Immortal Pavilion is not an establishment accessible to all. Merely a bowl of ordinary spiritual rice costs 20 spirit stones, a staggering price. Just one bowl of spiritual rice commands such a fee, let alone a banquet, which would likely require no less than 1,000 spirit stones. This illustrates the impressive financial standing of Brother Liu, truly befitting an inner sect disciple at the qi refining stage. Did Brother Liu invite many people? Shi Wan asked after a moment of contemplation. No, just a few friends, all of whom are very amiable. You need not worry, Shitty. Lu Tianzheng seemed to perceive the concerns in Shiryu's heart and kindly explained. Very well. When shall the banquet commence? Shiryu pondered for a moment. And although he was uncertain why Senior Brother Liu had extended an invitation, he thought it would be agreeable to attend, provided there were no pressing matters. 5 days hence. That is, on the 9th of this month, at the hour of C. It would be prudent for Shitty to arrive early. Upon reaching Facian Tower, simply mention my name, and the attendant will escort you to my reserved private room, Lu Tianjing said with a bright smile. Unless there are urgent matters. I shall certainly be there punctually, Shiryu replied earnestly, clasping his fist in salute. That is splendid. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not prolong our conversation. Do remember to arrive on time for the feast. Lu Tianjing nodded before putting away the white crane into his spirit beast pouch and stepping into the duty hall. Observing this, Shiryu summoned his flying artifact and soared towards Shindan Peak. Upon entering the Shindan Hall, he discovered a dozen fellow disciples gathered before a notice, quietly discussing something, indicating that the alchemy competition had yet to commence. Shiryu's expression shifted as he approached Zhao Yuanhai. Uncle Zhao, how long until the alchemy competition begins? He inquired respectfully after greeting Zhao Yuanhai. The notice was only posted yesterday. Today marks the 2nd day, and it will commence the day after tomorrow. To prevent any cheating, the competition will be held within the hall. 3 types of elixirs will be produced, with 5 materials for each type. And rankings will be determined by the quantity of elixirs crafted. The more elixirs one produces, the higher the ranking, Zhao Yuanhai explained calmly. But I do not know how to refine the qi-nourishing pill. What should I do? Shiryu furrowed his brow, expressing his difficulty. That is of no concern. You may choose 10 sets of materials for the pill of abandoning grains and 5 for the qi-nourishing powder, or vice versa. In total, each participant has 15 sets of materials. If you and another participant both produce 100 elixirs, and you make 30 qi-nourishing powders and 70 abandoning grains pills, while the other produces 31 qi-nourishing powders and 69 abandoning grains pills, then they will rank ahead of you. Do you understand? Zhao Yuanhai elucidated each point clearly. I comprehend now. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Zhao. Shiryu nodded in gratitude. There's no need for thanks. You have only just entered the Shindan Hall, and I would prefer not to see you eliminated. Go ahead and refine your elixirs, Zhao Yuanhai suggested, shaking his head. I shall obey, Shiryu replied warmly, feeling a surge of gratitude. He had not anticipated Uncle Zhao's concern about his potential elimination. It seemed he possessed quite a commendable character. Had Shiryu known that this alchemy competition was orchestrated by Uncle Zhao, he might not have regarded him as such a decent person. Arriving at his designated alchemy chamber, Shiryu used his token to unlock the stone door and stepped inside. After closing the door, he retrieved the Zhantian pearl and entered the Zhantian space. In the library, he discovered a recipe for a spiritual brew known as the 100 Honey Spirit Wine, crafted from spiritual honey and a variety of other spiritual herbs. This wine not only possesses the efficacy of enhancing magical power, but also serves to beautify the skin. It is said that female cultivators who regularly consume this wine can achieve a more delicate complexion. The 100 Honey Spirit Wine is most suitable for those in the qi refinement stage, while those in the foundation establishment stage derive only cosmetic benefits from it. This wine can also be found for sale in the market, priced at 30 spirit stones per pound, which is rather expensive. Observing the ever-growing beehive, Shiryu resolved to brew spirit wine from the spiritual honey, allowing him to sell some for spirit stones and consume the rest to augment his magical power. He retrieved 2 wine jars from his storage bag, cleansing them with fresh water and wiping them dry, before taking out a dozen varieties of spiritual herbs acquired from the Deacon Hall, which he also washed thoroughly. He divided the herbs into 2 portions, placing each into a wine jar, followed by pouring in ample fresh water. Finally, he broke off several fist-sized pieces of honey and added them to the jars, sealing them tightly and placing them under the fruit trees. According to the brewing instructions, the 100 Honey Spirit Wine would be ready for consumption after 3 months in a cool place. Shiryu calculated that the wine could be brewed in 5 days, perfectly timed to present as a birthday gift to Senior Brother L. Having completed this task, Shiryu exited the celestial space and poured out a large quantity of alchemical materials from his storage bag. Though the herbs for refining qi elixirs had been exhausted, he still had plenty of materials for crafting the sustenance elixir. Since he had time on his hands, he decided to utilize it for refining the sustenance elixir, thereby increasing his success rate. Sure, you placed a piece of spiritual charcoal at the bottom of the alchemy furnace, igniting it and fanning the flames vigorously with a feather fan. After about 15 minutes of preheating, he deemed it ready and tossed in the ground spiritual grain powder and spiritual fruits, continuously waving the fan, which caused the flames to surge, engulfing the alchemy furnace in a torrent of blazing heat. 2 days later, Shiryu emerged from the alchemy chamber. After returning to Tsueyin Peak to offer rain to Shueiyuewa, he made another trip to Qingyuan Peak to shower the spiritual grains with rain before returning once more to Shinan Peak. The next day, at the hour of Qin, the Shindan Hall was bustling with activity, bustling with over 100 alchemy apprentices and dozens of alchemists gathered within. Zhao Yuanhai stood at the center of the grand hall, surrounded by 20 towering alchemy furnaces and 20 meditation cushions. Casting a glance over the crowd, Zhao Hai spoke in a solemn tone. In approximately 10 days, our sect will hold a minor competition. Today, we will also conduct a contest here in the Shindan Hall, in which all alchemy apprentices must participate. Those who do not will be considered to have forfeited and will be expelled from the Shindan Hall, barred from serving here. Each participant will receive 15 portions of alchemical materials, and rankings will be determined by the quantity of elixirs produced. The top 5 will be rewarded, while the bottom 5 will be expelled from the hall. Now, I will call out names. Those named, step forward and select a furnace. Chen Hai, Du Shan, Feng Jiao, Zhou Feng, Li Gang, Chen Ming, Wu Tianbao, Lin Fan. As his words echoed, the crowd stirred, and the 20 alchemy apprentices stepped forward, each selecting a furnace while a group of disciples in azure robes distributed alchemical materials. The alchemy competition begins now, lasting for 4 hours. No one is to make a sound, Zhao Yuanhai declared. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, their gazes fixated upon the apprentices engaged in the alchemical process. 20 alchemical apprentices engaged in their craft. Some immediately commenced refining elixirs, while others closed their eyes in meditation, and some busied themselves polishing the alchemical furnaces. Shiryu held his breath, intently focused on Qinming. Qinming requested 5 portions of materials for each of the 3 types of elixirs and, after meditating for a quarter of an hour, began his distillation. He meticulously cleaned the interior of the furnace before placing a piece of spiritual charcoal at the bottom and igniting it. After another quarter of an hour, he poured 1 portion of materials into the furnace and sealed the lid. Soon, a delicate fragrance wafted from the furnace, filling the hall with its subtle aroma. Clearly, all 20 apprentices opted to first concoct the pill of hunger suppression, but it remained uncertain whose success rate would be the highest. After another quarter of an hour, everyone opened their furnace lids and approached for a closer look. Their expressions varied. Some beamed with joy, others displayed frustration or worry. They transferred the completed pills of hunger suppression into pre-prepared porcelain vials and began the next batch. Time passed gradually as the apprentices continued to produce batch after batch of elixirs, eliciting a range of emotions among them. For hours later, all the apprentices concluded their work, and Zhao Yuanhai counted the number of elixirs created in front of the group. Chen Hai had 95 pills of hunger suppression, 42 qi refinement powders, and 28 vitality pills. Du Shan produced 96 pills of hunger suppression, 20 qi refinement powders, and 1 vitality pill. Feng Jiao managed 72 pills of hunger suppression, 43 qi refinement powders, and 10 vitality pills. Chen Ming achieved 84 pills of hunger suppression, 32 qi refinement powders, and 3 vitality pills. Wu Tianbao had 92 pills of hunger suppression, 42 qi refinement powders, and none of the vitality pills. Lin Fan impressively produced 109 pills of hunger suppression, 50 qi refinement powders, and 0 vitality pills. After counting each apprentice's results, Zhao Yuanhai announced the quantities allowed, while a middle-aged woman dutifully recorded the details. The 20 individuals then selected their furnaces, preparing to refine elixirs once more. Chen Beixian, Yi Fan, Wei Debo, Zhang Wuxin, Yang Guo, and Yu Qin. Zhao Yuanhai produced a roster and read aloud the names. As his voice faded, the 20 apprentices promptly stepped forward from the crowd, each choosing a furnace and settling down in a meditative posture. After distributing the alchemical materials, the apprentices commenced their distillation. Shiryu and the other apprentices observed in silence, their expressions serious as they watched the process unfold. The same elixir, crafted by different hands, demonstrated varying methods and timings. Before long, a rich medicinal aroma permeated the divine alchemy hall. After 4 hours, the 20 apprentices concluded their work. Following the completion of his tally, Zhao Yuanhai announced the names of the 20 individuals, prompting them to step forward once more. The alchemical competition lasted a full 2 days and nights, with Shiryu among the last group, requesting 15 portions of materials. He opted for 5 portions for the pill of hunger suppression and 10 for the chi refinement powder. After cleaning the furnace, he sat in silence for a quarter of an hour before commencing his distillation. He began to concoct the fasting elixir, a task he had undertaken numerous times, achieving a commendable success rate. In the first batch, he produced 23 pills, in the second, 21, and in the third, again 21. As time gradually slipped away, only the final batch remained. Shiyuan sat cross-legged before the alchemical furnace, his expression wrought with seriousness. Before long, when the aroma of the herbs reached its zenith, Shiyuan extinguished the fire. Lifting the lid of the cauldron revealed 7 azure pills, each the size of a longan. Time was up. Failure to complete the concoction would result in disqualification. Zhao Yuanhai's gaze swiftly darted across Shiyuan and the others as he called out loudly. Upon hearing this, the 2 men fanning the air ceased their efforts, their faces etched with disappointment. Wang Guangyi reported producing 94 fasting elixirs, 32 qi dispersions, and 0 nurturing pills. Chen Tingting achieved 95 fasting elixirs, 49 qi dispersions, and 7 nurturing pills. Wu Yajun surpassed them with 104 fasting elixirs, 45 qi dispersions, and 10 nurturing pills. Zhao Yuanhai began to tally the number of pills produced by the participants, soon arriving at Shiyuan. Shiyuan presented his completed pills, which were securely placed in a wooden box on the ground, ensuring no one could cheat. Zhao Yuanhai poured Shiyuan's concoctions into a bamboo basket, sweeping his spirit sense over them. His brows raised in surprise as he announced, Shiyuan, you have produced 109 fasting elixirs, 35 qi dispersions, and 0 nurturing pills. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged woman nearby hastily took notes. After Zhao Yuanhai finished counting the pills produced by everyone, he announced the final results. The gaze of all the alchemical apprentices turned towards Zhao Yuanhai, each face reflecting a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Zhao Yuanhai surveyed the group and solemnly declared, in this alchemical competition, 5 apprentices performed admirably: Qin Yajun, Zhou Dehai, Wei Debo, Chen Beixian, and Wu Zun. Each of them will receive a vial of nurturing pills and 100 spirit stones. Conversely, 5 individuals underperformed: Ding Wei, Li Yunhu, Zhao Ming, Lu Shan, and Wang Hai. According to the rules, these 5 must immediately return their access tokens and leave the Divine Pill Hall, prohibited from serving here again. I will post the list shortly. Those who excel should remain humble, while those who falter must strive harder. Upon hearing these words, many participants exhaled in relief, including Shiyuan, the top 5 being with joy, while the bottom 5 were expressions of despair, reluctantly surrendering their access tokens before departing. Now, please line up to receive this month's tasks, Zhao Yuanhai announced after distributing the rewards to the top 5. In response, the alchemical apprentices formed a long queue before him. Zhao Gang, here are 50 sets of materials for crafting qi dispersions and 100 spirit coals. You are to submit 500 qi dispersions by the end of the month. Chen Tian, here are 50 sets of materials for nurturing pills and 50 spirit coals. You are to submit 300 nurturing pills by month's end. Wang Daji, I am entrusting you with 150 portions of materials for crafting the fasting elixir, along with 150 pieces of spiritual charcoal. By the end of the month, you are required to submit 1,300 fasting elixirs. Li Wenbin, you will receive 100 portions of materials for the cultivation elixir, and you must submit 600 elixirs by the month's end. Zhao Yuanhai has assigned alchemical tasks to everyone, with varying submission quantities for the same type of elixir. Before long, Shiryu approached Zhao Yuanhai. Zhao Yuanhai scrutinized Shiryu with curiosity and inquired, Disciple Shi, when did you acquire the ability to concoct the qi-enhancing powder? Do you have a success rate of 30%? I mastered it half a month ago, replied Shiryu, but due to the low success rate, I did not mention it to Uncle Zhao. Upon learning about the upcoming alchemical competition, I purchased some materials to practice and inadvertently achieved a 30% success rate. However, if I attempt to concoct it again, I fear the success rate may not be as high. Shiryu contemplated briefly and spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanhai nodded and said, Shiryu, I shall provide you with 20 portions of materials for crafting the qi-enhancing powder and 20 pieces of spiritual charcoal. By the end of the month, you are to submit 200 powders. Should you fulfill this task, a reward of 200 spirit stones will be granted. With that, he retrieved a storage pouch from his robe and tossed it to Shiryu. Shi Yanwei frowned slightly, but accepted the storage bag thrown over by Zhao Yuanhai. Given his success rate in concocting elixirs, He could produce at most around 140 pills from the 20 materials, making the requirement to submit 200 qi cultivation pills somewhat challenging. However, Shi Yuan did not find it overly daunting. He still possessed over 300 qi cultivation pills. If he failed to produce the required amount, he could simply make up the difference, as he would not suffer significant losses, treating it as practice. Upon returning to his residence on Suiyan Peak, Shi Yuan entered the master sky space. He arrived beneath the blood qi fruit tree and gazed at the two sealed jars of wine before him, a faint smile gracing his face. Upon opening one of the sealed jars, a rich aroma wafted toward him. He poured himself a cup of 100 honey spirit wine. The liquid was a vibrant yellow, fragrant to the nose and sweet to the taste, proving quite delightful. Once the 100 honey spirit wine entered his belly, a wave of warmth surged within him, leaving a lingering fragrance in his mouth. Shi Yuan drank 3 large cups in succession, feeling a surge of spiritual energy surging through his body. He promptly sat down to refine this energy. After a brief half-hour, he opened his eyes, a look of joy illuminating his face. He could feel a slight enhancement in his magical prowess, equivalent to several days of arduous cultivation. From the storage bag, Shi Yuan retrieved 2 empty wine flasks and filled them with the 100 honey spirit wine, intending to present them as a birthday gift to his senior brother, Liu. He felt it would be inappropriate to attend the banquet empty-handed. After sealing the wine, he exited the master sky space and settled onto a meditation cushion to practice his cultivation. Early the next morning, Shi Yuan rose promptly. He entered the master sky space, bathed, donned a clean outfit, and after showering the spiritual herbs with rain, he exited the space. Leaving the courtyard, Shi Yuan summoned a flying artifact and soared toward Taishu Valley. 15 minutes later, he arrived in Taishu Valley, standing before a resplendent pavilion. At the entrance hung a silver plaque with flowing spiritual light, clearly a magical artifact, inscribed with the grand characters Feishan Building. Few cultivators entered and exited the Feishan Building, as a bowl of spiritual rice cost 20 spirit stones, an exorbitant price for the average cultivator. Taking a deep breath, Shi Yuan stepped inside. It was still before the hour of Chan, and only 3 or 4 patrons occupied the dining hall. Esteemed friend, may I inquire what you wish to dine on? Would you like me to recommend some dishes from our menu? Upon entering, a young servant in azure approached him briskly, a broad smile adorning his face. Shi Yuan scanned with his consciousness and discovered that the young servant had attained the 8th level of qi refinement. The presence of such a skilled attendant hinted at the establishment's formidable standing. I am here to meet someone. His name is Liu Tianzhong, Shi Yuan stated. Ah, you are the guest invited by Taoist Liu. Please, follow me. Taoist Liu is already waiting in a private room, the servant replied, his smile growing even broader as he led Shi Yuan to the 3rd floor, stopping outside a private room. Taoist Liu, your guest has arrived. The young attendant gently knocked on the door and softly called out. It turned out to be Brother Shi. Please, come in. L. Tianjing opened the door with a smile, ushering Shi Yu into the room. The interior was elegantly arranged, with a man and a woman seated at a table engaged in conversation. The man was Zhao Sheng, and the woman was Murong Xiao. Upon seeing Shi Yu, Zhao Sheng's brow furrowed slightly. Disciple Shi Yu pays respects to Uncle Zhao and Aunt Murong, Shi Yu said, forcing himself to bow to the two. What? Brother Shi is acquainted with Uncle Zhao and Aunt Murong? L. Tianzhong inquired curiously. Not quite acquainted. Merely seen each other a few times, Zhao Sheng replied nonchalantly. Disciple Shi has assisted me in treating spiritual herbs. Murong Xiao nodded in agreement. I never imagined that the friend's brother L mentioned would actually be Uncle Zhao and Aunt Murong, Shi Yu said with a wry smile. Given Disciple L's aptitude, it is only a matter of time before he advances to the foundation establishment stage. Otherwise, the sect leader wouldn't have conferred upon him the status of an inner disciple. Murong Xiao casually explained. Upon hearing this, Shi Yu's eyes flickered with understanding, granting him deeper insight into L. Tianjing's standing within the sect. Evidently, L. Tianjing was held in high regard by the sect's higher-ups, or else the sect leader would not have bestowed upon him the title of inner disciple. All right, Brother Shi, please take a seat. L. Tianjing gestured for Shi Yu to sit. This seems somewhat inappropriate. A look of discomfort crossed Shi Yu's face. Truth be told, had he known that the friends L. Tianjing invited were Murong Xiao and Zhao Xing, he would never have accepted the invitation. While Murong Xiao was tolerable, he had offended Zhao Shang, and the thought of dining and conversing with him made him uneasy. Brother Shi, rest assured, Uncle Zhao and Aunt Murong are both very amiable. Please, sit down. L. Tianzhong smiled as he gently urged Shi Yu into a chair. Disciple Shi, today is Brother L's birthday. I wonder if you have brought a gift? Zhao Sheng inquired, his eyes glinting with curiosity. I have brought 2 jars of 100 honey spiritual wine, personally brewed by me. For Qi refinement stage cultivators, it enhances their spiritual power, and for foundation establishment cultivators, it is beneficial for maintaining youthfulness, Shi Yu replied earnestly. After which he produced 2 exquisite wine jars from his storage pouch and placed them on the table. Brother Shi is thoughtful. Allow me to pour a glass for Uncle Zhao and Aunt Murong, and let us see how the spiritual wine brewed by Brother Shi tastes. Lt. Yanzhang said as he stood, smiling as he poured each person a glass of the 100 honey spiritual wine. Quite delightful, Murong Xiaoxiao remarked after taking a sip. Praising the flavor. I find the taste rather ordinary. If Aunt Murong enjoys spiritual wine, I shall gift you a jar of my personally brewed 100-flower spiritual wine on another day. It is crafted from dozens of century-old spiritual flowers and is also effective in enhancing spiritual power, Zhao Sheng said, beaming at Murong Xiaoxiao. Is it truly spiritual wine? It couldn't possibly be something else, could it? Murong Xiaoxiao asked, her brow furrowed in suspicion. Where would such a notion arise, Aunt Murong? How could I deceive you? Zhao Sheng chuckled lightly. Is that so? Then what about that bag of other things last time? Murong Xiaoxiao spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Sheng's smile faltered, leaving him at a loss for a response. I thought it better to seize the day than to postpone it. Since Master Murong enjoys fine spirit wine, let us order a pot of the renowned spirit wine from Feishan Tower. Observing the situation, Lu Tianzhong quickly sought to mediate. He rose from his seat, opened the door, and called out loudly, Innkeeper, please bring the dishes and a pot of your signature spirit wine. Afterward, he returned to his seat and casually asked Shi Yu, by the way, junior brother Shi, I heard that the Divine Pill Hall held an alchemy competition. How did you fare?